In a state of destitution, Su Ran found himself both fortunate and unfortunate as he traversed into another realm. While others who crossed over possessed various advantageous abilities, Su Ran, in contrast, was penalized with a deduction of 40 years from his lifespan. To survive, he was compelled to undertake a series of perilous and exhilarating tasks. Task: please complete the extreme challenge Spirit of Water. Reward: 3 months of life. Task: please produce a film that exceeds $2 billion in box office revenue. Reward: 4 months of life. Task: please conduct a live broadcast with an online audience of 5 million. Reward: 2 months of life. Task: please pursue the campus beauty. Reward: 6 hours of life. Su Ran mused, I suppose I shall tackle the final task first. 6 hours is quite a boon, allowing me an additional night's sleep. Chapter 1. A decade ago. Many harbor an aversion to rainy days, for the overcast sky casts a pall over the spirit, and the incessant drizzle evokes the deepest and most painful memories within one's heart. In the city of Yudu, within the confines of a cramped room, Su Ran gazed melancholically at the sparse raindrops falling outside. Through the sheer curtain, he could even perceive the faint dampness in the air. He held a cigarette in his right hand, taking sporadic puffs, allowing the curling smoke to obscure his already limited view. The room was in disarray, with various daily necessities and clothing haphazardly strewn about. In one corner lay a guitar with broken strings. The tattered calendar on the wall displayed the date, June 7th, 2020. Judging by Su Ran's sallow complexion and the unkempt stubble on his chin, his life was far from satisfactory. His weathered visage made him appear nearly 40 years of age. In truth, he was merely 28. Knock, knock, knock. Su Ran, the rent for this month is due. I've already given you a week's grace. If you don't pay up, I'll have to ask you to pack your things and leave. A middle-aged woman's voice echoed from outside, her tone raised to ensure Su Ran could hear. With a bitter smile, Su Ran retrieved the meager sum of 600 yuan from his pocket, extracting 5 bills and sliding them through the gap beneath the door. Clutching the remaining bill, he returned to his chair by the window, continuing to gaze at the hazy rain. As Su Ran stared out, his eyes gradually grew distant, fragments of memories flashing through his mind. A decade ago, he had severed ties with his parents in pursuit of an ephemeral dream of music, embarking on a journey far from home. Eventually, disillusioned by the challenges of music, he sought to emulate others in business, aiming for wealth. However, he fell prey to deception time and again, losing everything. Later, compelled by the harsh realities of life, he took up various jobs, working in restaurants, serving drinks in bars, occasionally taking the stage to sing, managing an internet CAF, and even working as a barber. Just yesterday, due to a dissatisfied customer with a haircut, Su Ran faced a complaint against the barbershop where he worked. After much negotiation, the boss managed to placate the customer and dismiss Su Ran to demonstrate goodwill, which ultimately saved him from further repercussions. Yet, Su Ran found himself without employment once more, and the wages he had painstakingly earned over the past 20 days were swallowed by the unscrupulous proprietor. Alas, it is only now that I realize, having left school and my parents, I am nothing. With a deep sigh, Su Ran lit another cigarette, bitterly reflecting, if only time could rewind, I would never have run away from home. I would never have chosen this endless path of no return. At that moment, the rain outside ceased, and a thick mist began to rise. As a city nestled in the mountains, Yuda's reputation as a foggy city is well-deserved. Those who have lived there understand that during the plum rain season, particularly after continuous rainfall, the air is enveloped in a particularly dense and refreshing fog, distinct from the smog of other cities. Immersed in it, one feels as though they have entered a realm of fantasy, albeit with low visibility. At this time, the view outside transformed into a blank expanse of white, rendering everything invisible. However, Su Ran noticed a peculiar phenomenon. How could this fog invade his room? To his astonishment, thick mist began to seep through the window, quickly engulfing the entire space, leaving Su Ran bewildered, unable to discern even the location of his bed. What in the world? I've never encountered a situation like this before. The airtightness of this room is abysmal. Yet, I don't recall such occurrences during previous foggy days. Muttering to himself, Su Ran hesitated to move, fearing that he might inadvertently topple the clutter scattered about the room, thus soiling his clothing. Nevertheless, the fog, which arrived swiftly, dissipated just as quickly, unlike the usual scenario where the sun's absence prolongs the mist. As the dense fog lifted, Su Ran's vision cleared, yet the scene before him and the sudden sound that pierced the air rendered him utterly speechless. What? Before Sue ran stood not his disheveled little rented room, but a grand school gate emblazoned with the words Unit Number 7 Middle School. Moreover, he no longer appeared as the scruffy middle-aged man, but rather as a youthful boy, brimming with vitality and carrying a school bag. Surrounding the gate were other students, bustling with backpacks, alongside numerous parents anxiously awaiting something. At this moment, Sue Ran remained seated in a posture reminiscent of his previous position. Yet he was no longer on that rickety chair. Instead, he found himself on a bench akin to those found in parks. Beside him sat a casually dressed middle-aged man. Am I back in the past? Sue Ran's hands trembled as he touched his youthful cheeks, his eyes wide with astonishment. Excuse me, sir. May I ask what year it is? Sue Ran inquired excitedly in the local dialect. 2010, the middle-aged man chuckled, noticing Sue Ran's student attire. You don't even know that? Have you forgotten about the college entrance examination today? College entrance examination? Today is June 7th? Indeed. You should hurry inside if you're late. You won't be allowed into the examination hall. All right, I'll head in right away. With an awkward smile, Sue Ran exchanged pleasantries with the man and dashed toward the school gate. He felt a slip of paper in his pocket, the contents igniting both excitement and deep concern within him. Sue Ran, male, date of birth, February 29th, 1992. Examination room number. Admission ticket number. This slip of paper was none other than his college entrance examination admission ticket, detailing his information. Upon seeing this, Sue Ran confirmed that he had indeed traversed back in time, to the very day of the examination. However, his heart was heavy with worry. He had performed poorly on the college entrance examination a decade ago. How could he possibly fare better after a decade of drifting? The knowledge he once possessed had long since faded, leaving him devoid of any academic substance. Moreover, why did this school differ from the one he attended 10 years prior? I recall this place being Unit Number 6 Middle School. Why has it transformed into Unit Number 7 Middle School? Sue Ran gazed at the name above the gate, confusion swirling within him. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Target, Sue Ran. Current location, Unit Number 7 Middle School, Utah City, Huaxia. Target successfully transferred. Notice, this system has detected your desire and has specifically returned you to the world of 10 years ago. Due to the immutable nature of history, you have been sent to a parallel universe where time coincides with that of Earth 10 years ago. However, due to minute historical divergences, certain elements here will differ from those on Earth. Yet individuals related to you will remain unchanged. Please take heed. This system service is not free as a cost. You shall forfeit 40 years of your lifespan. You now have 20 years remaining. Of course, the system will not impose a mandatory choice. You now have two options. Return to your original world or continue living here. If you choose to return to Earth, your lifespan will be fully restored. But remember, you may only choose once decided. It cannot be altered. You now have 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, if you have not made a decision, the system will make a random choice. Upon hearing this, Sue Ran's feet came to an abrupt halt at the school gate, and the myriad of questions swirling in his mind began to unravel with the conclusion of the voice. Ah, so this is merely a parallel universe akin to Earth. That's why the name of the school differs. Sue Ran murmured, only to let out a rueful laugh. However, the cost of this crossing is rather steep. If it were something else, such as a monetary deduction or the forfeiture of valuable possessions, it would be more palatable. However, the price to pay is a staggering 40 years of life, which leaves Sue Ran feeling somewhat apprehensive. One must understand that with the loss of these 40 years, Sue Ran would be left with merely 20 years to live. 20 years, indeed, is an exceedingly brief span. Yet, after a moment of deep contemplation, at the critical juncture of the 3-minute countdown, Sue Ran ultimately rendered his decision to the system. I choose this world. With a carefree smile, Sue Ran resolved that since fate had bestowed upon him this opportunity, he would seize it and strive wholeheartedly to fulfill the myriad regrets of his past. What does it matter if he were to lose 40 years? At the very least, he could strive to achieve a new pinnacle within these 20 years. Thus, even in death, he would harbor no regrets. Chapter 2. The Crossing Gift Package Ding. Your choice is to continue living in this world. You are currently located in Utah 7th High School, Huaxia Country. The current date is June 7, 2010. Your file has been successfully stored. As Sue Ran made his choice, the system's cold voice immediately followed. At that moment, Sue Ran felt a peculiar emptiness, as if something had been lost within him. He understood that what he had lost were the arduous experiences of the past decade. Yet, this too was a precious social experience. For him, this experience was invaluable. 20 years. I have but 20 years. Su Ran's eyes dimmed momentarily, but he quickly rallied, resolutely thinking, I must not repeat the mistakes of a decade ago. But what about the college entrance examination? With my current state, wouldn't I perform even worse than I did 10 years ago? However, just as Su Ran contemplated this, the voice in his mind resonated once more. This is your first crossing. As a price paid with 40 years of your lifespan, the system will grant you a crossing gift package. Within this gift package, you will randomly draw 3 items as compensation. Ding. The package has been distributed. Please check your belongings. As the words fell, Su Ran felt his backpack grow heavier, as if something had been surreptitiously placed inside. Startled, he eagerly opened his backpack. Is this the crossing gift package? Su Ran pulled out a palm-sized square box, curiosity bubbling within him. The box was purple, adorned with mysterious symbols encircling it. The center of one side. There lay a small latch, easily opened with a gentle push. Suppressing his excitement, Su Ran unlatched the box, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, causing the box in his hand to vanish. Yet, within his backpack, 3 items had materialized. Su Ran did not immediately examine them. Instead, he warily scanned his surroundings. The previous flash of light had been so dazzling that he feared it had attracted attention. However, Su Ran's concerns proved unwarranted, as the surrounding students and parents continued on their way, seemingly oblivious to the luminous display. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed. The gift package is visible only to you. Only I can see it. Sighing with relief, Su Ran began to examine the 3 items in his backpack. The first item was a red fruit, followed by a gray book and a watch. The red fruit was an attribute fruit. Upon consumption, your physical attributes will be enhanced by 100. The gray book was a knowledge skill book. Upon use, all theoretical knowledge you have previously learned will be forcibly memorized and comprehended. The watch was produced by the system for the issuance of tasks, but due to your current lack of authority, you are temporarily unable to access the information and usage rights of the watch. With each item Su Ran picked up, the system provided corresponding explanations. Upon hearing the description of the red fruit, Su Ran felt little impact. After all, enhancing physical fitness could also be achieved through diligent exercise. Upon hearing that the gray book could compel memory and understanding of previously acquired knowledge, Su Ran felt an exhilarating surge, nearly leaping with excitement. Truly, this book was a timely boon. Currently facing the Gaokao, what he lacked was precisely this treasure. As for the final enigmatic watch, the system's vague remarks left Su Ran in a state of confusion. However, at this moment, the Gaokao was the first hurdle he needed to overcome. Su Ran took out the gray book, and a gray light swept across, causing the book to vanish from his hands. Yet, within the recesses of his memory, an immense wealth of information surfaced. This information encompassed all the knowledge he had amassed from childhood through university, and astonishingly, Su Ran could comprehend it all, understanding it with remarkable clarity, as if he had innately possessed this knowledge. He grasped the intricacies of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, including geometric functions, formulas of speed and force, and the properties of elements. Even English vocabulary, which he had merely glanced at before, was now firmly etched in his mind, not to mention the classical Chinese poetry and prose that he could recite fluently. Good heavens! Is this the power of the system, transforming a mediocre student into a top achiever in an instant? As Su Ran reveled in the torrent of knowledge flooding his mind, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In a moment of exhilaration, he consumed the red fruit as well. This experience felt somewhat distinct from the previous one. Rather than just cognitive enhancement, it translated directly into a visceral sensation within his body. Within mere seconds of swallowing the fruit, Su Ran distinctly perceived the changes within himself. An increase in strength, a newfound lightness in his steps, improved vision, and even a clearer mind. I reckon my strength surpasses that of my father by quite a margin now. Su Ran clenched his fist, savoring the surging power within, and smiled. Finally, he donned the unknown watch, but apart from displaying the time, he found no other discernible functions. Once Su Ran had settled everything, the system's cold voice echoed once more. The traversal gift package has been processed. The system's service concludes here. From this moment forth, the connection between the system and you will be severed. All your decisions and actions will be your own. This service has reached its end. Lastly, I wish you a pleasant life. The voice resonated in Su Ran's mind, and as it concluded, the system's tone unexpectedly softened, infused with a touch of humanity. Su Ran smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by the system's unexpected warmth. He chuckled, thinking that the absence of service was of little consequence. The gift package the system had bestowed upon him was already immensely satisfying. I mustn't be overly greedy now, Let me test my mettle with this Gaokao exam. With a slight smile and an uplifted spirit, Su Ran leaped forward, eagerly heading toward the examination hall, around the school gate. Some onlookers chuckled upon witnessing Su Ran's hurried demeanor. Look at that hapless fellow, grinning like a fool. He's quite swift on his feet. Haha, I'd advise you to focus on your own affairs. If you can't even reach the second-tier university cutoff, you'll have a hard time ahead. No worries, I've got money at home. Worst case, I'll just get a university diploma and work at my dad's company. Indeed, your father has plenty of money. These words were beyond Su Ran's hearing. Even if he had, he would not have cared. For they could not comprehend, nor could anyone truly understand the feelings of a destitute individual returning to a decade past. At this moment, Su Ran had arrived before the entrance of the examination hall. May I see your identification and examination admission ticket? A middle-aged female teacher, speaking in impeccable Mandarin, inquired. Su Ran said nothing, silently presenting his documents for her scrutiny. After her repeated reminders to refrain from bringing mobile phones, watches, and other items, Su Ran was finally permitted entry. It seemed that this watch was invisible and untouchable to others. Finding his designated seat, Su Ran gently caressed his left wrist, where an unreachable watch resided. He was left pondering its peculiar significance. With a sigh, Su Ran glanced at the clock on the wall. The time displayed was identical to that on his watch, 8:30. This indicated that there remained half an hour before the official commencement of the examination. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a slight protrusion on the side of the watch, and upon a gentle touch, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Ding! A dialog box appeared. Host. Su Ran current mission. Achieve the top score in the science stream of the Yudu City College entrance examination. Mission reward. An additional half-month of life. Upon seeing this, Su Ran was taken aback. Wait, so this task watch is implying this. By completing the assigned mission, I could earn a reward, and that reward happens to be life itself? It appears that excelling in this examination is imperative. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. At that moment, a buzzcut boy leaned in from behind. Hey, bro, which school are you from? 7th middle school. Su Ran replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the window. Nice. A home-ground examination. You are bound to perform splendidly. To this, Su Ran merely smiled in silence, having no intention of engaging further. It was not that he was unwilling to converse, but rather he felt a generational gap with individuals of this age. After all, beneath the skin of this 18-year-old body resided the soul of a 28-year-old. His spirit had long surpassed adolescence and attained maturity. Bro, let us make a deal during the exam. Could you sit a bit askew so I can sneak a peek at your paper? The buzzcut boy casually draped his arm over Su Ran's shoulder, grinning amiably. Taken aback, Su Ran realized the boy's true intentions. Should he entertain such a request? Chapter 3. The examination begins. Hey man, give me a response. The buzzcut student gently patted Su Ran's shoulder, a hint of urgency in his tone. After the exam, I'll treat you to a meal, anything you want. Young Renji, feeling quite helpless, had resorted to this. His academic performance was dismally poor. With his scant knowledge, he felt entirely unprepared for the college entrance examination. However, if he performed too poorly, he would inevitably face a barrage of scolding from his father upon returning home, followed by a harsh reduction of his allowance. He had assured his father that he would at least secure a place in the third-tier university, thereby becoming the first in the Yang family to attend college. Not only that, but his father had also declared his intention to host a grand banquet with 100 tables, inviting relatives from all walks of life to show their support, aiming to demonstrate that the nouveau riche's lack of education does not imply that his son shares the same fate. At this point, young Renji truly found himself with no way out. Even for the sake of his father's dignity, he must devise a means to achieve at least a score above the third tier. Thus, the current scene unfolded. All right, no problem. I'll do my best not to obstruct the paper, but whether you can see it is your concern, Su Ran casually remarked as he released young Renji's hand. A brother with loyalty, quite straightforward. Seeing Su Ran's agreement, young Renji broke into a hearty smile and said, I am young Renji, a student from Yudu No. 3 middle school. How shall I address you, brother? Su Ran. Su Ran pointed to the upper left corner of his desk, where his name was inscribed. Rangu, the upcoming exams depend on you. I have placed all my hopes on you. Young Renji was in high spirits, directly referring to Su Ran as Ranji. In truth, he was uncertain of Su Ran's academic prowess, but upon observing Su Ran's remarkably calm demeanor, he instinctively believed that this person must excel in his studies. While others in the examination hall were either nervously tapping their feet or anxiously scratching their heads, only this individual sat with a smile, exuding an air of superiority, leading young Renji to conclude that Su Ran was undoubtedly a top student. One cannot deny that Yang Runji's judgment was astute. It is worth noting that Su Ran was not only a top student, but also a powerhouse among them. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, their relationship grew significantly closer, and Su Ran seemed to have rediscovered the camaraderie of his student days around 8:45. The invigilator, the same middle-aged woman who had been at the door, entered the classroom and meticulously outlined all the essential points to note during the examination. Once she finished, she distributed the answer sheets, instructing the students to fill in some preliminary information. Then, they awaited the official start of the examination. 89:00, a bell rang, and the invigilator promptly distributed the exam papers. The first subject was Chinese. Su Ran glanced over the paper and quickly gauged the score he might achieve. The subject of Chinese is inherently subjective. Aside from fixed answer questions like multiple choice, the responses to open-ended questions are not rigidly defined. As long as one addresses the core of the question, points can be earned. The same applies to the final essay. Its grading criteria are not set in stone, but a well-written composition will undoubtedly fetch a high score. Thus, Su Ran felt confident that, out of a total of 150 points, securing 125 was well within reach. Anything beyond that would depend on his performance and the mood of the grading teacher. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ran began to write fervently, employing the knowledge he had memorized, completing the questions with the speed of an aircraft in flight. He needed no time to react. He simply picked up his pen and wrote. Half an hour later, having finished all the questions except for the essay, he flipped over the paper and prepared to begin his composition. However, upon reading the essay prompt, his expression froze for a moment. Then he shook his head in bemusement. Life is replete with various regrets. If you were given the chance to return to the past, which year would you choose to revisit? Upon returning to that year, what regrets do you intend to remedy? Please compose an essay on the aforementioned topic in any genre with a minimum of 800 words. Could it be that the teacher who posed this question is also a time traveler? This topic. Isn't it precisely reflective of my own experiences? Su Ran chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding this unconventional essay prompt. I recall that on Earth, the essay topics for this year were quite different. It seems this is yet another manifestation of the system's discrepancies. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ran took up his pen and inscribed the title on the first line of his paper, 10 years. In light of this, I shall craft a short story, chronicling the trials of my decade and the rebirth that followed my journey through time. After all, I am unlike anyone else. I have genuinely traversed back a decade. Sighing, Su Ran penned the opening line. 10 years ago, I did not know you. 40 minutes later, Su Ran, with a look of exhilaration, set down his pen. This piece, he had written with great care and authenticity, reflecting his own lived experiences. Thus, he refrained from the hasty strokes of previous writings, instead choosing to deliberate over each word. Nevertheless, even with this measured pace, he was still remarkably swift. Time had barely passed the halfway mark. He still had 50 minutes remaining until the examination concluded. Upon finishing, Su Ran honored his commitment by nudging his paper slightly aside, then subtly shifting his body to facilitate Yang Ranji's opportunity to sneak a glance. Brother, I've done my utmost. Whether you can copy or not depends on your own fortune. As time gradually flowed by, the bell rang once more, signaling the end of the first exam of the college entrance test. Exiting the classroom and strolling through the corridor, Su Ran was enveloped in the discussions of other students regarding the answers. Hey, how did you answer the multiple choice questions? BCDA? Impossible. My answers are BCCB. Did you make a mistake? I feel confident that almost all my answers are correct. Should we ask others? As one of them approached, they intercepted Su Ran, asking, classmate, how did you answer the multiple choice questions? Su Ran furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before divulging his answers. ABCD. No way, brother, are you joking? That answer is ridiculous, believe it or not. Su Ran replied nonchalantly before departing without a backward glance. His answers were indeed the standard ones. There was no need to contest such an evident truth with them. After Su Ran walked away, the two students shared a derisive glance at his retreating figure before resuming their discourse about the subsequent answers. At the stairway, a pair of hands suddenly clapped forcefully upon Su Ran's shoulder. Hey, my brother, we agreed that I would treat you to a meal. Why are you rushing off like that? With a beaming smile, Yang Renji approached Su Ran's side, feigning dissatisfaction as he remarked, you copied, didn't you? Of course, do you even know who I am? As he spoke, Yang Renji retrieved a pair of glasses from his backpack and leaned in closer to Su Ran, whispering, these glasses are my secret weapon? Oh? Su Ran took them and put them on, only to discover they were merely a pair of ordinary prescription glasses. Isn't this just an ordinary pair of glasses? Yang Renji pressed a few buttons on the lenses and then said, "Take another look." Su Ran, skeptical yet intrigued, donned them once more. Suddenly, the world before him magnified dramatically, and Yang Renji's face appeared as immense as a frying pan. "Is this not a magnifying glass?" Indeed, with that, Yang Renji grinned triumphantly, swiftly stowing the glasses away. "Ha. I'm relying on this for my college entrance exam. By the way, how do you think you did?" "Not too bad, I suppose," Su Ran replied nonchalantly. "What does not too bad mean? Can you score 80 points? Yang Renji gazed at Su Ran with hopeful eyes. "Sure," Su Ran said, a peculiar expression crossing his face. 80 points? "Do you really think so little of me?" "Brother, your aspirations are quite lofty." "Ha, that's good to hear. I didn't copy your essay, so looking at it this way, I should be able to score around 70 points. Yang Renji laughed heartily, completely unconcerned by the disdainful glances from those around them, and slung an arm around Su Ran's shoulders as they walked out. "Come on, Ran-gu, brother. I'll treat you to a meal." Meanwhile, Su Ran could only helplessly rub his forehead, squeezing through the crowd with Yang Renji amidst a flurry of disparaging stares. Chapter 4. Helping Kin, Not Reason. Ran-gu, where are you from in Yudu? In a small restaurant, Su Ran and Yang Renji were busily picking at the dishes laid out before them. "I'm not from the urban area of Yudu. My family is in a county," Su Ran mumbled through a mouthful of food. "A county is quite far from Yudu." "Why did you travel so far for high school?" Yang Renji frowned in surprise. In his mind, a county was several hundred kilometers away from the urban center of Yudu. A bus ride that would take half a day. "I didn't want to study back home. My parents are too nagging. Running away a bit keeps me from being scolded." Su Ran waved his hand dismissively, not lifting his head. He was indeed quite annoyed by his parents' incessant chatter. Thus, given his decent grades during the high school entrance exam, he decided to come to Yudu for his studies. However, now Su Ran found himself missing his parents dearly, having been away from home for a decade. In those 10 years, he had only managed to maintain contact with them through phone calls, leaving him with a sense of nostalgia. Yang Renji clapped his hands in agreement, nodding emphatically. "Exactly. I'm also quite vexed with my dad. He constantly nags me to study, and study some more. It's enough to make my ears calloused." Afterward, Yang Renji pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Su Ran. "Ran-gu, care for a smoke?" Su Ran took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Good heavens! This is indeed a Zhonghua cigarette." Over the past decade, Su Ran has never indulged in such a fine smoke. Usually, he opts for Yunyan or Shuangshi, primarily due to their affordability, costing merely 10 yuan per pack. Lighting a cigarette, Su Ran squints slightly, skillfully exhaling a smoke ring, and internally praises the exquisite flavor of this cigarette. "So you're quite the seasoned smoker as well?" Yang Renji remarks, lighting his own cigarette and smacking his lips. Not bad," Su Ran replies nonchalantly. At that moment, the small restaurant is nearly filled with students preparing for their college entrance examinations, and the duo's leisurely cloud of smoke draws frowns from many self-proclaimed good students. Almost immediately, a girl pinches her nose and impatiently nudges the boy beside her, signaling him to go remind the smokers. However, upon seeing Yang Renji's arrogant demeanor, the boy feels a twinge of apprehension, especially with Su Ran's calm and inscrutable presence beside him, making him reluctant to intervene. Yet, with the girl he has long pursued urging him on, he ultimately steels himself and stands up. "Excuse me, could you please refrain from smoking in public?" He musters the courage to address Su Ran and Yang Renji. His voice is not quiet, and logically, the two should have heard him, but they merely glance over and continue to smoke without a word. Yang Renji is unperturbed, entirely disinterested in the boy, while Su Ran is savoring the taste of his first Zhonghua cigarette, too indifferent to respond. "Please, go outside to smoke." The boy's face reddens, feeling somewhat humiliated, prompting him to shout once more, "Interfering, are we? I'm smoking right here. What are you going to do about it?" Yang Renji, known for his fiery temper, is particularly irked by anyone attempting to dictate his actions. The boy, caught in Yang Renji's mocking gaze, struggles to articulate a response. At that moment, another male student in white rises from his table, casually stating, "Classmate, everyone is eating. Your smoking is quite inappropriate." After saying this, he nods with a smile at the girl. "Inappropriate? Well, I shall smoke right here, just to defy you." Yang Renji retorts with a smirk, taking a drag and slowly exhaling towards the boy. He detests pretentious individuals, and their words only incite him to act contrary to, "Oh, are you feeling bold, brother? Looking for trouble?" The boy in white replies coldly, and his four companions cast unfriendly glances in Yang Renji's direction. "What's the matter? Am I supposed to fear you?" Yang Renji scoffs, flicking his cigarette but at the boy in white, slamming his chopsticks down and rising from his seat. LGB. The boy in white, incensed by Yang Renji's provocative act, kicks aside his chair and strides over. He approaches, shoving the previous boy aside, and reaches out to grab Yang Renji by the collar. Towering at 1.85 meters, the white-clad boy looks down on Yang Renji, who stands at only 1.75 meters, dismissing him entirely. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly reaches from below and firmly grips the white boy's wrist. After being caught by the hand, the boy in white realized that Su Ran, who had been silently observing, had yet to utter a word. "Let us step outside to converse." Su Ran extinguished his cigarette, then firmly gripped the boy's hand, expressionless as he strode toward the exit. The boy in white attempted to break free, but found himself utterly unable to budge the seemingly slender arm of his captor. He felt as though he were ensnared by a pair of iron pincers, rendering him immobile. Even with both hands straining against it, he could not escape. At this juncture, panic set in for the boy in white, who, disregarding his involuntary movement toward the door, urgently called out to the restaurant, "Quick, someone come help me." Upon hearing this, several other boys hastily set down their chopsticks and rushed over, yet at that moment, the boy in white was already being forcibly dragged outside by Su Ran. Su Ran was uncertain of the full extent of his strength. He merely knew that before indulging in fruit, there had not been a single boy in the class capable of matching him in an arm wrestling contest. Increasing the pressure of his grip, Su Ran observed the boy's pained expression and swiftly maneuvered behind him, locking his hand in a painful twist. He then coolly addressed the stunned Yang Renji beside him, saying, "How should we deal with him, brother? The decision is yours." Fighting had been a frequent occurrence during Su Ran's 10 years in the underworld. He had witnessed far greater and bloodier brawls than this. Thus, as he dealt with this young brat, he maintained an air of nonchalance. However, this calm demeanor presented a different impression in Yang Renji's eyes, elevating Su Ran's status in his mind once more. This Rangu not only excelled in academics but was also superior in physical confrontations. His technique clearly indicated a seasoned fighter. I certainly cannot let him off easy. This fool dares to lay hands on me? With a cold snort, Yang Renji stepped forward and delivered a kick to the boy in white's abdomen, instantly leaving a large, dark footprint on the fabric. At that moment, the other boys surged forth, their eyes ablaze upon witnessing the scene, charging in without a second thought. "You handle this, I'll take care of those little minions." Su Ran shoved the boy in white toward Yang Renji and turned to face the remaining boys, whose expressions were contorted with malice. "All right, Rangu, be careful." "Indeed," Su Ran replied, stepping forward and swiftly dispatching the group with ease. The veteran with a decade of experience, and now with his strength doubled, he dealt with these students as effortlessly as one would discipline a child. Meanwhile, Yang Renji also took the opportunity to give the already beleaguered boy in white another thrashing. Noticing the growing crowd of onlookers, he and Su Ran made a hasty exit. "Rangu, I admire your prowess." At this moment, the two had entered the school, with Yang Renji grinning broadly at Su Ran. "Oh, it was a trivial matter, nothing of great significance," Su Ran replied dismissively. "Haha, Rangu, I honestly thought you wouldn't intervene, considering I instigated the trouble." Yang Renji chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. In response, Su Ran paused, gazing deeply into the sky, and softly remarked, "I am a person who always aids friends rather than reasoning. Helping friends, not the rules, haha, I quite like that phrase." Amidst the laughter, Yang Renji found himself increasingly perplexed by this seemingly youthful companion, who, with an air of composure and tranquility, bore the demeanor of a middle-aged man. Chapter 5. The conclusion of the college entrance examination. On the afternoon of the first day of the college entrance examination, the subject was mathematics. This discipline, for countless students, is a source of both joy and despair. High school mathematics is far more complex than that of middle or primary school. It serves as a crucial bridge between secondary education and university studies. Mathematics has long been an indelible source of anguish for high school students. Those who struggle are often overwhelmed by the dense array of symbols and numbers, while those who excel worry about the possibility of careless mistakes. Unlike language subjects such as Chinese and English, where comprehension guarantees the ability to tackle problems, mathematics is a subject that evokes sighs from many. Even if one understands the concepts, it does not ensure success in solving every problem, and even when a solution is reached, the answer may not necessarily be correct. Consequently, one can only imagine how many young women have forsaken the sciences due to mathematics. After all, the mathematics paper in the art stream is considerably simpler than that of the sciences. One might say that a science student scoring only 110 could achieve over 130 on the arts mathematics paper. However, for Su Ran, who who had already mastered high school mathematics, these concerns were of little consequence. Just past 3 o'clock, upon receiving the examination paper, Su Ran scanned the questions and realized that, apart from the final problem, none posed a challenge for him. Even the last question, after a brief contemplation, was met with clarity. Thus, while others wrestled with multiple-choice questions, Su Ran had already completed the fill-in-the-blank section. As others began to tackle the fill-in-the-blank questions, Su Ran was already inscribing his answers for the final major question. Remarkably, when Su Ran finished writing all his answers, a mere 40 minutes had elapsed. With a full 2 hours of examination time remaining, he still had 80 minutes to spare. He then took 10 minutes to review his work, ensuring he had made no errors, before casually shifting his paper aside, emulating his earlier nonchalance. Yang Renji, who had been quietly observing from behind, was utterly astonished when he noticed Su Ran had set down his pen and made a few subtle movements, as if trampled by 1,000 wild horses. The sight of others still grappling with the fill-in-the-blank questions left him speechless. Goodness! Such rapidity. Surely, my friend, you are not merely guessing, are you? Yet, Yang Renji could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, he could only place his faith in this young man he had known for less than a day, who had already left him in awe several times. With this in mind, Yang Renji donned his glasses, straightened his posture, and embarked on a journey of copying answers. While copying, Yang Renji remained astute, ensuring that his answers did not mirror Su Ran's verbatim. He altered some numbers and rephrased certain responses, even deliberately miswriting a few multiple-choice answers. Their examination numbers were adjacent, thus this approach minimized the chances of the grading teachers noticing any discrepancies. The sound of pens scratching across paper filled the air. The clock swiftly approached 5 o'clock. After submitting their papers, Su Ran and Yang Renji ventured out once more for a meal. Once again, Yang Renji treated them, claiming, in his own words, that his father was a newly wealthy man with ample funds. After their meal, Su Ran bid farewell to Yang Renji and returned to his dormitory at number 7 middle school. This moment, the 5 roommates in the dormitory had already returned. Upon seeing Su Ran, they casually greeted him and eagerly inquired, "Hey Lao Su, how did you do on the exam?" "Not too bad," Su Ran replied with a faint smile. "Oh, if Lao Su is saying that, it must mean he did quite well. Perhaps even better than me." The speaker was Qin Shu, the academic prodigy of their dormitory, who consistently ranked among the top 3 in class and aimed for a score of 600 in the recent college entrance examination. The 7th high school was merely a second-tier school in Yudu, and achieving a score of 600 was already considered commendable. "Stop boasting from the sidelines. We all know your grades are impressive. If you want to compare, go compete with the top student in class instead of dragging Lao Su into it," interjected a short-statured boy named Deng Xiaochuan, who studied diligently but struggled to elevate his grades, maintaining only an average standing in class. His admiration for Qin Shu's effortless success had morphed into jealousy. "Hey, I'm just joking. No need to take it seriously. Am I not aware of the levels of you and Lao Su?" Qin Shu chuckled, completely disregarding the expressions on Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan's faces. "Uft. What is so great about good grades?" Deng Xiaochuan retorted, a hint of bitterness in his tone, before turning to Su Ran and saying, "Lao Su, don't mind this bookworm. Later, let us enjoy the latest blockbuster by Teacher Tsang together, and we won't let this fool watch it." Teacher Tsang. Su Ran was taken aback, recalling that Teacher Tsang had retired on Earth, yet seemed to still be fervently pursuing his career here. "All right, it's been ages since I last watched one of Teacher Tsang's films," Su Ran replied softly. "I want to watch too. You can't just leave me out." Qin Shu lamented dramatically, lunging towards Deng Xiaochuan. Observing this, the others quickly joined in, shifting the battleground to the beds, while Su Ran merely squinted and smiled, choosing not to partake in their playful antics. "It's been 10 years since we last saw each other," Su Ran mused, his thoughts drifting far away. He recalled that before his rebirth, the class had held several reunions after graduation, yet he had never attended. For he did not wish to expose his fallen state to others or witness their pitying gazes. He wanted to preserve the little dignity he had left. Thus, he could only watch his classmates share their lives through a QQ group, which mostly revolved around who had acquired a beautiful girlfriend, who had become a manager, or who was studying abroad. However, all of this felt like a distant dream to Su Ran, who had been entangled in a life of servitude as a humble waiter in a bar. The glamorous lives that others casually boasted about were utterly beyond his reach. He pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to attend a gathering in this lifetime. "And as for you, Qin Shu, it seems your jest may very well come true." With a faint smile, Su Ran cast aside these distracting thoughts and leaned back on his bed, closing his eyes to rest. The following morning, the examination was in English. Su Ran, once again, exhibited his extraordinary speed, swiftly filling in the answers. The only minor flaw lay in the listening comprehension section, which was not something that could be improved through mere memorization. He had to rely on his somewhat mediocre skills. In the afternoon, the comprehensive science exam took place, encompassing physics, chemistry, and biology, lasting a total of 2 hours with a maximum score of 300 points. Su Ran felt no apprehension regarding this. After completing it in an hour, he sat idly on a stool, twirling a pin out of boredom. At 5 in the afternoon, the comprehensive science exam concluded. This also marked the end of the 2-day college entrance examination. In this moment, one could only imagine the countless students who blossomed into radiant smiles, as well as those who shed bittersweet tears. It was over. Damn it, I am finally liberated. Ah, my blissful life is about to commence. Listening to the cacophony of voices that scarcely resembled human utterances, Su Ran slightly lifted his eyelids and observed the exuberant youths, who seemed to be lost in their excitement. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Ah, to be young again. At that moment, young Renji approached with an equally animated demeanor, exclaiming with exaggerated expression, "Ha ha, Rango, after all these years, we are finally free. Su Ran paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "Yes, we are free. By the way, Rango, do you think I can make it to the 3rd-tier university?" Amidst his excitement, young Renji inquired with a hint of concern. The 3rd-tier university? Su Ran's expression turned peculiar as he elongated his tone. "What's wrong? Is it not possible? I copied all your answers, Rango." Upon hearing Su Ran's uncertain tone, young Renji became anxious, almost to the point of tears. "What kind of expression is that? I never said you couldn't make it to the 3rd-tier university. That's a given. I believe scoring over 600 points shouldn't be a problem for you," Su Ran replied, slightly exasperated. When young Renji heard Su Ran affirm that he would certainly make it to the 3rd-tier university, he immediately erupted into jubilant cheers, drowning out Su Ran's subsequent words. "Rangu, you are amazing. I love you to death. Get lost. I'm not into that." Su Ran pushed away young Renji, who was attempting to embrace him. Chuckling in disbelief, "By the way, Rangu, our class is having a gathering tonight, so I can't treat you to dinner, but I'll make it up to you tomorrow," young Renji said, regaining his composure with a hint of apology. "It's fine. Go ahead. It seems our class is also having a dinner tonight." "All right then, see you tomorrow." With that, young Renji bid farewell to Su Ran at the school gate. Su Ran promptly returned to his dormitory, intending to tidy up briefly before meeting up with his classmates for dinner. After a meal, they would part ways amicably. In the dormitory, Su Ran gazed at his familiar yet unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 6. The gathering. Around 6:30, Su Ran arrived at the school gate as agreed. At this moment, there were still many students and parents lingering about, and despite his efforts, Su Ran could not locate his classmates. In the end, Su Ran had no choice but to take out his bulky button mobile phone to call Deng Xiaochuan and his companions. After confirming their precise location, he proceeded leisurely. In this era, Android smartphones had yet to fully permeate the lower-end market. Nokia still held a significant position in the mobile phone realm, with many individuals clinging to their antiquated flip, slide, or chunky button phones. The functionalities of these devices were limited to making calls and sending texts, while the plethora of popular applications that would later dominate the globe had yet to materialize. Nevertheless, video playback was a feature still present in these phones. Otherwise, Deng Xiaochuan would not have been clamoring to watch a blockbuster film. Thus, in this age, students found their entertainment in playing basketball, engaging in card games, and chatting in their dormitories, or going online off-campus during weekends. Moreover, during this period, the wildly popular online game League of Legends had not yet emerged. Many were still immersed in games like DNF, World of Warcraft, and Dota. Su Ran recalled that he, too, was playing DNF with his dormitory mates at that time. However, with a decade's worth of memories behind him, his interest in these games had evidently waned. A few minutes later, Su Ran located Deng Xiaochuan and his group of friends, who were accompanied by several classmates from their class. Yet, apart from Su Ran's roommates, the others merely offered a fleeting glance at his arrival. Without even a greeting, Su Ran found no particular oddity in this. He simply smiled and greeted Deng Xiaochuan and the others. His relationships with classmates in high school were not particularly strong. Aside from a few close dormitory friends, most of his classmates had little impression of this taciturn boy, which in turn exacerbated Su Ran's increasingly reclusive nature. Fortunately, a few of his inconsiderate roommates continued to care for him in silence. Otherwise, Su Ran might have succumbed to profound loneliness during his 3 years of high school. However, after a decade of societal trials, Su Ran had become considerably more optimistic and cheerful, or perhaps one might say, shrewd and seasoned. After all, despite the bumps along the way, the past 10 years had not been in vain. "Are we not leaving yet?" Su Ran nudged Deng Xiaochuan with his elbow, puzzled. Deng Xiaochuan shook his head, stating they needed to wait a bit longer for Li Yu, who had yet to arrive. Oh. Su Ran nodded in agreement, holding a deep impression of this classmate who was both an academic prodigy and the belle of the class. It was no wonder so many boys were waiting, with not a single complaint to be heard. Such is the effect of beauty. Moments later, a tall woman clad in ultra-short hot pants approached gracefully, her long hair cascading down her back, a hint of apology gracing her lightly made-up face. "Classmates, I apologize for being a bit late. Thank you for your patience." Her melodious voice elicited an enthusiastic response from the crowd. "It's still early. No rush, haha, it's all good. We just arrived. Waiting for the class beauty is our honor." Listening to these unabashed compliments, Su Ran's eyelids fluttered slightly, a flicker of skepticism passing through his mind. However, upon noticing her increasingly long and slender legs, a tinge of warmth stirred within him, allowing Su Ran to grasp the sentiments of others. It must be said that Li Yu possesses remarkable beauty and an exceptional figure. Complemented by her seemingly unattainable high scores, it is no wonder that these adolescent hormones have erupted among the boys. Indeed, nearly all the male students gathered around her like stars surrounding the moon, leaving Su Ran standing alone and composed at the periphery of the circle. Liu greeted her classmates with a warm smile, but when she inadvertently glanced at Su Ran, a hint of surprise flickered across her face. This Su Ran seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. This calm and collected demeanor was something she had never witnessed before. Although curiosity stirred within her, Liu maintained her gentle smile, unaffected by this minor episode involving Su Ran. After exchanging pleasantries, the class monitor waved and called out, prompting the group to head towards a nearby hotel. The hotel, named Jinyang, had been reserved in advance and is a 5-star establishment. Upon arrival at the Jinyang Hotel, the group ascended directly to the 5th floor, where the pre-booked private room awaited them. Given that Su Ran's class consisted of around 50 students, the largest room had been booked, spacious enough to accommodate everyone, with 6 tables set up within. All expenses would be shared equally, resulting in a manageable cost for each student. Inside the private room, Su Ran sat at a table with a few of his roommates and several other boys with whom he was relatively close. As they waited for the dishes to be served, the group began to gossip animatedly. "Old Su, which university are you planning to apply to?" Deng Xiaochuan inquired, grabbing some sunflower seeds from the table and cracking them open curiously. "I haven't quite decided yet. I'll wait until the scores are released to see," Su Ran replied nonchalantly. In truth, he already had a destination in mind, but he needed to ascertain his final score before making any arrangements. Deep down, Su Ran harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding his eventual score. Based on his calculations during the examination, achieving a score of 700 should pose no problem at all. Such a score would grant him access to any university in Huaxia with ease. "Indeed, I share your sentiments. We'll discuss it further once the scores are out," Deng Xiaochuan nodded. However, he immediately furrowed his brow and added, "Right now, I just hope the cutoff for first-tier universities is lower this year. At the very least, I hope to gain admission to a first-tier institution." "Xiaochuan, I reckon you might be in for a challenge. You're aware of this year's exam paper, right? It's not exactly easy to score on. A single misstep could cost you a significant number of points," Chen Shu remarked, reclining in his chair with a hint of disdain in his smile. "As for old Su, it's purely a matter of luck. Perhaps he might just scrape by into a second-tier university." "Chen Shu, could you refrain from being so insufferable?" Deng Xiaochuan retorted, biting down hard on a sunflower seed and glaring at Chen Shu. Su Ran merely smiled faintly, unaffected by Chen Shu's remarks. He understood Chen Shu well. Though he spoke harshly, deep down he genuinely hoped for the success of his dormitory brother in gaining admission to a prestigious university. From the myriad of small details in his life, one can glean much. For instance, his tireless dedication to assisting Deng Xiaochuan with his studies, his readiness to take the blame for the dormitory's mishaps, and even his willingness to spend his scholarship money, intended for living expenses, on meals for Su Ran and their companions. However, this individual possesses an unfortunate flaw. He has a propensity for speaking without restraint. He candidly expresses his thoughts, but this demeanor is reserved for those with whom he shares a close bond, such as Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan. "Well, you know how Chen Shu is. He is just like that. Is it really worth getting upset with him?" Su Ran smiled at the two, playing the peacemaker. "Indeed, it seems that the wise Su truly understands the heart of a father." Chen Shu's mouth twitched, and he was at it again. "Get lost? You're calling me fat, and now you're huffing and puffing. Cough, cough. My lungs are acting up again. Old Su, come rub my chest." Su Ran said nothing, merely rising with a cold smile. "Old Su, what are you doing? Planning a coup?" Bang. Oh dear, stop hitting me, fine. I'll just pass the throne to you. Bang, ah, father. I'm about to pass away. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Jinyang Grand Hotel, a new group of individuals arrived, appearing to be another bunch of students. Jigo, tonight we agreed. It's party till we drop. Hemph, with you ragtag bunch, you think you can get me drunk? Dream on. Hee. If we can't manage it, we still have our classmates to help out. 1 cup each, and you'll be out for the count. Jigu Hemph, feel free to try. If it weren't for my promise to treat Rangu to dinner tomorrow, I might just let you have your way and get me intoxicated. But since I've made a commitment, I want to allow you to run amok. Rangu? Who is this person that even Jigu speaks so highly of? He is a hidden master. Not someone we petty rascals can compare to. Oh? I shall look forward to meeting him tomorrow. All right then, I'll introduce you to Rangu. On the first floor, Yang Renji and a group of mischievous boys entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Chapter 7. Complimentary meal on the 5th floor. In a private room, Su Ran was engaged in idle chatter with Deng Xiaochuan and their companions. Among the topics of conversation that typically revolve around food, drink, and entertainment, the presence of women is often inescapable. After meandering through various subjects, Deng Xiaochuan shifted the focus to Li Yu. Hey, where do you think Li Yu will attend university? He inquired with an expression of curiosity, his tone somewhat mischievous. Given her academic performance, she should aim for the most prestigious institutions. However, with her score of around 640, getting into Kyoto University might be a stretch. Attending Hoodoo University is certainly within reach. Hoodoo University isn't too shabby either. It ranks among the top 5 in Huaxia. Haha, we poor students should stop dreaming. Even if it's Uda University, we wouldn't stand a chance. Sighed as the crowd buzzed with chatter. Chun Shu wore a mysterious smile, stretching his neck as he declared, Hee, you are all unaware, but I have inquired, and it turns out that the class flower aspires to attend the Kyoto Film Academy. The Kyoto Film Academy? Is that the entertainment star factory? One of the boys questioned, his curiosity piqued. Chun Shu nodded with a grin. Indeed, it is that notoriously high-profile institution. Oh? Is Li Yu aiming for a career in the entertainment industry? Another boy remarked, slightly taken aback. Yet, as he recalled Li Yu's exquisite looks and figure, he conceded, well, considering her striking presence and physique, if she puts in the effort there, she might just become a big star. Absolutely. When that time comes, we must ask her for an autograph. She ought to give us, her old classmates, some face. Haha, then I shall boast to others while pointing at the television, saying, look, this is my old classmate. You rascal. Su Ran chuckled softly, surprised to learn that Li Yu harbored ambitions of attending the Kyoto Film Academy. However, he couldn't recall ever seeing her in the entertainment industry in his previous life. Had she not ventured there, or simply not made a name for herself? Pondering this, Su Ran shifted his gaze to the other side, where Li Yu was surrounded by a gaggle of girls, laughing and chattering animatedly. At that moment, Li Yu stood up, smiling apologetically as she said, you all continue your conversation. I need to use the restroom. With that, she squeezed past the flock of chattering girls and exited the private room. Sighing to herself, she mused, I wonder if my mother will allow me to attend the Kyoto Film Academy. I truly want to become an actress. Inside the restroom, Li Yu stood before the mirror, applying makeup while murmuring her thoughts in a low tone. After pressing her lips together and feeling satisfied with her appearance, she exited the restroom. Just then, a few of Yang Renji's friends emerged from the adjacent booth. Cigarettes in hand, as they stepped outside, they spotted a tall, striking beauty approaching their direction. Caught in a moment of infatuation, a young man with slightly yellow hair stepped forward, blocking Li Yu's path. Hey there, beautiful, are you alone? Would you like me to join you for a meal? He leered at her, his throat audibly swallowing. Li Yu furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of distaste at his gaze. She replied coolly, I'm sorry, but I have plans with friends. Please allow me to pass. She gestured towards the booth behind the young man, indicating that someone awaited her. Hey, beautiful, don't be in such a rush. Since we crossed paths, it must be fate, right? The young man smirked insidiously. Since we're so fated to meet, we should definitely share a few drinks. It's just a matter of meeting up with someone, right? You could always introduce us. How shameless. At that moment, not only was Li Yu thinking this, but even the young man's friends behind him rubbed their foreheads in exasperation. Hey, beautiful, I forgot to mention, this hotel is owned by my brother. How about I do you a favor and get your bill waived? What do you say? The young man chuckled smugly, convinced that upon hearing waived bill, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Huang Mao's words were not entirely unfounded. This hotel indeed belonged to his brother, specifically the father of Yang Renji. Given the close relationship he shared with Yang Renji, it would not be a daunting task for him to secure a complimentary stay. Yet, Liu continued to disappoint him. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline your generosity, she stated firmly, gracefully maneuvering past Huang Mao and making her way towards the private room. Though she possessed a gentle temperament, it did not imply that she was someone to be easily subjugated. Liu held her principles and dignity in high regard. Huang Mao, intoxicated by the fragrant breeze that wafted from Liu as she brushed past him, narrowed his eyes in delight. What a stunning beauty, he mused. Let us follow her. Such a captivating woman must not be allowed to slip away. He stifled a chuckle, exchanged knowing glances with a few of his companions, and trailed behind Liu. Observing this, Liu had no choice but to quicken her pace, hoping to reach the private room swiftly, thinking that once there, Huang Mao and his entourage would not dare to act so brazenly. Upon entering the room, she hurriedly closed the door, but it was forcibly pushed open by Huang Mao and his companions. The sight of these intruders prompted a flurry of puzzled glances from the numerous students already present. Who were these individuals? They had followed Liu in. Could they be her friends? Surely not. Just look at their demeanor. There's no way Liu would associate with such people at that moment. The class monitor stood up, casting an inquiring glance at Liu. When she shook her head, he curiously asked, "Excuse me, but I believe you have entered the wrong room." Initially taken aback by the number of people in the private room, Huang Mao contemplated abandoning his intentions of teasing Liu. However, upon noticing their student-like appearances, his confidence surged. "Your students, aren't you? Out for a gathering?" He responded nonchalantly, sidestepping the monitor's question. The class monitor hesitated but eventually nodded in affirmation. "How fortuitous. We are also students, here for a gathering today." Huang Mao feigned surprise, adding, "We're from Sanzhong. Which school do you represent?" "Qizhong," the monitor replied politely, feeling a sense of ease upon learning Huang Mao's affiliation. "Haha, my apologies for interrupting your gathering. I merely recognized this classmate and thought to come over for a chat and perhaps share a drink," Huang Mao said sincerely, directing his gaze towards Liu. "Oh, I see. Would you like to join us for a while?" The monitor responded courteously, noting Huang Mao's politeness. "Fool." At that moment, Su Ran, Liu, and Huang Mao all silently cursed the monitor. Su Ran and Liu were displeased. While Huang Mao was amused, "The monitor is far too naive," Su Ran sighed. The very reason the monitor held his position was due to his obedient demeanor, which served him well before teachers, but proved to be a disadvantage in the real world. "Perhaps it would be best to let this go, my friend. Isn't your companion waiting for you? You should return and not waste time with us." Liu feigned a smile, gently refusing. "No worries." "No worries, as I mentioned. If you accompany me for a few drinks, I can arrange for my friends to waive your bill," Huang Mao insisted. The blonde youth waved his hand, squinting his eyes, feigning nonchalance. Liu, enraged, stamped her feet, yet she failed to notice the expressions of astonishment on her classmates' faces upon hearing the words of the blonde youth. Chapter 8. Drink? Free of charge? All it takes is for Liu to accompany you for a few drinks? The class monitor was taken aback, fiddling with his ears, somewhat doubting whether he had misheard. "Can it really be free? Buddy, don't pretend to be wealthy and play tricks on everyone. Indeed, this amounts to over 10,000 yuan. Do you think you can just declare it free, as if this hotel were your family's establishment?" Although the classmates were astonished, many regarded it with skepticism, treating it as a jest. "Haha, you are correct. This hotel is indeed not owned by my family." The blonde youth spread his hands and relaxed his shoulders. "Then why are you pretending? Haha, what a pretender, with your demeanor. You expect Liu to drink with you? Dream on." Observing the indignant expressions of the crowd, the blonde youth continued to chuckle, saying, "While it is true that this hotel isn't my family's, it belongs to my brother's family. Whether it's free or not, isn't it merely a matter of my word?" After saying this, he pulled out a golden card and waved it in front of everyone. "I have seen that card. It's the golden VIP card of Jinyang Grand Hotel," a female student exclaimed, pointing at the card in the blonde youth's hand, astonished. "Indeed, it is a golden VIP card. I have heard my father mention it. It is said that there are fewer than 100 of such cards in all of Chongqing." A wealthier male classmate gazed at the blonde youth with envy, saying, "Even my father only possesses a silver VIP card. I never expected this person to have a golden VIP card. I heard that with this card, one can overdraw up to 500,000 yuan in spending." 500,000. As the words fell, many in the class gasped in astonishment. They knew that this boy was a rich second generation, with a company owned by his family, yet they were surprised to discover that his family did not even qualify for a golden VIP card. So, it seems the blonde youth's earlier remarks were not mere bluster. "Haha, it appears there are indeed those with discerning eyes." The blonde youth laughed heartily, turning to Liu and saying, "So, what do you think? Beauty? If you accompany me for a few drinks, I will personally ensure that your bill is waived today. Absolutely not. Liu's face flushed with indignation as she coldly replied. I will never drink with someone like you. And furthermore, I do not drink. Liu was well aware of her beauty, yet she had never viewed herself as a mere vase. Rather, she possessed a strong sense of self-respect and competitiveness, as evidenced by her dedication to studying and achieving the top rank in her class. Thus, she would never acquiesce to the blonde youth's provocative or flirtatious demands. Meanwhile, the blonde youth, with malicious intent, winked and lamented loudly to the other classmates. Oh, is that so? It seems that today we are simply destined to be incompatible. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. What I said earlier, do not take it to heart. Consider it a jest. With that, he turned to leave. Incompatible destiny? Just outside, you were shamelessly claiming it was fate. The blonde-haired youth, accompanied by a few of his brothers, awkwardly flashed a smile at the crowd, seemingly in agreement to follow him as he prepared to leave. However, upon realizing that this fortuitous opportunity was slipping away, a group of classmates hastily rose to their feet, urging him to stay. I don't know, brother. Don't go. Indeed. How about we share a few drinks? We promise to keep you company until dawn. Even some girls, blushing and shy, chimed in, Dear classmate, our sisters would be delighted to drink with you too. Yet, upon noticing the freckled visage of one of the girls, the blonde youth quickly turned away, nearly bolting for the door. If I were to drink with you, I'd be sober for a year. A sight like yours would surely make me regurgitate all my spirits. He feigned regret with a shake of his head, but his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Liu. The classmates, perceiving this subtle hint from the blonde youth, quickly grasped his intentions. Instantly, a few mischief-makers redirected their focus, all eyes converging on Liu and Liu. Why don't you join this classmate for a few drinks? He seems quite familiar. Just share a few drinks to show some goodwill. After all, a guest deserves a warm welcome, doesn't he? Even those girls who typically envied Liu's beauty and academic prowess chimed in. Xiaoyu, he looks down on us and only wishes to drink with a stunning beauty like you. Would you at least consider sharing a drink for the sake of everyone? This suggestion resonated deeply with the crowd's sentiments. Their fervent persuasion stemmed from a single motive. They hoped the blonde youth would cover their tab. It was known that this gathering would cost over 10,000 yuan, which meant each person would have to contribute 200 to 300. If the blonde youth could absolve them of this expense, they would collectively save a few hundred yuan. Although the amount was modest, the blonde's request was hardly demanding. He merely wished to share a few drinks, not to perform or strip. Thus, weighing their options, the group unanimously turned their attention towards Liu. Moreover, how could they possibly let go of such a rare opportunity to tease the class beauty? However, what seemed innocuous to the others bore a different weight in Liu's ears. What are you all doing? She exclaimed, flustered and indignant. I won't heed your words. I refuse to drink. If you want to avoid the bill, go and ask him yourself. The crowd collectively sighed, and though Liu had made her stance clear, they remained unabashed, continuing to jest and hollered at Ha. He only wants to drink with you. Who's to blame for your greater allure? One girl mockingly teased, Liu, just have a few drinks. Everyone else watching, it's no big deal. This time, Liu refrained from retorting and instead gazed with reddened eyes at the once familiar faces that now felt so foreign. Originally, they had never regarded me as a true friend. With a sigh of despair, Liu bit her silver teeth, stifling the tears that brimmed in her eyes, and then, with a despondent demeanor, she strode towards the table laden with alcohol. Grasping 2 bottles of liquor, she approached the blonde amidst a chorus of laughter. Ha ha, well done, Liu. Hee hee, now this is what a real woman looks like. Don't be afraid of getting drunk. We'll carry you back later. To hell with that. If anyone's carrying you, it'll be me. Laughter erupted once more. Come on, shall we each take a bottle? Liu handed a beer to the blonde, steeling herself as she spoke. Now, have your sordid desires been satisfied? Don't forget what you said previously. Hee hee, I always remember a promise made to a beautiful woman. The blonde chuckled, reaching for Liu's wrist as he accepted the beer, but she deftly evaded his grasp. Please, show some restraint. Liu admonished with a cold glare. Ha ha, in that case, shall we toast? The blonde grinned mischievously. Popping the cap and raising his bottle, Liu forced a bitter smile and raised her own bottle. At this point, she felt she had no choice but to comply. I might as well be drinking with a dog, she thought to herself, then lifted her bottle, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back to gulp down the contents. Just then, a firm hand seized her beer bottle, rendering her wrist immobile. Simultaneously, a gentle voice, like a saving grace, resonated in her ear. Let me drink instead. Opening her eyes in confusion, Liu found Su Ran standing beside her, his expression impassive as he grasped the beer in her hand. Su Ran? You was taken aback that I'll drink for you. It's not appropriate for a girl to consume so much alcohol. Su Ran smiled faintly, then with a firm twist of his wrist, he wrested the beer bottle from her grasp. And who are you? The blonde, having taken a sip, glared at Su Ran, his expression darkening as he realized his opportunity was thwarted. Just a classmate. Su Ran replied casually. Oh? The blonde, far from angry, smirked and, with a glint in his eye, addressed the onlookers. Haha, the heavens have turned against me. My friend here is making me quite embarrassed. It seems I should take my leave. The crowd, sensing their chance slipping away, hastily urged, Hey, brother, don't go. Su Ran, what are you doing? Hurry and return the beer to Li Yu. Yeah, what the hell are you stirring up? If she leaves, are you covering our tab? Su Ran, thank you for helping me, but please give me the beer back. Otherwise, you'll incite the crowd's wrath, Li Yu softly urged. Yet Su Ran appeared to disregard their words, shaking his head impassively. I can't afford to cover the tab, but I also cannot stand by and watch a classmate being bullied. What do you mean you can't afford it? Yeah, it's just a drink. Is it really that serious? What an arrogant fool. The mocking voices grew increasingly louder, yet Su Ran remained resolute in his decision, calmly gazing at the blonde-haired youth and asking, Would you like another drink? Drink your mother. The blonde cursed inwardly, though he managed to respond with feigned politeness. Apologies, but I have no interest in drinking with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the uproar among the surrounding classmates intensified. The blonde sneered at Su Ran. Humph. Kid, you've meddled in my affairs, so just wait to be drowned in spit from your classmates. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a crew-cut young man who strutted in with an air of arrogance. He snatched the beer from the blonde's hand and raised his glass towards Su Mo, exclaiming, Damn it, drink. Who dares to say no? I'm standing right here today. Let us see who has the audacity to disrespect Rangu. Chapter 9. The face of Rangu the newcomer wore a haughty expression, his face bearing a hint of roguishness, yet exuding a sense of fortitude. He seemed utterly indifferent to the presence of others, his gaze fixated solely on the calm and smiling young man in the room. Who is this? Haha, today is truly entertaining. One person has stolen Li Yu's drink, and another has come to snatch the wealthy man's beer. Haha, let us wait and see the spectacle unfold. I suspect that blonde 1T let this go so easily. Did I just hear correctly? This kid is named Su Ran, and they call him Rango. Is he joking with me? These students were a bunch of onlookers, and upon witnessing the plot twist, they crossed their arms and assumed a stance of passive observation. However, the unfolding drama rarely adhered to their expectations. Upon seeing his beer snatched away, the blonde furrowed his brows, ready to question who had the audacity to take his drink. But upon realizing the newcomer was his elder brother, his tense expression immediately slackened, and he hesitantly inquired, Jigo? What brings you here? Jigo? The respectful title from the blonde left the audience astonished. What on earth was happening? This is my territory. Am I not allowed to come here? Yang Ranji shot the blonde a disapproving glance. He had noticed the blonde and his companions had been gone for quite some time, prompting him to investigate. Additionally, he had overheard the blonde's voice from outside, so he decided to come in for a look. However, upon entering, Yang Renji discovered an unexpected individual, Su Ran. Moreover, he happened to witness the moment the blonde rejected Su Ran, prompting him to rush over in alarm. Rangu, my apologies, my brother lacks understanding. Please do not take offense. Yang Renji glanced at the composed Su Ran, eager to smooth things over. Rangu, could it be that he is the Rangu that Jigu has mentioned repeatedly? At this thought, the blonde's face turned awkward. He had just embarrassed himself in front of Rangu, and he would undoubtedly be reprimanded by Jigu later. The reactions of the other students, however, were vastly different. One could even say they were astonished. They merely heard the blonde calling the buzzcut fellow brother Ji, who then referred to Su Ran as brother Soup. So, does that mean Su Ran is even more formidable than this blonde? What is going on here? I see. I wondered why Su Ran seemed so audacious. It turns out he has someone backing him. Heh, I underestimated Su Ran. Who would have thought this usually reclusive young man would have such connections? Consequently, many people's gazes towards Su Ran subtly shifted in tone. Upon hearing Yang Ranji's apology, Su Ran smiled faintly and replied, It's nothing, as long as your brother refrains from coercing others to drink. Yang Renji tilted his head, perplexed, looking towards the blonde and his companions. What is happening? Immediately, a boy behind the blonde recounted the entire incident truthfully, without embellishments. The blonde, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled, Hey, brother Ji, I was just caught up in the moment. Making a joke? Yang Renji rolled his eyes in annoyance. You can joke around, but at least know who your audience is in truth. After hearing the explanation, young Renji felt little anger. After all, this was a brother he had known for several years. However, on the other hand, there was Su Ran, a person he found utterly inscrutable. Young Renji's courtesy towards Su Ran stemmed not only from the favor of Su Ran aiding him during an exam, but also from Su Ran's unflappable demeanor and composed actions during a recent altercation. At that moment, young Renji perceived that this youth was certainly no ordinary student. He resembled a seasoned figure from the social sphere, akin to those eclectic individuals he had encountered at banquets with his father. Yet, while those individuals were either intimidating or duplicitous, Su Ran exhibited a calmness that bordered on excessive, further deepening young Renji's intrigue regarding him. Thus, this was the reason behind young Renji's politeness towards Su Ran. "Blonde, since you are the one causing trouble today, you should pour yourself a bottle of liquor." Young Renji directed his words at the blonde while glancing at Su Ran, then continued, "Brother Ran, let today's expenses for your class be on me. I will just inform my father when I return." "Oh, the friend with a hotel at home you mentioned is you?" Su Ran remarked with a teasing tone. Indeed it is. My apologies for making you laugh." "Brother Ran." Once young Renji's words were spoken, the gathered crowd finally comprehended the significance of the buzzcut young man before them. Many were left agape in disbelief, staring in shock at Su Ran and young Renji. "No way, he is the young heir of Jinyang Hotel? Wow, this guy actually looks quite dashing." Some young women gazed at young Renji with sparkling eyes. "I can't believe someone this impressive still calls Su Ran Brother Ran." TSK. So it turns out Su Ran is the ultimate big boss. No wonder he dared to play the hero. Numerous faces revealed varying expressions, some incredulous as they gazed at the ever-smiling youth, while others looked on with envy, even a hint of jealousy directed towards Su Ran. At first, they regarded Su Ran as nothing more than a jester, yet they failed to realize that the true fool was, in fact, their own self-righteous selves. This revelation left the young individuals, who usually felt superior in Su Ran's presence, somewhat embarrassed. Subsequently, Su Ran gently advised young Renji against such extravagant spending. However, young Renji stubbornly shook his head and dismissed Su Ran with a single remark. "Rangu, I've already made my intentions clear. If you refuse, it would only humiliate me in front of your classmates." Faced with this, Su Ran could only acquiesce to young Renji's wishes, fully aware that young Renji was repaying a favor for helping him cheat. After today, even if young Renji continued to address him as Rangu, it would be considerably more challenging to request his assistance. Meanwhile, the onlookers, detached from the situation, cheered at the prospect of enjoying a complimentary meal at a five-star hotel, clearly delighted. Yet, they understood that the generosity of the young master was extended solely due to Su Ran's influence, rather than anyone else, including the beautiful Liu. "Rangu, we shall take our leave now. Enjoy yourselves." Huang Mao, having dutifully finished a bottle of wine and offered an apology before the crowd, returned to his class's private room with young Renji, as they were also hosting a class gathering. Once Huang Mao and the others departed, the remaining classmates returned to their seats to continue their meal. After Su Ran sat down, his roommates, Deng Xiaochuan and Qin Shu, approached him with an air of mystery, inquiring, "Who would have thought, old Su, that while you seem to struggle at school, you thrive so well outside?" "Rangu, haha, that title sounds quite formidable." "Rangu, shall we have a drink together?" "Xiaochuan, don't be ridiculous. Someone as impressive as Rangu wouldn't bother with you." Su Ran chuckled and shook his head in exasperation at his rowdy roommates. At that moment, someone in the private room activated the karaoke machine and began to sing a song Su Ran had never heard before, finding the lyrics rather mediocre and the performance lacking in passion. "What is the name of this song?" Su Ran inquired out of curiosity. "It's July Snowfall, a track currently skyrocketing in popularity by Li Kuan." "How could you not know this?" Qin Shu looked at Su Ran as if he were an extraterrestrial. At this moment, Su Ran furrowed his brow deeply, for he had never heard of either Li Kuan or July Snowfall in his previous life. He had heard of June Snowfall, but it was an entirely different melody. It seemed the system's discrepancies extended beyond mere trivialities, even encroaching upon the realm of music. In his past life, Su Ran had left home in pursuit of his musical dreams. Although he had seldom engaged with music later due to the pressures of life, he had nonetheless studied it for many years and possessed a certain level of musical literacy. Hearing July Snowfall now, Su Ran concluded that this song would undoubtedly fail to gain traction on Earth, destined to be lost in the currents of musical trends. "What is amiss? Your disdainful expression suggests you hold a disfavor for this song. Does it not?" Qin Shu inquired, observing Su Ran's mocking demeanor. It is worth noting that he is indeed a fan of Li Kuan, who plays this particular track on repeat multiple times each day. "It's passable, just barely," Su Ran replied, making an effort to spare Qin Shu's feelings, refraining from direct criticism. "That is reassuring. I I recommend you listen to more of Li Kuan's songs when you return. Your impression will surely improve. I shall give it a try. Su Ran genuinely contemplated this, eager to discover what the fervor surrounding this song was all about. At that moment, the song transitioned, and a petite girl took to the stage. Yet she too chose to perform a song by Li Kuan. This clearly illustrated the immense popularity of Li Kuan's music domestically, as evidenced by the fervent admiration of the youth surrounding Su Ran. Upon the completion of the performance, a wave of applause erupted, causing the petite girl to blush deeply. Subsequently, Su Ran observed Liu being playfully shoved onto the stage by a throng of girls. At this moment, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her face was flushed, clearly a result of having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. "Oh, Liu, do grace us with a song." Upon her ascension to the stage, a cacophony of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. Well then, if I sing poorly, please do refrain from heckling me, Liu said, her slightly inebriated demeanor making her flushed cheeks appear even more alluring. "No worries, just sing. Even if it's dreadful, I shall applaud. Indeed, Liu, we have faith in you." Amidst the raucous encouragement, a girl discreetly selected a song for Liu, and as the accompaniment began to play, both Liu and the audience realized that the music video was already on display, with the song title igniting a wave of excitement among them. Your love letter? Isn't that a duet love song? Haha, who would have thought the class beauty had such taste? Upon seeing the selected song, Liu hurriedly attempted to change it, but the eager classmates, keen on the spectacle, would not permit her to do so. Immediately, two girls playfully obstructed Liu's path. "Hee, Xiaoyu, you must sing this song. Everyone is eagerly waiting." With that, they forcibly pulled Liu back onto the stage, pointing at the classmates who were eagerly anticipating her performance. "Very well, I shall sing it alone then," Liu declared, bracing herself on stage. "That simply won't do. This is a duet love song. Singing solo lacks meaning," one girl retorted loudly. "Indeed, it is far more enjoyable with two." "Haha, Liu, let us sing together. I am quite familiar with this song," a boy exclaimed, raising his hand. "Oh please, if anyone should sing, it should be with me. Who do you think you are? Haha, let us not quarrel. I shall take the stage." As the prelude neared its conclusion, the girl hastily urged, "Xiaoyu, hurry up. Everyone is awaiting your performance." With a resigned nod, Liu's beautiful eyes slowly scanned the room, hoping to find a more familiar boy to accompany her in song. However, as she looked around, she was disappointed to find no particularly appealing young man. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Su Ran, who was still nonchalantly picking at his food. Gritting her teeth, Liu took two microphones and descended from the stage. "Wow, the class beauty is walking towards me? Nonsense, she is clearly coming to me." Qinshu snapped irritably at the boy beside him. Yet, Liu walked straight past Qinshu and approached Su Ran, offering him a microphone. Then, in a voice as delicate as a whispering mosquito, she shyly inquired, "Su Ran, could you sing a song with me?" Su Ran, his mouth full, was caught off guard by the unexpected question and mumbled indistinctly, "What? Oh, you want to sing?" It was only then that he noticed all the other boys in the room glaring at him with murderous intent. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he hastily swallowed his food, preparing to politely decline Liu's request. To be honest, he had never even heard this song before, let alone sing it. However, just as he was about to refuse, he saw the pleading look in Liu's eyes, and in a voice only they could hear, she implored, "Su Ran, please help me." "Okay." Filled with hope, her pitiful demeanor made Su Ran swallow back his refusal. "Well, all right. Since I've helped you once before, I might as well lend you a hand again. I just hope this song isn't too difficult." Su Ran sighed inwardly and took the microphone from Liu's hand. Liu exhaled in relief, then smiled as she and Su Ran stepped onto the stage amidst the reluctant howls of the crowd. At that moment, the lyrics appeared on the screen. The first part was sung by the female voice, and Su Ran quietly listened to Liu sing, humming along to the melody in his mind. It must be said, Liu's voice was indeed enchanting, and she executed the rhythm and melody flawlessly. The audience was utterly captivated, with even Su Ran lost in the enchantment. "Wow, not only is the class beauty stunning, but she also sings beautifully. Indeed, it sounds even better than the original female voice." "I agree, but I wonder how Su Ran will perform. I hope he doesn't ruin the atmosphere Liu has created. This kid Su Ran hasn't he even heard July Flying Snow. Will he be able to sing your love letter?" Qinshu mused internally, his eyes filled with curiosity as he watched the stage. Soon, the female part concluded, and it was time for the male vocals. Su Ran had mentally grasped the rhythm and melody of the song and cleared his throat, preparing himself. After a few seconds of instrumental, the lyrics appeared, and Su Ran squinted at the screen. Singing clearly in that moment, he felt as if he were transported back 10 years, to the days when he sang day and night, chasing his musical dreams. As his voice rang out, the crowd was left utterly speechless, some even rubbing their ears in disbelief. "Is that really Sue Ran?" A slightly husky yet remarkably clear voice reverberated within the private room. Its timbre somewhat rich, yet laced with a subtle tremor. To paraphrase, it possessed a magnetic quality. This captivating voice, coupled with Sue Rant's profound and earnest singing demeanor, bestowed upon him an extraordinary allure. Furthermore, Sue Ran adeptly mastered the rhythm and pitch, and though some nuanced aspects diverged slightly from the original rendition, the audience discerned no flaws. Rather, they found it even more melodious. Such prowess, perhaps, would be hard for anyone but Sue Ran himself to believe that this was his inaugural performance of the song. Remarkably, his preparation time consisted solely of the brief moments he had heard Liu sing those few dozen seconds. This exemplifies Sue Rant's innate musical talent. Otherwise, he would not have so recklessly ventured away from home to pursue his musical aspirations. After a few lines of lyrics, the classmates who had initially harbored concerns about Sue Rant's performance swiftly altered their stance, softly humming along with closed eyes, following the cadence of his voice. One individual ignited the rhythm for the entire gathering. Upon hearing Sue Rant's melodious voice, Liu could not help but break into a radiant smile. She then fixed her gaze on Sue Rant's unusually profound profile as he directed his attention towards the screen, and picked up the microphone to join him in song, propelling the piece into a harmonious duet. Minutes later, as Sue Ran and Liu concluded with a resounding high note, the performance of Your Love Letter gracefully came to a close. "That was splendid. Another one, please. Sue Ran, you did not bring shame upon us boys." The audience erupted in a unified demand for an encore. Even Liu, moved by the performance, cast an inquiring glance at Sue Ran. Rather than a question, it was more a gaze filled with hope. However, this time, Sue Ran did not acquiesce to the crowd's wishes, smiling as he shook his head and stepped off the stage. The previous song had been simple enough, with the melodies of both male and female voices being similar, but should they encounter a more challenging piece, Sue Ran would find himself at a loss. Yet, as he descended the stage, he remained oblivious to the fleeting disappointment that flickered in Liu's eyes. Chapter 11. Liu's secret following the duet between Sue Ran and Liu. It seemed as though the atmosphere of the entire class had been invigorated, prompting numerous boys and girls to take to the stage for group performances. Among them were couples, as well as pairs who harbored mutual affection yet were not officially together. Nevertheless, none could match the caliber of Sue Ran and Liu's rendition. However, the couples had their own unique talents beyond singing. Immediately, several couples began to publicly display their affection on stage, which intrigued a group of hungry wolves. Though they were simultaneously choked by the copious amounts of dog food being served. "I simply cannot endure your public displays of affection. Whoa, Xiao Jun, where is your hand resting? If you two have the courage, kiss right here on stage." One girl, perhaps overwhelmed, exclaimed a profanity. This utterance, akin to a stone cast into still waters, stirred the crowd, and soon everyone rallied in support, clamoring for the couple to share a kiss. "Yes, kiss, kiss. If you don't kiss, you shan't leave the stage." At this moment, on stage stood a tall young man alongside a petite young woman. Upon hearing the mischievous entreaties of the crowd, the young man, possessing a thicker skin, merely offered an awkward smile. Conversely, the young woman's face flushed crimson as she buried her head deep into the young man's chest, too shy to lift it. After a brief pause, the young man leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear. Subsequently, the audience observed her nodding in agreement, after which he tenderly cradled her delicate head and buried his face deeply into hers. Their lips met, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. How romantic! A girl gazed at the couple with hopeful eyes. Alas, it was unbearable. I felt as though my fragile heart had sustained a tremendous blow. A young man clutched his chest and let out a dramatic exclamation, subsequently downing a glass of liquor with indignation. "Haha, may you both enjoy a lifetime of happiness together." At this moment, many offered their heartfelt blessings. Perhaps inspired by this couple, numerous other couples began to share passionate kisses in their respective corners, even some typically timid girls shedding their inhibitions to engage in wild embraces with their boyfriends, thus enveloping the room in an ambience of delightful intimacy. Freed from the pressures of academia and the constraints of college entrance examinations, many boys and girls relaxed their previously taut spirits. In this moment, the latent true selves of the crowd were thoroughly liberated, and fueled by the aftereffects of alcohol, unuttered words and unacted desires surged forth unabashedly. Some young men even approached the girls they had long admired to profess their feelings, boldly declaring, Regardless of your response, I have voiced my sentiments, and it feels liberating. Unsurprisingly, the majority were met with polite rejections. Yet one young man succeeded in finding his true love. However, when the unsuccessful suitors discovered that his beloved was the freckled girl who had been spurned by the tousle-haired lad, their indignation swiftly dissipated. How desperate he must be. Humph, I could do it too. Ha ha, with your looks? One cannot deny that when boys and girls gather in a room, under the influence of hormones, they are bound to engage in some mischief. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the private room had been thoroughly enlivened. Men and women had long since abandoned their designated seats. Mingling freely, Su Ran found himself seated beside a rather attractive girl. Though she had already consumed copious amounts of alcohol, rendering her somewhat incoherent, her speech lacking vigor. Su Ran, I've just realized, you're quite handsome, for a young man, she slurred, languidly leaning back in her chair, her slightly reddened eyes casting a sidelong glance at him. You must be drunk, Su Ran stammered, his lips twitching slightly. It was indeed the first time someone had ever called him handsome. I'm not drunk. It's you who's intoxicated, she retorted, and with that, her head tilted, her body toppling directly into Su Ran's embrace. He hastily supported her shoulders, guiding her to the sofa against the wall, allowing her to recline there before sighing in relief and returning to his own seat. A meal that could have been consumed in a mere hour or two ultimately stretched on until 11 o'clock, with the floor of the private room strewn with scattered beer bottles and several inebriated young men in a state of unconsciousness. Naturally, it was Su Ran who had the last laugh, while Deng Xiaochuan, though having indulged considerably, remained relatively lucid. Only Qin Shu, this unreliable fellow, had become utterly intoxicated, clutching a beer bottle and spiraling into drunken antics. Come, let us continue drinking. I am not yet intoxicated, Qin Shu exclaimed. My eunuch, quickly bring me more wine. And Deng, my beloved, please massage my legs. Oh, be gentle. Don't squeeze that part in the middle. Hearing such nonsensical utterances, Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Haha, old Su, it seems you have always been regarded as a eunuch in Qin Shu's eyes. Deng Xiaochuan laughed heartily. Clutching his belly, Su Ran playfully smacked Deng Xiaochuan on the head, exclaiming, Damn it, you are his consort now. Deng Xiaochuan, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head and muttered, Damn it, I must never drink with that Qin Shu again. He has muddled my gender. Laughter erupted from Su Ran, who was clearly enjoying the moment. Hey, Su the eunuch and Deng the beloved, hurry and attend to your king, Qin Shu shouted, eyes closed, hoisting the beer bottle high. QNMD, Deng Xiaochuan retaliated with a kick to Qin Shu, grinning maliciously. Old Su, all right. Su Ran extended his hand toward Qin Shu, preparing to join in the revelry. After a little over 10 minutes, the group, now somewhat intoxicated, were helping each other along. Exited the private room. In the adjacent room, Yang Renji and his companions had long since departed. Upon reaching the lobby, the front desk informed Su Ran and the others that their bill had been settled and they were free to leave. Stepping out of the Jinyang Grand Hotel, the cool night breeze helped to slightly clear Su Ran's foggy mind. This moment, the group from class had formed clusters, waiting for taxis. Su Ran, could you come here for a moment? Called Liu, waving at him with a hint of charming inebriation. Upon hearing her call, those around Su Ran seemed to be invigorated, each casting flirtatious smiles in his direction. Oh, a late-night invitation from a beauty? Old Su, seize the moment. What a delightful night it is. Meanwhile, Qin Shu, sprawled drunkenly across Deng Xiaochuan's back, chimed in, Old Su, remember to wear protection. After that, he fell silent. Scram. Get as far away as you can, Su Ran retorted irritably, delivering a light kick to Qin Shu's rear before striding toward Liu amidst a chorus of playful laughter. When Liu saw Su Ran approach, she led him to a secluded spot away from prying eyes and, blushing, said, Thank you for today, and by the way, your singing was truly delightful. Haven't I already expressed my gratitude? What is this about now? Su Ran feigned irritation, raising an eyebrow. Liu hurriedly waved her hands. That's not what I meant. The previous atmosphere lacked sincerity. Oh? And now you find it sincere? Su Ran teased with a smile. Yes. Liu let out a soft hum, reminiscent of a mosquito, and then, with a hint of shyness, said, Su Ran, come closer. I have a secret to share with you. Upon hearing this, Su Ran raised an eyebrow, captivated by the sight of the blushing and alluring Liu before him. Ultimately, he turned slightly, lowering his head. At that moment, Su Ran felt a warmth enveloping him, as Liu pressed herself against him. Surprised by the unexpected intimacy, Su Ran stiffened, exclaiming, Li Yu? Li Yu pushed Su Ran away, her face adorned with a charming flush that was ambiguous. Was it from embarrassment, or perhaps the effects of inebriation? She then spoke in a soft voice, Su Ran, don't overthink it. It's merely a hug between friends. Primarily, I want to thank you for helping me out today. Not at all, Su Ran replied with a grin, though a subtle sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Well then, goodbye, bye-bye. Li Yu waved her hand, vanishing into the darkness under Su Ran's gaze. Youth truly is a magnificent thing, Su Ran smiled softly, standing still as the cool night breeze tousled his hair. Chapter 12. Homeward bound the following morning, in the dormitory of No. 7 Middle School, Su Ran awoke around 10 o'clock, while Deng Xiaochuan and Chen Shu remained sound asleep, showing no signs of stirring. After the previous night's brief encounter between Li Yu and Su Ran, the others had supported one another as they returned to the dormitory, with some who lived nearby heading straight home. However, when Su Ran came to his senses and sought out Li Yu, he learned that she had already left with a few friends, much to his dismay as he had intended to confront her later. 2 hours later, by noon, Chen Shu and the others finally roused from their slumber. Upon awakening, Chen Shu noticed his own body stripped bare, and he silently sat at the foot of the bed clutching a pillow, smoking and casting mournful glances at Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan, regardless of their attempts to coax him out of bed. Ultimately, it was Deng Xiaochuan's suggestion of treating everyone to a meal that prompted Chen Shu to leap from his bed with enthusiasm. At noon, the group gathered for a simple meal. During lunch, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of nostalgia. Old Su, when are you leaving? Chen Shu asked, holding a glass of orange juice. Initially, Chen Shu had proposed drinking alcohol, but he was promptly silenced by Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan. With your drinking capacity, wouldn't you just wreck this little restaurant? Su Ran exclaimed, I'll be leaving right after lunch. I need to head to the long-distance bus station. I should be home tonight. Is it that urgent? Deng Xiaochuan sighed, I'm leaving tomorrow. I should still have time to enjoy myself in Yudu tonight. Deng Xiaochuan, like Su Ran, hailed from a county under the jurisdiction of Yudu. Haha, I'm not in a hurry. I can take the bus directly home, Chen Shu said with a smug smile, so I can still spend one more evening with Xiaochuan. Very well then, may your bond endure, and may you grow old together. Su Ran laughed heartily. Get lost, beat him up, Xiaochuan, Chen Shu jokingly retorted. Deng Xiaochuan chuckled mischievously, all right then, let him fully experience the brotherly bond. Upon uttering this, the three exchanged knowing smiles. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Ran bid farewell to his dormitory companions, declining their offers to accompany him, and ventured alone to the bus station. In truth, Su Ran wished to avoid the poignant emotions that accompany farewells among brothers. After purchasing a ticket to County A, he settled quietly in the waiting area, anticipating the bus that would depart at 3 o'clock, leaving him with over half an hour to wait. Moments later, a middle-aged woman with a small black handbag took a seat beside Su Ran. Noticing his backpack, she smiled and inquired, Are you a student? Su Ran, warmed by her friendly demeanor, returned her smile. Yes, I am a student. What year are you in? She continued. Su Ran, taken aback, shook his head. I just graduated from high school. I haven't started university yet. The woman was momentarily surprised, then cheerfully remarked, Oh my, you are quite young. She had perceived a certain weariness in Su Ran's eyes that belied his youth, mistakenly assuming him to be a university student. You're looking quite youthful yourself, ma'am, Su Ran replied politely. The woman beamed at his compliment. Hee, despite appearances, I'm already in my 40s. My son is about your age. Su Ran was taken aback. He had presumed her to be in her 30s, yet her remarkable upkeep revealed she was indeed over 40. Where are you headed? The woman asked curiously, her maternal instincts stirred by the resemblance she saw between Su Ran and her own son. Her face brightened. What a coincidence. I'm also going to County A. Are you on the 3 o'clock bus as well? Su Ran nodded. Yes. Then let us travel together, she suggested. Sounds great. Su Ran was pleasantly surprised to encounter a fellow compatriot at the station. The saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, emotions run high. While Su Ran didn't feel particularly emotional, he was nonetheless pleased by the encounter. Once on the bus, they were further astonished to discover they were seated next to each other, prompting Su Ran to reflect on the depth of this serendipitous connection. Young man, since we are so fortunate to meet, let us introduce ourselves. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Yuan. You may call me Annie Liu. After stowing her luggage and settling in, Liu Yuan smiled warmly. Su Ran. He replied with a nod. Su Ran? Then I shall call you Xiao Ran, Liu Yuan said with a gentle smile, her familiarity evident. By the way, where do you study in Yudu? At Qizhong, Su Ran answered. Qizhong? That's a fairly decent school. However, my son attends Sanzhong, so we are not from the same institution, Liu Yuan noted. Nodding thoughtfully, Continuing the conversation, she asked, Xiaoran, how did you fare in your college entrance examinations? It went reasonably well, Su Ran replied vaguely. You should have no trouble getting into UD University, right? I believe I should be fine. Su Ran mused, estimating the admission scores for UD University. That's wonderful. UD University is quite esteemed in Huaxia, with admission scores typically above 600. Lu Yuan responded, casting a surprised glance at Su Ran. What about your son? How did he fare? Su Ran deftly shifted the topic, sparing Lu Yuan from further probing. He managed to secure a place in the first-tier university, but gaining admission to a prestigious institution poses quite the challenge. A hint of disappointment flickered across Lu Yuan's countenance for the first time. That lad spends his days in frivolity, refusing to devote himself to his studies. He even mentioned wanting to enjoy a few more days with his classmates in UD, unwilling to return home. Ultimately, it's us parents who bear the burden of worry. Upon my return, I intend to reach out to the dean of UD University, hoping to facilitate his enrollment there. Su Ran regarded Lu Yuan with renewed interest, surprised to discover that this compatriot wielded considerable influence, capable of contacting the dean of UD University. Then allow me to wish you, Auntie, all the best in your endeavors, Su Ran remarked, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Hee, I shall take your kind words to heart, Lu Yuan replied with a grin. After a grueling 5-hour journey, the car finally arrived at County 8, being a small county devoid of railway access. Su Ran had no choice but to travel by CART. As he departed, Lu Yuan handed him a business card, suggesting he reach out should he require assistance with his studies. Upon examining the card, Su Ran comprehended why this compatriot could confidently proclaim he would send his son to UD University. It boldly stated, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau of County A. Having influential parents certainly alleviates worries about university admissions. Su Ran sighed, tucking the card into his pocket. Half an hour later, Su Ran found himself standing at the entrance of his residential complex, gazing at the tightly shut iron gate. After a moment's hesitation, he gently rapped on it. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged woman peering out. Upon seeing his mother's visage, which appeared to have aged significantly, Su Ran's voice trembled as he uttered, Mom, I'm home. Chapter 13. The college entrance examination results outside the door. Su Ran was filled with excitement. Inside, the woman wore a look of astonishment. Come in. Why are you just standing there? Su Ran's mother quickly regained her composure and urged him. Oh, all right. Su Ran, overwhelmed with emotion, nodded repeatedly. Why are you home so late? Have you eaten dinner? I'll go prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Although his mother chided him, her face radiated a newfound glow. Su Ran chuckled. That sounds wonderful. I haven't had your noodles in ages. As his mother turned her back to him, heading toward the kitchen, Su Ran's words caused her to momentarily pause. Without turning around, she replied, Isn't it your own doing? You chose to study in UD instead of staying in County A. Now you realize my noodles are tastier than those elsewhere? Su Ran, feeling a bead of sweat form, responded, Yes, your noodles are the best, and they have the most meat. That's good to hear. His mother, not one to let an opportunity slip, pressed on. Su Ran, however, wished to steer clear of this topic, for it was his mother who had vehemently opposed his decision to study away from home. Even 3 years later, whenever the subject arose, her voice still carried a lingering bitterness in his previous life. Upon returning home after the college entrance examination, Su Ran had been quite obstinate, resulting in a quarrel with his mother over a matter that had long since passed. In light of the unsatisfactory results of the college entrance examination, Su Ran, in a fit of anger, abruptly left home in this current life. Su Ran is determined not to allow such a situation to repeat itself. Although there exists only a 3-year gap between him and his parents now, in his previous life, it spanned over a decade. The accumulation of emotions over those years has rendered Su Ran's feelings towards his present family and relatives profoundly complex. A few minutes later, after consuming a bowl of noodles, Su Ran felt a surge of energy dispelling his fatigue. His mother, with concern, inquired, Are you feeling all right? You haven't caught a cold, have you? Su Ran, patting his chest confidently, replied, Not at all, I am as robust as ever. And how did you fare in the examination? Suddenly inspired, Su Ran responded with a smile, I did well. Getting into a good university is definitely within reach. However, his mother scoffed, Oh really? Don't think you can fool me with that. I know your usual grades. I call your homeroom teacher every week, and with your scores ranking at the bottom of the class, how could you possibly get into a good university? Su Ran, with a furrowed brow, smiled wryly. The regular assessments and the entrance exam are worlds apart. I believe I performed admirably and will achieve a commendable score in the end. You are my mother, and you don't even trust your own son. It is precisely because you are my son that I find it hard to believe you. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback by her words. This truly exemplifies a mother's love. All right, I shan't waste more breath on this. If you fail to get into university this time, your father and I will send you to a vocational school to learn a trade, ensuring you won't starve in the future, his mother declared, resolutely cleaning up the noodle bowl. Fine. As you wish, Su Ran replied dismissively, though inwardly he hummed a little tune, thinking, I am destined for Kyoto University. I would never consider that wretched vocational school. Afterward, his mother proceeded to wash the clothes Su Ran had brought back, scolding him as she did. Look at you, your white shirt has turned black. Couldn't you have washed it? And this vest? I barely rubbed it and it was covered in mud. Just how filthy are you? And these pants are of such poor quality. Where did you buy them? I've told you time and again that online shopping is unreliable. Su Ran had initially believed that with over a decade of life experience, he could listen to his mother's tirade with a smile. Yet, in the end, he found himself unable to withstand her relentless barrage of words, ultimately capitulating. Fortunately, his father returned home just in time. My son has returned, his father exclaimed with delight upon seeing Su Ran at the door. But his expression quickly turned peculiar upon hearing his wife's continuous lecturing. What have you done to provoke your mother this time? His father inquired quietly. Su Ran rolled his eyes. I did nothing. It's just that my mother disapproves of my clothes. His father paused, nodding in understanding. Haha, that makes sense. But it's good you're back. Now your mother won't be able to berate me all day long. Su Ran stumbled at this revelation, nearly losing his balance. Upon returning home, I found myself inadvertently shouldering the burden of my mother's collective grievances. My father, disregarding Su Ran's exasperated glance, continued to inquire, how did you fare on the college entrance examination? Su Ran responded. My father raised an eyebrow, astonished. You actually performed quite well, didn't you? Su Ran's expression darkened, as he felt that genuine trust had become a relic of the past. Nodding to convey his sentiments, Su Ran resolutely took a seat nearby, turning his attention to the television, ignoring his father, who had been so thoroughly drained by my mother's demands that his very essence seemed altered. Doubt me? Allow the facts to speak for themselves. Just wait until you behold your son's remarkable results. The college entrance examination scores in UDU are typically announced around June 23 RD. Consequently, the month spent at home had become exceedingly monotonous for Su Ran. To avoid his mother's scolding for idleness, he opted to assist her with household chores. Occasionally, he would check on the business at his father's small grocery store. Rather than merely overseeing the shop, it felt more like a shared escape with his father. The store, located on the street outside their neighborhood, was modest, selling an assortment of snacks, cigarettes, bottled water, and various household necessities. Old Su, your son has returned. Has Xiao Su grown taller? Exclaimed a neighbor. Old Su, your son is quite considerate, even taking the initiative to help you run the shop. Unlike my boy, who just lazes about all day, my father responded with a smile. Indeed, he only just got home a few days ago. He may be growing taller, but he certainly isn't growing any smarter. Old Wong, your son is far more capable than mine. At least he can earn his own keep. Listening to my father belittle himself at every opportunity, Su Ran felt a profound sense of despair. Oh God, please deliver me. Su Ran silently pleaded. Son, come help me bring in the goods, his father's voice called out. Su Ran elongated his tone, feigning resignation. Understood. Half a month swiftly passed, and at last, Su Ran awaited the arrival of June 23 RD. That morning, lacking a computer at home, he ventured to an internet CAF to check his results. As he opened the computer, he adeptly navigated the UDU Education official website, just as he had done a decade prior, but to his dismay, found himself stuck at the entrance. Su Ran stared in disbelief. Could it be that this webpage is actually frozen? Just how many people are attempting to access it? After refreshing the page several times without success, he persevered for an hour until, finally, he managed to access the site. With bated breath, he entered his candidate number and password, tensing every muscle in anticipation. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously clicked on the link that had shattered his heart in a previous life. The page flickered, briefly displaying a blank screen before revealing Su Ran's results prominently in the center. His eyelids fluttered, and after meticulously counting the digits on the screen with his finger, he erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha, let me see this time. Who in all of UDU can stand in my way? Upon gazing at the screen, the displayed score read, 712 points, Chapter 14. The bet point 712 points. Su Ran examined the score repeatedly, both forwards and backwards, and upon confirming its accuracy, he could no longer contain his exuberance. bursting into unrestrained laughter within the internet CAF. His mirth was unrestrained and boisterous. It is noteworthy that the maximum score is 750 points, and Su Ran had achieved a staggering 712 points, surpassing the formidable barrier of 700 points, a first in the history of college entrance examinations in UDU in recent years. Moreover, Su Ran specialized in the sciences. Generally speaking, the average scores for liberal arts students tend to exceed those of their science counterparts by several points. The admission threshold for top-tier liberal arts programs is also significantly higher than that for science. Nevertheless, it is exceedingly rare for any liberal arts student to attain a score above 700 points, let alone one from the more challenging science discipline. Thus, it is evident just how extraordinary Su Ran's achievement is. Damn it, haha, seeing this score, my mother surely won't send me to a vocational school, right? Su Ran chuckled with pride. However, after such arrogance, one is inevitably met with a dose of reality. Instantly, several individuals in the CAF could no longer tolerate it, erupting in exclamations of discontent. Can you not laugh so obnoxiously? What are you laughing at, you brat? You're disturbing my gaming, manager. Tell that fool to stop laughing, or I'll never return to this CF again. Su Ran, startled, quickly lowered his head in embarrassment, yet he could not escape the piercing gaze of the CAF manager. Bro. The manager approached, saying nothing about the ruckus, merely greeting him with a smile. Su Ran, well aware of the implied reprimand, awkwardly replied, Big brother, I'm logging off. The manager's lips twitched in response. Eagerly racing home, upon entering, Su Ran shouted towards the kitchen, Mom, I have wonderful news to share. What are you yelling about? Don't break the door. His mother retorted irritably. What good news? Did you spend a counterfeit bill on your father? Su Ran stood there, at a loss, feeling both amused and exasperated. No, that is not it. Isn't today June 23 RD? The college entrance exam results are out. Upon hearing this, his mother finally perked up, asking, Oh, what score did you get? Su Ran feigned bashfulness, puffing out his chest and declaring, 712 points. Haha, what do you think? I wasn't lying to you, was I? At this, his mother nearly dropped the kitchen knife in shock, her body jolting. She set aside her task and rushed out, exclaiming, What? 712 points? Are you sure it's not 217 points? Su Ran rolled his eyes in exasperation. I didn't misread it. It is indeed 712 points. His mother, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, exclaimed, Heavens, this can't be. Pinch me, I feel as though I'm dreaming. His mother was no fool. Being so invested in her son's academic performance, she understood the significance of a score of 712 in the context of the college entrance examination. That score is nothing short of divine. Mom, I told you I performed well on the exam. Do you believe me now? Su Ran helped his mother settle onto the sofa, smiling. Oh wait, no, I'm still in shock. Let me rest for a while. Mother leaned against the sofa, her face still bearing an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Su Ran was equally speechless, but he took out his phone and logged into the antiquated QQ software. At that moment, the class group chat was already bustling with activity. Meihua K. How did everyone fare in the exam? Lin Choshu. Sigh. What else can I say? It was about the same as the mock exam. Scoring 559 points. Xiang Qinxiang. I scored similarly, just 566 points. Meihua K. Haha, I scored a tad higher than both of you, with 570 points. Jishu. Himph. Is 570 points impressive? I scored 618 points, upon seeing the ID Jishu. Su Ran couldn't help but smile slightly. This was Chen Shu's idea. It seems Chen Shu has achieved his goal. Just then, Xiaochuan chimed in. Hee. I improved by 20 points compared to the mock exam, scoring 572 points. Meihua K. Impressive, Xiaochuan, by the way. Does anyone know how much you scored? Xiang Qinxiang. No idea. Jishu. I'm not sure either, but I guess it must be around 650 points. At least, Lin Choshu. Wow, that is so high. If only I could get a fraction of that. At that moment, a user with a moon avatar appeared. Haha, I'd love to share some with you, but alas, it's not possible. Everyone's eyes lit up, realizing that the class beauty had been lurking all along. Jishu. Hey, beautiful, how many points did you actually score? Kanua. Not too shabby, 652 points. Meihua K. Wow. That's impressive, 80 points more than me. Xiang Qinxiang. Then it seems you've claimed the top spot in class once again. Perhaps even the top in the grade, Kanua. Hee. I appreciate your good wishes. Su Ran remained silent, quietly observing, knowing that if he revealed his score, the group would erupt in chaos. Watching them already bestow the title of top scorer upon the U, Su Ran couldn't help but wear a peculiar smile. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He pondered playing a trick on Li Yu. Su Ran decided to speak up, using the ID Qingfeng Shushu. Hello, everyone, Jushu. Oh, look who decided to surface, Old Su. Xiaochuan. Old Su, come on, spill the beans. How many points did you score? Li Yu joined in the teasing. Hurry, share your score. Su Ran shook his head with a smile. I'll keep my score under wraps for now. But I bet that Li Yu is definitely not the top scorer this time. Mei Huake. No way. Li Yu has always been first in the mock exams, and he scored even higher this time. Surely no one could surpass him. Xiang Qinxiang. I agree. I don't think anyone can outscore Li Yu. Can you, Su Ran, do you look down on me? Qingfeng Shushu. Haha, I'm just taking a wild guess. Since you're so confident, how about a wager? Let us bet on whether you're the top scorer. Can you, I accept the challenge. What is there to fear? In a quaint pink room, Li Yu languidly reclined on her bed, pouting as she absently fiddled with her phone. That insufferable Su Ran. How could he doubt me? Our homeroom teacher explicitly stated that I am the only student from Qizhong to have made it into the top 50 of Yuta City. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu decided to call her homeroom teacher once more. Hello, Li Yu. What prompts you to call me again? Came a gentle voice from the other end. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Li Yu inquired, Teacher Zhou, I just wanted to confirm whether I am indeed the sole student from Qizhong to have entered the top 50 of Yudu. Teacher Zhou responded with a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, I took the liberty of reviewing the scores of the top 100 in Yudu, and your name was the only one I found. However, there is something rather peculiar. The results of the science top scorer in Yudu seem to be under scrutiny, as the Education Bureau is currently re-evaluating them. Who is it? With a serious tone, Teacher Zhou replied, I am not certain, as their information has not been disclosed. However, I have heard that their scores are extraordinarily high, prompting the grading committee to reassess their exam paper, but rest assured, such a talent could not possibly be from Qizhong. Oh, I see. That person must be quite remarkable, Li Yu remarked with genuine admiration. Is there anything else? Teacher Zhou asked, if not, I shall hang up as I am rather busy. No, please continue your work, Li Yu replied courteously before ending the call. Upon returning to her senses, Li Yu, brimming with pride, opened QQ and boldly sent a message. Su Ran, since we're gambling, let us stake something substantial. Su Ran, taken aback by Li Yu's audacity, responded with a teasing grin. All right then, just how big are you thinking? With a playful bite of her finger, Li Yu pondered for a moment before responding, let us wager a request. The loser must unconditionally fulfill one demand from the winner. Su Ran, amused, recognized the trap and replied without hesitation. Agreed. Let all our classmates bear witness, deal. The other classmates, eager to witness the unfolding drama, rallied to support Li Yu. Count me as a witness. I support the class flower, declared Mei Huake. I'm in too. Li Yu must win, chimed in Xieyang Qian Shi. Rooting for you, added Xiaochuan. Count me in as well, Old Su, though your chances of victory are nearly nil, I still cheer for your success, remarked Joshu. Su Ran, seeing everyone rallying behind Li Yu, could only respond with a series of ellipses, indicating his speechlessness. Yet, in reality, he was far more pleased than anyone, grinning with unrestrained joy in her pink chamber. Li Yu clenched her tiny fist and declared with unwavering confidence, this time victory is assured, unless that science top scorer happens to be from Qizhong. But that is utterly impossible. Li Yu held a firm belief in her alma mater's capabilities, knowing full well that it lacked the prowess to claim the title of science top scorer. In her heart, she was undoubtedly the one who deserved the highest score from Qizhong. At this moment, Su Ran is sprawled on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably, his laughter erupting in fits of hilarity. What a splendid opportunity this is. I must ponder what demands I shall make when the time comes. Chapter 15. The science top scorer in the afternoon, at the Education Bureau of Yuqing City, a gathering of individuals of varying ages is present in a certain hall. Among them are elderly gentlemen approaching their 50s and young women in their 30s. Yet they share a commonality. They are, or have been, among the most distinguished secondary school teachers in Yuqing City. Furthermore, they possess years of extensive experience in the grading of college entrance examination papers, qualifying them as experts in this domain. Before each person lies a set of examination papers, all pertaining to the same student, albeit in photocopied form. With a creak, the glass door of the hall swings open, and a middle-aged man clad in a black suit strides in, inquiring, So, has everyone finished reviewing this examination paper? Yes, all done, comes the collective response. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, filled with excitement, asks, What do you all think of this paper? Were there any issues with the grading done by our evaluators? An elderly gentleman sets down his paper and speaks first. Director Chun, I dare say I understand now why you summoned an old codger like me. This examination paper is indeed somewhat astonishing. However, I believe there were no significant errors in the grading. In fact, I feel the score awarded for the composition in the Chinese section was rather low. Director Chen, taken aback, responds with surprise, "What do you mean by that, Old Yang?" Old Yang flips to the composition section of the paper and points at the essay, saying, "Firstly, this piece diverges from the typical styles favored by most students today, who often lean towards argumentative or narrative essays. This composition, however, is crafted in the form of a novel, which truly captivated my attention." "Oh? Many people write novels, don't they? Is there something particularly unique about this one?" interjects a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses. Director Chen also expresses his confusion. "Indeed, Old Yang, I too find the prose of this novel rather mediocre. It barely merits its score. Indeed, while the prose may not be exceptionally remarkable, its thematic depth far surpasses that of other students." Old Yang gestures towards the paper, and as he senses the others preparing to counter, he swiftly raises his hand to interject, "Please, hold your thoughts until I have finished. I understand what you wish to argue, that the theme of this novel is likewise unremarkable, is it not? But have you considered your own age and experiences?" With a raised eyebrow and a smile, Old Yang continues, "In my opinion, the harrowing experiences depicted in this novel resonate with a striking authenticity, as though the student had lived through them firsthand. The emotions conveyed within these lines are profoundly deep, entirely beyond what one would expect from a high school student. I suspect that the low score of this article is attributable to the youthful examiners failing to comprehend the emotions expressed within it. Hence the dismal grade." Upon hearing this, Director Chen, somewhat skeptical, took the examination paper and perused it once more. After a second reading of the narrative, a look of astonishment finally graced his face. Indeed, the profundity of its meaning was rather overwhelming, something I too discerned only upon my second reading. Such is the allure of fiction, which does not, unlike argumentative essays, unveil its intentions from the very outset. The article artfully juxtaposes the despondency and despair of one's nadir with the hope that accompanies rebirth. Yet it concludes with an enigmatic suspense, the choice between living another 10 years or returning to the original world. Old Yang surveyed the crowd with a soft chuckle, inquiring, "If it were you, which would you choose? To return to the past and relive 10 years, or to continue existing in the original world, merely subsisting?" At this juncture, I found myself curious about how the student who penned this tale would make such a choice. The assembly was rendered speechless by Old Yang's poignant question. To return to the past for another 10 years, or to persist in the current world. One option offers the allure of longevity, while the other promises a second chance at life. How does one choose between the two? Opting for the past allows for a second attempt at life, but only for a decade. Conversely, remaining in the present world affords a longer existence, yet it is fraught with profound misery. Each option leaves them in a state of agonizing indecision. This dilemma is indeed a formidable one. Old Yang nodded with a smile, reflecting, "Difficult to choose, is it not? Do not gaze at me with such curiosity. Truth be told, I too am uncertain of my own choice." This very dilemma elevates the theme of the article, the interplay of money and time, lifespan and rebirth. The author imparts a crucial lesson: to cherish the present and strive diligently. Do not wait until a decade hence to lament the futility of your past self, the laziness and incompetence that led to such absurd decisions. For every action we take now is but a reflection of the life we will lead 10 years from now. Applause erupted spontaneously from the crowd following this profound discourse, all rising to commend Old Yang. Indeed, this article is a remarkable piece. Old Yang articulated his thoughts splendidly. Listening to him, I found myself regretting some decisions made a decade prior. Old Yang humbly waved his hand, saying, "Do not extol my virtues. I merely offered a casual observation. The true praise belongs to this article. I am now eager to meet this young man, to discover the experiences and talents that inspired such a work." Director Chen, with a twinkle in his eye, replied with a smile, "Old Yang, is it not simple? You have now ascended to the rank of professor at Kyoto University. You could invite him to the university, and then you would see each other daily." Old Yang's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to quickly dim again. He chuckled. "After all, he is the science champion of our Yudu this time. I fear that it will not be us who seek him out. Rather, he will have the freedom to choose any school in Huaxia. No worries, isn't it a matter of first come, first served? I will arrange for you two to meet in advance. You can discuss this matter with him," suggested Director Chun. "That sounds feasible?" Old Yang nodded in agreement. Director Chun then inquired, "Are there any issues with the other subjects on the exam paper?" A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Old Yang's eyes as he replied with a smile. Everything else is fine, but do ensure that you add some points to his essay score. Absolutely, Director Chun readily agreed. On the evening of the 23rd in Udo, the announcement of the science and liberal arts champions sent shockwaves throughout the entire city. What astonished them was not merely the rarity of a male student clinching the liberal arts title, but the staggering, almost suffocating score of the science champion. Su Ran, 720 points, the science champion of Udo. In stark contrast, the liberal arts champion garnered only 675 points. This marked an unprecedented occasion where the science champion outpaced the liberal arts champion by a remarkable 45 points. Upon seeing this news, Su Ran was immediately dumbfounded. Wasn't it 712 points? How did it suddenly jump to 720? Do I possess some hidden identity that grants extra points? Am I a three-gorgeous immigrant or a member of a minority group? Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he was not mistaken, he then bellowed towards the kitchen. Mom, I misread my score earlier. I am not at 712 points. What? You little rascal, are you trying to fool me? His mother, donning an apron and wielding a kitchen knife, stormed out with an air of indignation. Startled, Su Ran recoiled, pointing at the television and urgently exclaiming, Mom, please don't chop me. I also didn't anticipate my score to increase by 8 points. It is now 720. His mother glanced at the television, and in an instant, her entire being trembled. With a clatter, the kitchen knife fell to the floor, while tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Chapter 16. The task marketplace opens at this moment. The educational realm of Udo was in an uproar. The news of Su Ran's triumph as the science champion instantly attracted thousands of comments. The most outstanding science champion in history has emerged. 720 points? Goodness, I thought my 620 points were impressive, only to realize that there are indeed others beyond me. Realms beyond realms. This guy surpassed me by a full 100 points. Is he even human? How are we with only 400 or 500 points supposed to survive? Ha! The person above clearly doesn't know. I heard the second place in science for all of Udo only scored 678. And this guy left the second place trailing by over 40 points. No way. Really? This person must be cheating. Ha! The one above clearly has sour grapes. In the Education Bureau of Udo City, Director Chun stared in astonishment at the flood of frenzied comments, his demeanor one of disbelief. After a brief silence, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Upon receiving a notification that the line was disconnected, he proceeded to call another number on the other end. A robust middle-aged man's voice resonated. Hello? Director Zhao, this is Chun Ming, Director Chun replied with a smile. Ah, Director Chun. What brings you to call me at this late hour? Chun Ming inquired. Have you seen the news regarding this year's college entrance examination? Of course I have. Is there a problem? Director Zhao responded, puzzled. Chun Ming dropped a bombshell. The science top scorer, Su Ran, is from your county A. What? From our county A? But we don't have any records of him here. Director Zhao sprang from his chair, a look of confusion etched on his face. Director Chen clarified, he attended high school at our Udo No. 7 middle school, so naturally, there would be no records of him in your area. However, his household registration is still in your county. Director Zhao suddenly comprehended. Oh, but you didn't call just to tell me this, did you? Director Chen chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I certainly have a favor to ask. When your team reaches out to Su Ran, could you provide me with his contact information? The number he left in his records is no longer valid. Director Zhao nodded in understanding. All right, no problem. I'll hang up now and look forward to your good news. At the Education Bureau of County A, in an office, Director Zhao ended the call, massaging his temples as he pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Lao Lu, come to my office. Understood, came the reply. Moments later, a sophisticated woman dressed in professional attire gracefully entered Director Zhao's office. Director, what is so urgent that you called for me? The mature woman approached the desk and took a seat naturally. It's about the top scorer of the college entrance examination, Director Zhao chuckled, a hint of pride in his laughter. You know the science top scorer, Su Ran, right? He hails from our county A. Oh, I haven't seen the news yet. I was unaware of this, the woman responded, astonished. Then come take a look. Director Zhao opened his computer and pointed at Su Ran's photo on the screen, saying, see? This young man has secured the title of the science top scorer for all of Udo City, bringing great honor to our county A. The woman leaned in for a closer look, only to freeze in disbelief. How could this be him? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. What, do you know him? Director Zhao asked. Taken aback, the woman nodded, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on her face. How could I not know him? We shared a ride back to County A, and I chatted with him for quite a while. I never imagined he was so talented, quietly securing the title of top scorer. Haha, that's splendid. I was worried about finding someone to approach him, and now, fortuitously, I have an acquaintance of his. Director Zhao beamed at Lu Yuan. Very well, I shall visit him tomorrow for a chat. Lu Yuan replied with a resigned smile. Remember, this matter must be reported widely. It is a significant promotion for the education in our county, eh? Director Zhao commanded. Yes, I understand. Lu Yuan responded with a smile, feeling quite pleased that her hometown had produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, in Su Ran's class group, chaos erupted the moment the news was announced. The collective sentiment was akin to having swallowed 3 pounds of bitterness, leaving everyone breathless. Even if they had to use their toes to think, they could never have imagined that Su Ran, the student who ranked last in their class, would astonishingly emerge as the top science student in Yudu City. Moreover, he did so with an overwhelming and dominating performance. While they felt proud of Su Ran, they were also filled with resentment towards him. How could he have concealed his prowess so deeply, feigning modesty, only to shock everyone with his remarkable achievement in the college entrance examination? No wonder he was so audacious as to bet against Li Yu and boldly claim that she wouldn't achieve the top rank. It turned out that this first place had been predetermined by him all along. And not just the top of the 7th school, but the very top of the entire Yudu region. Can Su Ran hurry up and show himself? Shouted Kinyu. What the hell, old Su? How could you deceive us for so long? Old Shu exclaimed. I am beyond frustrated. Old Su, come here immediately. I swear I won't let you off lightly. Xiao Chuan lamented. Good grief, I am utterly amazed by this guy. Not only does he sing beautifully, but he also excels academically, Lin Choshu added. Good evening, everyone. Su Ran tentatively greeted. Good evening, my foot. You've nearly given me a heart attack. Old Shu retorted. Su Ran, this is quite unscrupulous of you. If you are so exceptional, why pretend otherwise? The class monitor remarked. Su Ran, you big fool, I absolutely detest you. Can you declare it up? By the way, the class flower has a bet with Su Ran. Mei Huake interjected. Hee, if the class flower loses, doesn't that mean she has to unconditionally grant Su Ran a request? Xiaoyang Qian, she added. TSK, Li Yu, you better protect yourself, don't let this rascal Su Ran. Old Shu warned with a smirk. Humph, he wouldn't dare. Can you reply defiantly to I in the living room? Su Ran awkwardly rubbed his nose, muttering, Humph, what is there that I can't do? Don't push me too far. Meanwhile, his mother, seated on the sofa, was inundated with phone calls from relatives celebrating after seeing the news. These relatives, who had previously been utterly silent for a year, suddenly rushed to express their congratulations now that Su Ran had achieved something remarkable. However, Su Ran paid them no mind, leaving all the interactions to his mother. After all, as long as she was happy, that was what mattered. Seeing the numerous smiles on his mother's face, Su Ran felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As he picked up his phone, intending to respond casually to his irate classmates, suddenly, his wristwatch, which had remained unresponsive, lit up brilliantly. With a swish, a transparent virtual screen suddenly appeared above the watch. Ding! A dialog box suddenly appeared. The host has obtained the qualification to unlock the task system mall. Would you like to activate it? Below, there were 2 options, yes and no. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran clicked on yes. After all, it was a hard-won qualification, and he was certainly eager to discover what it entailed. Ding! Another dialog box emerged. The host has activated the upper mall. From now on, you can acquire the items you desire through the task watch, simply by paying the corresponding price. Ding! The host has completed the task. Achieve the top score in the science stream of the college entrance examination in Yuching. Task reward. An additional half-month of lifespan. As this message concluded, Su Ran felt an inexplicable sensation within his body, as if something had suddenly augmented, though he could not quite articulate that feeling. Yet, deep down, Su Ran understood that what had just been added was his lifespan. Goodness, this sensation. Has my lifespan truly increased? Su Ran gazed at the virtual screen with astonishment, noticing 3 options. Task list, completed tasks, and task mall. At that moment, within the completed task section, there was already an entry displaying the task he had just accomplished, securing the top score. Out of curiosity, Su Ran opened the task list, only to find it utterly empty, devoid of any tasks. Upon clicking them all, he discovered a plethora of items available. The first item listed was a book reminiscent of the knowledge skill books Su Ran had previously utilized, albeit this one was white in color. Upon inspecting it further, he read the description. Compulsory memory book. Upon use, the knowledge acquired in the subsequent hour will be indelibly memorized and comprehended. The description was quite similar to the gray skill book he had encountered before, yet this one pertained to knowledge learned in the next hour rather than what had already been studied. This was indeed a remarkable item. Su Ran was so exhilarated that he nearly sprang from his seat. With this, wouldn't he be able to master anything he endeavored to learn? However, When he beheld the price listed, his expression darkened immediately, and he slumped back onto the sofa. Redemption requirement. Half a year of lifespan. Ah, what the heck? Are you serious? This is asking me to trade my life for it. Su Ran felt like crying, his face a portrait of despair. Chapter 17. Lu Yuan's visit in the living room. Su Ran gazed despondently at the empty virtual screen on his watch, overwhelmed by the exorbitant price of the item that promised an hour of photographic memory. The fact that achieving the top score in the college entrance examination had only granted him an additional half-month of lifespan, while this trivial item demanded 6 months, was utterly devastating. I toiled tirelessly for the honor of being the top scorer, earning merely half a month of life. Yet this wretched thing costs an entire half-year. Is this task mall truly not mistaken in its pricing? Su Ran looked mournfully at the screen, his heart shattered. At that moment, another dialog box appeared. The prices of items in this mall are assigned based on their intrinsic value. The compulsory memory book not only enables you to retain what you learn for an hour, but also ensures that the knowledge will be comprehensively understood. In simpler terms, whatever you learn within that hour, you will master. However, the system does not recommend that you pursue certain specialized skills, such as automotive or aviation piloting abilities, as this would be a waste of time. It would be far more advantageous for you to acquire theoretical knowledge, thereby maximizing your returns. Simultaneously, specialized skills can also be purchased in the marketplace, where you can instantly learn various unique abilities by paying a certain price. After perusing the system's explanation, Su Ran felt a slight sense of relief. According to the system, this compulsory memory book is indeed formidable. The ability to learn anything in just an hour should be worth the cost. Nonetheless, the mention of specialized skill books piqued Su Ran's curiosity. Upon opening the skills section of the marketplace, a dazzling array of skill books instantly appeared on the screen. Su Ran casually clicked on a driving skill book. Basic driving skill. Upon usage, you will acquire the ability to operate small vehicles and ships with a displacement of under 1,000 tons. Redemption price. 2 months of lifespan. Intermediate driving skill. Upon usage, you will gain the ability to drive all vehicles, ships of up to 10,000 tons, and small aircraft, along with automatically learning the skill of car drifting. Redemption price. 1 year of lifespan. Advanced driving skill. Upon usage, you will possess the ability to operate all mobile machinery on Earth, including aircraft carriers. Redemption price. 3 years of lifespan. Ultimate driving skill. Upon usage, you will acquire the ability to pilot the latest SNIS 735 spacecraft with a redemption price of 10 years of lifespan. After browsing through the options, Su Ran felt a mix of astonishment and exasperation. The basic driving skill seemed merely to require a couple of months at a driving school to attain. Conversely, the intermediate and advanced driving skills intrigued him greatly. The idea that the intermediate skill could automatically teach drifting was fascinating, and the advanced skill's ability to operate an aircraft carrier was impressive. Mastering these would render him invincible in terms of transportation on Earth. However, he had no interest whatsoever in the ultimate driving skill. Upon encountering the term spacecraft, he dismissed any thoughts of pursuing it. After all, this was a spacecraft, and Earth currently lacked the capability to construct such technology. Moreover, upon seeing the model of the spacecraft, Su Ran realized that it was undoubtedly a creation of the system. He had never heard of the SNIS 735 before. Wait a minute, that model seems familiar, Su Ran pondered, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Damn, I remember now. Isn't that the name of the craft from the island nation? I recall that Xiao Chuan often showed it to me. At this point, a peculiar smile crept onto Su Ran's face, though he quickly masked it. This system certainly has a wicked sense of humor. With a sigh, Su Ran clicked on other skill pages to explore further. The descriptions of the other skills were similar to those of the driving skills, merely altering the abilities one could possess. These included various talents such as musical instrument performance, culinary skills, mechanical processing, and so forth. However, all of these required the expenditure of lifespan for redemption. After flipping through some pages, Su Ran's curiosity dwindled to nothing, prompting him to disable the task system and resume his idle chatter with classmates on QQ. Ultimately, however, he bore the brunt of the banter alone. This year's college entrance examination had incited the ire of his entire class. Each student seethed with a desire to give that rascal a piece of their mind. Thus, after a lengthy evening of discussions, everyone gradually logged off to retire for the night, a night devoid of conversation. The following morning, Su Ran cheerfully made his way to his father's shop to lend a hand. Along the way, he was once again subjected to the flattery of neighbors, yet he maintained a constant smile. Nodding and smiling in response, as for the boastful exchanges with the neighbors, he left all of that to his father. The neighbors were taken aback to learn that the boy from the Su family had achieved such remarkable academic success. having secured the title of science champion in the city of Udu. Consequently, in the eyes of the neighbors, the Su family had soared to new heights. If their son continued on this path, wealth and prosperity were surely in their future. After busily attending to various tasks for a while, Su Ran's mother suddenly called him. "Son, what is it?" He answered, "A guest is looking for you. She claims to be your fellow townsman." "A fellow townsman?" Su Ran queried in confusion. "Yes, that's what she said. She also mentioned that you would know who she is when you return." "Oh, and she brought someone holding a camera, looking just like a reporter on television." "Ah, I see. I'll be right back." Upon hearing his mother's words, Su Ran had a vague understanding. It was likely that the reporters had learned of his accolades and had come to conduct an interview. After informing his father, Su Ran hurried home. Upon entering, he spotted a captivating young woman engaged in conversation with his mother on the sofa, while another person roamed the house with a camera. As Su Ran discerned the woman's features, a startled exclamation escaped his lips. "Aunt Lu? What brings you here?" Lu Yuan winked at his mother and replied with a smile. "Sister, see? I told you I knew your son." His mother clapped her thigh in astonishment, exclaiming, "You really do know each other." "Mom, I met Aunt Lu on the way back." Su Ran explained with a wry smile. "Oh, I see. Since she is here to see you, you two should chat. I'll go prepare dinner." His mother smiled at the pair before heading into the kitchen. "Xiao Ran?" Lu Yuan playfully tossed her hair and teased, "You've been quite secretive. Haven to you. You told me you had no problem getting into Uda University, but with your grades, you could easily attend any university in all of Huaxia." Su Ran awkwardly smiled and replied, "Well, the results haven't come out yet, so I'm not entirely sure." Lu Yuan rolled her eyes, clearly not believing Su Ran's excuse, and then shifted the topic with a grin. "By the way, I'm here today to conduct an interview with you." "An interview?" Su Ran furrowed his brow, immediately contemplating a refusal, but Lu Yuan interrupted him. "Hey, don't be so quick to decline. Don't you want to hear the terms?" Su Ran expressed his astonishment, inquiring, "What conditions?" "A reward of 50,000 yuan. If you agree to the interview, the Education Bureau will add another 30,000. Lu Yuan's voice was laced with temptation. "How does that sound? Quite a favorable offer, wouldn't you agree?" Initially, the Education Bureau intended to grant you only 50,000 for achieving the top score, but now you have the opportunity to earn an additional 30,000. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Su Ran responded without hesitation, "Sure, no problem. Let us commence the interview right away. You may inquire about anything, as long as it does not pertain to my personal emotions." Su Ran's response was swift, his words flowing seamlessly, leaving Lu Yuan momentarily taken aback. This cheeky lad. Just moments ago he appeared hesitant, yet upon hearing about the money, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. Truly, he is blinded by wealth. Of course, aside from longevity, what Su Ran craves most is money. Moreover, earning 30,000 from a single interview is an opportunity too good to pass up. Lu Yuan, slightly exasperated, rubbed her forehead and said, "All right, let us begin. Come on." Su Ran snapped his fingers. "Xiao Wu." Lu Yuan called to the reporter, "Prepare yourself. The interview is about to commence." "Oh, sure." Over an hour later, the interview concluded. Throughout the session, Xiao Wu posed numerous questions to Su Ran, the majority of which revolved around his study habits and examination techniques. Su Ran, naturally, met each inquiry with confidence, embellishing his responses with a plethora of quotes from renowned figures, leaving Lu Yuan and the reporter in a state of bewilderment, leading them to reflect, indeed, he is a top scholar. His discourse is incomprehensible. After enjoying a lunch at Su Ran's home, Lu Yuan and the reporter took their leave. However, before departing, Lu Yuan cheerfully reminded Su Ran that he could seek her assistance if needed, asserting her considerable experience in the field of education. Su Ran nodded in response with a smile. In the afternoon, Su Ran received a notification from the school, instructing him to return before July 1st to retrieve his academic records. "Ah, it seems another trip to Udu is in order," Su Ran thought. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth, filled with anticipation for both the journey and the charming young lady. Chapter 18. A return to Udu. The school had indicated that it was sufficient for him to collect his records before July 1st, so Su Ran was not particularly rushed. Opening QQ, he noticed a discussion among classmates regarding this matter. "Mei Hua Ke. Has everyone received the notice from the school?" "Xiang Qinxiang. It's about retrieving the records." "Right? Mei Hua Ke. Exactly, Lin Cho Su. I received it too, but I plan to go in a few days." Class monitor. "How about we coordinate a time to go together and have a gathering?" "Mei Hua Ke. Sounds good. Let's say the day after tomorrow. It happens to be Sunday." Class monitor. "I think that works. What do the others say?" "Xiang Qinxiang. Okay. Can you?" "Okay, that is fine." Su Ran also chimed in. "All right. I'll come up the day after tomorrow. Can you? Hemph. Who invited you here? Qingfeng Shushu. Joshu. TSK. And here we are, witnessing a flirtation, as if we, your classmates, do not exist. Can you, Chen Shu, go flirt with Shiran? Don't drag me into this, Jushu. But Shiran only has eyes for the class beauty. You, can you, humph? I wouldn't even glance at him. Qingfeng Shushu. Truly a little firecracker. Shiran helplessly lifted his eyelids. A hint of amusement gracing his countenance, he chuckled. Just wait until I arrive in Yudu. You will see what's in store for you. After setting a time, the group engaged in idle chatter before logging off to pursue their individual affairs. 2 days later, Shiran boarded a bus heading to Yudu. During these 2 days, his family had been busy entertaining a host of visitors. Among them were relatives whom they had not been in touch with for years, journalists from County A, and even reporters from Yudu who had traveled a great distance. Tio exemplified the hospitality of their role as hosts. Shiran's family greeted everyone with warm smiles. However, after a few days, the smiles on their faces had become somewhat strained, all for the sake of accommodating these guests. In the end, even his mother couldn't help but lament that achieving the status of a top scholar was no easy feat. During interviews, Shiran maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding a profound depth that left the journalists in awe. Although still a student, his mind was far beyond his 18 years. Having lived 2 lives, Shiran adeptly handled the reporters' inquiries with ease. By the end of it all, every member of Shiran's family was utterly exhausted, and his father had to temporarily shut the shop to take a much-needed rest. This morning, Shiran stealthily slipped out of the community, lest he be caught by those overly enthusiastic neighbors who would inevitably engage him in endless chatter. 5 hours later, he arrived in Yudu, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the school. Outside the office of the homeroom teacher, Shiran noticed many had already received their files and were chatting idly. Upon his arrival, everyone cast him a complex gaze, including Chen Shu, whose look was equally intricate. Though they could still jest with Shiran online, they realized that they could no longer treat him as casually in person as they once did. Perhaps this stark contrast was the result of Shiran's sudden transformation weighing heavily on their hearts. Long time no see, Shiran greeted with a smile. Noticing the odd expressions on their faces, he teased, "What is this? You all look as if you don't recognize me. Am I not Shiran?" The group awkwardly chuckled but remained silent. Shiran sighed inwardly, feigning dissatisfaction as he regarded them. Chen Shu, stop putting on that constipated expression. It's truly unbearable to watch. Old Su. Chen Shu shot him a glare. Class monitor, don't look at me so mournfully, as if I abandoned you after something intimate. The class monitor's expression grew even more melancholic. Get lost? Chung Su, you two, don't adopt that look as if someone owes you a considerable debt. I distinctly recall that you haven't returned the 50 yuan you borrowed from me last time. Chung Su, damn, you still remember that? Su Ran laughed heartily. Everyone, it's good to see you all. Don't act so distant, it's quite awkward. Chen Shu and the others exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. The Su Ran before them was still the same old Su Ran. Old Su, get lost. Su Ran, you truly can't change your ways. Haha, Su Ran. Welcome back to Qizhou. Chen Shu opened his arms and stepped forward to envelop Su Ran in a hearty embrace. Regardless of your grades, you will always remain my brother in my heart. Indeed, brother. The class monitor and others also gathered around, giving Su Ran a bear hug that nearly took his breath away. That moment, Xiao Chuan emerged from the office with some files. Upon stepping outside, he caught sight of Su Ran and the others affectionately embracing, and with a sly grin, he called out, "Ahem, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, do mind your surroundings. Even if you're being affectionate, keep it away from Teacher Zhou's door." Ha ha ha. At his words, the crowd exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Moments later, Su Ran also entered to retrieve his file, but as he departed, the peculiar gaze from Teacher Zhou made him feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to turn and flee to this Su Ran. It seems my eyes were deceived. I failed to see his immense potential. Inside the office, Teacher Zhou watched Su Ran's retreating figure, unable to suppress a bemused smile. In the evening, everyone gathered for dinner, and some classmates who had not been present earlier also arrived. At a hot pot restaurant, Su Ran and Chen Shu were engaged in lively banter when Liu walked in, her long legs gracefully striding through the door. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Su Ran's smiling face, which inexplicably filled her with irritation. "Su Ran, you lecherous rogue!" Liu scolded playfully, striding towards him with her slender legs. Su Ran turned in surprise, and upon seeing Liu, his smile broadened, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Hi, Liu, what has you so upset?" The others immediately raised their thumbs in admiration for Su Ran. Indeed, he was impressive, managing to jest in front of her. Su Ran, Liu, with a frosty expression, gritted her teeth and questioned, "Why did you deceive me? When did I ever deceive you?" Su Ran blinked innocently, feigning confusion. Liu, exasperated, stomped her foot. "It's about the bet. You knew your score was higher than mine, yet you still dared to bet with me, oh." Su Ran raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "That is indeed the case. But I didn't deceive you. You didn't even bother to inquire about my score before challenging me. Who can you blame for that? It's simply a matter of one willing to bet and another willing to accept. Who would have thought you scored so highly?" Liu huffed indignantly. "Humph, it doesn't matter to me. That wager is null and void." Su Ran responded with a mysterious smile. "That simply won't do. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Liu retorted disdainfully, "I'm no gentleman. I'm merely a young lady." Su Ran shook his head. "When I refer to a gentleman, I speak to the matter of integrity, not gender. You cannot act so recklessly." Chen Shu chuckled teasingly. "Hee, class beauty, therein lies your mistake. You must honor your bets. It's but a simple request, right? Old Su wouldn't propose anything too outrageous, would he, Old Su?" With that, Chen Shu nudged his head towards Su Ran. Su Ran chuckled softly but refrained from answering Chen Shu's comments, instead focusing his amused gaze on Liu. "Indeed, we were all present at the time. Liu, you cannot be untrustworthy," the class monitor chimed in. "Exactly. We are all witnesses here. Should I show you a screenshot?" Chen Shu grinned lewdly, raising his phone. Liu pouted, her eyes flaring with urgency, pointing at Chen Shu but unable to utter a word. Ultimately, under the chorus of voices from the crowd, Liu had no choice but to concede, her head drooping like a dejected swan. After giving Su Ran a fierce glare, she puffed up her cheeks and said sulkily, "Humph, you wretched Su Ran, just tell me what you want. But I must warn you, do not make any excessive demands, or else to humph." Upon finishing, she waved her small fist in a feigned display of defiance. "All right, come closer. I shall tell you." Su Ran gestured for Liu to draw nearer, then leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, Liu curled her lip, shooting Su Ran an exasperated look, though she bore no anger. Observing their interaction, the others grew curious, eager to discover what shameless request Su Ran had made, but he swiftly interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough, you need not inquire. I shall not divulge now. Let us eat. Do not dwell on such matters." Su Ran, noticing the persistent stares from the others, awkwardly smiled and pointed towards the table. The group collectively raised their middle fingers at Su Ran, disdain evident on each of their faces. Yet, seeing that Su Ran remained tight-lipped, they reluctantly decided to let him be and began to feast. Meanwhile, Liu squinted her eyes slightly, the corners of her mouth curling upwards, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 19. The melodious voices of Yudu in the evening. After dining, Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan went to spend the night at Chen Shu's home. Initially, Su Ran had considered staying at a hostel with Deng Xiaochuan, but he was unable to resist Chen Shu's relentless insistence, ultimately being dragged back to Chen Shu's abode. And Chen Shu's cheeky words, he aimed to bring Su Ran, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, home for his parents to observe, ensuring they understood he was not merely wasting his time. "Look, I usually hang around with the top scholar of Yudu City. Now you can rest easy." Chen's father and mother, of course, extended a warm welcome to Su Ran's arrival, engaging him in lively conversation for quite some time, while directing Chen Shu to serve tea and pour water. This left Chen Shu feeling quite aggrieved. Regretting having brought Su Ran home, Chen's mother regarded Su Ran with a gaze that resembled that of a mother looking at her own son, which not only rendered Chen Shu speechless, but also made Chen's father awkwardly chuckle in response. After much ado, Chen's mother finally relented, allowing Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan to occupy Chen Shu's room, while Chen Shu was relegated to the sofa. Ultimately, Su Ran and Deng Xiaochuan entered Chen Shu's room with smiles, all the while under Chen Shu's seething glare, leaving him alone on the sofa, on the verge of tears. The following morning, after having breakfast, Su Ran unceremoniously abandoned both Chen Shu and Deng Xiaochuan with a beaming smile as he stepped out the door. This left Chen Shu and Deng Xiaochuan itching with irritation, wishing they could immediately give Su Ran a good thrashing. Half an hour later, at the entrance of No. 7 High School, Su Ran arrived leisurely with his hands in his pockets. The night before, he had made arrangements with Liu to meet today at No. 7.as for Su Ran's request from last night. It was quite simple. He merely wished for Liu to accompany him for a day of exploration in Yudu. He had no intention of indulging in the lewd suggestions proposed by Chen Shu and his companions. Su Ran, though not a paragon of virtue, was certainly not the kind of person to kick someone when they were down. Thus, he made a request that was both reasonable and appropriate. Having studied in Udu for 3 years, Su Ran had only explored a few streets near number 7 high school, never having ventured even a fifth of the city. Now, with exams behind him and a sense of liberation, he seized the opportunity to thoroughly enjoy the city before his departure, especially with a beauty like Liu by his side. Moments later, Liu arrived as promised. Noticing Su Ran had come early, she brushed her hair and, with a hint of apology, said, "I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." "Not at all," Su Ran replied with a slight smile, adding nonchalantly, "Waiting for a beauty, no matter how long, is never a burden." "Humph, you're quite perceptive." Liu shot him a playful glance. "Today, you are the tour guide, and as a local, you shall plan our itinerary." Su Ran, with a gentlemanly gesture, spread his hands and replied with a grin. Liu raised an eyebrow, surveying Su Ran in surprise. "Oh, so you invited me to play for the day just to have me as your guide?" With a chuckle, Su Ran shrugged in affirmation. "All right then, let me think about where we should go." Liu nodded, tilting her head in contemplation. After a moment, she clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, "I heard there's a new amusement park opened in the Yuzhong district. Shall we go there?" "An amusement park?" Su Ran gazed at Liu, who radiated youthful exuberance and smiled. "Sounds great. I'm all for it." Of course, you must listen to me. I am the guide today," Liu declared with a haughty air, then swayed her long, fair legs as she strode ahead. Su Ran, bemused by the sight of her legs, shook his head with a chuckle and followed suit. After more than half an hour, the two arrived at the amusement park via bus. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, they were greeted by the sight of a grand stage erected in front of the amusement park, from which melodious strains of song emanated in delightful waves. Above the stage, a gigantic, colorful banner proclaimed, "Udu's wonderful melodies." At that moment, a throng of people had gathered around the stage, men and women, young and old, each wearing a smile as they watched an elderly lady serenading them. The old woman was performing a folk song that Su Ran had never heard before. The lyrics were quite pleasant, yet as for her vocal prowess, Su Ran dared not commend. Nevertheless, the audience was in high spirits, their laughter resonating through the air, evidently amused by the lady's various off-key notes. "Go for it, dear," cheered an elderly gentleman from the crowd, enthusiastically waving his arms and shouting encouragements, with those nearby joining in the raucous support. "Well done, Auntie. You're amazing. The judges want you to sing for 30 seconds. Suddenly, a clang of a gong echoed, yet the lady seemed oblivious, continuing her performance until the host intervened, prompting her to reluctantly toss the microphone towards him and scamper off the stage. The host, seizing the opportunity, remarked, "The previous contestant sang quite well, though unfortunately, she did not manage to reach the 30-second mark, so she won't be receiving a prize. Now, let us welcome our next performer." With a grand gesture, the host beckoned forth a little girl who hopped excitedly onto the stage. Su Ran observed her diminutive stature, barely reaching the height of his waist, and couldn't help but feel bemused. "Isn't she still a primary school student?" he mused. "What, are you looking down on her?" Liu inquired, noticing Su Ran's expression of disbelief. "No. It's just that this singing competition seems rather lackluster," Su Ran replied, his face twitching slightly. Liu retorted with a hint of annoyance. "This isn't a formal singing contest. It's merely a grassroots entertainment program organized by Udu TV. Anyone can participate simply by registering on site, so it can't be compared to those professional talent shows." Su Ran finally understood, nodding his head. "Ah, that explains why not only the elderly lady but even primary school students are participating. Come now, don't underestimate them. Why don't you give it a try too?" Liu playfully countered, "I'm not interested. Such events are better suited for you." Su Ran shook his head, having no desire to show off in such a setting, finding the competition far too unchallenging for his tastes. Liu huffed, declaring, "Well, if I go, I go. Just wait. I'm determined to win that set of cosmetics back." Su Ran chuckled, "Very well. I shall eagerly await the outcome." With that, Liu made her way toward the side of the stage, where registration was taking place. "Here to sign up, beautiful?" an older gentleman asked with a grin as he spotted her approach. Liu flashed a sweet smile. "Yes, indeed, sir. Great. Just fill out this form," the man replied, handing her a sheet of paper before turning to Su Ran and asking, "Hey there, handsome. Are you signing up too?" "Oh, no thanks. I'm just here to accompany her," Su Ran indicated towards Liu with a grin. "Ah, I see." The man nodded, chuckling. "Well, your girlfriend is quite lovely. Where is it?" "I am not his girlfriend." Liu suddenly looked up, her face flushed as she retorted while filling out the form. The uncle chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "All right, I'm done." Liu tossed the completed form to the uncle and ran away, blushing and not looking back. The uncle watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile, and turned to Su Ran with a teasing grin. "Young man, I find this girl quite charming. You should seize the opportunity." After saying that, he gave Su Ran a knowing look. Uncle, I understand," Su Ran replied with a casual smile before turning to leave. This uncle is still young at heart. Thinking of matchmaking. The youth of today. Ha ha, the uncle sighed. Just as he was about to hand in the form, he did not expect that the young man would suddenly turn around and rush back. "Uncle, give me a form. I want to sign up too." Chapter 20. New task. Young man, weren't you supposed to abstain from participating? The uncle was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly and teased. Su Ran, feeling a bit flustered, replied, "Hee, uncle, I'm just trying to win her over, right? I have to show some skills to make her notice me." "All right then." The uncle gave Su Ran a knowing glance and pulled out a form to hand to him. Su Ran took it and quickly filled it out. The information required on the form was nothing more than a name and workplace, which was quite straightforward, aside from the song he intended to perform. After some hesitation regarding the song choice, Su Ran thought of the city of Yudu and wrote down the title of a popular song from his past life, Mountain City. "All right, uncle." Su Ran set down the pen and handed the form back to the uncle. The uncle scanned it and a hint of confusion crossed his face. "Young man, whose song is this? I've never heard of it." The uncle scratched his head, pondering for a long time without recalling any such song. "And it seemed to be about Yudu, Mountain City?" The name indeed resonates with the geographical charm of Yudu, but this song. "Hee, you're definitely not familiar with it." Su Ran chuckled inwardly, maintaining an air of mystery on his face as he whispered, "Uncle, you'll know once you hear it." "All right, sing it however you wish." The uncle laughed nonchalantly. After all, this program is meant for entertainment, not a talent show. The audience's enjoyment is what truly matters. By the way. "Uncle, do you have a guitar? I would like to borrow it later." "Okay, no problem." The uncle nodded. "Thank you, uncle." Su Ran expressed his gratitude with a smile and then turned to look for Liu. At that moment, Liu was standing in a corner beneath the stage, watching a young boy sing. Upon seeing Su Ran return, she inquired curiously, "Why did it take you so long?" "I was chatting with the uncle for a bit." Su Ran winked and replied with a grin. "Oh?" Liu nodded, then resumed humming a tune, preparing for her performance. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ran promptly activated his task watch. That moment, he noticed an additional task had appeared in his task list. Task: please obtain the grand prize of Yudu New Voice. Task reward: an extension of life by 10 days. This task had unexpectedly popped up just as Su Ran was about to leave, which explained his hurried desire to sign up. 10 extra days of life. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Having something is certainly better than having nothing. We can slowly accumulate it. Su Ran sighed, gazing helplessly at the empty virtual screen of his watch. It seemed likely that this task was randomly generated, which meant I must strive to seek out more opportunities. Su Ran stroked his chin, lost in thought. The items in the task marketplace were indeed tantalizing, yet their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable. Even sacrificing my remaining 20 years would scarcely afford me much. The mere thought of those irresistibly enticing items in the task marketplace stirred a wave of excitement within Su Ran. Yet their outrageous costs compelled him to temporarily relinquish his desires. "I must undertake tasks. I desire longevity. I am willing to trade my life for goods." Su Ran roared inwardly. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, Liu finally took the stage. The audience erupted into whistles and cheers upon seeing a tall, beautiful girl ascend the platform. "Wow! A stunning beauty. Isn't this a singing competition? Why has it turned into a beauty pageant? My heavens, those long legs. Where do you think you're looking? Do you believe I won't pluck your eyes out?" A girl fiercely pinched her boyfriend as she spoke. The host cleared his throat and chuckled, saying, "Ahem, it seems this lovely lady is quite popular among everyone. So, would you like to hear her enchanting voice? If so, let me hear your enthusiasm." "No. As long as she stands there, it doesn't matter whether she sings or not. I want to see her walk the runway, not hear her sing." Several spirited young men shouted in jest, deliberately contradicting the host. "Ahem, everyone, please calm down. Let us listen to the beautiful lady sing." The host awkwardly smiled, attempting to maintain composure. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. The host chuckled nervously and quickly made way for Liu. Liu offered a gentle smile, nodding slightly to the crowd, and softly announced, "The song I'll be performing for you is July Flying Snow by Li Kuan." Su Ran had heard this song performed by a classmate at a gathering. It was quite popular in this world. However, he regarded it with indifference, as it paled in comparison to the renowned classics of his past life. Nonetheless, since this song had gained fame in Huaxia, the audience below could not help but reveal their anticipation upon hearing Liu's selection. As the accompaniment began, Li Yu's melodious voice floated gracefully through the air. It must be said that her vocal timbre was truly exquisite, a fact Su Ran had deeply appreciated during their previous duet. Thus, as the audience listened to her sing beautifully, they genuinely applauded Li Yu in appreciation. Bravo, splendid. The enchanting beauty sang the theme song, and indeed, it was a delightful experience. How melodious it was! The judges must refrain from ringing the gong. The crowd erupted in exuberant shouts, particularly a few young men whose faces turned crimson from their fervor. The gong is a distinctive feature of this splendid vocal performance in Yudu. The judges will strike the gong based on the contestant's singing prowess. Should the performance falter, the gong will be struck 30 seconds prior. Conversely, if the singing is exquisite, the judges will listen attentively without ringing the gong. This program is divided into several tiers, 30 seconds, followed by 60 seconds, 90 seconds, and 120 seconds. With each tier achieved, a corresponding prize is awarded, with the most basic reward being a set of kitchen utensils for the 30-second tier. The cosmetics that Li Yu desires are the prize for the 90-second tier. As for the ultimate grand prize mentioned in Su Ran's task, it requires surpassing 120 seconds, beyond all previous gifts. The grand prize includes a laptop valued at 6,000 yuan. However, this coveted laptop is only awarded to the first contestant to secure the grand prize in each episode. Yet, acquiring it is exceedingly challenging. The contestants are well aware that the judges will undoubtedly throw obstacles in their path to prevent them from claiming the ultimate reward. Moments later, Li Yu reached the 30-second mark. 30 seconds. What a lovely performance from the beauty. The host remarked with a smile. 60 seconds. Well done, beauty. You have secured this exquisite microwave, the host continued. Meanwhile, Su Ran clenched his fists for Li Yu, knowing that if she reached 90 seconds, her wish would come true. 80 seconds. Su Ran watched the timer, silently encouraging her. Just then, Li Yu's pitch suddenly faltered. Ding. The sound of the gong echoed. Yet, the time halted at 85 seconds, cruelly stopping just short of the 90-second threshold. What a pity, Su Ran sighed. Alas, she went off-key at the end. A spectator whispered. Indeed, otherwise, she would have surely surpassed 90 seconds. Beautiful lady, well done. Congratulations on winning a marvelous microwave. The host approached, offering his congratulations. Liu nodded with a hint of disappointment, forcing a smile as she replied, Thank you. She realized her excitement had led to her downfall, as she had been so close to obtaining the cosmetics. Seeing Liu step down, Su Ran approached to offer comfort. It's all right. You were fantastic. Yes, it's just a bit regrettable. If only you had been a fraction closer to winning the cosmetics. Liu lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing this, Su Ran gently patted Liu's shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Don't worry. There will be more opportunities. Opportunities? What opportunities? Liu lifted her head, looking at Su Ran with surprise. At that moment, the host's voice rang out. Next, we invite our next contestant. Su Ran? Hearing this, Liu's mouth fell open in astonishment as she gazed at Su Ran in disbelief. Chapter 21 Mountain City. Liu stared at Su Ran, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Ran. Weren't you not going to participate? Su Ran offered a gentle smile to Liu. I did it for you. Haha, you wanted that set of cosmetics, didn't you? I signed up as a backup. If you didn't team-make it, I would. As for the second layer of intent, Su Ran certainly would not disclose it to Li Yui. In comparison to a mere 10 days of lifespan. Li Yu's set of cosmetics, even that laptop, seemed exceedingly trivial. Life. It is priceless. Let alone for someone like Su Ran, who is inherently destined for a shorter existence. Observing Su Ran's earnest demeanor, Liu felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and remarked with a smile. Very well then, I wish you success. Indeed, I have reserved that set of cosmetics for you. Trust me. Su Ran responded with a confident smile and then stepped onto the stage. Let us hope so. Sighed Liu inwardly, though her gaze towards Su Ran was imbued with a hint of complexity. At that moment, an older gentleman approached, guitar in hand. Young man, here's your guitar. Thank you, sir, replied Su Ran. Haha, young man, I have high hopes for you. The gentleman gave a thumbs up with a slight smile. Su Ran nodded and made his way to the center of the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. I shall present an original song titled Mountain City to express my love for this mountainous metropolis of Yudu. Original song? About Yudu. As Su Ran's words resonated, a spark of interest lit up the eyes of everyone present. It is worth noting that no song has yet depicted the city of Yudu in the entirety of Huaxia. One judge smiled slightly and remarked to his companion, Oh, I am quite curious to hear how this young man will portray our Yudu. Now that you mention it, I too find myself anticipating it. In the audience, the elderly, women, and children erupted into laughter and chatter. This handsome fellow, I support you. You have my vote. Haha, why the excitement? He hasn't even sung yet. But I do not hold out much hope. Songs of this sort generally lack appeal. A bespectacled middle-aged man expressed his skepticism towards Sue Rand. I share your sentiments. I doubt this young man can last even 30 seconds. Even if he falters. So what? After all, everyone is here for a bit of fun, not genuinely seeking a good song. It's all about enjoyment. Moreover, he hasn't sung yet. How can you judge its quality? A middle-aged woman remained optimistic, firmly believing in Sue Rand's potential. Haha, indeed. We are all here for the spectacle. Liu refrained from shouting, merely watching Sue Rand with a serene smile. She felt content that Sue Rand was doing so much for her. Whether he succeeded or not mattered little to her. Sue Rand, smiling, nodded at Liu, adjusted the microphone, and gently strummed the guitar. A lively melody floated forth, and with his eyes slightly squinted, Sue Rand immersed himself in his performance. Tonight, the power may go out, shrouding our gaze in darkness. You arrive, yet cannot see, as Kaoshinman rests beside the parade ground. The neon lights are winking, the moon approaches the pinnacle of the metropolis. Sweetened ice jelly and shrimp, oh so delightful, a touch more brown sugar water, if you please. As a few lines of lyrics were sung, everyone was taken aback. This tune is quite pleasant. One judge exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the melody is lovely. But don't you think these lyrics resonate with our Yudu? Another judge chuckled. Haha, they do indeed. Meanwhile, some audience members had already burst into laughter. They were unconcerned with the melody like the judges, as long as it was pleasant to the ears. Their attention was entirely captivated by Sue Rand's lyrics. They're going to be a power outage tonight? Haha, that's absolutely hilarious. Indeed, it embodies the spirit of our Yudu. And the line the pitch-black gaze between us is truly amusing. Goodness, that's not even the main point. He is singing in the dialect of Yudu. Don't you find that fascinating? Haha, indeed. What a talent. Sue Rand smiled slightly, shifting his tone to a soaring pitch. Eating hot pot without counting the skewers. Only when eating do we count them. I reside in Willidian, fond of watching Yudu TV. The spicy comedy star is performing. The handsome man from Shijing appears rather bashful, while the beauties from Chuanwai are warm and generous. Smiling brightly. Along the Kaoshinmen, by the riverside, you can see the confluence of two rivers. Having been nurtured by the waters of the Jialing since childhood, we now gaze at the blue sky from the Qinggui. At Sikaku, the crowd surges, the people follow the trend. Waiting in line for a bag of fried dough twists is no easy task. Haha, those lyrics, eating hot pot without counting the skewers, only when eating do we count them, truly shine. Indeed, when I eat hot pot, it is precisely like that. Though I don't live in Willidian, haha, damn, mocking our Shijing, what's bashful about it? I'm clearly quite flamboyant. Alright, tch, that's just being subtly flirtatious, though it's true that there are many beauties in Chuanwai. Goodness, even the Yangtze River gets mocked, yet it's genuinely a blend of green and yellow. The pollution of the Yangtze isn't too concerning, but the crowds at Sikaku are indeed overwhelming. Last time I went for hot pot, I waited over an hour. Haha, you're just being foolish. At this moment, time had long surpassed 30 seconds, reaching over 80 seconds, just shy of crossing the 90-second threshold. However, the judges were completely absorbed in Sue Rand's melodious voice, utterly oblivious to the gong being struck. Moreover, Sue Rand sang so beautifully that the judges had no reason to strike the gong. Liu gazed at Sue Rand with hopeful eyes. Just a little bit more, only a tad more to surpass 90 seconds. Sue Rand, you must hold on. Sue Rand paid no heed to these matters. Instead, he slightly lifted his head and sang to himself, his voice growing ever more impassioned. When dining on hot pot, we don't count the skewers. It's only when we savor that we tally them. My eyes spark with electricity as I dash to the Liberation Monument, practicing Tai Chi at People's Park. The boss is perpetually occupied, tirelessly seeking wealth, while the diligent workers labor industriously without a moment's leisure. We spend our days by the river, indulging in hot springs, yet the old man laments the excessive energy and expenses. Having grown up drinking the waters of the Jialing River, we disdain hamburgers and Western cuisine, favoring our beloved noodles instead. The ever-nimble scours the area, effortlessly rummaging about. Along the Kaoshinmen line, by the docks, one can observe the confluence of two rivers. When the Three Gorges Dam is filled to capacity, our city shall undoubtedly bask in uninterrupted power. Year after year, as time transforms, our beloved Yudu shall surely experience its day of ascendance. This you will witness. As he concluded the song Mountain City with a prolonged note, over 90 seconds had already elapsed, while surpassing the 2-minute mark. The audience rose in unison, applauding fervently for Sue Rand, many capturing the moment with cameras and phones. Bravo! This song truly deserves the title Mountain City. Indeed, remarkable. And you even mentioned the impressive disdain for hamburgers, an affinity for noodles. That resonates deeply with me. Our Yudu's noodles are indeed unparalleled. I thought little of it, merely wishing for his proclamation of Yudu's perpetual power supply to ring true. At this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. On stage, the judges exchanged knowing smiles, rendered speechless by the performance, unable to find fault. Ordinarily, the final prize was not meant to be awarded to contestants, but today's rendition of Mountain City had truly dazzled their senses. Why didn't you sound the gong? Is there a deliberate leniency at play? One judge feigned surprise. Cut it out, I'm the one who should be asking you. Another judge retorted defiantly. Well, whether or not the gong was sounded, this song deserves the ultimate prize. Moreover, that final line, Yudu too shall soar one day, struck a chord with me. Indeed, our Yudu is destined for greatness in the future. Haha, let us hope so. At this moment, the host, having returned to reality from Su Ran's witty lyrics and enchanting melody, glanced at the timer still ticking away, his face twitching in disbelief. This is beyond 120 seconds. It's nearing 3:20. Grasping the microphone, the host cleared his throat to draw the audience's attention, then declared loudly, "Congratulations to this contestant for completing the challenge and winning the grand prize of your new song voice." Below, Liu wrinkled her nose, her eyes gradually moistening. Chapter 22. Mission accomplished. In the audience, Liu covered her lips with her small hand, reminiscing about Su Ran's fervent promises made before he took the stage. Her bright eyes became misty with excitement. Su Ran did it. He did not deceive me. He truly achieved it. At that moment, the host was also filled with mixed emotions, astonished that this unassuming young man could triumphantly navigate through the competition with his self-composed song and seize the ultimate prize. It is noteworthy that no one had previously managed to surpass the 90-second mark. This was largely due to the organizer's stringent criteria and the judges' meticulous scrutiny, aimed at preventing participants from attaining higher rewards. Yet, this young man overcame numerous obstacles, even winning over the judges with the power of his song, which was no small feat. After a moment of reflection, the host approached Su Ran with a smile and inquired, "Young man, congratulations on your successful challenge and for winning the grand prize. Do you have any words to share at this moment?" Su Ran smiled shyly, yet his heart swelled with pride. What to say? Surely, it was to express gratitude to the esteemed Lin Junjie for my past life. The song Mountain City is an adaptation of Lin Junjie's Jiangnan, which had set the stage ablaze back in Chongqing. The television stations frequently aired the song, and even invited several Chongqing actors to film a music video that showcased the city through its melody. If it thrived on Earth, wouldn't Mountain City also achieve remarkable success in this world? However, the primary reason for its resonance lay in the few lines of Chongqing dialect embedded within the lyrics, which endeared the audience even more. Yet, such words of gratitude could only remain in his heart, for it seemed that this world had no trace of Lin Junjie. Not only him, Su Ran had searched online and found that renowned singers from his past life did not exist in this realm, and those iconic songs had never been heard. Thus, Su Ran had the audacity to claim that this song was his original creation. What to say? Coming back to reality, Su Ran smiled gently and said, "First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the stage provided by the new voices of Yudu, to the organizers, and to the support of the judges. Of course, I must also thank our esteemed host. But besides that, I would like to extend my gratitude to one more person." Su Ran's gaze shifted to Liu in the audience, and he waved at her, saying, "I would like to thank my good friend, the beautiful Liu. It was for her that I participated in this challenge." As he concluded, curiosity piqued, the entire audience followed Su Ran's gaze, only to see a slender girl standing still, slightly trembling, her lovely face glowing with excitement. However, what went unnoticed by the crowd was the faint glimmer of tears in her eyes. Wasn't she the beauty from the earlier challenge? Some immediately recognized Liu. Yes, it is indeed her. Who would have thought they came together? Friends, they must be. Friends? Do you really believe that? If he says so, then it must be true. I suspect that this beauty is most likely his girlfriend. Oh, Soga. No wonder. It is evident that the notion is not held by just one or two individuals. Nearly everyone gazes at the pair, a man and a woman, with a hint of ambiguity. This inevitably caused Liu, who was not particularly thick-skinned, to blush profusely, the warmth rapidly spreading to the nape of her neck. "Haha, young man, quite impressive. I have faith in you. May your friendship ascend to a higher plane," the host chuckled, articulating the sentiments of the audience. "Indeed, Shan Xingge, I stand by you. a middle school girl shouted enthusiastically. Shanshingu, haha, I'm rooting for you too. Oh, Shanshingu, be a bit more proactive. The crowd is eagerly awaiting your move. The host smiled warmly. Haha, the audience is quite spirited. Su Ran, caught off guard by the turn of events, cleared his throat and reluctantly turned away from the microphone to address the host. Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I'm finding it a bit overwhelming to handle the audience's enthusiasm. Oh, don't rush off. The prize hasn't been awarded to you yet, the host urged. Yet Su Ran managed to slip away from under his watchful eyes, leaving behind a hasty remark. Please hold on to my prize. I'll collect it from backstage later. The host shook his head with a bemused smile. Somewhat speechless, surprised by the unexpected burst of speed from the seemingly frail Su Ran dashed off stage. He grasped the bewildered Li Yu's hand, making a beeline for the backstage area. Those raucous spectators were a force to be reckoned with, and if he couldn't face them, he could certainly flee. All is well. Su Ran paused at the registration area backstage, turning to Li Yu with a smile. See? I told you I could get it for you. Yes, thank you, Li Yu nodded, her face suddenly flushing as she added, but could you please let go of my hand? Upon hearing this, Su Ran glanced down and realized he was still holding onto her delicate hand. Clearing his throat, he reluctantly released his grip. For someone like him, who had navigated through the ups and downs of society for many years, such situations did not provoke embarrassment. Yet, Li Yu's hand felt incredibly soft and smooth. As Su Ran loosened his hold, Li Yu was momentarily taken aback, a faint sense of loss flooding her heart. His hand had been so warm. With this thought, her cheeks flushed again, and she quickly lowered her head, striving to cast aside the notion. Why am I suddenly thinking this? It must be an illusion, just an illusion. Are you all right? Did the audience frighten you? Su Ran noticed Li Yu's slightly abnormal complexion and spoke gently. Li Yu feigned nonchalance, brushing her hair back and waving her hands. I'm fine. Really? Oh, splendid. Let us go collect our prize. That set of cosmetics is yours. Su Ran smiled slightly. Li Yu returned his smile sweetly. All right, a moment later, Su Ran arrived at the prize distribution area, and to his astonishment, the person presenting the awards was the same uncle he had encountered during the registration. Upon the arrival of Su Ran, the elder chuckled heartily and exclaimed, Ah, young man, splendid. You truly managed to seize the grand prize. Quite fortunate indeed. Su Ran humbly replied, Let us not be modest. Your rendition of Mountain City was truly remarkable. The elder offered another compliment before taking a sheet of paper, stating, I shan't dwell on pleasantries, lest I waste your time. Please leave your address and I shall send the prize to you. Certainly. Su Ran nodded, adding, however, could you send the cosmetics to my friend's residence? He gestured towards Li Yu, who stood beside him. The elder smiled knowingly, no problem at all. Just provide me with the shipping address. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Ran replied with a smile. Regaining his composure, Su Ran eagerly opened his task watch, only to find a new entry under completed tasks. Task: obtain the final grand prize of Yudu New Voice. Task reward: 10 additional days of life. Task status: completed. A smile crept upon Su Ran's lips, and he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. With such a brief appearance on stage, he had effortlessly secured 10 days of life. It seemed prudent to seek out more endeavors in the future, as triggering such tasks could yield invaluable rewards. Chapter 23. Earthquake Experience Center. Having concluded their affairs, the two navigated through the throngs of people and entered the amusement park. However, a minor incident occurred while purchasing tickets. The queue was exceedingly long, and had Su Ran patiently waited in line, it would have taken at least half an hour. Yet, fortuitously, a couple ahead had just witnessed Su Ran's performance, and the young woman, enamored by his witty and melodious rendition of Mountain City, immediately offered to buy 2 tickets for him without hesitation. This prompted Li Yu, standing nearby, to roll her eyes in exasperation and quip, Su Ran, who would have thought you'd garner fans so swiftly? To which Su Ran, with a confident raise of his brow, responded with a grin, indeed. I carry the legacy of several generations of singing deities. A mere song from me can capture a multitude of fans. Li Yu, bemused, found herself at a loss for words, unaware that Su Ran's claim held a kernel of truth. He indeed possessed the heritage of legendary singers. Inside the amusement park, Su Ran and Li Yu each held an ice cream. Meandering while curiously surveying their surroundings in this newly opened venue. It was Li Yu's first visit as well, and she was filled with wonder at everything around her. Although many attractions were novel to her, she maintained an air of composure. Conversely, Su Ran, who was experiencing an amusement park for the first time in 2 lifetimes, exhibited even greater calmness, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his gaze. Li Yu, Shall we try the drop tower? Su Ran suggested, pointing to a towering, cylindrical ride. I'd rather not. It's a bit terrifying, Liu replied, scrunching her delicate brows. Su Ran, taken aback, glanced at her in surprise. He hadn't anticipated this fiery girl would have moments of trepidation. Then how about the roller coaster? He proposed. Liu shook her head. I get motion sickness. Su Ran was at a loss for words. What about this haunted house? Absolutely not. Liu shook her head vigorously, resembling a clattering rattle. Ultimately, in a moment of resignation, Su Ran pointed towards a crooked house and suggested, well, let's south check that place out. It seems to attract quite a crowd. This time, Liu, biting her lip, finally nodded in agreement. All right, let us take a look. Upon entering, Su Ran caught sight of the large characters on the sign and finally understood the purpose of this establishment. An Earthquake Experience Center? Su Ran read the name aloud, raising an eyebrow as his eyes sparkled slightly. This place seemed intriguing. It offered a chance to experience the sensation of an earthquake. Liu, somewhat anxious, voiced her concern. It won't be too dangerous, will it? What if it feels like an actual earthquake and the ceiling collapses? It shouldn't, right? Su Ran replied uncertainly. At that moment, a staff member, having overheard their conversation, approached with a smile. Don't worry, miss. Our earthquake experience simulates the tremors of the earth. The building will shake, but there is no risk of the ceiling caving in. That sounded reassuring. Su Ran nodded and asked, Liu, do you want to give it a try? After a moment's hesitation, Liu ultimately succumbed to Su Ran's gentle and expectant gaze. Fine, let us do this. I might as well accompany him. After all, I'm the tour guide today. Liu mused inwardly, finding herself a convenient excuse. However, unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a wicked smile crept upon the staff member's lips. Hey there, young man, remember to protect your girlfriend well. At the entrance, after presenting their tickets to the attendant, the two stood aside, awaiting their turn. Within a few minutes, it was finally their turn to enter, along with a rotund man flanked by a heavily made-up woman. Additionally, 3 young girls, seemingly just released from school, entered together. Once everyone was inside, the staff closed the door and prepared for the next group. The so-called Earthquake Experience Center was merely a dimly lit room. It was not particularly spacious, measuring about 50 square meters. The floor was made of wood, producing a thudding sound with each step. A ring of metallic railings was affixed to the walls, presumably to help participants maintain their balance. Aside from these features, the room was devoid of any furnishings, illuminated only by flickering light. Su Ran stepped around a bit and confidently declared, It's empty beneath. This must be the so-called shaking mechanism. Haha, it seems you know quite a bit. Liu leaned elegantly against the railing, chuckling softly. Her legs were long, and the railing barely reached her hips. Su Ran glanced at Liu's slender legs and replied nonchalantly, What do you think? Otherwise, how could I win this wager? Humph. Who knows how you managed to rack up so many points? Liu pouted, her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. The mere mention of this stirred a tempest of irritation within her. That wretched Su Ran knew precisely how to provoke her. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune on my part. Upon witnessing the adorable yet furious visage of Liu, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Liu spat in disdain. You shameless scoundrel. At that moment, a rotund fellow interjected, Beautiful lady, are you upset? Come over here. I shall take you out for a splendid time. You can choose whatever you wish to eat or enjoy. As he spoke, the portly man's gaze fell upon Liu's elegantly crossed long legs, causing him to swallow audibly in excitement. The woman beside him, observing his flirtation with Liu, bore no trace of anger. Instead, she tightened her grip on the man's arm, pressing her ample bosom against him. Feeling a wave of disgust wash over her at the sight of the portly man's lecherous gaze, particularly exacerbated by the actions of the heavily made-up woman, Liu felt a shudder of revulsion. Forget it, you rotund uncle. I have no intention of going with you, she declared, furrowing her brow and resolutely refusing. Hey, don't be hasty. I haven't finished speaking yet. Stay with me, and you'll have access to all the delights that you do has to offer. The portly man squinted his eyes lecherously and continued, What do you desire? Just accompany me for a few days. Liu glared indignantly, ready to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Ran's icy voice. You insufferable glutton, why not entertain yourself with your companion, the Peking opera master? Peking opera master? The portly man appeared perplexed. Is any the person beside you a performer of Peking opera? Su Ran scrutinized the heavily made-up woman with a few piercing glances before mockingly saying, Oh, my apologies. I mistook her for a performer. I thought she was adorned with a traditional face paint. You insolent brat, Whom are you referring to? The heavily made-up woman shook the portly man's arm and scolded. The portly man let out a cold huff. Having heard Sue Rant's words, he was not oblivious to their implication. Kid, mind your words. You may indulge in reckless eating, but watch your tongue. The portly man squinted his small eyes. Eyeing Sue Ran with malevolence, Sue Ran responded with a cold, dismissive smile, his demeanor exuding a sense of frivolity. Very well, however. I advise you to shed some weight before you return. Otherwise, you won't even brush against a single hair on my body. Sue Ran paid no heed to such threats. Having navigated the underbelly of society in his previous life, he had heard such taunts countless times, yet he had survived unscathed. Moreover, with the extraordinary task watch now at his disposal, he regarded such individuals with utter disdain. Ultimately, Sue Ran could not abide the notion of Liu being harassed. Though she was not his girlfriend, his inherent machismo would not permit such indignities to transpire. Ignorance breeds audacity. The portly man scoffed derisively at Sue Ran. Humph, you may test just how ignorant you truly are. A mocking smirk curled upon Sue Ran's lips as he met the portly man's gaze fearlessly. The youth of today have quite the foul temper. However, I suggest you exercise caution, or you shall find it impossible to leave this amusement park upright. The portly man regarded Sue Ran with disdain, and as he concluded his statement, a palpable aura of threat loomed in the air. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu hurriedly tugged at Sue Ran's clothing, her voice laced with concern. Sue Ran, please refrain from speaking. Let's just ignore him. Sue Ran's lips moved slightly as he sighed, not turning his head at times. A man cannot afford to retreat even a single step in front of a woman. If I yield, who will shield you from the storm? At these words, Liu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing, a warm current surging within her. Sue Ran. She softly murmured his name in her heart, although she understood that his words were not necessarily directed at her. In such a moment, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. Just then, as Sue Ran and the stout fellow exchanged glances of disdain, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. An earthquake is upon us, exclaimed a small girl, her eyes wide with excitement. Chapter 24. Sue Ran's embrace. Once the little girl cried out, all present became acutely aware of the impending chaos, retreating to the walls, grasping the guardrails tightly. Even the typically arrogant stout fellow shrank back into a corner, clutching the railing with both hands. At that moment, anyone remaining in the center would undoubtedly be deemed foolish. Without holding onto the guardrail, who could predict what calamity might befall them when the tremors intensified? Liu, too, found herself nestled in a corner, her delicate hands tightly gripping the railing. Fear etched itself upon her exquisite visage, her large eyes scanning the surroundings, terrified that something might fall upon her. Sue Ran, observing Liu's vulnerable demeanor, could not help but find it amusing. He had not anticipated that beneath her proud exterior lay a tender heart. Fear not, I am here. Should the ceiling collapse, I shall bear the brunt of it first, he declared with a smile, his relaxed demeanor exuding an air of ease. He was utterly unperturbed by the simulated tremors, for his body had been fortified by attribute fruits, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary person. This enhancement encompassed not only strength and speed, but also flexibility and balance. Thus, the earlier tremor had barely registered with him. What talk of collapsing? How superstitious! Liu shot Sue Ran an exasperated glance, yet her concern remained evident as she replied, I am fine, no need to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. No sooner had she spoken than the ground quaked once more. This time, the tremors seemed relentless, shaking violently in succession, boom, boom, boom. The cacophony echoed alongside the ground's upheaval, as if a colossal hammer were incessantly striking the earth. The bodies of those present swayed with the tremors. Had they not clung to the guardrail, many would have surely fallen. Liu, hold on tight, Sue Ran shouted, swiftly maneuvering to her side, positioning himself protectively in front of her to prevent her from falling. Understood. Liu gritted her teeth and nodded, a resolute expression gracing her delicate features. Dio, take care as well? I am perfectly fine, rest assured. Sue Ran turned his head and broke into a grin. However, just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently, akin to the house having sneezed, causing Sue Ran to stagger and nearly fall to the floor. Sue Ran, are you all right? Liu exclaimed in surprise, quickly reaching out to help him up. Yet, before her hand could touch Sue Ran, the ground seemed to convulse again, shaking fiercely and throwing Liu off balance, causing her to lurch towards Sue Ran's back. In a panic, Liu let out a scream, flailing her arms wildly, closing her eyes as if confronting death itself. A soft thud echoed. Contrary to her expectations of colliding with the floor, Liu instead found herself enveloped in warmth. Huh, why is the floor so soft? Hearing Liu's innocent voice, Su Ran exasperatedly nudged the girl resting against his chest with his forehead. Hey, 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 open your eyes, I'm not a floor. Liu opened her eyes to find herself in an exceedingly intimate position, nestled in Su Ran's embrace, with her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her face flushed crimson, and she awkwardly murmured, "Thank you, Su Ran." "Ah, it's nothing. Just hold on like this, so you won't fall again." Su Ran whispered softly in Liu's ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine, causing her ears to turn a deep shade of red on him. Liu responded with a delicate hum, her arms instinctively tightening around him as the ground continued to tremble. In this situation, she could hardly concern herself with the propriety of their positions. A slight smile graced Su Ran's lips as he savored the softness pressed against him, feeling a stir of emotions within. His grip on the railing subtly strengthened. With his current strength, supporting both of them posed no challenge, especially since Liu was as light as a feather, imposing no burden at all. In that moment, within the jostling little room, an atmosphere of ambiguity began to rise in a dim corner. A boy well versed in the ways of the world, Su Ran remained remarkably composed, harboring few thoughts beyond a sense of comfort, particularly drawn in by Liu's faint fragrance that intoxicated him. He considered himself no gentleman but refrained from taking liberties with her. In truth, that was all mere pretext. The reality was that Su Ran had no free hands to act upon any impulse, for if he relaxed his grip, they both would surely tumble. Conversely, Liu's mind was far from Su Ran's calm. In his embrace, she was overwhelmed by a potent masculine aura that quickened her breath. Su Ran's scent was not particularly pleasant, tinged with a slight bitterness and a hint of tobacco, leaving Liu puzzled as to how a boy just out of high school could emit such an air of seasoned experience, reminiscent of the remnants left after weathering life's trials. Although bitter, it bore a weighty warmth that instinctively soothed her spirit. In this embrace, Liu felt an unshakable sense of security, as if she would never be harmed. Is this what they call the security of a man? As the thought crossed her mind, a flush of crimson returned to Liu's delicate face. Nestled against Su Ran's chest, she discreetly raised her gaze to observe the hint of a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he looked elsewhere, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, he did not catch sight of her. Liu mused inwardly, yet she could not fathom why this mischievous fellow brought her such comfort. It was truly perplexing. A few minutes later, the tremors in the room gradually subsided, and the floor regained its tranquility. Several female students laughed as they patted their chests, hand in hand, excitedly making their way towards the exit, chattering about how the earthquake experience was far too brief, just a slight jolt, devoid of any real excitement. This caused Su Ran's face to twitch in disbelief, leaving him utterly speechless. The youth of today. In stark contrast, the chubby boy sat slumped on the ground, his face pale with residual shock, gasping for breath, his excess flesh quivering in tandem. The previous air of arrogance had long vanished, leaving behind a visage drenched in sweat and anxiety. Su Ran silently scoffed at this, then redirected his gaze, leaning closer to Liu's ear and whispering, "I say, gorgeous, the earthquake has ceased. How much longer do you intend to cling to me?" Huh. Startled by his words, Liu abruptly snapped back to reality, hastily releasing Su Ran. She brushed her disheveled bangs aside and apologized. "I'm so sorry." Su Ran offered a nonchalant smile. "No worries. Let us head out." Liu nodded and followed suit. Yet her cheeks remained flushed, her heart racing at the memory of having lost herself in Su Ran's embrace. Upon stepping outside, Su Ran noticed that the 3 elementary students who had exited earlier had not yet departed. When he finally took in the surrounding enclosed environment, even with his worldly experience, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What the hell? Before him lay a deep, ominous opening, resembling a gaping maw embedded in the wall across from him, and above it loomed several blood-red characters. Disaster Experience Center, Chapter 25. Carry you out. The sight that met Su Ran's eyes was dominated by those chilling crimson words, each character twisted and contorted, casting an eerie shadow over the pitch-black entrance beneath, instilling a sense of dread. As Liu stepped outside, she too was taken aback by the scene, gripping Su Ran's shirt tightly, unwilling to let go. "What is this? I thought it was all over," she whispered. "This appears to be a passage reminiscent of a haunted house." Su Ran scrutinized his surroundings before speaking in a hushed tone. "Haunted house?" Liu gasped, lowering her voice. From childhood, she had harbored a deep-seated fear of such gruesome sights, often shrieking at horror films even within the safety of her home, let alone traversing a place as sinister as a haunted house. A few fearless elementary students also displayed signs of trepidation, hesitating at the entrance, reluctant to step inside. Is there a way out from here? One of the students inquired, casting a reluctant glance towards the exit, clearly unwilling to venture into the haunted house. The door over there has been shut, and I just tried to open it from the inside. At that moment, a plump man and a heavily made-up woman emerged, the latter being the one who spoke. Upon hearing her words, Su-ran cast a glance at the woman, then exchanged a brief look with the plump man. Both let out a cold snort before diverting their gazes. After the recent tremor, the plump man lacked the energy to bicker with Su-ran. In truth, one would expect him to display more resilience, yet the burden of his excess weight had imposed considerable strain, leaving him utterly exhausted after the earth-shaking experience. Does that mean we can only exit the haunted house? Liu furrowed her brow, her expression one of distress. Yes, it appears we have no other choice. Su-ran nodded in resignation. He was not particularly afraid of such supernatural antics, but he worried that the timid heart of young Liu might not withstand the fright, which was the source of his concern. I told you the tremor was too brief. It turns out the real spectacle lies ahead. Another little brat exclaimed with a haughty tilt of the head, adopting a bossy demeanor. It's no big deal. This isn't my first time in a haunted house. Just follow my lead. The little brat waved at her two companions and boldly ventured inside. Liu, look at how brave they are despite their young age. Su-ran remarked with a smile, glancing at the disappearing figures of the little ones. So, shall we also venture in? What's so frightening about it? If we're going in, then we're going in, Liu retorted, aware that Su-ran was trying to provoke her, yet unable to suppress her indignation. However, upon uttering those words, she caught sight of the blood-red inscriptions and immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. But Su-ran, you must wait for me. You can't just run off and leave me behind. Liu tugged at Su-ran's sleeve, her large, watery eyes brimming with a pitiable innocence. Su-ran sighed with a wry smile and nodded. All right, but if you get too frightened and run back, I won't be able to stop you. Liu shot him an annoyed glare. Humph, I won't run away with that. She took the lead towards the entrance. As they reached the mouth of the cave, Liu hesitated, reluctant to take the next step. However, when she turned to see Su-ran's teasing gaze, an unexpected surge of courage surged within her, and gritting her teeth, she bravely stepped inside. You see, Su-ran, I won't be frightened by these monsters. Just you wait. A slight tremor laced her voice as Su-ran smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes, before following her into the darkness. Meanwhile, the heavily made-up woman, with a hint of uncertainty in her tone, inquired, Are we really going in? Of course. Why wouldn't we? Do you expect to find another way out? The plump man replied with irritation. You go ahead. I'll follow behind. The woman fell silent, taken aback. At that moment, inside the haunted house, a chorus of shrieks echoed, the piercing sounds even more terrifying than the props themselves. Ah, don't come any closer, Su-ran. Kick that severed hand away. Ah, and this coffin. Please close it quickly. Don't walk so fast. I can't keep up. Su-ran gazed at the excitable Liu beside him, a hint of frustration trickling down his forehead. This young lady is quite something. She is even afraid of these feigned props. What would happen if there were real blood? She would surely faint on the spot. Shaking his head, Su-ran firmly grasped the incessantly shouting Liu, asserting, Close your eyes and follow me? Huh? Liu was about to protest, but her hand was already seized by Su-ran, and her body was involuntarily pulled forward. Humph, I want to close my eyes. Liu retorted indignantly, but no sooner had she spoken than a bloody head dropped from above, startling her into compliance. Su-ran, wait for me. I can't keep up. Su-ran turned back, seeing Liu's adorable yet hapless demeanor, and sighed. He then approached her, bent down and gently said, Never mind. Let me carry you out. Liu covered her face, slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Su-ran's bent form, hesitated for a moment. Reflecting on her less than stellar display, she finally blushed and murmured, All right, then I apologize for the trouble. With that, she gently rested on Su-ran's back, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Feeling her soft body against his back, Su-ran lifted her effortlessly, positioning his hands beneath her smooth thighs. Now, sleep well. When you wake up, we'll be outside. Su-ran turned his head to speak to the little head resting by his ear. Liu nodded, obediently closing her eyes and resting her head on Su-ran's shoulder, feigning sleep. He chuckled inwardly, musing, I wonder who I am serving today. It feels as though I have lost a bet. Meanwhile, Liu, with her eyes tightly shut, inhaled the now familiar scent emanating from Su-ran, a comfortable smile gradually gracing her face. This mischievous fellow is quite effective. At least his back is comfortable, akin to the sofa at home. At that moment, Su Ran resembled a holy warrior dashing toward dawn, stepping through the sea of bodies, completely unaware of Li Yu's thoughts. If he had known, he would surely have been infuriated, thinking, how dare she treat me like a mere sofa? After more than 10 minutes, Su Ran finally emerged, treading upon the scattered corpses. Upon seeing the long-lost sunlight, even his composed demeanor couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. Why, dear lady, it's time to wake up. Su Ran gently shook his shoulder, softly reminding her, we've finally come out. Hee. The haunted house was nothing special. It wasn't as terrifying as I imagined. Li Yu lazily opened one eye and remarked, in truth. The moment the sunlight hit her, she already knew they had exited. She merely pretended to remain still to enjoy Su Ran's back a little longer. Hey, you all are out. A staff member approached, precisely the one Su Ran had encountered earlier. That moment, he gazed at Li Yu, who had just dismounted from Su Ran's back, and remarked with a smile. So, how do you find our Earthquake Experience Center? Judging by your expressions, it seems you must have enjoyed an unforgettable time inside. You see, every couple that emerges from here finds their relationship strengthened. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's cheeks flushed, and she shot the staff member a glare, retorting, not at all. It was supposed to be an earthquake experience, so why include a haunted house? And, for the record, I am not her girlfriend. But even if not, such bonds can be nurtured. The staff member chuckled, adding, you must know, we have played matchmaker for many couples here. Meanwhile, Su Ran's expression darkened, unable to bear the man's words, and he quickly pulled Li Yu away. If this fellow continued to weave romantic tales, not only would Li Yu blush, but Su Ran's own face would surely turn crimson as well. You say you're not. But can friends hold hands like that? The staff member laughed, seemingly quite pleased with his own matchmaking prowess. Years later, when Su Ran returned to this place and encountered the same man, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia for the passage of time. Chapter 26. Acquiring skills. After exiting the Earthquake Experience Center, Su Ran and Li Yu strolled around the amusement park for half the morning, indulging in various intriguing and enjoyable attractions, all of which appeared to pose no real danger or challenge. For instance, they tried the carousel and the magic house, among others. If Li Yu were to be coaxed into participating in any adrenaline-pumping activities, she would vehemently refuse. Thus, a rather amusing scene unfolded. Atop the carousel, Su Ran wore a face of deep lament as he observed Li Yu on another horse, laughing joyfully. His expression was one of such exaggerated discontent that it bordered on comedic. Yet, ultimately, the grievances in Su Ran's heart dissipated like mist in the presence of Li Yu's enchanting smile. The smile of a beautiful woman can evoke pure joy, especially from someone as rare and captivating as Li Yu. Moreover, after the events at the Earthquake Experience Center, both felt an unspoken understanding that their emotional distance had significantly diminished, as if a delicate veil of rosy mist had enveloped their hearts. Where shall we go next? Li Yu asked, clutching a skewer of fried delights, her lips smeared with grease. By this time, midday had passed, and both felt the pangs of hunger, leading them to a snack shop for a hearty meal. Let us go check out that area over there, Su Ran suggested, pointing to a vast expanse nearby. Encircled by an intricate track, a few go-karts were zipping around the track, though to Su Ran, their speed resembled that of a slow crawl, with some carts careening off the track, kicking up clouds of dust. Go-karts? Li Yu's eyes sparkled with interest, revealing her enthusiasm. This attraction perfectly suited her taste, neither terrifying nor perilous, yet still offering a thrill. Great. Let us try that. I'll show you the prowess of this beautiful racer. Li Yueqiong, with her nose held high, flicked her hair with an air of triumph. Ha ha. Su Ran was amused by Li Yu's proud demeanor, yet a considerable interest had already begun to stir within him. He was curious to see how Li Yu, who was reluctant to even ride a roller coaster, would perform in a go-kart. Meanwhile, a throng of spectators had gathered near the parking area beside the track. Within one circle, a buzz-cut young man was engaged in a heated argument with a man in black. Yang Renji, a bet is a bet. Hand over the money. The man in black looked at the buzz-cut youth with scorn, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. With your level of skill, you might as well go back and practice for several lifetimes. The buzz-cut youth was none other than Yang Renji. Clenching his fists, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. By Yun, we agreed on best 2 out of 3. You've only won 1 round. What is there to be proud of? As he spoke, Yang Renji's voice lacked conviction, as if the black-clad man's words had struck a nerve. By Yun, the man in black, let out a cold laugh, his demeanor haughty. Ha! In that last round, I left you behind by more than 100 meters. Do you truly believe you have a chance to beat me in the next 2 rounds? Yang Renji scoffed, his brow furrowed, yet he refrained from countering Bai Yun's assertion. Indeed, in the previous race, they had been outclassed by Bai Yun, who had distanced himself by over 100 meters. Thus, in light of this undeniable fact, he found it difficult to refute Bai Yun's claims. As he gazed at Bai Yun's mocking expression, Yang Renji sighed inwardly, realizing that he had fallen victim to this fellow today. Over the past few days, the amusement park had recently opened, and Yang Renji had brought along a few friends to join the festivities. After exploring the park, he discovered that the go-kart track was impressively set up. Not only was the area spacious with a long track, but the karts were also of commendable quality, with the best ones rivaling some of the lower-end cars. The go-karting facilities were divided into several categories, with the most basic being merely a large circle enclosed by barriers, where the karts moved at a remarkably slow pace, akin to bumper cars for children. The highest level, however, was the very track where Yang Renji currently found himself. Here, the vehicles performed exceptionally well, and the track was exceedingly complex, attracting primarily adult patrons. Unexpectedly, a certain Bai Yun emerged, not only provoking Yang Renji on the track, but also deliberately forcing him off the course. Naturally, Yang Renji, known for his fiery temper, could not tolerate such an affront and immediately sought to reclaim his dignity. However, upon realizing the identity of his adversary, his previously fierce demeanor diminished somewhat. Bai Yun. He recognized this individual. What instilled fear in him was not merely Bai Yun himself, but the formidable influence that accompanied the Bai surname. Everyone was aware of a high-ranking official with the surname Bai, renowned for his contributions to the city and possessing an excellent reputation. The descendants under his protection enjoyed significant privilege, and their status naturally soared. Bai Yun was precisely the type of person who embodied that privilege. Aware that he could not provoke such a figure, Yang Renji took a step back, yet his proud spirit compelled him to challenge Bai Yun. Since you dared to ram into me, let us settle this once and for all on the go-kart track. With a wager of 200,000, yet, in the end, reality dealt Yang Renji a sharp slap. Although Bai Yun was indeed arrogant, he possessed the prowess to back up his bravado, as evidenced by his ability to outpace Yang Renji and the others by over 100 meters. Never mind, given your defiant demeanor, I'll accompany you to finish the second round. Bai Yun waved his hand nonchalantly, as if swatting away a fly. However, do remember to hand over the 200,000 to me. I've recently found myself in need of some funds, and it seems someone is graciously providing me with pocket money. Humph, I naturally keep my word, 200,000. I can certainly manage that. Yang Renji declared with a furrowed brow and a grave tone. Hee, that is splendid. Bai Yun chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. At that moment, as Su Ran stepped through the door, the task watch vibrated once more, and a holographic screen sprang to life, revealing a new task before Su Ran's eyes. Task: break the record at the advanced go-kart racetrack. Task reward: 1 month of lifespan. Su Ran rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he wasn't mistaken, and then gleefully rubbed his hands together. Goodness, a month of lifespan. That's even more than achieving the top score in my college entrance exams. Su Ran hadn't anticipated that after exploring the amusement park, he would trigger another task here, and one related to racing no less. However, when Su Ran read the task requirements, his previously beaming face fell instantly. How on earth am I supposed to accomplish this task? I don't even possess a driver's license. Although it's just go-karting, it must be quite challenging. Upon seeing the task reward of 1 month of lifespan, Su Ran understood that this task was undoubtedly not as simple as it seemed. As the saying goes, the more one invests, the greater the returns, and this month of lifespan would surely not be as easily attained as the previous singing task. Suddenly reminded of the driving skills available in the task marketplace, Su Ran opened it up, locating the driving skills he had previously perused. The basic driving skill probably only equated to that of an ordinary driver, which would likely be insufficient to break the record. Su Ran scrutinized the skill list, stroking his chin as he pondered. The intermediate driving skill should suffice, especially since it includes drifting capabilities. However, the price is quite steep. It demands an entire year of lifespan. Intermediate driving skill. Upon use, you will possess the ability to drive all vehicles, operate ships under 10,000 tons, and pilot small aircraft, along with automatically acquiring the skill of car drifting. Redemption price: 1 year of lifespan. Upon reading this, Su Ran felt somewhat hesitant. In the past, he would never have considered such a purchase, as he lacked the lifespan to spare. However, he had now come to grasp the mechanics of the task watch, realizing that there were numerous challenges in reality that could yield lifespan, provided he continually sought and triggered them. Thus, while Su Ran was still wavering, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. If a go-kart challenge could earn me a month of lifespan, then after acquiring this skill, I might just be able to reclaim that year's lifespan by completing other racing challenges. Su Ran clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. No wonder these skills are so exorbitantly priced. It seems the task watch is designed to compel me to undertake various missions, he mused. Resolutely, Su Ran clicked to purchase. A dialog box appeared. Please confirm if you wish to spend 1 year of your life to acquire intermediate driving skills. Confirm. As Su Ran made the purchase, a flickering beam of light emanated from the watch, ultimately merging into his very being. He felt a warm sensation envelop his body, as his mind was inundated with a plethora of information. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ran realized that all this was an extensive array of driving knowledge. He had done it. Su Ran silently shouted in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Li Yu, observing Su Ran's animated demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, "What has got you so excited?" Regaining his composure, Su Ran offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. Let us head inside." Upon entering, Su Ran made a beeline for the advanced racetrack. As he stepped into the arena, he spotted a familiar figure, and a whisper of surprise escaped his lips. Yang Renji? Chapter 27. Racing, what is this fellow doing here? Su Ran's face lit up. In his heart, he held Yang Renji in high regard, particularly for his loyalty. After all, he had once called Su Ran Brother Ran, bestowing upon him considerable respect. Yang Renji? Isn't he that guy from the gathering? Li Yu recalled the buzzcut boy who had come to her aid that night. Yes, that's him. Su Ran nodded, a smile gracing his lips. It's been a while. Let us go say hello. Approaching, Su Ran called out cheerfully, Yang Renji? Yang Renji turned around, puzzled. He was on the verge of engaging in a second race with Bo Yun. And who would be calling him at this moment? Yet, as he recognized the visitor, a spark of joy flashed in his eyes. Brother Ran. Yang Renji enthusiastically approached, clapping Su Ran on the shoulder, reminiscent of their first encounter at the examination hall. Brother Ran, you're here to have some fun too. Su Ran replied with a subtle smile. Indeed. Just came to take a look. Oh, your friend is here too. Yang Renji's eyes lit up upon noticing Li Yu behind Su Ran. He teased, Brother Ran, be honest. Are you two an item? Su Ran's face twitched in exasperation. He was at a loss for words. Why does everyone insist on pairing them together? Li Yu, blushing, shot Yang Renji a glare. Who's in a relationship with him? If you want a relationship, go for it with him. Hee. Yang Renji chuckled awkwardly, brushing off the tension, then leaned closer to Su Ran, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Brother Ran, you'd better put in some effort. I have high hopes for you. Get lost? Su Ran laughed, playfully kicking Yang Ren's. By the way, what are you all up to? You seem quite fierce. Hearing this, Yang Renji sighed. We've encountered some conflicts. With a heavy heart, he recounted the events that had transpired to Su Ran. When Su Ran heard the magnitude of the antics these two were engaged in, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After listening, Su Ran raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at the thin clouds by the go-kart, speaking in a grave tone. So, does this mean that this competition is a matter of life and death for you? If you lose, you would owe him 200,000. Indeed, Yang Renji replied. Somewhat despondent, I misjudged the situation this time. I never anticipated that the opponent would possess such remarkable skills. It's possible that this was all part of their scheme from the very beginning, patiently waiting for you to fall into their trap. Su Ran's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. Yang Renji, not one to be easily fooled, soon comprehended that from the moment the provocation began, the thin cloud had already dug a pit, eagerly anticipating his leap. However, now that he had boarded the pirate ship, extricating himself was no longer a simple matter. No worries, it's just 200,000. I can afford to lose. Worst case, I'll just get a beating from my old man when I return. Yang Renji cursed, stating nonchalantly he had resigned himself to the situation, appearing quite carefree. Su Ran squinted slightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile as he remarked, Don't be so hasty. Who says you are guaranteed to lose? Ran Gul. What do you mean by that? Su Ran did not elaborate but instead posed another question. Do you believe in me? Yang Renji was taken aback but nodded earnestly. Of course I believe. Had this been before the release of the college entrance examination results, he might have hesitated, but upon seeing his score exceed 660, he instantly realized the gravity of the situation. And when he learned from the news that Su Ran had achieved a remarkable score of 720, securing the top rank in science in Udu, even a fool would have understood that the individual seated in front of him during the exam was no ordinary person. Yang Renji had not anticipated that in his desperate search for answers, he would inadvertently cross paths with the top scorer. Even with his carefree demeanor, he couldn't suppress a loud exclamation of surprise. What the heck? Subsequently, Yang Renji's father, who initially held no high hopes for his son, was so astounded by the extraordinary exam results that he immediately patted Yang Renji on the shoulder, exclaiming in delight. He then lavished his son with tens of thousands in pocket money and hosted an extravagant banquet spanning several floors at the Jinyang Grand Hotel, inviting friends and family from far and wide to witness this joyous occasion. Relatives from all corners congratulated Yang Renji, applauding him. A son should be like this. Yang Renji felt his face flush with embarrassment but was too weary to explain. He understood that all of this was brought about by that calm and composed man. In the aftermath, Yang Renji sought every possible means to find Su Ran, but without leaving any contact information, he was unable to locate Su Ran, who had already returned to a county. Thus, he was left in despair. However, today at the amusement park, encountering Su Ran felt like a serendipitous twist of fate. Therefore, when Su Ran posed the question, Yang Renji answered without hesitation, affirming his trust. If he couldn't trust someone who had aided him so significantly, whom could he trust? Upon seeing the sincerity in Yang Renji's eyes, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Very well, since you believe in me, let me take the stage in this competition. Rangu, you know how to drive a go-kart? Yang Renji inquired, somewhat astonished. It is essential to recognize that go-karts differ significantly from ordinary automobiles. While they may appear simple, their operational complexity surpasses that of standard cars. Go-karts are not designed for road use, but rather for competitive racing. Navigating such intricate tracks demands exceptional judgment and skill from the driver. I did reasonably well, Su Ran humbly remarked with a smile. Just kidding, I've invested a year's worth of life into acquiring this incredible ability, which supposedly enables me to drive any vehicle and master drifting as well. Alright then, Rangu, you can replace Huang Mao. Yang Renji decisively acquiesced to Su Ran's request without much contemplation. After all, he and Huang Mao had already faced defeat. Allowing Su Ran to take the stage seemed inconsequential at this point. Having reached a consensus, Su Ran exchanged a few words with Li Yu before proceeding with Yang Renji towards the starting line, where Bo Yun had been waiting for quite some time. I see you found a helper, Bo Yun remarked with a faint smile as he observed Su Ran's unfamiliar face, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. Yang Renji stared intently at Bo Yun and retorted, is there a problem with that? You didn't say we couldn't change drivers, did you? Fine. But regardless of who you bring in, the outcome will remain unchanged. Bo Yun replied readily, a confident smirk gracing his lips as he concluded, that is, you will lose. Presently, the record for the advanced track belonged to Bo Yun himself, and he was far ahead of the second place. He harbored no fears of anyone surpassing him. Anyone can boast. Why are you so quick to draw conclusions? Su Ran interjected nonchalantly. Indeed. Let us see who emerges victorious on the track. Bo Yun scrutinized Su Ran for a moment, choosing not to counter his words. Then let us commence. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the prowess of intermediate driving skills. With a light chuckle, Bo Yun said nothing further and turned towards the go-karts. The competition format involved both teams sending out 2 participants each, resulting in a total of 4 competitors racing 3 laps. The team that secured first place would be declared the winner. On Bo Yun's side were himself and a subordinate named Shirtu. Initially, Yang Renji had been teamed with Huang Mao, but now he was partnered with Su Ran. Shida's abilities were comparable to Yang Renji's, while Huang Mao was the weakest. Bo Yun's prowess surpassed them all. Previously, he had single-handedly taken the lead, leaving Yang Renji and his companions far behind. Su Ran casually selected a go-kart. All the vehicles here were of the same model, alleviating any concerns regarding modifications. Once seated, Su Ran moved about a bit, discovering a surprisingly comfortable familiarity, as if he had been driving for years. The anticipated awkwardness simply did not materialize, boosting his confidence further. After a brief moment, the 4 drivers maneuvered their karts to the starting position. The spectators could hear the roar of the engines as the go-karts revved, signaling that the competitors were poised and ready to begin. At that moment, the signal lights illuminated. The 4 drivers fixed their gazes intently, awaiting the moment the lights would turn green. Ding! The signal flashed and instantly transformed to green. In Su Ran's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered, and the muscles in his legs, already taut, suddenly erupted with power. With a forceful push of his foot, the go-kart surged forward like a wild stallion that had broken free from its restraints. Chapter 28. A godlike drift at the starting point. Huang Mao and his companions wore expressions of concern as they watched the few go-karts speed away. The previous defeat had left them devoid of hope for this race. Could Jigu and his team emerge victorious? A young man beside Huang Mao murmured softly. Huang Mao looked up with a sigh, uncertain of how capable Rangu truly was. Is this Rangu the one who topped the college entrance examination? Huang Mao nodded. Yes, that's him, but I heard that Zhigo copied his answers and scored over 600 points. Quite impressive. As he spoke, Huang Mao's cheeks twitched slightly. The fact that someone like Yang Renji could score over 600 points left them feeling an acute sense of injustice. Why wasn't he the top scorer seated in front of them during their examination? The young man's eyes reflected envy, but it was soon overshadowed by concern. The top scorer may excel academically, but this is a race, and it remains uncertain whether he possesses the requisite skills. Alas, we can only leave it to fate, Huang Mao remarked, as the four carts were approaching the first turn. They all understood that the curve would truly test one's driving skills and control. Let us see, they have already reached the bend. At that moment, the four racers were tightly bunched together. The initial segment was a straight stretch, where each driver had mustered all their horsepower, racing at top speed, unwilling to yield an inch. However, this was merely a straight line. As long as one maintained a firm grip on the steering wheel and kept their foot pressed down, they would be fine. Upon reaching the turn, however, it was impossible to race through at such high speeds. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly veer off the track. Moreover, the karting track featured particularly sharp turns that necessitated a reduction in speed. Unanimously, the four drivers began to decelerate as they approached the bend. Yet, Yang Renji and Shi Tu, a subordinate of Bo Yun, reduced their speed significantly, while Bo Yun and Su Ran merely eased off slightly. Due to the difference in speed, a gap quickly formed between the four carts, with Yang Renji and Shi Tu falling behind Bo Yun and Su Ran by a cart's length. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Bo Yun showed no signs of slowing down, charging straight toward the turn. Holy cow, what a mad man! Exclaimed one of Bo Yun's brothers from the spectator area. Who on earth is that? Daring to drive like this? Don't they fear going off the track? This speed is certainly insufficient to navigate the turn. Even Yun Gu wouldn't he manage it. Another voice chimed in. I see both of them are testing each other. At this point, it's all about that fierce determination. Whoever ultimately releases control will seize the lead. Is such desperation truly necessary? This is merely the first bend. There are plenty more to come. Who knows what Yun Gu and that individual are thinking? It seems that the helper Yang Renji found is no ordinary contender. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and his companions were equally anxious for Su Ran. Their eyes fixed intently on the first turn, their breaths quickening in sync with the roar of the engines. Just a second before entering the bend, the yellow go-kart driven by Biyun faltered and decelerated prematurely. In stark contrast, the black go-kart piloted by Shiran charged into the turn at high speed. On board, Biyun cast a cold glance at Shiran, allowing him to gradually overtake. Kid, it's still early. I have no intention of perishing alongside you. In an instant, Biyun found himself half a cart's length behind Shiran. Damn it, what a lunatic! With a sudden gasp, several spectators in the audience area sprang from their seats, incredulously watching the black go-kart barreling into the bend. This guy can't be serious. He.s. not slowing down, chuckled one, anticipating that in the next moment, the cart would surely careen off the track. A young man fixated on the black go-kart, envisioning its imminent flight off the circuit. As they approached the turn, Shiran abruptly pressed down on the pedal, sharply reducing speed, while simultaneously yanking the steering wheel to one side. Yet, his velocity remained excessive, and the go-kart's turning radius was insufficient to navigate the acute 90-degree angle. In the audience's view, they watched as the black go-kart finally slowed down, but it had already penetrated deep into the bend. Despite its earnest attempts to change direction, it lacked the space to maneuver effectively. Witnessing this, Biyun's entourage couldn't contain their excitement, eagerly anticipating the black go-kart's inevitable exit from the track. This kid is finished. What a fool. Go-karts aren't meant to be driven like that. Daring to challenge our brother Yun? He must be tired of living. Some even began to whistle, adopting a posture of spectatorship, awaiting the black go-kart's impending disaster. Does this guy even know how to drive a go-kart? Huang Mao muttered in frustration, then turned away in despair, unable to bear the sight of what was to come. Biyun spat disdainfully and grinned menacingly. Humph, the kid brought this upon himself. He has no one to blame, however. Just as he uttered those words, the black go-kart inexplicably skidded along the edge of the bend, miraculously altering its course and returning to the track. Subsequently, the black go-kart accelerated once more, leaving Biyun's cart even further behind. What? This is impossible, Biyun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The confident smile that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a profound confusion. In the audience area, those who had returned to their seats, anticipating the black go-kart's blunder, erupted once again, standing in shock. A cacophony of astonished gasps filled the air. What the hell is happening? Weren't we expecting it to veer off the track? How did it suddenly change direction? Is this a joke? Can go-karts even be driven like that? Suddenly, a young man in a shirt pointed at the edge of the bend and exclaimed, "Wait!" He utilized the shoulder to execute a drift. The shoulder? You can drive on the shoulder too? Indeed, there exists no such limitation. One can certainly drive on the shoulder, an informed individual remarked, yet I still found his actions perplexing. The young man animatedly explained that maneuver is a professional racing technique. I have witnessed it before in F1 races. However, F1 drivers seldom employ this technique, as it significantly impacts the vehicle's speed and tire grip, leading to considerable tire wear. But the young man's tone suddenly shifted, becoming fervently incredulous. But, damn it, I have never seen a go-kart capable of drifting like that. It's truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of realization, yet their faces quickly transformed into solemnity. If what this person claimed is true, then the driver of that black go-kart is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Brother Huang, look, Su Ran is in the lead. Huh. Huang Mao, in a state of uncertainty, turned to gaze at Su Ran, who was surging ahead, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a whole egg. Wow, Ran Gu is incredible. Hasn't he even veered off the track? At this moment, Huang Mao's mind was a tempest of disbelief and awed. Su Ran had emphatically slapped him in the face with reality. Li Yu, however, could not comprehend the intricacies. She merely recognized that Su Ran was currently in the lead. And immediately, this fiery girl excitedly raised her slender arms, cheering, "Su Ran, go for it. Show that yellow go-kart what you've got." The crowd. Chapter 29. An unexpected turn of events. What just happened? Su Ran's speed was not supposed to allow him to navigate that turn. Huang Mao murmured, gazing dubiously at the bend. I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. In a flash, Ranji's car just zipped around the corner. Beside Huang Mao, a young man looked at the black go-kart with admiration in his eyes. Although he was unaware of the technique Su Ran had just employed, it certainly appeared impressive. Did you not see how the people from the thin clouds looked astounded, as if they were fools? This is the mark of a true master. Huang Mao still found it hard to believe, yet he ultimately nodded, conceding, well, regardless, he made it through. But they had merely passed the first turn. There was still a long road ahead, and the final outcome remained uncertain. Heh, I believe in Rangu. He will definitely win. Huang Mao cast a surprised glance at his brother, unable to fathom what had transpired to elicit such high regard for Su Ran. Returning his gaze to the racetrack, Huang Mao focused intently on the trajectory of the black go-kart, his hands gradually tightening as the cart navigated the track. Su Ran, I hope you can triumph. Win this race, and I will willingly call you Rangu. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Su Ran was still filled with trepidation as he reflected on the maneuvers he had just executed. Initially, he had intended to attempt navigating that right-angle turn without drifting. But due to the limitations of the vehicle's performance, no amount of effort would suffice. It was in that critical moment that Su Ran resorted to employing the drifting technique. With a deep breath, Su Ran exhaled slowly, his heart still racing from the thrill of the moment. Pa, that scion of the Bo family thinks he can challenge me for the lead. He still has a long way to go. He cast a cold glance into the rearview mirror, where Bo Yun's sleek black go-kart was relentlessly pursuing him. Let him chase. I shall take my leave first. Su Ran abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the cart surged forward once more. Behind him, Bo Yun slammed his hands onto the steering wheel in frustration, his face contorted with an expression of unwillingness. Just you wait, this isn't over yet. With that, Bo Yun twisted the steering wheel, his foot pressing down hard, and his body tilted slightly as he elegantly navigated a U-turn with a stunning arc. Yet, despite this flawless maneuver, there was no trace of a smile on Bo Yun's face. For the distance between him and the black go-kart was only increasing. On the spectator stand, Bo Yun's companions wore expressions of concern, their brows furrowed as they watched the race unfold. Clearly, they recognized that Bo Yun was no match for Su Ran. Who on earth is this person? His karting skills are extraordinary, one exclaimed. Damn it, how is he driving so fast? Even Yun Gu can't catch up. He's certainly not an ordinary individual. Did you notice how he took the corners? Although he didn't drift, his racing line was absolutely flawless, remarked a young man who had previously recognized Su Ran's driving technique. Such a perfect line significantly reduces cornering time, which is why he's pulling away from Yun Gu. This relies not only on skill but also on extensive experience. I dare say, he must have spent a considerable amount of time racing in F1. I simply cannot believe otherwise. Are you suggesting he is an F1 driver? A voice questioned skeptically. I cannot say for certain, but he has undoubtedly had exposure to formula racing, as the two disciplines share a close resemblance. If that is the case, then Yun-go is undoubtedly destined to lose this race. A young man voiced the collective sentiment of the crowd. A sigh swept through them, yet no one dared to respond to the grim assessment of their leader's fate. Their dejected expression spoke volumes about their lack of faith in Bo Yun's chances. As anticipated, by the final lap, the gap between Su Ran and Bo Yun had widened to 50 meters. While Su Ran had already distanced himself from the last competitor, Shi Tu, by over 150 meters. Such a margin could only be bridged by a miracle, for no one could recover in this last lap. In the final moments, Su Ran executed a flamboyant drift as he crossed the finish line, coming to a gradual stop amidst a cloud of dust. Victory? Yes, Su Ran cheered, as Liu leapt to her feet. Bouncing towards him and waving enthusiastically, Su Ran smiled and nodded back at her. Huang Mao, didn't you see? Rangu won. One of his friends exclaimed, am I blind, or what? Huang Mao retorted, slapping his companion on the shoulder with mock annoyance. Yet, it was evident that a smile lurked behind his facade in stark contrast. Bo Yun's group remained silent, not a single one of them rising in celebration. Yun-go has lost. Alas, one cannot place the blame on Yun-go. I firmly believe that fellow is undoubtedly an experienced hand, and it is entirely reasonable for Yun-go, who is not a professional racer, to be unable to secure a victory. Someone offered words of consolation. The crowd could only manage a wry smile. Brother, I was right about you all along. You truly possess remarkable skills. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yang Renji enveloped Su Ran in a hearty embrace. His joy unmistakable. Don't celebrate too soon. This is merely the second round, and isn't there still a third race yet to come? Su Ran chuckled, shaking his head. Yang Renji laughed heartily, and what of the third round? With Renji's prowess, what is there to fear? During those 3 laps, Yang Renji had indeed witnessed Su Ran's terrifying skills and exquisite judgment, secretly pleased that he had chosen to have Su Ran participate. At that moment, Bo Yun alighted from his vehicle with a dark expression, casting a cold glare at Su Ran before leaning toward Shi Tu and whispering a few words. Upon seeing Shi Tu nod in agreement, Bo Yun's lips curled into a smirk as he shouted, Yang Renji, the third round. Yang Renji, stroking his crew cut, responded with a sneer, very well. Since you are so eager to hand over your money, I shall graciously accept. The thought that he had previously resigned himself to defeat, yet now victory was within reach, filled Yang Renji with an indescribable exhilaration. He yearned for more opportunities to slap Bo Yun in the face. Bo Yun remained silent, merely casting a frosty glance at Yang Renji before striding towards his vehicle. Observing this, Yang Renji chuckled smugly and returned to his own car. Moments later, the 4 of them were once more at the starting line, poised for action. However, as Su Ran recalled Bo Yun's gaze prior to getting into the car, an inexplicable unease gripped his heart, as if foreboding something unfavorable. Never mind. Let them come as they may. I shall meet them head-on. Su Ran gently shook his head, casting aside those ominous premonitions. Ding! The green light illuminated, and the 4 cars shot forth with great speed. Yet, Su Ran found it perplexing that Bo Yun did not immediately charge forward to contest the lead as he had previously. Instead, he deliberately lagged behind by a car length, seemingly waiting for something. What is this fellow up to? Does he intend to ram into me? Su Ran pondered, though he quickly dismissed that notion, for the rules of their race clearly prohibited malicious collisions, or else one would be disqualified. So what exactly was his intention? With a mind full of questions, Su Ran swiftly completed a lap, while Bo Yun remained at a distance, neither pursuing nor relinquishing the chase. As Su Ran crossed the finish line of the first lap, he was astonished to find a red go-kart sluggishly ahead of him. Just as Su Ran approached, the red go-kart suddenly accelerated, overtaking Su Ran's vehicle. Damn it! Su Ran slammed on the brakes, reluctantly reducing his speed. Cursing under his breath, he swerved the steering wheel, attempting to dart past, but the red go-kart mirrored his movements, staunchly blocking his path. At that moment, a yellow go-kart surged from behind, swiftly surpassing Su Ran's black go-kart and rapidly overtaking the red go-kart, claiming the lead. Chapter 30. Long-Distance Drift Dam. This is foul play. On the spectator stand, a young man with yellow hair slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the red go-kart, cursing indignantly. The situation on the track was evident to any astute observer. The red go-kart was clearly targeting the black one, even going so far as to fall a lap behind in order to block the latter's path, all to deliberately impede Su Ran's speed, allowing Bo Yun's yellow go-kart to overtake effortlessly. To be honest, if the driver were not so inept, he would never have been lapped by such a margin. It should be noted that a single lap covers over 1,000 meters. A skilled driver, regardless of their pace, would not find themselves lapped. Thus, it was evident that Bo Yun and Shi Tu had conspired to undermine Su Ran, sacrificing Shi Tu to ensure mutual destruction, thereby securing victory for Bo Yun. Damn it, have you no shame? Resorting to such underhanded tactics when you cannot win? The yellow-haired youth shouted at Bo Yun's group of friends. Heh, the victor takes all. As long as we win, who cares? Besides, when the rules were discussed, it was never stated that blocking someone was prohibited, was it? A young man scoffed in retort. You. The yellow-haired youth found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the regulations had not mentioned such a thing. But who would have thought to employ such a mutually destructive method to cheat? Humph, you'd best prepare your funds, for Brother Yun is destined to win this round. A bunch of petty individuals. The yellow-haired youth shot them a cold glance and spat a thick phlegm onto the ground. Say whatever you wish. As long as Brother Yun triumphs, those who lose have no right to continue boasting. The young man shrugged indifferently, exuding an air of assured victory. With an exasperated snort, the yellow-haired youth turned away, fearing that if he continued, he might unleash his pent-up frustration and lash out at these people. Liu, clearly sensing the tension in the air, hurriedly inquired, Yellow Hair, what's going on with that red go-kart? Why does it keep blocking Su Ran? With a wry smile and a sigh, the yellow-haired youth replied, That's a deliberate tactic from the opposing team, intended to prevent Su Ran from claiming first place. What? Liu exclaimed, her voice tinged with discontent. How can they do that? The yellow-haired youth shook his head. Some scoundrels will resort to any scheme for victory. Humph. I refuse to believe that Su Ran will concede so easily. Fuming, Liu stood up, cupping her hands in front of her mouth, and shouted towards the black go-kart. Su Ran, go for it. I believe you can win. Beside her, the yellow-haired youth fixed his gaze on the black go-kart, exhaling softly, let us hope so. Meanwhile, on the track, Su Ran's speed was severely hampered, allowing even Yang Renji, who had fallen behind, to catch up. The red go-kart, upon witnessing Yang Renji overtaking, paid him no mind and let him pass without a second thought in Shi Tu's eyes. Yang Renji could never surpass Brother Yun. His sole concern was to ensure that Su Ran could not get ahead. In professional F1 racing, it's technically permissible for cars on the same lap to intentionally block others. However, such tactics are rarely employed, as it is tantamount to courting disaster. If the trailing car were to collide and push another off the track, that would spell the end of the race for them. However, a car that has been lapped is not permitted to deliberately obstruct others, and such conduct is subject to penalties. Thus, in Formula One races, a lapped car is required to yield to the pursuing vehicles. Yet, it is evident that Su Ran and his karting team are devoid of such regulations. Bo Yun and Shi Tu have expertly exploited this loophole, intentionally forcing Su Ran to lose the race. It is well known that overtaking in Formula One is exceedingly challenging. Generally, when the performance of the cars is comparable, overtaking on a straightaway is nearly impossible. The most iconic overtakes in F1 history have occurred in corners, with most happening precisely at the moment of accelerating out of the bend. However, that is Formula One. Supported by superior vehicle performance and expansive tracks. In contrast, the karts driven by Su Ran are of average capability, and the track is relatively narrow, making overtaking akin to scaling a mountain. Furthermore, a car ahead is unyieldingly obstructing the path, rendering Su Ran's overtaking efforts nearly futile. Most critically, Shi Tu is utterly unconcerned about Su Ran tailing him. Should a collision occur, it could lead to significant delays for both, or, in a worst-case scenario, send them off the track, resulting in disqualification. This scenario would conveniently align with Shi Tu's intentions. Damn it! Su Ran cursed under his breath, narrowing his eyes coldly and declaring, But do you truly believe that you can obstruct my path with this? In that moment, Su Ran's expression resumed its previously calm demeanor. If Yang Renji were to witness Su Ran's countenance at that instant, he would undoubtedly feel reassured, for during the college entrance examination, Su Ran maintained this very expression, one that lingered vividly in his memory. At this juncture, the race had surpassed the halfway mark. The leading Bo Yun had distanced himself from Su Ran by nearly 100 meters, while Yang Renji trailed Bo Yun by a 50-meter gap, a distance that Yang Renji knew he could not bridge. Now was the moment. A graceful smile graced Su Ran's lips as his gaze locked onto the upcoming 5-apex corner. Shi Tu, having noticed the turn as well, recognized Su Ran's exceptional cornering skills and, disregarding his position, hurriedly maneuvered his car towards the inner side of the bend. Anyone who has witnessed an F1 race knows that the preferred entry point for a turn is the inside line, as it conserves time and requires minimal deceleration before entering the corner. Thus, Shi Tu seized upon this insight, aware that Su Ran would likely opt for the same route. Otherwise, he would be left behind. But what of the exit from the corner? Su Ran let out a cold chuckle, his eyes narrowing slightly. Allow me to demonstrate true skill with that. He slammed down on the accelerator, entering the inner corner. But unlike Shi Tu, who was decelerating, he was accelerating. Yet, to the spectators, this appeared as an act of madness. What? Accelerating through a U-turn? Are you joking? Does he intend to drift? But drifting requires deceleration, doesn't it? A lunatic? Truly a lunatic. As the murmurs faded, the two cars entered the corner, one trailing closely behind the other, on the Formula One circuit. As vehicles navigate through corners, those entering from the inside often find themselves drifting outward due to the inertia propelled by their high speed. To maintain a trajectory on the inner edge while exiting, one must significantly reduce their speed, a tactic that would inevitably hinder their performance in the race. Thus, Shi Tu's car also succumbed to inertia, veering toward the outer edge, yet executing an impressive turn nonetheless. Well done, Shi Tu. The spectators cheered in approval. Ha! I am quite curious to see how that black go-kart maneuvers at such velocity. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, "Wait, look at that black go-kart." The crowd turned their gaze to behold the black go-kart skimming along the inner edge of the corner, its body positioned sideways, gliding in a remarkably stylish manner. Throughout this breathtaking display, the front of the vehicle remained tightly aligned with the inner edge of the track. Most astonishingly, it was gliding rather than racing upright. It was sliding sideways while maintaining an alarming speed. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing an ear-splitting sound. Yet the crowd seemed oblivious, their eyes wide in disbelief as the black go-kart zipped past the red one, overtaking. Someone shouted in astonishment. What just happened? I didn't catch that. At this moment, the young man in the shirt re-emerged, his expression reflecting profound incredulity. Trembling, he pointed towards the black go-kart and, after swallowing hard, declared, "If I am not mistaken, that was a drift. And an expert-level drift at that, executed with a go-kart, the most basic of vehicles. A long-distance drift." As his words echoed, the audience fell into a stunned silence, save for the sound of swallowed breaths. For a prolonged 15 seconds, the spectators remained utterly speechless, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Eventually, a voice broke the silence. Was that really a drift? Indeed. The young man in the shirt nodded enthusiastically. Moreover, it was the most challenging type, a long-distance drift. I have only witnessed such a feat in off-road rally races, and to see it here today is nothing short of miraculous, and executed in a go-kart, no less. I am truly amazed. His words illuminated the crowd's understanding of the astonishing maneuver they had just witnessed. A drifting technique typically requiring the immense horsepower of an off-road vehicle had been flawlessly performed in a mere go-kart, a true marvel. As the young man in the shirt had articulated, it indeed felt like witnessing the extraordinary. Who is this individual? Could he possibly be a professional driver? Surely not. A professional driver in a go-kart? The young man scoffed, narrowing his eyes. I doubt even an average professional driver could achieve a drift in a go-kart, let alone a long-distance one. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed among the spectators, who fell into a stunned silence, fixated on the fleeting shadow of black racing across the track on the side of Liu. Witnessing Su Ran surpassing the cars, she erupted into jubilant cheers. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of drifting and tailing, her heart soared simply because Su Ran had surged ahead. Meanwhile, the boy with yellow hair exchanged a glance with his companion, both recognizing the profound astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. You may not have comprehended, but they certainly did. The maneuver Su Ran had just executed had stirred tumultuous waves within their minds. Ultimately, the yellow-haired boy could only concede in admiration. Brother Ran truly deserves the faith placed in him. Such prowess is enough for me to call him Brother Ran. In contrast to the spectators in the stands, the one closest to Su Ran, Shi Tu, felt the impact most acutely to him. It was as if a black shadow, exuding unmatched dominance, brushed past him. He even caught a glimpse of Su Ran casting him a sidelong glance from the black go-kart, one brimming with confidence and disdain, as if to convey, "Behold, this is my prowess, not something you can easily obstruct. Impossible. This cannot be." Shi Tu stared blankly at the vanishing silhouette of the black go-kart, his pupils seemingly losing focus. Devoid of brilliance, he simply could not fathom how that vehicle had executed such a maneuver. Su Ran let out a soft hum, a smile gradually gracing his face. Indeed, the intermediate driving skill had proven to be a worthwhile investment. Who would have imagined I would one day engage in drifting? Ha, the trouble has been dealt with, and now it is time for that brat Bo Yun. Fixating on the yellow go-kart ahead, Su Ran pressed his lips together and accelerated fiercely, leaving Shi, still in a daze, in his wake. Currently, Su Ran was about 100 meters behind Bo Yun, with the race already past the halfway mark, primarily due to the delay caused by Shi's interference. Nonetheless, Su Ran would not passively watch as Bo Yun maintained a considerable lead. Without hesitation, Su Ran sprang into action, his body in motion, his hands and feet coordinated in a dazzling display of skill. Once again, long-distance drifting blossomed under Su Ran's command. As he navigated the subsequent curves, witnesses saw the black go-kart leaving traces of tire and ground friction at nearly every bend. The cacophony of tire screeches reverberated, striking deep into the souls of every spectator present. Amidst the swirling dust, Su Ran resembled a knight riding a magnificent black steed, soaring along the thoroughfare. Ah, this is the essence of speed and passion. Among the crowd, someone sighed in awe, yet surprisingly, no one stepped forward to refute that sentiment. In the blink of an eye, the race entered its countdown. With only the final lap remaining, Su Ran had narrowed the gap to Bo Yun to less than 50 meters, a distance that continued to diminish with each passing moment. Moments later, Su Ran found himself behind Yang Ranji. Upon noticing Su Ran's approach, Yang Ranji willingly cleared a path, facilitating Su Ran's overtaking maneuver. As Su Ran passed, he turned his head, smiling and nodding at Yang Ranji, signaling that everything was under control. "Brother Ran, it's all up to you," Yang Ranji shouted, extending his head in encouragement. With a swift gesture, Su Ran extended a hand to signal an okay, and then pressed down hard on the accelerator, overtaking Yang Ranji. Ahead, Bo Yun caught sight of Su Ran rapidly closing the distance in his rearview mirror. His once sunny demeanor darkened in an instant. Damn it, Shi is utterly useless. He can't even handle such a trivial matter. Unable to suppress his frustration, Bo Yun resolved to concentrate fully on the race. However, his expression soured further as he realized that no matter how hard he tried or how skillfully he drove, he could not escape the encroaching presence of the black go-kart behind him. "Damn it, I refuse to believe you can overtake my car." Faced with Su Ran's relentless pursuit, Bo Yun abandoned any thoughts of shaking him off and instead prepared to replicate Shi's earlier tactics, blocking Su Ran's car. Time flew by, and soon, only a quarter of the final lap remained, with the distance between Su Ran and Bo Yun reduced to mere meters. "Come on, I'm not a loser like Shi. I'm eager to see how you plan to overtake me," Bo Yun grinned menacingly, twisting his vehicle to block Su Ran's path. Su Ran responded with a chilling smile. "Oh, you want to try that again? Don't you know I'm a master at drifting?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ran focused intently on the upcoming turn, his hands deftly maneuvering the steering wheel while his feet danced on the pedals. Suddenly, the black go-kart swerved towards the edge of the track. Just as it approached the wave strip, the rear wheels hit the bumpy edge, causing the entire vehicle to jolt sideways, bouncing erratically while the front wheels aimed for the turn. In an instant, the sharp sound of tires screeching filled the air. "Holy crap, a bouncing drift!" the young man in the shirt exclaimed, leaping from his seat in shock. "What on earth is this technique?" came a voice of confusion from the crowd. "It's a form of drifting, and its difficulty rivals that of the long-distance drift we saw earlier. Some might even argue it's more challenging." The words of the young man struck the onlookers like a hammer, causing a ripple of astonishment to wash over them. "It's beyond human capability," the young man cried out in despair, utterly convinced by Su Ran's almost supernatural skill. In that fleeting moment, smoke billowed into the air, and amidst the haze, the black go-kart glided past the yellow one like a specter. As it passed, the black cart aligned perfectly perpendicular to the yellow one, and right in front of Su Ran was a visibly terrified Bo Yun. "Hi." Su Ran flashed a slight smile at Bo Yun before swiftly overtaking him. What kind of driving skill is that?" Bo Yun stammered, caught in a daze, uttering words without conscious thought. In the blink of an eye, their positions reversed, with Su Ran now leading the way. "I lost," the young man in the shirt sighed. "I lost. That kid's skills are simply terrifying." Yun Gu, acknowledging his defeat, remarked, "It's not unjust. That kid is clearly a seasoned pro." Liu, witnessing Su Ran's triumphant overtake, leaped up in excitement, her adorable face beaming as she cheered. "Yay, Su Ran has overtaken again." "Indeed, he has," Huang Mao said, his jaw dropping in astonishment. As Su Ran navigated the twists and turns of the track, the exhilarating drift combined with the heart-stopping slide had rendered him somewhat numb. Even if one were to claim that Su Ran had outpaced Bo Yun by a considerable margin, he would readily concede to that assertion. Following Su Ran's overtaking maneuver, Bo Yun's yellow go-kart seemed to lose its vigor, gradually decelerating as if it had abandoned any notion of contesting for first place. Moments later, Su Ran crossed the finish line, securing victory by a lead of several seconds over Bo Yun. In the cart, Su Ran wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face alight with excitement as he activated his task watch. Task: break the record at the advanced go-kart racing circuit. Task reward: 1 month of lifespan. Task status: completed. Damn, an extra month of life, at last. I've recouped some of my investment. Leaning back in his seat, a hint of satisfaction graced Su Ran's sweat-drenched visage. Chapter 32. Special task triggered. Haha, Rangu, you truly are remarkable. You managed to turn the tide. As soon as he exited the cart, Yang Renji rushed over, his face beaming with excitement as he enveloped Su Ran in a hearty embrace. Well, it wasn't too shabby. In the face of true skill, any petty tricks are futile, Su Ran declared, his voice resonating loudly enough for Bo Yun and his entourage to hear. Yet, none dared to challenge Su Ran's words. They were acutely aware of their own shortcomings, having resorted to unsavory tactics, but they had not anticipated that even with their underhanded strategies, defeat would still be their outcome. This left them feeling utterly helpless and disheartened. Rango, did you use drifting when you overtook? It looked incredibly cool, young Renji exclaimed, animatedly recounting the final scene, his admiration evident. Indeed, it was a small technique within drifting, Su Ran smiled. Upon hearing Su Ran's acknowledgement, young Renji excitedly asked, Rango, could you teach me a thing or two? Not for go-karts, but for small motor vehicles. Su Ran hesitated to respond. Ever since he realized that the task watch required him to actively trigger tasks, he understood that his free time would be limited. If he wished to redeem items from the store, he would need a substantial amount of lifespan, which could only be acquired by triggering and completing tasks. After a moment's thought, Su Ran nodded. All right, but I might be short on time in the near future. Let's discuss it when I have the opportunity. Great, no problem. Young Renji laughed heartily. At that moment, Bo Yun and Shirtu also exited their vehicle. Shirtu, his expression tinged with regret, lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Yun Gu, I couldn't stop that guy. Bo Yun, his face inscrutable, waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I couldn't stop him either. It's not your fault. A young man in a shirt approached, whispering a few words into Bo Yun's ear before handing him his phone. Furrowing his brows, Bo Yun watched the recorded video, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. This match, the loss is not unjust. Indeed, that guy's skill is such that he could compete professionally. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of, the young man in the shirt remarked, a hint of admiration flickering across his face as he gazed at Su Ran. He wouldn't be surprised to see someone play with F1 racing in such a manner. However, to execute so many intricate maneuvers with a go-kart, even a seasoned racing enthusiast like him could not help but exclaim in admiration. Impressive. Bo Yun, accepting the wager, stated coldly, hand over the money. Yang Renji approached Bo Yun and remarked icily, Humph, I concede this time, yet you are still not worthy of my submission, Bo Yun retorted with a huff, turning to Su Ran and coolly acknowledging, you are indeed formidable. Today, my defeat is not without reason. Su Ran chuckled lightly, oh, you flatter me. It's merely a few minor techniques. At this, both Bo Yun and the young man in the shirt involuntarily twitched. Drifting is merely a minor technique. Does that mean we are driving toy cars? Taking a deep breath, Bo Yun tossed a bank card to Yang Renji, saying, take this. There are over 200,000 on it, with the password being the last 6 digits. With that said, Bo Yun silently led his companions away, feeling utterly humiliated for not even securing a victory in the karting arena. He vowed never to return to this place again. Rangu, you take this money. It is all due to your efforts. I hardly contributed. Yang Renji tossed the card to Su Ran with a smile. No, this is far too much. I merely lent a hand. I cannot accept such a sum from you. Su Ran resolutely shook his head, pretending to return the card. Seeing this, Yang Renji hastily insisted, Rangu, your assistance in winning the race has already saved me 200,000. You must accept this money, or you are disregarding my brotherly respect. Noticing Yang Renji's readiness to argue over such a matter, Su Ran could only accept the card with a wry smile. He understood Yang Renji's straightforward nature. He might genuinely fall out over this issue. After this incident, the group was eager to leave. They exited the karting venue and meandered around the amusement park until dusk approached. Throughout this time, Liu hopped ahead, leading the way, while Su Ran and Yang Renji trailed behind, somewhat helplessly. Yang Renji could not help but complain to Su Ran, Rangu, you aren't pursuing her, so why did you agree to come out with her? Especially to a place like an amusement park, which is often frequented by couples. Is this not just seeking torment? Su Ran paused at this remark, realizing that indeed, he was not pursuing her, so why had he invited her out? Since that gathering, it seemed he had been subconsciously attempting to engage more with Li Yu. The wager paralleled this. Was he truly developing feelings for this girl? Renji, do you think if a guy unintentionally draws near to a girl, it signifies he has feelings for her? After pondering for a long time without clarity, Su Ran turned to young Renji for an answer. Young Renji slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, these thoughts perplex me as well, and I have little desire to ponder them. Whenever I like a girl at school, I simply tell her, 'Be my girlfriend,' and I promise you a life of luxury." Su Ran's mouth twitched in exasperation, finding it hard to comprehend. Yet, given young Renji's character, such forthrightness seemed fitting. "Rangu, in my opinion, if you find her appealing, you should just tell her directly. I observe that her demeanor towards you is rather favorable. Perhaps she harbors some feelings for you. Moreover, with Li Yu's exquisite beauty, it is entirely plausible that someone might whisk her away one day, leaving you in regret when it is too late. It is quite simple to discern whether you have affections for her." Young Renji continued, "Imagine Li Yu nestled in another's embrace, envision her reveling in someone else's affections. If such thoughts disturb your peace of mind, it undoubtedly signifies your interest in her. Furthermore, in another's arms, sharing a bed with someone else?" At this juncture, Su Ran suddenly felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, his expression darkening considerably as he abruptly interrupted young Renji, stating, "Enough, do not speak any further." Young Renji promptly ceased his words, recognizing the grim countenance of Su Ran. He had already grasped his brother's sentiments. Su Ran gazed at Li Yu's graceful silhouette ahead, letting out a faint sigh. Young Renji's previous remarks had clarified his innermost thoughts. Indeed, whether it was shielding Li Yu from drinks, engaging in wagers, or inviting her out, he was undoubtedly driven by some ulterior motive. Moreover, Su Ran found it truly unbearable to envision Li Yu with another man. He stared at Li Yu's slender figure in the distance. Su Ran's resolve gradually solidified. "Liu, in this lifetime, I shall not allow you to slip from my grasp." Just as Su Ran made this firm decision to claim Li Yu for himself, the task watch suddenly illuminated. Special task activation conditions met. Task: Special, please pursue Li Yu. Task reward: 6 additional hours of life. Task deadline: 10,000 years. Goodness, is this even possible? Su Ran stared in astonishment at the contents on the luminous screen, feeling as though he had been assaulted by 1,000 wild horses. Chapter 33. A confession on the Ferris wheel. In the air above the watch, the virtual display illuminated every line and letter, reminding Su Ran that what he witnessed was not an illusion, but indeed a task, complete with a lifespan reward. A deadline of 10,000 years. Does this not belittle me? This task was the only one he had encountered thus far that included a deadline, albeit one that left Su Ran utterly speechless. 10,000 years. Whether he would even survive to see that many years was a question in itself. Furthermore, the task reward had Su Ran's cheeks twitching in disbelief. 6 hours? Well, 6 hours it is. I could certainly afford an extra night's rest. With a peculiar expression on his face, Su Ran deactivated the task watch. Observing Su Ran's pained expression, young Renji mistakenly assumed he was anxious about not being able to win Li Yu's affection, and thus inquired with concern, "Brother Ran, would you like me to assist you in orchestrating a romantic date for you and your future wife?" By suggesting this, young Renji had already mentally designated Li Yu as Su Ran's girlfriend. Moreover, after spending the day in her company, he found Li Yu to be quite remarkable, beautiful, academically accomplished, and devoid of any ulterior motives, making her an ideal match for Su Ran. Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand to interrupt young Renji, asserting, "You need not intervene in this matter. I can handle it myself. Do you still doubt me?" Young Renji chuckled, "Haha, with Rangu personally taking charge, how could I possibly doubt you?" He held Su Ran's capabilities in high esteem. Thus far, whether in the college entrance examination or in racing, Su Ran had never let him down. By the way, Rangu, which university are you planning to attend? Young Renji suddenly inquired, regaining his focus. Most likely Jinghua University or Jingdu University. These two institutions are the pinnacle of academia in Huaxia. Su Ran had already made up his mind about these two universities from the very beginning. The specific choice, however, required further contemplation. "What? Do you wish to accompany me to the same university?" Su Ran smiled slightly, perceptively addressing young Renji's underlying thoughts. "Hee, you really understand me, Rangu. I scored over 660 points this time. I should have no trouble getting into one of those universities." Young Renji chuckled candidly. "All right, once I finalize my decision, I will inform you." Su Ran responded without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. Having an additional friend meant an extra avenue for opportunities, and Su Ran felt that young Renji was a loyal companion, well suited for brotherhood. "Then it's settled, Rangu. I will follow you to university, and I promise not to hold you back, Yang Renji declared with enthusiasm. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without Su Ran's assistance during the college entrance examination, he would be lost in uncertainty about his future. Attending university with his current capabilities would lead to aimless wandering. It was far better to stick with Su Ran, who was the only one aware of his academic dishonesty. This way, at least he could manage to obtain a diploma alongside Su Ran. What was more, Yang Renji knew that Su Ran was no ordinary student. If being the top scorer in the college entrance examination merely indicated academic excellence, then today's racing showcased Su Ran's prowess as a formidable driver. Moreover, Su Ran's nonchalant demeanor during fights left a profound impact on him. His instincts told him that Su Ran was far from a simpleton. After making the agreement with Su Ran, Yang Renji wisely chose not to interrupt the budding romance between him and Li Yu and led his group of friends away. Where did Yang Renji and the others go? Li Yu asked, blinking in confusion as she noticed Su Ran approaching alone. They left. Your presence dampened their spirits, Su Ran replied, gazing into Li Yu's eyes with a subtle smile. Are you implying that I failed to guide them properly, causing them to leave in frustration? Li Yu puffed her cheeks indignantly. Observing her adorably flustered expression, Su Ran felt an inexplicable impulse surge within him. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, eliciting a look of astonishment from Li Yu. After pinching, he playfully teased, "You look quite adorable when you're angry. Your cheeks puffed up make you resemble a little aggrieved creature." In an instant, Li Yu's face turned crimson. She hastily swatted Su Ran's hand away, glaring at him with a mix of indignation and playful reproach. "Su Ran, what are you doing?" Noticing the slight irritation on Li Yu's face, Su Ran chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand, realizing that his earlier action had been somewhat abrupt. However, after listening to Yang Renji's words, he could no longer maintain the same calm demeanor when interacting with Li Yu. This was also the reason behind Su Ran's earlier impulsive act. After retracting his hand, Su Ran offered an awkward smile, at a loss for words, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Ultimately, it was Su Ran who broke the awkwardness between them. "Shall we take a look around?" Su Ran suggested, pointing towards one end of the amusement park, where the tallest structure loomed. "The Ferris wheel?" Li Yu gazed in surprise at the direction Su Ran indicated, a sudden heat flushing her ears as she contemplated the implications. Wasn't such a place typically reserved for couples? What was Su Ran thinking? Su Ran, oblivious to Li Yu's thoughts and unaware that her heart was racing, looked at the Ferris wheel with a gentle smile that hinted at tenderness. He softly inquired, "Shall we ride the Ferris wheel? I've never been on one before." His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. That moment, Li Yu's mind was in disarray, compounded by Su Ran's earlier impulsiveness. She had begun to harbor certain suspicions, tinged with a touch of fear yet simultaneously laced with an inexplicable anticipation. Overwhelmed with nervousness, she forgot to respond to Su Ran's question, instead nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her crescent-shaped eyes seemingly sinking into an ocean of emotions, sparkling with a hint of trepidation. Noticing her silence, Su Ran gently grasped her hand, which was twisting the fabric, and led her toward the Ferris wheel. Almost as if in a trance, Li Yu did not resist, allowing Su Ran to pull her along. It was only upon reaching the base of the Ferris wheel that she exclaimed in surprise. Snapping back to reality, seeing Su Ran holding her hand, she immediately withdrew, exclaiming, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Li Yu glared at Su Ran, her voice raised. She was perplexed as to why Su Ran seemed transformed after spending an afternoon with Yang Renji. Su Ran cast a playful glance at Li Yu, then tilted his head to gaze intently at the Ferris wheel, speaking softly, "You wanted an answer, didn't you? Let me provide it with that." He turned and strode purposefully towards a cabin. Behind him, Li Yu stomped her foot in frustration, hesitating momentarily before ultimately following him into a cabin. As the cabin ascended, they quickly reached mid-air. At that moment, it was twilight, the orange sun hanging low on the distant horizon, casting the last rays of the day and painting the entire sky in a captivating hue of terracotta. Inside the cabin, the warm glow of the setting sun illuminated both Su Ran's and Li Yu's faces, as well as their legs, which were barely a foot apart. Li Yu turned her gaze towards the window, her large eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Though she did not turn to look at Su Ran, she sensed that he was watching her intently. "Didn't you want an answer? I will give it to you now." Su Ran's gentle voice brushed against Li Yu's ear, causing a flicker of panic to cross her eyes. Ultimately, she bit her lip and turned her head to face him as the sun dipped below the horizon. Su Ran slowly began to speak, his words radiating warmth akin to the glow of the setting sun, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. "Li Yu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Chapter 34. The endless sunset, it was a phrase steeped in kitsch, undeniably trite. Yet, it was also the most candid and straightforward declaration, devoid of any embellishment or ornate language, uttered quietly by Su Ran. Concise, yet it struck straight to the heart. In an instant, Li Yu's face flushed, a hue deeper than the twilight's afterglow. Su Ran, stop joking. This is not amusing at all, she retorted, biting her lip and fidgeting. However, as she spoke, her voice grew softer, betraying a hint of uncertainty. I am serious. Su Ran insisted, locking his gaze onto Li Yu's, his tone gentle. I cannot pinpoint when you began to occupy a special place in my heart. Perhaps we encountered one another in a past life? Who would believe you? Li Yu scoffed, turning her head away. A past life? You're just trying to deceive me. Su Ran chuckled and shook his head. In truth, he had not been lying about certain matters. Who was to say they hadn't known each other before? Enough of diverting the topic. I am earnest in my confession, and I sincerely hope you will agree to be my girlfriend. He gazed intently into Li Yu's eyes, articulating each word with conviction. At that moment, his heart was tranquil, and he bore no embarrassment. Once he resolved on something, he was determined to surmount any obstacles that lay ahead. Seeing Su Ran's earnest demeanor, devoid of pretense, Li Yu felt a flicker of understanding in her heart. She recognized that he was not jesting, yet she found it difficult to relinquish her reticence. Her thoughts were a chaotic tangle, stirred by his confession. What were her feelings for Su Ran? Just a close friend? It seemed to surpass that. A romantic partner? Yet, there was something amiss. Ultimately, Li Yu sighed softly, gazing out the window and murmured, Su Ran, this is all too sudden. Could you grant me some time to consider? Su Ran inhaled deeply, smiling in response. All right. Li Yu's lack of an outright rejection indicated that she had indeed etched a trace of him in her heart. Every beginning is arduous, yet Su Ran now possessed a promising start. He believed he would win Li Yu's heart in due time. As Li Yu observed the sun preparing to set, her eyes grew somewhat misty, and she suddenly spoke. Su Ran, your singing is wonderful. Will you sing a song for me? Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly regained his composure. Rather than singing immediately, he followed Li Yu's gaze and asked, Do you have a fondness for sunsets? Don't you think sunsets are beautiful? Li Yu replied. Leaning against the window without turning her head, Su Ran nodded. In that case, I shall sing you a song about the sunset. A song about the sunset? Li Yu turned her head, surprised. Sure. Su Ran raised a finger and smiled gently. At this, Li Yu returned a soft smile, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on Su Ran, eager to see what he would conjure. Su Ran squinted slightly, gently uttering. The mist in the sky arrives with a casual indifference, the river lies as tranquil as an oil painting, and the leisurely steps of the doves press upon the rhythm. My heart secretly clears, praying that you, like a valiant royal guard, steadfastly protect our love without a stir. The footprints you left in my memories are the scenery I cherish. Upon hearing this, Li Yu was already somewhat entranced. This time, Su Ran's voice was not as deep as before. Instead, it had transformed into a much more cheerful tone, harmonizing beautifully with the afterglow of the setting sun, rendering Su Ran an unparalleled source of impact for Li Yu in that moment. I wish to send you an everlasting longing, dispatching postcards that symbolize love. I wish to offer you a love that never sets, tightly holding our hearts as we traverse the world. You are the celebration. You are the sunny day, my love remains awake, an unsetting longing, soaring beside you. My love remains awake. As Su Ran sang these lines, he cast a deeply affectionate glance at Li Yu, the tenderness in his gaze speaking volumes. Li Yu, feeling a playful embarrassment, turned her flushed face away, avoiding Su Ran's gaze, which seemed to penetrate her very soul at that moment. Even a fool would recognize that Su Ran was using this song as a creative means to confess his feelings to her. That rascal Su Ran, even when singing, can't be serious. Li Yu secretly chastised, yet inexplicably, a wave of sweetness and warmth surged within her heart. Su Ran extended his hand, attempting to grasp Li Yu's, but she shyly evaded him, her cheeks flushed. Unfazed, Su Ran continued to sing, praying that you, like a valiant royal guard, steadfastly protect our love. The footprints you left in my memories are the scenery I cherish. I wish to send you an everlasting longing, dispatching postcards that symbolize love. I wish to offer you a love that never sets, tightly holding our hearts as we traverse the world. You are the celebration. You are the sunny day, my love remains awake, an unsetting longing, soaring beside you. My love remains awake. As the final note lingered in the air, Su Ran gazed at Li Yu with affection and remarked, This song, The Sun Never Sets, is dedicated to our lovely and beautiful Miss Li Yu, symbolizing that my love for you will never fade. How cheesy. Liu retorted playfully, yet her smile betrayed the sweetness blooming within her heart. The sun never sets? Such a lovely song. Thank you, Su Ran. Su Ran smiled gently. This song was written specifically for you. There's no need for thanks. What? You composed this yourself? Liu exclaimed in surprise, having initially thought it was merely a cover of someone else's work. Indeed. Since you adore sunsets, I was inspired to create an impromptu piece. Liu scrutinized Su Ran for a moment before conceding. All right, you are indeed impressive. Even an offhand creation can surpass the hits on the music charts. With an undeniable smile, Su Ran remarked that this song was indeed sung by the legendary diva Jolin Tsai in a bygone era, a time when she was immensely popular. The sun may never set? Yet how many romances can truly withstand the test of time? Su Ran was uncertain about others, but he was resolute in his determination to never give up. Even if the heavens crumble and the earth decays, he would persist as the final notes of the song faded away. The distance between the two seemed to diminish considerably, erasing the awkwardness that had arisen from Su Ran's earlier confession. After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, Su Ran insisted on accompanying Liu for dinner, disregarding her protests, firmly believing that as her suitor, it was his duty to escort his future girlfriend home. Although this irked Liu, a wave of secret delight surged within her. She realized that Su Ran genuinely cared for her safety. Following their dinner, as Su Ran made his way back to Qin Shu's residence, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he was startled to find it was an unexpected call from his homeroom teacher. Hello, Teacher Zhou. Su Ran, do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow? Su Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. I should be free. Excellent. Could you come to the Education Bureau? A professor from Kyoto University wishes to meet you. A Kyoto University professor. Su Ran was taken aback. Such a title carried significant weight, especially from one of the nation's premier institutions. What do you think? Interested in meeting? Yes, absolutely. When should I come? Without hesitation, Su Ran agreed, eager to seize the opportunity. Let's say around 10 tomorrow morning. Just give me a call when you arrive at the Education Bureau. All right, sounds good. After hanging up, Su Ran couldn't help but smile. His curiosity about the Kyoto University professor piqued. Chapter 35. The invitation from Yang Lao. The following morning, Su Ran greeted Qin Shu and Deng Xiaochuan before heading to the Education Bureau. Last night, he had returned home to find these two drunkenly entwined in slumber, their intimate embrace leaving Su Ran in a state of contemplation that made sleep elusive. Who knew what escapades they had engaged in to ignite such fervor? Around 10 o'clock, Su Ran arrived punctually at the Education Bureau's entrance. Teacher Zhou, I have arrived, he called as he pulled out his phone. Yes, I'm coming down to meet you. Within moments, Teacher Zhou emerged, hurrying from the building's entrance. Su Ran, over here. Teacher Zhou, who exactly is it that wishes to meet me? Is it truly a professor from Kyoto University? Su Ran inquired as he approached. Of course. Why would I deceive you? Teacher Zhou chuckled lightly. Now, let us ascend. They've been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon reaching the upper floor, Teacher Zhou guided Su Ran into an office, where two individuals were already seated, awaiting his arrival. Upon the arrival of Su Ran, both individuals surveyed the unremarkable yet eerily composed student before them with curiosity. This must be Su Ran, mused a middle-aged man, who was none other than the director of the Education Bureau, Chun Ming. Teacher Zhou smiled and nodded, saying, This is Su Ran, the finest student I have taught in this cohort. I have invested considerable effort in his education, and thankfully, he has not disappointed me in the end. These words. Su Ran could not help but smirk inwardly. Investment in my education? He nearly got me expelled. Yet, out of respect for Teacher Zhou, Su Ran refrained from contradicting him. Indeed, quite so, remarked an elder, known as Yang Lao, clearly pleased by Su Ran's calm demeanor, nodding in approval. Upon receiving Yang Lao's praise, Teacher Zhou beamed with pride and proceeded to introduce Yang Lao and Qian Ming to Su Ran. Yang Lao, whose birth name was Yang Guowan, was commonly referred to as Yang Lao or Professor Yang within the industry. Su Ran approached politely to shake hands with both Yang Lao and Qian Ming, finding a favorable impression of the two. They did not seem like the type to lead students astray. Su Ran, I have read your essay, and it is profoundly insightful. Moreover, your performance in the recent college entrance examination was quite commendable. I invited you here today to inquire whether you have any interest in attending our Kyoto University. As soon as Su Ran seated himself, Yang Lao asked with a smile, his admiration for such talent unmistakable in his eyes. Leaning casually on the sofa, Su Ran replied nonchalantly, Kyoto University, you say? I am actually torn between attending Tsinghua University or Kyoto University. Yang Lao nodded in agreement. Tsinghua University, is it? I am aware that you specialize in the sciences, and indeed, Tsinghua's science department may surpass ours in some aspects. However, I still hope you will choose to join us at Kyoto University, where we shall provide you with the finest training, in truth. I am not particularly concerned with which institution is superior, Su Ran suddenly remarked. Oh? What do you mean by that? Yang Lao inquired. Su Ran replied with a smile. Professor Yang, if I were to attend Kyoto University, how much free time would I have? What? Do you not wish to attend classes, or do you prefer self-study? Yang Lao looked at Su Ran in surprise. Su Ran shook his head. Not quite that. I merely desire more free time. I will certainly attend classes. Ah, so you are simply seeking more freedom, are you? Yang Lao chuckled, having discerned Su Ran's intentions. Yes, precisely. As long as I have ample free time, I am indifferent to which school I attend or what major I choose, Su Ran confessed with a smile. Haha, if that's the case, why not join the program I lead? I have plenty of free time here. Yang Lao laughed heartily. Oh? And what program do you lead? Su Ran inquired. Professor Yang gestured toward himself, grinning. The Chinese department. The Chinese department? Su Ran exclaimed, taken aback. He was well aware that this program was renowned as one of the finest at Kyoto University, a prestigious flagship department attracting countless applicants each year. Indeed, the Chinese department. What do you think? Are you willing to join? As long as you come, I shall grant you access through the back door. It matters not whether you attend the regular classes. As long as you do not fail at the end of the term, that is sufficient. Old Yang has once again dropped a bombshell. This time, even teacher Zhou and Chen Ming were taken aback by Yang's words. Such a condition is truly unprecedented. This is hardly attending classes. It feels more like a leisurely trip to Kyoto University. Professor Yang is indeed serious about this. Su Ran raised an eyebrow, intently scrutinizing Old Yang's face, hoping to glean some insight. Indeed. Old Yang replied without a hint of hesitation, very well. I shall accompany Professor Yang. Su Ran readily agreed. After all this time, what was it all for if not for such an indulgent arrangement? Su Ran had a premonition that the tasks announced by the mission watch would undoubtedly increase, and he would need to dedicate a considerable amount of time to fulfill them. Not to mention, concerning longevity alone, he would have to exert himself to the utmost. It is important to note that Su Ran's lifespan now dwindled to less than 20 years. He certainly did not wish to depart from this world in his 30s. At the peak of his life, that would be far too dull. However, I do have a modest request. Oh? What is it? As long as it is not too outrageous, I can certainly accommodate you, Old Yang responded. Upon hearing this, both Chun Ming and teacher Zhou exchanged wry smiles. Old Yang is exceedingly generous towards Su Ran. It is just that I have a friend who also wishes to attend Kyoto University, Su Ran said with a smile, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. What score did he achieve? Old Yang furrowed his brow. Kyoto University is not a place where just anyone can gain admission. There must be at least some standards. 664 points. Su Ran recalled, remembering that Yang Run had mentioned his score. Upon hearing this figure, Old Yang's furrowed brow immediately relaxed. 664 points is indeed sufficient for admission to Kyoto. Nodding, Old Yang remarked, very well, I will take care of this matter. Thank you, Old Yang. Su Ran stood up voluntarily and shook hands with Old Yang once more. With Su Ran's consent, Old Yang appeared considerably more pleased, engaging Su Ran in further conversation, much of which revolved around literature. Nevertheless, Su Ran did not disappoint Old Yang, discussing numerous literary figures from his past life, leading to an extended debate, ultimately compelling Old Yang to sigh and commend Su Ran's vast knowledge and eloquence. However, Su Ran felt little joy from such praise. He was acutely aware that he was conversing with Old Yang from the vantage point of many literary masters. The trajectory of literary development in this world has indeed diverged from what was described in the systematic accounts, particularly in the modern era, which bears significant differences from his past life. Yet, the history prior to the Qing dynasty remains fundamentally similar to that of his former life. The only distinction lies in the brief span of history following World War II, which has unfolded in less than a century. It was not until noon that the two finally ceased their spirited debate, at which point Old Yang regarded Su Ran with an even more satisfied gaze, tinged with a sense of missed opportunities. After bidding farewell to Old Yang and the others, Su Ran retrieved his phone and called Liu once more. Hello, Su Ran, what can I do for you? The sweet voice of Liu resonated on the other end of the line. Hee, what do you think? Liu chuckled teasingly. Of course, it's to invite you out. However, after Su Ran finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Liu hesitantly replied, Su Ran, I'm afraid I don't have the time anymore. I'm not in the city right now. I've already returned to my hometown. What? Why did you leave so quickly? Su Ran asked, disappointment evident in his voice. It's because my grandmother urged me to, Liu replied playfully. Well, fine. I wish you a pleasant time back home. Su Ran sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, Liu sat in a vehicle, her delicate face gazing out at the houses rushing by, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. Xiao Yu, who was that calling you? A beautiful woman, resembling Liu quite closely, inquired with a smile. A classmate. Li Yu's eyes darted with a hint of panic as she evaded the woman's gaze. Xiao Yu, you should really sever ties with those dubious classmates. Try to avoid associating with them. They will only hinder your progress. A frown appeared on the woman's face as she spoke coldly. Mom, please don't interfere. I know what I'm doing. Li Yu turned her face away and replied icily. Humph, I hope you can handle it well. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to intervene. The woman huffed dismissively, her tone stern. Liu sighed inwardly, her grip on the phone tightening. Can I truly forget you? Su ran. Chapter 36. Challenge Task. The spirits of water. Is this girl intentionally avoiding me? After hanging up, Su ran sighed, taken aback that Li Yu had returned to her hometown right after he had confessed. Upon returning to Chen Shu's home, he found the two of them engrossed in watching television. Su ran leaned in for a closer look and saw that the screen displayed a sun-drenched beach, with numerous beauties in bikinis strolling about. No wonder these two had surprisingly chosen to watch television instead of playing games. They were mesmerized by the women. Old Su, Xiao Chuan and I have decided to travel to Sanya in a few days. Would you like to join us? Chen Shu said, gesturing towards the television with a grin. Sanya? Su ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why not go to Hawaii? There are even more beauties there. I hear they are all voluptuous foreign girls. Deng Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively. Don't even mention it. We would love to go to Hawaii, but we heard a typhoon is expected there soon, so it's not very safe. That's why we settled on Sanya. Oh, I see. Su ran lamented. If a typhoon is coming, then there's really no choice. Hey, you still haven't said whether you're going to Sanya or not, Chen Shu said, tossing a pillow at him. Su ran caught it effortlessly, laughing. Of course I'm going. You two can't leave me behind to secretly ogle beauties. All right then, I'll book the tickets to Sanya, and we'll all go together, Chen Shu declared, then turned back to the television with a lewd grin. The beauties of Sanya, Chen Yi is coming. Xiao Chuan also chuckled, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the screen. Su ran shook his head in silence, a twinge of regret surfacing for having agreed to accompany these two rascals to Sanya. What if these two troublemakers got themselves caught up in some mischief? Would he really have to go rescue them from the police? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the task watch suddenly lit up. Special task activated. Extreme challenge initiated. Challenge task. Please complete the extreme challenge creatures of the water. Surfing. Task reward. 3 months added to lifespan. Task requirement. Please complete this challenge during the arrival of Typhoon Haiyan, with waves no less than 50 meters. Penalty for failure. 1 year deducted from lifespan. Damn it. Su Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as he cursed internally. Surfing 50-meter waves? In a typhoon? Is the system playing a joke on me? And when was this penalty for failure even established? At that moment, Su Ran was filled with questions, particularly the daunting prospect of losing a year of his life due to failure sent chills down his spine. However, he had heard of the term creatures of the water. It referred to a kind of extreme challenge, although the actual requirements were not as exaggerated as those in this task. Creatures of the water, as the name suggests, involved surfing, but it required monstrous waves, not the small swells near the shore. Such extreme sports typically necessitated venturing far into the ocean, and finding waves that met such criteria was exceptionally rare, usually only occurring during tsunamis or typhoons. Surfing near the shoreline could only be termed as a sport. Yet, Su Ran's task was a matter of life and death. Waves towering 50 meters could easily obliterate skyscrapers. A typhoon? Suddenly, Su Ran slapped his hand onto Deng Xiaochuan's leg. Hey, Xiaochuan, what was the name of that typhoon that hit Hawaii you mentioned before? Ouch, be gentle. Deng Xiaochuan winced, closing his eyes in pain. Hurry up, it's urgent. I think that it was called Haiyan. Deng Xiaochuan scratched his head, hesitantly replying. Indeed, that was it. Su Ran's expression darkened, his face resembling that of coal. What's wrong? Lao Su? Chen Shu inquired, noticing Su Ran's troubled demeanor. Su Ran clenched his jaw, hesitating for a moment before finally sighing. Chen Shu, I've suddenly remembered something important. I can't go to Sanya with you guys, because I need to go surf in Hawaii. The latter part of this statement Su Ran muttered through gritted teeth in his mind. Hearing Su Ran's words, Deng Xiaochuan immediately grew anxious. Why, Lao Su? It's such a rare opportunity to have fun. How about we wait for you to finish your business before leaving? No need. You two go ahead. I don't think I'll have much time, Su Ran replied, his face still dark. What a letdown. Chen Shu sighed, seeing Su Ran's resolute demeanor. All right then, Xiaochuan, let's just go enjoy ourselves in Sanya. I wish you both a splendid time. Su Ran forced a smile before retreating to his room. When he emerged, however, he was already carrying a backpack. Lao Su, you're leaving already? Aren't you going to stay and play a few more days? Su Ran gently nodded, replying with a soft affirmation. I should return early to wrap things up, so I can attain my own liberation sooner." Having spoken, he declined the offer of the two to see him off, descending the stairs and heading directly to the station. He intended to make a brief stop at home before embarking on his journey to Hawaii. He had just checked online, discovering that the typhoon, Haiyan, was expected to reach the vicinity of Hawaii in about 10 days, and it would be at its most ferocious upon arrival. Once aboard the vehicle, Su-ran accessed the task marketplace, meticulously sifting through the skill books to select the abilities he desired. After a moment, his finger paused, and several skill descriptions materialized on the virtual screen. Basic aquatic skill. Upon activation, you will randomly acquire 5 swimming techniques and gain the ability to freely dive in waters shallower than 10 meters. Redemption cost, 2 months of lifespan. Intermediate aquatic skill. Upon activation, you will master all swimming techniques and gain the ability to freely dive in waters shallower than 50 meters. Redemption cost, 1 year of lifespan. Advanced aquatic skill. Upon activation, you will acquire all water sports skills, gain the ability to freely dive in waters shallower than 200 meters, and automatically learn diving and surfing techniques. Redemption cost, 3 years of lifespan. Ultimate aquatic skill. Upon activation, you will possess all the aforementioned skills. In addition, your respiratory structure will be altered, granting you the ability to breathe underwater with a maximum diving depth of 1,000 meters. Redemption cost, 8 years of lifespan. Similar to the previous driving skills, the aquatic skills were also categorized into 4 levels. However, at first glance, Su-ran swiftly dismissed the basic aquatic skill. Should he acquire it and attempt to venture forth, he would undoubtedly be engulfed by the monstrous waves. The ultimate skill was also disregarded, for while the ability to breathe underwater was enticing, he was not yet prepared to transform into a mermaid, and the steep price of 8 years of lifespan compelled him to reconsider. Ultimately, Su-ran's gaze lingered on the intermediate and advanced skill books. The intermediate skill book appeared somewhat acceptable, yet it did not include the surfing skill, necessitating additional learning on his part. With the typhoon approaching imminently, Su-ran doubted his capacity to master it within the next few days. Moreover, the waves he aimed to conquer would need to be at least 50 meters high. This was not a feat achievable with mere rudimentary skills. Only top-tier surfing expertise would suffice. As he contemplated the surfing skill, Su-ran considered checking the marketplace for a standalone surfing skill book. However, after a thorough search, he found none available. Alas, it seemed that the surfing skill, much like the drifting skill, was a hidden ability, only granted as an additional benefit upon purchasing these skills. Su-ran sighed, gazing at the skill with a price tag of 3 years of lifespan, finding it exceedingly difficult to proceed. With a mere press of a button, 3 years of his life would vanish. Were it not for the punitive consequences of failing the task, Su-ran would never have entertained the idea of undertaking such a perilous journey to chase a 50-meter wave. He would have to be utterly foolish to consider it. However, the grim specter of a year's punishment loomed before him, compelling him to undertake this damned task. Well, it would be better to purchase it, rather than inexplicably losing a year of my life. I might as well spend 3 years of it to acquire a skill, at least gaining the ability for water sports, which would significantly increase my chances of triggering tasks in the future. Yet, I would need to invest even more time to reclaim that lost lifespan. With a heavy heart, Su-ran gazed upward and let out a long sigh, his expression heartbreakingly sorrowful. After coming to a resolution, Su-ran hesitated no longer and promptly clicked to purchase. A dialog box popped up. Please confirm whether you wish to spend 1 year of your lifespan to acquire the advanced water sports skill. Confirmed. A burst of light emanated from the watch, merging into Su-ran's body. Ah, advanced water sports skill. Damn it, if I were to participate in a sports competition now, who knows, I might just win a gold medal in swimming. A grin spread across Su-ran's face as he clenched his fists, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Chapter 37. Adams. Upon returning to County A, it was already evening. As soon as Su-ran entered the house, he rushed to his parents and declared, "Mom, Dad, I need to go out of town tomorrow to attend to some matters." His mother, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, stepped out wearing an apron and inquired, "Where to?" "To Kyoto University to take a look," Su-ran lied, knowing he could not reveal his plans to visit Hawaii. Once his parents learned about the impending typhoon there, they would surely try to dissuade him, Su-ran added. "I met a professor from Kyoto University in Udo, and I've already spoken with him." "Oh? Are you saying you plan to apply to Kyoto University?" his father asked in astonishment, having assumed Su-ran would choose the scientifically inclined Tsinghua University. Su-ran replied with a smile. "Yes, I've made my decision to attend Kyoto University." His mother interjected. "Which department?" "The Chinese department." Su-ran's father sprang up from the sofa, his face a mask of disbelief. You little rascal, are you serious? You, a top science student, want a major in Chinese? His mother also urged. Indeed. Su Ran, shouldn't you reconsider? Su Ran shook his head. My decision is final. It will be the Chinese department at Kyoto University. Oh, what can I say to you? His father, exasperated, lamented. Graduating from the Chinese department won't yield job prospects as favorable as those from the sciences. Nor will the salaries be as high. Haha, Dad, trust me, I will definitely make a fortune in the future. Su Ran moved behind his father, massaging his shoulders as he spoke. Besides, who says studying the humanities is inferior to the sciences? That's just outdated thinking. Haha, what I lack is not money, but life itself. This sentiment Su Ran could only ponder silently. Are you truly resolved? His father's expression turned serious. Absolutely. Su Ran nodded. His father sighed and reluctantly nodded. Well, as long as it interests you. You are an adult now, and your mother and I can no longer dictate your choices. Rest assured, for me, the study of literature and the study of science are of equal merit. Su Ran, seeing his father's support, breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, do pack your belongings, as you are to depart for Kyoto University tomorrow, he said. Su Ran replied with a smile. All right. The next morning, Su Ran set off with a travel bag. Making his way directly to the station, he first took a bus to Wanzhou, and then boarded a flight to Kyoto, as he needed to visit the American embassy in Huaxia to obtain his visa. By the time he arrived in Kyoto, it was nearly dusk. Upon disembarking from the plane, Su Ran hurried towards the embassy, determined to reach Hawaii before the impending typhoon struck. Excuse me, where can I apply for the visa? Su Ran inquired of a yellow-skinned staff member at the entrance of the embassy. Over there, in that room. There's a sign on the door, the staff member indicated down the corridor. Thank you. Su Ran expressed his gratitude and swiftly made his way in that direction. In an upstairs room, a middle-aged man with brown hair incessantly lectured a red-haired youth lounging against the sofa. Mr. Adams, I advise you to remain here. Your father has instructed me to ensure your safety in Huaxia. The red-haired youth exhibited the common traits of Caucasians, an aquiline nose and deep-set eyes. His wine-red hair added an air of allure to his demeanor, from the defiant expression on his face. It was evident that he was not one to be trifled with at that moment. He pressed his thin lips together, glaring discontentedly at the middle-aged man. Nicole, I've been stuck in this dreary place for a week. It is utterly monotonous, devoid of any amusement. Nicole slowly shook his head. Indeed, the people of Huaxia are not as uninhibited as Americans, but their regulations are far more stringent, ensuring your safety. I hope you will not venture beyond these confines. Adams scoffed, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes. Let them come. I am not one to fear death. They will not kill you, but they may use you to coerce your father into withdrawing from the election. Humph, that cannot serve as a justification for restraining my departure from Huaxia. Adams replied tersely. Nicole sighed. But you must consider your father. Adams spat dismissively. To hell with him. He spends all his time dealing with those people, yet has never taken a moment to spend with his son. Now, when he finds himself in trouble, he seeks to cast me off to another country. In a soft tone, Nicole explained, he does this for your own good. Humph, if he truly cared for my well-being, he would not provoke those individuals. Nicole sighed deeply. Your father is left with no choice. Some matters, once set in motion, offer no path of retreat. Retreat? Adams roared like a wounded lion. If he had never meddled in the first place, we would not have arrived at this juncture. My mother would not have succumbed to a heart attack alone at home, with no one to care for her. All of this is solely his doing. As he spoke, Adams's voice grew increasingly loud and hoarse. Hearing this, Nicole let out a gentle sigh, choosing not to provide any further explanation, for some matters defy satisfactory elucidation. Although your father mentioned that if you truly cannot endure it any longer, you may leave this place, but refrain from returning to America. It would be best to travel to another country. With a resigned sigh, Nicole softly added, Yet I still hope you do not depart from Huaxia. Here, at the very least, I can look after you. Adams furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to persuade me further. I am unequivocally leaving Huaxia. With that, Adams rose, cast a glance at Nicole and stormed out, his expression devoid of emotion. This child. Nicole gazed at Adams's retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. He swiftly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Nicole, is there something amiss? A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Adams intends to leave Huaxia, Nicole lamented. After a prolonged silence, a sigh emerged from the receiver. Let him go. I shall discreetly arrange for his protection. Very well, sir. How are matters on your end? Do you require my assistance? Nicole inquired once more. No need. Remain in Huaxia. I am managing here adequately. However, I hope the other party refrains from employing any underhanded tactics, or I shall demonstrate my capabilities." As the conversation drew to a close, a chilling aura of menace permeated the air. "Understood, sir. Please take care of yourself." "Indeed." Meanwhile, from a narrow crack in the door, a pair of blue eyes fixated on the scene, filled with a complex mixture of emotions. "Hmph, who needs your protection? Mind your own business." Outside the door, Adam snorted coldly and turned to leave. Chapter 38. The true meaning of rules. Downstairs, outside an office, Sue Ran gently tapped on the door. "Please come in." A voice called out in English from within. Sue Ran subtly furrowed his brow. Thankfully, having utilized his knowledge tree, his grasp of English was adequate enough to comprehend such a simple phrase immediately. He pushed the door open. The room was neither large nor small. In the center stood a sofa and a coffee table, while at the far end was an office desk, behind which sat a middle-aged foreign man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. The man was intently typing on his computer and did not pause upon Sue Ran's entrance. "Hello, I would like to apply for a visa to the United States. Do you have an appointment?" The middle-aged man inquired, still fixated on his screen, seemingly indifferent to Sue Ran's presence. "What poor service attitude!" A flicker of displeasure flashed in Sue Ran's eyes, yet he refrained from displaying any outward signs of it. He was in urgent need of a visa and could not afford to offend the middle-aged man before him. "I apologize. I do not have an appointment, but I urgently require the visa." "If? What?" The middle-aged man interrupted Sue Ran abruptly, wearing an impatient expression. "If you do not have an appointment, please return to apply for one, and come back when your appointment time arrives." His words were delivered at a rapid pace. Laced with annoyance, Sue Ran was momentarily taken aback. He struggled to comprehend the barrage of words. However, sometimes, despite the language barrier, a person's expressions can convey their intended message. Observing the man's furrowed brow and impatient demeanor, Sue Ran sensed that the situation was not promising. Furthermore, the language barrier left him oblivious to the man's demands. In desperation, Sue Ran discreetly activated his task watch and located a skill in the list. English proficiency skill. Upon activation, you will master the English language and gain the ability to communicate effortlessly with others. Exchange price: 6 months of lifespan. Upon seeing the price of 6 months of lifespan, Sue Ran hesitated little and promptly clicked to purchase. 6 months was a trifling amount compared to the 3 years he had already expended on the aquatic sports skill. Damn it, the task hasn't even begun, and I've already lost so much of my life. How many tasks will I need to complete to make that back? Nevertheless, acquiring this English skill was worthwhile. He had long been disinclined to learn English, often feeling drowsy at the sight of vocabulary and grammar. At last, he felt liberated. A light smile spread across Sue Ran's face as he contemplated this. He had already spent over 4 years of his lifespan, yet the cumulative lifespan earned from several tasks barely amounted to half a year. In total, he had 20 years of lifespan, leaving him with just over 15 years remaining. If he refrained from taking on more tasks, the middle-aged man, noticing Sue Ran still standing there in a daze, stiffened his expression and reiterated, "If you do not have an appointment, please leave. Do not disturb my work at this time." After a lengthy tirade, Sue Ran finally grasped the essence of the middle-aged man's words. "No appointment, no processing? Sir, listen, I am equally frustrated with the appointment situation, but I am in urgent need and wish to process this visa immediately." He spoke this in English. Instead of adhering to the man's suggestion to leave, Sue Ran stepped forward, closing the distance to the desk, placing his hands firmly on its edge, and fixing an unwavering gaze upon the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man cast a surprised glance at Sue Ran, astonished by the flawless English he had just heard, which was remarkably more proficient than his own as an American. In the United States, as in China, English exhibits a variety of regional accents, albeit not as dramatically diverse as the myriad dialects found in the Chinese language. For instance, the distinctions between Cantonese, Hokkien, and Mandarin are so vast that an outsider might find them utterly incomprehensible. Upon hearing Sue Ran's impeccable English, the middle-aged man momentarily lost himself in thought, but quickly regained his composure. At this juncture, however, his demeanor had markedly improved. The impatience that had previously marred his expression had vanished. "I apologize, but without an appointment, I am unable to assist you," he explained to Sue Ran. "Many individuals ahead of you have made reservations and are currently waiting in line. It is the established protocol, and I cannot contravene it." The middle-aged man conveyed this with an air of sincerity, for it was indeed the case that visa processing adhered to a strict appointment system. Yet Sue Ran was evidently short on time and could not afford to wait. Fixing his gaze upon the man, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Sir, do you understand the true purpose behind the establishment of rules?" The middle-aged man was taken aback by Su Ran's seemingly tangential inquiry. Yet he furrowed his brow and replied, "Isn't it to maintain order? Without rules, wouldn't everything descend into chaos?" "No, you are speaking of the function of rules," Su Ran replied, narrowing his eyes. "The true essence of rules exists solely to be transcended." "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man was perplexed, his heart inexplicably racing. That moment, he noticed that Su Ran's hands had lifted from the table, leaving behind a bank card. "Sir, this is 100,000. I trust you will reject the notion of adhering to rules and choose instead to assist me, a person in need," Su Ran said with a smile, pushing the bank card across the table toward the middle-aged man. "Oh?" The man did not immediately reach for the card. Instead, he scrutinized Su Ran for a prolonged moment, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses 3 times during this interval, a detail Su Ran had meticulously noted. Finally, the middle-aged man sighed and spoke slowly. "When would you like to have your visa?" A faint smile played on Su Ran's lips. He recognized the man's decision from his words. "When is the earliest it can be processed?" Su Ran inquired. "It should take about 4 to 5 days, I suppose. After all, I am only responsible for matters on this side. The duration for the American side to review your documents is beyond my knowledge. When the time comes, I can only assist in urging them," the middle-aged man replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness regarding the American process. 5 days? "Are you certain it can be completed in that time?" Su Ran furrowed his brow, sensing a twinge of urgency. A typhoon was expected to make landfall in Hawaii in about 10 days, and he needed to reach there swiftly. Otherwise, he would lose a year of his life in vain. "It should be feasible. The American side tends to work efficiently, unlike your side, where processes are often dragged out," the middle-aged man remarked with a hint of derision. Although he spoke the truth, he himself often engaged in similar delays. After receiving documents, he rarely sent them to America promptly, instead choosing to postpone. As for whose documents are to be sent, that largely depends on his mood and the thickness of the respective materials. Clearly, at this moment, his spirits are quite high. "Very well, I shall return in 5 days to collect them." Faced with this outcome, Su Ran could only acquiesce. After saying this, Su Ran organized some documents along with photocopies of his identification, then handed them all over to the middle-aged man in one go. As he exited, the man's cheerful voice echoed from behind Su Ran. "We look forward to your next visit." Interestingly, this time he spoke in Mandarin, his pronunciation remarkably refined. "Damn those Americans!" Su Ran couldn't help but mutter a silent curse. Previously, he had pondered how someone who had worked long-term in Huaxia could possibly lack proficiency in Mandarin. It seemed he had been played for a fool. Upon reaching the lobby, just as Su Ran was about to step outside, a young Caucasian man with striking red hair brushed past him, making his way directly toward an extraordinarily flashy sports car parked outside. The low rumble of the engine roared to life, and in the blink of an eye, the vehicle vanished from sight. "That car is indeed impressive," Su Ran mused as he gazed at the fleeting silhouette. Chapter 39. An unexpected encounter that evening, within a bar in Kyoto City. A slender young man sat at the bar counter, sipping his drink intermittently. His appearance was rather unremarkable, neither handsome nor unattractive. Yet the singular feature that drew attention was his pair of slightly slanted, narrow eyes. These eyes are uniquely referred to in literature as Dan Feng Yin. Such eye shapes are often associated with superstitions that describe individuals possessing them as inherently loyal, valiant, and righteous, quick to champion justice, courageous yet cunning, always ready to assist those in distress, unyielding in love and hate, forever indebted to kindness and steadfast in their promises. In tumultuous times, they may suddenly rise to prominence. The most famous example, of course, is Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms period. However, despite possessing these Dan Feng Yin, the young man was evidently not of Guan Yu's ilk. How nostalgic a place the bar is. The young man, squinting slightly, swirled the contents of his glass and spoke to himself softly. This bar had been his haunt for several years, a place where he forged bonds with many brothers and even pledged allegiance to a leader. Those days had been quite vibrant. Yet, after the leader was murdered and discord tore the brothers apart, he lost heart and withdrew from that life. Now, over in Yudu, my former leader from my past life should still be alive, right? He chuckled wistfully, raising his glass to drain its contents in one go. "Hey handsome, would you like to share a drink with me?" A provocatively dressed young woman approached him, leaning against the bar, her face turned slightly toward him, adorned with a hint of alluring charm. She was brimming with confidence, certain that this young man would indulge her with a few drinks, perhaps even treat her to a round. After all, his gaze had been wandering over her figure. However, the young man's subsequent words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water. instantly freezing her smile. "Sorry, I don't have the time to drink with you, beautiful," Su Ran replied with a faint smile, placing several hundred-yuan bills beneath his glass before turning to leave. Upon listening to Su Ran's words, the woman initially felt a tinge of disappointment. However, her eyes sparkled with excitement when she caught sight of the money Su Ran had discreetly placed beneath the table. "A cocktail!" She flashed a subtle smile at the bartender behind the counter, retrieving the cash from beneath her cup and passing a note over. As Su Ran exited the bar, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the suburban plastic factory. Upon entering the vehicle, he issued his command directly. The taxi driver, somewhat puzzled, inquired if he meant the abandoned factory. "Indeed," Su Ran replied. The driver then exhibited a knowing smile, remarking, "Young man, are you also going there for some racing fun?" Taken aback, Su Ran raised an eyebrow, astonished by the driver's perceptiveness. The driver continued, "Don't be surprised, I've been driving a taxi in Kyoto for 10 years. I have a clear understanding of who frequents where and what the local scenes entail. I know that a group of wealthy youths from Kyoto races on the roads near that plastic factory. So when you mentioned it, I figured out your intentions." Su Ran nodded, a smirk forming on his lips as a hint of amusement crossed his face. Just as the driver had surmised, his purpose for visiting the plastic factory was indeed to engage in racing. More explicitly, he aimed to see if he could trigger related quests to regain some lifespan. If karting could initiate a task, surely these underground races could as well. His prior visit to the bar had been to gather information about the underground racing circles in Kyoto. Fortunately, the bar was a melting pot of individuals, and he eventually learned of 2 such circles in the city, one at the suburban plastic factory and the other at a racing club. The factory scene was known for its larger, more carefree gatherings, and it boasted a plethora of skilled racers, many of whom were drawn by the allure of Kyoto's elite. After contemplating the options, Su Ran decided to investigate the plastic factory first. Inside the taxi, he chose not to respond to the driver, thus plunging the vehicle into silence. Sensing Su Ran's reticence, the driver fell silent as well. Soon enough, they arrived at the outskirts, but the driver halted the cab from a distance. "Young man, it's best you disembark here, as the folks over there are not particularly welcoming to taxis." Noticing Su Ran's frown, the driver hastily waved his hands in explanation. Such matters, if left unclarified, could easily lead to customer dissatisfaction. "Very well," Su Ran conceded. Offering no further remarks, he settled the fare and stepped out, opting to walk the remaining distance to the factory. Fortunately, it was only about 1,000 meters away, a mere 10-minute stroll. As he approached the plastic factory, the air resonated with the thunderous roar of engines, accompanied by the distinctive sounds of motorcycles. The diverse symphony of noises indicated that the vehicles were high-performance, many of which had been modified. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, he found the massive gates firmly shut. Outside, a group of youths donned in non-mainstream attire stood idly, each clutching a cigarette, the glowing embers of which flickered vividly against the night. "What brings you here?" one of them inquired. A young man adorned with earrings approached, fixing his gaze upon Su Ran, and in a rather irritable tone inquired, "What do you say?" Su Ran turned his head towards the factory, the smile on his face speaking volumes. "A newcomer, I presume? Who introduced you?" The young man nodded and cautiously asked. "Introduced?" Su Ran's brow furrowed, clearly realizing that he had overlooked this detail during his inquiries. "No introduction? Then be on your way. We do not welcome strangers here." Upon witnessing Su Ran's silence, the young man understood that this lad had no one to vouch for him, and his tone shifted to one of rudeness. The earring-clad youth raised his voice, prompting several nearby youths to discard their cigarette butts and cast malevolent glances in their direction, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the scene. Noticing this, Su Ran narrowed his eyes, casting a discerning look at the group before turning to leave. This was not a place for trouble, and his modest skills would be of little use. With a sigh, Su Ran resolved to visit the club once more. If that failed, he would have no choice but to seek an introducer at the bar. Just then, a sports car zoomed into view, its sleek body and resonant engine sound drawing the attention of the group. As the window rolled down, a head with vibrant red hair emerged. "Open the door," the red-haired youth pronounced, his peculiar Mandarin sounding somewhat awkward. In response, the young men nodded eagerly and hastily opened the factory gates. Meanwhile, the red-haired individual noticed Su Ran standing nearby, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. It seemed he had encountered this person before. However, Su Ran felt little confusion upon seeing the red-haired youth. This was the second time he had laid eyes upon this striking Ferrari, the first being outside the embassy, and now here. The youth's distinctive red hair and Caucasian features left a lasting impression on Su Ran, especially in a place like Huaxia, where foreigners were scarce, let alone those with red hair. As the gate creaked open, Sue Ran stole another glance at the Ferrari, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Brother, could you do me a favor? Please take me inside," he said, approaching the car window and articulating his request in fluent, impeccable English. Adams paused, taken aback by the remarkable fluency and clarity of English spoken by this young man of yellow skin. Perhaps it was Sue Ran's articulate English that struck a chord with him, or the lingering sense of familiarity that stirred within. Ultimately, Adams opened the car door, tilting his head towards the interior, inviting Sue Ran to enter. "Come on, thank you." Sue Ran smiled as he entered the vehicle, nodding appreciatively at Adams. "That's nothing." Adams replied nonchalantly, then inquired, "Your English is quite impressive. Are you not from Huaxia?" "No, I am a genuine Huaxia person." Sue Ran shook his head, his gaze resolute and solemn. He held the utmost respect for his homeland. "Oh, I assumed you were a foreigner or a Chinese expatriate." Adams cast a surprised glance at Sue Ran, expressing his sentiment. "Your command of English is truly superior to that of us Americans. Haha, thank you for the compliment." Sue Ran replied with a smile and a nod. "I have invested half a year of my life honing this linguistic skill, so it's only natural that I excel at it." Meanwhile, Adams had already driven the car inside. As they entered the gate, a few young men outside exchanged astonished glances at Sue Ran in the vehicle, not expecting him to be acquainted with a foreigner. "If you had mentioned knowing Adams earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated to let you in." One of the youths outside scoffed, his envy for the Ferrari evident in his gaze. Upon entering the factory, the task Sue Ran had longed for appeared before him. Ding! A holographic display popped up on his task watch. Task: break the record of underground racing in Kyoto. Task reward: 1.5 months of lifespan. Sue Ran gazed at the display, a smile inevitably gracing his face. My conjecture was indeed correct. Tasks can be triggered here as well. His joy stemmed not only from the activation of yet another task, but also from the validation of his previous assumptions regarding the conditions for triggering tasks. This realization was what truly delighted Sue Ran. In other words, his confidence in reclaiming his lifespan had grown stronger. "You may exit the vehicle now," Adams stated, opening the car door with an impassive expression. Sue Ran nodded, but as he stepped out, he cheerfully introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Sue Ran." "Adams," came the cool response, his face betraying no warmth. Having said that, Adams closed the door and drove off, leaving Sue Ran standing there with a wry smile. "Adams, this guy truly is cool." Sue Ran shook his head in amusement as he watched Adams's retreating figure. The roar of engines that Sue Ran had previously heard emanated from the largest workshop in the factory. At this moment, it was the only well-lit area in the building. Upon entering the workshop, the scene unfolded before Sue Ran, who had seen his fair share of the underground world, leaving him utterly speechless. Graffiti of every kind adorned the floors and walls, ranging from crude depictions of nudity to grotesque monsters and massive anatomical features, abundant and tasteless in their variety. In addition to the graffiti, the workshop housed a plethora of luxurious sports cars occupying half of the space. Ferraris, Maseratis, Lamborghinis. These high-end vehicles were as common as cabbages. However, the most striking sight was the numerous scantily clad young women, dressed in revealing outfits that accentuated their long legs. They either nestled against some man or seductively leaned against the sports cars, their allure rivaling that of models at an auto show. Yet, what truly captivated Sue Ran's attention was a young man beside a black Lamborghini. With a shock of white hair and in his 20s, he held a cigarette in one hand while embracing a stunningly attractive girl with an innocent visage, yet an incredibly voluptuous figure. His demeanor defiant and his gaze indifferent. Black Lamborghini, white hair. Integrating these distinctive characteristics, Sue Ran has already discerned the identity of the individual. He is none other than Mo Xian, the son of a high-ranking official from Huaxia, a young master of the capital. Simultaneously, he is also one of the organizers of this underground racing event. Who would have thought that Mo Xian would be present in this place tonight? Sue Ran lit a cigarette, his gaze penetrating through the faint haze of smoke as he scrutinized the notorious figure of Kyoto. As rumored at that moment, Sue Ran narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise crossing his face. He observed as Adams' Ferrari gradually came to a halt beside Mo Xian's Lamborghini. Upon Adams' exit, the already boisterous factory erupted into a cacophony of piercing screams and cheers. Several young women gazed at Adam with sparkling eyes, their alluring lips releasing continuous exclamations of excitement. Sue Ran could not help but acknowledge that Adam was indeed a remarkably handsome man, his fiery red hair adding an extra touch of rebelliousness and flamboyance to his masculine allure. As Adam stood face to face with Mo Xian, the atmosphere in the venue ignited like gasoline touched by a spark, instantly ablaze. While weaving through the crowd, Su Ran inadvertently overheard snippets of conversation that elucidated the reason behind the fervent atmosphere. Ah, Adam against emotion. This is bound to be a spectacle. Indeed. Have you not noticed that the crowd tonight exceeds the usual attendance by more than double? Wait, that cannot be right. Even a match between Adam and emotion wouldn't attract this many people. Would it? Haha, that's because tonight marks Adam's final race in Huaxia. I've heard he is set to depart soon, which is why Gu informed so many to come and partake in this revelry. Oh, I see now. That explains the unusual buzz tonight, it seems I have timed my arrival perfectly. Amidst the throng, Su Ran fixed his gaze on Adam and emotion, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the center of the factory, between the Ferrari and Lamborghini, Adam and emotion silently locked eyes. Both proud men, while sizing each other up, shared a fleeting sense of mutual admiration. Ultimately, it was emotion who released the girl in his arms and stepped forward to embrace Adam. Adam, let us have a race tonight. Consider it my farewell gift to you. Emotion proposed with a smile. Adam, rarely displaying a smile of his own, allowed a flicker of light to dance in his deep-set eyes. Yet he ultimately shook his head. Xian, you are still no match for me. With your mediocre skills, even a decade of practice would not suffice to catch up. Damn it, Emotion retorted, pouting petulantly, delivering a playful punch to Adam's chest. In front of so many people, can't you show me a bit of respect? You must know that I deliberately gathered this crowd to bid you farewell tonight, and now you douse my enthusiasm with cold water. All right, did you not say you would find a professional driver for me to race against? Where is he? Upon hearing this, Emotion nodded towards a middle-aged man in the crowd, beckoning him to approach. This is the professional driver I have found for you, Wang Long. Currently, you are still a member of the Huaxia F1 team. How do you feel about that? Adams glanced at Wang Long, and upon noticing that Wang Long's palms were slightly thicker than those of an average person, a trace of solemnity inevitably crossed his defiant visage. Chapter 41. Wagering 200,000. It is well known that the steering wheels of F1 cars differ significantly from those of standard automobiles. The steering wheel of a conventional car is typically circular, whereas that of an F1 racing car takes on an irregular rectangular shape, with its edges designed in an arc to facilitate the driver's grip. Some steering wheels also feature concave arcs on their upper and lower sides, i.e. in the early days of F1. Steering wheels bore a striking resemblance to those found in commercial vehicles, often crafted from wood, which necessitated drivers to wear leather gloves to minimize friction between their hands and the wheel. Prior to the implementation of power-assisted steering, larger steering wheel diameters were essential to reduce the effort required by drivers to turn the wheel while countering G-forces during cornering. However, during the 1960s and 70s, as vehicles became lower and cockpits narrower, traditional steering wheels were no longer practical, leading to a gradual reduction in size and the evolution into the irregular shape seen today. Consequently, the force exerted on the steering wheel during turns in an F1 car is significantly greater than that in a regular automobile. The slightly thicker palms of the individual before Adams were a testament to the years spent piloting F1 cars. Nevertheless, Adams remained only marginally concerned. This individual was not yet worthy of his full attention. It is worth noting that in the loosely regulated environment of the United States, he had amassed countless racing experiences, and the ability of this F1 driver to fully exploit his skills in a modified vehicle remained uncertain. Adams, how do you find this opponent? Emotion looked at Adams with pride, hoping to discern some semblance of satisfaction on his face. However, after observing him for some time, he found no expressions of approval on Adams's cool demeanor, ultimately sighing in resignation within himself. Emotion held a deep admiration for Adams. Ever since his arrival here a week ago, where he effortlessly triumphed over everyone, Emotion discreetly investigated this foreigner's background. Upon learning of Adams's impressive credentials in America, even those behind Emotion were taken aback. He was subsequently advised to cultivate a good relationship with Adams. This also explained why Adams's indifference towards Emotion's status had not affected him. Not bad. At least you are far superior, Adams remarked with a slight smirk, casting a casual glance at Emotion. Emotion gazed at Adams in speechless frustration, exclaiming, "All right, you're the experts. I, as a novice, shall merely observe your performance." With that, he turned to Wang Long and asked, "Wang Long, are you ready? Is everything all right?" Wang Long was a man of few words. At over 30 years of age, he had shed the youthful exuberance of his earlier years, becoming a person of considerable steadiness. He had been quietly listening to the conversation between Adams and the others, while also sizing up Adams, his opponent. However, after observing for a while, he could not discern anything particularly extraordinary about the red-haired foreigner before him. It was only when Emotion inquired that he gently nodded, signaling his readiness. "Adams, what do you think? Shall we begin?" Seeing that Wang Long was prepared, Imo turned to Adams and said, "All right, let us start." Adams nodded and then turned to get into his Ferrari. This guy. Witnessing Adams' straightforwardness, Imo couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He then patted Wang Long on the shoulder. "With your skills, you can handle this guy, right?" "I'm not sure. I can't gauge his strength." Wang Long replied expressionlessly, his voice low. "However, I do believe I have a fairly good chance of winning." Imo smiled slightly. "Hee, no worries. Just give it your best shot. Losing doesn't matter. After all, it's merely a friendly match." For Imo there was indeed little pressure. This race was merely a farewell gift to fulfill Adams' wish, and to him, the outcome was inconsequential. Of course, winning would be ideal, allowing him to temper Adams' arrogance and see if he would dare to be so brazen in the future. With that, Wang Long and Imo also climbed into their cars. Imo's intention to board was to witness the duel between these skilled racers firsthand. As the crowd of onlookers saw the two preparing to race, they quickly cleared a path for the two vehicles. At the same time, the sounds of whistles and cheers erupted as the cars began to move. They all understood Adams' prowess, knowing he could easily outpace them by thousands of meters, and the person Imo had invited was also reputed to be a formidable opponent. For these racing enthusiasts, being able to witness such a contest was undoubtedly the ultimate thrill. "Adams, I support you," one girl exclaimed excitedly. "Hey, Xian, if you win tonight, I'll sleep with you," shouted another youth. "Come on, this isn't Xian driving. It's that old man behind the wheel. Who cares? It doesn't matter who drives, as long as we can defeat Adams and avenge our past humiliation." Su Ran stood among the crowd, absorbing the fervor around him, a hint of anticipation flickering across his otherwise calm face. "Adams, I wonder if you can win?" Moments later, the massive doors on either side of the factory swung wide open, allowing enough space for 4 cars to race side by side. Adams' red Ferrari and Imo black Lamborghini were already positioned at the starting line, the incessant roar of engines reminding everyone that the race was about to commence. A stunning woman clad in a bikini sauntered to the center of the road, and upon seeing Adams and Wang Long nod in acknowledgement. A flush crept onto her lovely face. Subsequently, she tugged at the lace bra that adorned her ample bosom and dramatically tossed it into the air. In an instant, 2 vehicles roared past the woman like ferocious dragons, swiftly darting out of the factory. At that moment, her lace bra had just fallen to the ground. The race commenced. In a heartbeat, screams erupted once more, as if they intended to lift the very roof off the factory. It was uncertain whether the cacophony was in fervent support of the race or in admiration of the alluring woman captivating attention in the middle of the road. "Now, let us commence the betting. 3-1 on Adams, and 1-1 on Xian." At this juncture, a young man clad in black stood atop a stool, loudly proclaiming through a megaphone. Upon hearing this, the youths in the factory surged forward. "I bet on Xian. 50,000. I too wager on Xian. 100,000. Damn it, I'm all in. 200,000 on Imo Xian. I bet on Adams. Actually, make it Xian 100,000. The majority placed their bets on Imo Xian, as they had heard that he had engaged a professional racer, and in the minds of these wealthy heirs, a professional driver was undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, some had witnessed F1 races and were aware of Wang Long's reputation, which made their decision to back Imo all the more resolute. The primary motivation was that Adams was a foreigner, and this foreigner had been making their lives miserable for over a week. They longed for a skilled individual to teach him a lesson. Just then, an incongruous voice broke through. 20,000 on Adams, Chapter 42. Adams triumphs. 20,000 on Adams. Su Ran stood at the back of the crowd, resolutely declaring. Although his voice was not loud, it bore an unmistakable conviction. Amidst the chorus of bets on Imo Su Ran's statement was evidently a stark anomaly. Immediately, several heads turned to regard the young man with a faint smile gracing his features. Was this person out of his mind? A sycophant of foreigners? He must be one of Adams' deluded fans. They couldn't comprehend why he would bet on this greenhorn instead of a professional driver. The young man in black glanced at Su Ran with surprise, then queried, "Are you certain you want to bet on Adams? You appear to be a newcomer. Is this your first time here?" "Yes, it is my first time. Adams brought me in." Su Ran nodded, speaking in a rather ambiguous manner, merely stating that he was brought in by Adams without revealing their familiarity. Yet, to the others, it conveyed an entirely different implication. No wonder this lad was betting on Adams. He must be a friend of his. He is bound to lose that 20,000. Many looked at Su Ran with mocking expressions, clearly regarding him as a foolish simpleton. The young man in black inquired again, "Are you certain you want to bet on Adams?" Su Ran nodded without hesitation, affirming his choice. "Very well, as you wish." The young man in black smiled indifferently, accepting the bank card Su Ran offered. For a willing donor like Su Ran, he would gladly accept whatever was presented. Su Ran also smiled faintly, though no one noticed the subtle mockery glimmering in his narrowed eyes. Adams, I have wagered all my savings on you. Please do not let me down. Su Ran sighed inwardly, yet he felt no apprehension whatsoever. That 200,000 was precisely the amount he had won at the amusement park that day. When he went to collect it, he was pleasantly surprised to find 25,000 within. After giving 10,000 to the American at the embassy, the remaining funds, combined with the prize money from the college entrance examination, indeed constituted his entire capital. After placing his bet, Su Ran felt considerably relieved and silently awaited the arrival of the two vehicles. The race would consist of 3 laps around the suburban roads, culminating in a return to the factory, with a total distance of approximately 100 kilometers. It was now the early hours of the morning, and at this hour, the roads were nearly devoid of traffic, posing little threat to their competition. At this moment, the betting concluded, and many individuals had gathered by the roadside outside the factory, eager to witness who would complete the first lap first. Su Ran joined the throng at the roadside. But his intention was not to see who would cross the first lap, but rather to ascertain just how far ahead Adams could pull from his opponent. Su Ran possessed an inexplicable confidence in Adams. As seconds ticked away, a deep rumble echoed from afar, accompanied by the sharp sound of tires skidding. The cacophonous noise grew ever closer, causing the crowd's hearts to race. Who would reach the finish line first? Of course, it would be Su Ge's Lamborghini. Well, I too hope it is Su Ge's vehicle. After all, I have staked several thousand on him. Yet an ominous premonition lingers in my mind. What premonition? Spare me your grandstanding. Fine, I shall refrain from further comment. Su Ran smirked slightly at the argument between the two beside him, fully agreeing with the man's foreboding. Brother, your intuition is about to come to fruition. With a smile, Su Ran fixed his gaze on the bend at the end of the road, where the two cars were about to emerge. Suddenly, a flash of white light darted around the corner, and then one car surged forth from behind the bend. Whose vehicle is that? Someone exclaimed. It's hard to see clearly. The light is too intense. It should be Su. Wait. No, it's that red Ferrari. Someone recognized the newcomer. Damn, how could it possibly be a Ferrari? This must be a mistake. Yet reality confirmed there was no error. As the red Ferrari drew closer, the crowd finally realized that leading the pack was not Emotion's black Lamborghini, but rather Adams' red Ferrari. My goodness, Adams is in the lead. How could this be? Is a professional racer truly being outpaced by Adams? Good grief, this kid must be cheating. No, it must be that Adams' car significantly outperforms Su Ge's vehicle. Otherwise, he could not possibly be in the lead. Upon hearing this, Su Ran cast the speaker a surprised glance. Ha, it seems some possessed discerning taste. Su Ran focused on the rapidly approaching Ferrari, his understanding crystal clear. At that moment, the Ferrari had reached the front of the factory. Boom. The deep roar of the Ferrari approached with fervor, its crimson form racing forward like a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, the Ferrari sped past. Accompanied by the hurricane generated by its high velocity, leaves danced gracefully in the air, and the onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a dazzling red light. In that ephemeral moment of brilliance, all that remained was the elegant and agile rear of the Ferrari disappearing into the distance. Just then, a black Lamborghini glided by like a specter in the night, stirring a cloud of dust in its wake. Xiangu, give it your all. Wang Long, step it up. Overtake that Ferrari. Xiangu, you cannot afford to lose. If you do, my tens of thousands in pocket money will vanish. Su Ran chuckled coldly, watching the departing silhouette of the Lamborghini, murmuring to himself. Heh, that may not unfold as you wish. If your Xiangu triumphs, my 200,000 would truly be down the drain. Soon enough, after a brief interval, the roar of engines erupted once more. The ominous growl filled the air, causing hearts to race once again. Who could it be this time? Surely, it must be the Lamborghini in the lead? Heaven help us, it must be the Lamborghini. Yet reality struck them hard, for in the direction they gazed, the red Ferrari once again surged forth, dragging along its elegant crimson form with unyielding grace. Damn it, how could it be the Ferrari again? My heavens, is Adams truly on the path to victory? Is my hard-earned tens of thousands about to go to waste? As the Ferrari brushed past them once more, the crowd felt as though their hearts had plunged into an icy abyss, chilling to the bone. At this point, aside from a few optimistic souls, the majority who had placed their bets on Emotion had lost all hope. The first lap had been this way, the second lap remained unchanged, and it seemed the gap between the two cars had only widened. Witnessing this turn of events, most were resigned to the prospect of losing their money. Perhaps the only ones still elated amidst the crowd were Su Ran and the young man in black overseeing the wager. After a spell, the third lap arrived swiftly, signifying the imminent conclusion of the race. As the engine's roar echoed for the third time, many faces marked by disappointment rose on tiptoe, clinging to their last shred of hope as they gazed toward the bend. Xingu, you must win. Is it the Lamborghini? It should be the Lamborghini. Right. Su Ran squinted slightly. Adams, do not let me down. Just as Su Ran's words fell from his lips, a fleeting figure emerged from the corner. Which car was it? Someone shouted. Still the Ferrari. A gasp arose. The lights flashed. A red Ferrari, propelled by an indomitable momentum, charged forward. Ferrari. Ferrari, damn it. How could Adams possibly be faster than a professional driver? Indeed, it is Adams who has triumphed, damn it. My tens of thousands have just vanished. What on earth is your name? I have incurred a loss of 200,000. It is evident that the arrival of the Ferrari is met not with cheers from the crowd, but rather a chorus of complaints. Su Ran smiled faintly, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement. 200,000, if it pays out 3-1, would yield a staggering 800,000. Chapter 43. The challenge screech. Accompanied by the deafening sound of brakes, the crimson Ferrari executed a splendid drift, coming to a halt before the factory entrance. At that moment, a second beam of white light flickered at the bend. Wow! As the light flashed, the Lamborghini finally made its grand entrance into the spectator's view. The roar of the engine surged forth as the Lamborghini gracefully slid to a stop beside the Ferrari. It's over, someone sighed. Alas, even professional drivers cannot surpass Adams. Each has their area of expertise. Su Gu's choice of driver is an F1 racer, and perhaps he is somewhat unaccustomed to driving such a vehicle. A young man forced a smile, yet even he could not convince himself of this rationale. If only I had bet on Adams from the start. This fellow effortlessly defeated us before, so he should have no trouble besting a professional driver. Ahem, actually, I placed my bet on Adams. A young man cleared his throat awkwardly, muttering, yet the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. As soon as his words fell, several companions surrounded him, their expressions a mix of mock fury and playful malice. Xiaoyi, I hear you bet on Adams. Xiaoyi, why don't you cover the hotel expenses for finding girls tonight? No, and what about tomorrow night? Let us just cover the whole week. Xiaoyi, witnessing the fierce demeanor of his companions, recoiled slightly, forcing a bitter smile and nodding in agreement as Imo Xian stepped out of the car. He spotted Adams casually leaning against the front of the Ferrari, cigarette in hand, wearing an enigmatic smile as he regarded him. Brother, you are incredible, Imo Xian exclaimed, giving a genuine thumbs up. He had initially thought that Wang Long would take the opportunity to educate this lad before he departed. But who would have expected that he would ultimately lose? Incredible? What does that mean? Adams inquired in a peculiarly accented Mandarin, a flicker of confusion crossing his cold expression. Imo Xian, sweating slightly, replied, it means good, as in impressive. Oh, Adams nodded, saying nonchalantly, the person you selected is quite good. I had a splendid time racing tonight. Imo Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Of course, you enjoyed it since you won? Ahem, well then, how would you like to spend the rest of the evening? I shall arrange it for you, considering it a gift from me for a delightful night. Upon hearing this, Adams paused in silence for a moment before eventually nodding, stating, let us go to your bar for a drink. Sure, no problem. Imo Xian snapped his fingers in agreement. I promise to find you the most beautiful girls. Adams nodded in satisfaction and prepared to enter the car, but just as he opened the door, a voice laced with blatant provocation unexpectedly rang out. Adams, you merely rely on your superior vehicle. I wonder if you would be interested in racing me? As the words fell, Adams's motion to get into the car abruptly halted. He turned his head, and a face adorned with a faint smile appeared before him. The smile was subtle, yet Adams felt an underlying threat emanating from it. Adams, taken aback, exclaimed, Is it you? Su Ran stepped forward, affirming, Yes, it's me, the one you helped before. Adams, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, I'm afraid I have no interest in racing you. You are not my match with that. He turned to enter his car. However, the next words that drifted from behind compelled him to pause. Your car has been modified, hasn't it? The engine is equipped with a Bugatti Veyron's W16, which boasts 64 valves and a staggering 4 turbochargers, accelerating from 0 to 100 miles per hour in just over 2 seconds, far surpassing the engine of that Lamborghini. Adams slowly turned around, his deeply set eyes fixated on Su Ran. Su Ran, seemingly oblivious to Adams's expression, continued to speak. Hee, I've heard that the W16 is a beast, typically not allowed on public roads. Besides, you likely didn't fully unleash your car's capabilities just now, did you? Otherwise, given the W16's terrifying power, how could you only manage to distance yourself from the Lamborghini by such a small margin? A flicker of emotion finally crossed Adams's cold visage. As Su Ran pointed out, he indeed had not exerted himself to the fullest. Yet, how did this person know that his engine was a W16? What exactly are you implying? Su Ran's smile faded, his gaze turning serious. Race me, you cannot outrun me. Since you are aware of my engine, you should understand that this does not. That is not necessarily the case. Before Adams could finish, Su Ran raised a middle finger, lightly waving it before Adams's eyes, adding, sometimes, speed is not solely determined by a vehicle's performance. Adams fixed Su Ran with a chilling stare for a moment before finally saying, give me a reason to race you. Su Ran chuckled, stepping closer, his lips moving as he whispered something into Adams's ear. Upon hearing this, Adams scrutinized Su Ran deeply, yet he discerned nothing from Su Ran's composed countenance. Ultimately, he nodded. Very well. I shall race you. At that moment, emotion approached. Sensing that something was amiss, he scrutinized Su Ran from head to toe. Puzzled, he inquired, Adams, your friend? Before Adams could respond, Su Ran interjected, no, I am his rival. Rival? Emotion looked bewildered. Indeed, a rival. Su Ran replied with a slight smile at Emotion. Can I borrow your car for a moment? I wish to race Adams. Emotion chuckled. Oh, you two are racing? He then glanced at Adams. Seeing Emotion's inquiring gaze, Adams slowly nodded. Upon witnessing the scene, Emotion's thoughts were instantly ignited. He was well aware of Adams' character. Proud, cold, and dismissive of ordinary individuals. Had it not been for his family's influence in the capital, Adams would likely not even acknowledge his presence. Yet now, Adams was poised to compete against this unassuming young man. This situation inevitably led Emotion to speculate about Su Ran's true identity. With his family's entanglements in the political arena and years of keen observation, he possessed a certain discernment. In Emotion's estimation, Su Ran was either someone of remarkable standing, worthy of being Adams' companion, or an exceptional racing enthusiast. With this thought cemented in his mind, Emotion chuckled heartily and declared, very well, you may borrow my dilapidated car. However, I have one stipulation. I wish to sit in the passenger seat. Su Ran, understanding Emotion's intentions, readily nodded in agreement, saying, absolutely, no problem. Emotion smiled in response, then I shall eagerly await the outcome of your duel. Immediately, news of Adams racing against an unknown contender spread like wildfire, drawing the attention of the crowd to the young man who maintained a faint smile. Who is he? I have no idea, but he looks quite young. Is he really challenging Adams? That seems implausible. Even professional drivers struggle against Adams. Someone recognized Su Ran, exclaiming, isn't he the one who wagered 200,000 on Adams earlier? Yes, he appears to be a friend of Adams. Came the reply. A friend of Adams? Perhaps his skills are on par with Adams. Haha, if that's the case, I must see who possesses greater prowess. However, as one of the protagonists of this impending race, Su Ran approached the young man in black who had been overseeing the betting. Are you accepting this match? The young man hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, under the weight of many eager gazes, he gritted his teeth and replied, I accept. Su Ran narrowed his eyes. Very well. I wager on myself. 80,000. As soon as Su Ran's words fell, the young man's pupils constricted slightly. 80,000. What a substantial stake. And he's betting on himself. Does this fellow possess such confidence in his victory? The young man scrutinized Su Ran, attempting to discern the source of his self-assurance, all the while knowing that Adams was a force that even professional drivers could not thwart. Yet, apart from the faint smile adorning Su Ran's face, he gleaned nothing. Rather, the depth of Su Ran's dark, piercing eyes, as if capable of consuming all in their path, left him feeling perplexed. All right, 80,000, I accept. But it's a one-to-one payout, the young man stated solemnly, harboring no doubts about Su Ran's financial capacity, given the previous wager that had already netted him 80,000. Su Ran nodded lightly, agreed. A one-to-one payout it is, and what are Adams' odds? Another inquired. Also 1-1. Upon hearing this, the crowd cast astonished glances at the young man in black. His declaration equated Su Ran and Adams, placing them on equal footing. Very well, I wager on Adams, 200,000. I too place my bet on Adams. 100,000. Adams for me. Count me in for 100,000. Amidst the multitude of voices, every single one was in favor of Adams, evidently bolstered by his recent victory over the professional player. Su Ran cast a nonchalant glance at the throng but uttered no words, instead turning back towards the racetrack and the crowd. Xiao Yi observed Su Ran's calm demeanor and, with a determined bite of her lip, inexplicably cried out, 200,000. I bet on that newcomer. Now that we have settled the trivial matters, let us commence. Su Ran addressed Emotion and Adams. Haha, my friend. It seems you possess quite the confidence in yourself. Emotion, having noticed Su Ran's audacious wager of 800,000, chuckled heartily. Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers gently tapping on Emotion's Lamborghini. Haven't you heard? Where the momentum lies, there too lies victory. Emotion's eyes brightened with understanding as he sighed. What a profound assertion regarding momentum. I shall see how you intend to secure your victory. With that, he opened the car door. Brother, please. Su Ran cast a deep glance at Emotion before entering the vehicle. He hadn't anticipated that Emotion, a privileged scion, would display such commendable grace, even going so far as to open the door for him. If the opportunity arose, it would be worthwhile to cultivate a friendship with him, Su Ran mused inwardly. Once Su Ran settled into the car, Emotion cheerfully took his place in the passenger seat. At that moment, Adam's Ferrari had already signaled at the starting line. Without further ado, Su Ran ignited the engine, employing his hands and feet in a dazzling display of skill, and by the time Emotion regained his senses from watching Su Ran's movements, the car was already side by side with Adam's Ferrari at the starting point. Impressive, was the first thought that sprang to Emotion's mind. Just from the brief but exquisite motions of starting the car, he sensed that Su Ran's technique was far beyond the ordinary. It was as if the steering wheel had become an extension of his arm, melding seamlessly with him, as though he were utilizing his own body. Buckle your seatbelt. Otherwise, if you collide with the window, don't blame me. Su Ran's calm reminder broke through the moment. Emotion, slightly embarrassed, hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. At that moment, the stunningly voluptuous woman who had captivated attention earlier stepped onto the track between the two cars, her alluring eyes leisurely scanning both vehicles. Su Ran regarded her with a peculiar expression, inwardly musing. Do you not realize that you are likely to distract the drivers? Sure enough, the enchanting woman pressed her hands against her ample bosom, and in the next instant, her lace bra soared high, revealing a glimpse of pristine white to the open air. With a roar, both cars surged forward simultaneously. However, moments later, the power of the W16 engine revealed itself, and Su Ran found himself trailing by half a car length. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation, capable of accelerating to 100 miles per hour in just 2.5 seconds. Su Ran sighed inwardly, yet his eyes ignited with an even more ferocious blaze. Such a challenge is truly exhilarating. Otherwise, my intermediate driving skills would find no application. Beside him, Emotion was oblivious to Su Ran's thoughts. Observing his own car being increasingly distanced by the Ferrari, he felt no concern whatsoever. Instead, he jested, Brother, I must say, Adam's vehicle outperforms mine by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, the outcome of this wager would be far from certain. So tell me, do you still have confidence in winning? Or do you believe that the momentum is still on your side? Su Ran fixated on the rear of the Ferrari, a subtle smile gracing his features. Rest assured, the momentum remains with me. And this is merely a straight stretch. The curves are yet to come, that's when true skill will be tested. Emotion was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, Haha, then I shall eagerly await your performance. Brother, may fortune favor you. With that, Su Ran promptly fell silent, his gaze laser-focused ahead, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The first curve approached. Ahead, the Ferrari was the first to enter the bend. A cacophony of friction erupted suddenly, as the sleek red Ferrari tilted slightly, hugging the curve before executing a stunning drift, gliding past in a breathtaking display. In the blink of an eye, the Ferrari transformed into a crimson spectre, vanishing into the bend. Handbrake drift. Su Ran's pupils constricted slightly, a silent exclamation echoing in his mind. I underestimated Adams. With a subtle smile, Su Ran mused, It seems my victory is not easily secured. He anticipated Adams would employ a handbrake drift. Although this drifting technique is not overly complex, it is not something just anyone can master. This maneuver requires the rear of the car to slide and perfectly align with the correct entry angle, making the control of force, timing, and the handbrake operation challenging to master. Haha, that rascal Adams is at it again. He has used this trick on me several times before. Emotion shook his head in admiration, his eyes betraying his esteem for Adams. Indeed impressive. Yet, there is still much room for improvement, Su Ran silently thought. Just then, the Lamborghini driven by Su Ran surged into the bend. A thunderous roar ensued. Su Ran's muscles erupted with power as he slammed down on the clutch, then swiftly released it, executing a flawless heel and toe maneuver. Simultaneously, His hands deftly maneuvered the steering wheel in rapid succession. Under Su Ran's dazzling series of operations, the tires lost grip instantaneously, as if caught in a wild spin. The car angled into the curve. The speed rivaled that of the Ferrari, if not exceeding it. Damn. Emotion felt the car sway violently, an immense force of inertia slamming into him. Had it not been for the seatbelt, he would have surely collided with the windshield. Yet even restrained by the seatbelt, he felt a wave of suffocation from the overwhelming force. "Brother, you can drift too?" he gasped in astonishment. "Just a little," Su Ran replied. Su Ran nodded slightly, yet in his heart, he added a remark. "What I am executing is a clutch drift, a skill beyond the reach of ordinary individuals." Chapter 45. The Dragon's Tail. Kyoto stands as the capital of Huaxia, embodying the political and cultural epicenter of the entire nation, representing the visage of Huaxia. Consequently, this city has become a magnet for countless young dreamers from the north and a myriad of foreign friends. However, this influx has also resulted in soaring housing prices, which, in turn, have led to improvements in the city's infrastructure. For instance, the highways on the outskirts of Kyoto are not narrow and dilapidated like those in smaller cities. Instead, they are broad and well-maintained. At this moment, on this very highway, a flash of red and a shadow of black were racing ahead at breakneck speed. The first lap had already surpassed the halfway mark, yet Adam still held a substantial lead over Su Ran. This was not due to any deficiency in Su Ran's skills. On the contrary, his prowess was remarkable, but it was the monstrous W16 engine that created this disparity. The theoretical top speed of this beast has reached an unprecedented 400 miles per hour. In this era, it is essentially an insurmountable existence. Moreover, the highways on the outskirts of Kyoto feature numerous straightaways, and although there are plenty of curves, whenever they hit a straight, Adam's Ferrari surged forward as if it had consumed a potent elixir, accelerating with an almost ethereal speed. Given such circumstances, even if Su Ran managed to gain a slight advantage in the curves, it was swiftly nullified by the Ferrari's dominance on the straights. Nevertheless, Su Ran maintained a smile, seemingly unfazed by the competition, while his companion Emo Xian anxiously wiped the sweat from his brow on Su Ran's behalf. In that brief span of half a lap, Emo Xian had witnessed Su Ran's exceptional skills, undoubtedly surpassing the professional driver he had previously sought out, and Su Ran's series of intricate drifts had left him in awe. Yet, the Ferrari ahead loomed like a formidable beast, perpetually out of reach. Emo Xian gazed worriedly at the Ferrari in front, realizing that this situation could not persist. Adams held too much of an advantage on the straights, and continuing in this manner would only lead to a repeat of their prior misfortunes. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, fixating on the road ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel with an iron-like resolve. It was only upon hearing Emo Xian's murmured thoughts that he offered a slight smile. "It's still too early. Allow me to complete a lap and assess the situation." "Do you have confidence?" Emo Xian inquired, astonished. He could discern that Su Ran was exerting himself to the fullest, yet he still fell short. With a smile, Su Ran countered, "Do you truly wish to know?" Emo Xian nodded. "Indeed." Su Ran squinted, his lips pressed together, a glimmer of determination illuminating his eyes. "I can only tell you that the power to decide does not rest with Adams." "Huh?" Emo Xian furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable disdain in Su Ran's words. Yet he refrained from probing further. "Buckle up." Su Ran snorted lightly, his foot swiftly maneuvering on the pedals, his right hand rapidly shifting gears, while his left hand moved the steering wheel with a grace reminiscent of Tai Chi. However, Su Ran's Tai Chi was not for nurturing life, but for seizing victory. "Damn it, you're at it again." Emo Xian let out a loud shout, gripping the armrest beside him tightly, his eyes wide as he watched the car hurtle towards a U-shaped bend. The engine roared with furious intensity as they sped forward. They were about to collide. Damn it! The highway guardrail loomed ahead, and just as it seemed they were destined to crash, the car suddenly jolted violently, as if a colossal hand had forcibly pressed the front end into the inner curve of the U, leaving only the rear to brush against the barrier, pivoting around the front in a dramatic tail slide. The barely perceptible distance between the rear and the guardrail felt like an insurmountable chasm, eternally out of reach. Dragon tail flick. Emo Xian gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, this is what they call a perfect drift." Su Ran smiled faintly, his calm demeanor standing in stark contrast to Emo Xian's bewildered expression. Unbeknownst to him, Emo Xian's shock only intensified upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, transforming into fervent enthusiasm. This was something that existed solely in the legendary realm of racing, and today he was witnessing it firsthand, performed by his own car. Emo Xian marveled, "Wow, this driving skill is something I've only heard of, never seen." brother. You are incredible. Fortunately, if it weren't for the need to keep pace with Adams, I wouldn't have employed this maneuver. It severely compromises the car's performance. Su Ran nodded slightly, a hint of apology in his eyes. Emotion, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. Feel free to push the car to its limits. If it breaks, I'll just get another one." Su Ran smiled faintly but said nothing further. Ahead, the Ferrari was now within reach. With that perfect drift, the distance between them had closed by several meters. Humph! Adams glanced at the Lamborghini in his rearview mirror, snorting coldly, yet his hands quickened their movements. "Catching up to me won't be so easy." With that, Adams deftly maneuvered the Ferrari, executing a handbrake drift. Gliding through the next curve in a flawless arc, he chuckled, "Bring it on." Su Ran noticed the Ferrari's actions and promptly called out, his foot moving swiftly, the steering wheel turning sharply. As Su Ran moved, Emotion too shifted, though his motion was aimed at finding a more comfortable position to brace for Su Ran's impending wild maneuvers. The sound of intense friction erupted as the Lamborghini's rear swayed gently, its body tilting as it began to slide along the edge just a few meters before entering the bend. Ahead lay an exceptionally long curve. Under Su Ran's control, the Lamborghini glided sideways into this expansive turn. What on earth was this maneuver? This is a sports car, not a toy. Emotion clung desperately to the armrest, sinking deep into his seat, his face a mask of terror as he watched his car racing through the bend in a manner incomprehensible to the average person. He was genuinely terrified by Su Ran's seemingly endless repertoire of stunts. This was long-distance drifting, perfectly suited for navigating such lengthy, winding curves. Su Ran sat in the driver's seat with an air of unblemished composure, her body maintaining an upright posture despite the immense inertia of the vehicle, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. At this moment, Emotion's feelings of frustration were beyond verbal expression. After hearing Su Ran's explanation, he merely rolled his eyes and watched as his car gradually approached the Ferrari, step by step. They were closing in, Emotion whispered in excitement, just as the distance between the two cars shrank to a single parking space. The bend concluded and the straightaway began. The Ferrari accelerated once more, incrementally widening the gap. Ahead, they were nearing the factory, and the first lap was about to conclude. In the final curve, Su Ran managed to reduce the distance slightly. Outside the factory, many young people craned their necks to watch the swiftly approaching vehicles. Who was in the lead? It was still too far to see clearly. Who was ahead? Was it Adams? It seemed. Yes, it was indeed Adams in the lead. A young man shouted in exhilaration, kicking the guardrail in excitement. Adams was in the lead. I knew it. Adams would undoubtedly win. This guy can even defeat professional racers. How exhilarating. Finally, I might recoup my losses. Among the crowd, only Xiaoyi glared unwillingly at the lagging Lamborghini, cursing to herself, I shouldn't have trusted my instincts this time. Whoosh! The two cars sped past the factory. In the first lap, Adams held a lead of over 2 parking spaces. Victory. Chapter 46. Sudden brake drift, soaring, 1. The rush of wind from the high-speed dash howled as the two cars vanished from the crowd's sight in the blink of an eye. Inside the Lamborghini, Emotion gazed ahead in a daze, still reeling from the stunning array of drifts Su Ran had executed. The impact was overwhelming. This was the first time in his life he had personally experienced the thrill of such high-speed drifting. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline was something he would never forget. Su Ran, now I see where your confidence stems from. Emotion's eyes were fixed on the Ferrari ahead, his tone filled with sentiment. Your skills are worthy of professional competition. Racing in our little town, you would surely dominate, but Adam's car is far superior to mine. Otherwise, you would have already left him behind. Su Ran smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying Emotion's words. It's all right, I've mentioned before that victory always favors the side with stronger momentum. The outcome is still uncertain. Even if his car is better, what does it matter? With that, Su Ran's gaze turned steely. You, my friend. Emotion found himself at a loss for words. Momentum? Momentum. All right, I believe you, especially since I'm currently tethered to your vehicle. Haha, too bad you didn't place any bets with me. Otherwise, you would surely have struck it rich. Emotion was speechless. This guy truly seized every opportunity to bolster his own momentum. In the second lap, Su Ran's Lamborghini exhibited an even more ferocious demeanor than in the first, akin to a pitch-black wolf sprinting wildly along the road. The sharp howls of the wolf echoed through nearly every turn. With each agile drift of the Lamborghini, a tempestuous whirlwind stirred upon the ground. At this moment, Emotion's spirit had waned considerably. The relentless drifting had rendered him pale and haggard. His stomach churned violently, As if it were on the verge of erupting. Damn it, I feel nauseous. Even I can experience motion sickness. Emotion, with a bitter smile, glanced at the unfazed Su Ran, and a flicker of realization dawned upon him. It seemed that drifting would forever elude him in this lifetime. Only a monster like him could treat a sports car as if it were a remote-controlled toy. Su Ran was faster than in the first lap, and Adams's Ferrari, perhaps spurred by Su Ran's prowess, suddenly accelerated as well. The distance between the two once again mirrored the scene of the first lap. In the curves, Su Ran gained a slight advantage, only to be outstripped by Adams on the straightaway. After completing the lengthy, arcing bend of the second lap, the gap remained about 10 meters. Yet, no matter the effort, the Lamborghini could not close that distance. Inside the Ferrari, Adams cast an expressionless glance in the rearview mirror at the relentless Lamborghini behind him, coldly stating, "Kid, I admit you possess skill, but surpassing me will not be so simple." With that, Adams executed a handbrake drift around the final turn of the second lap. Ahead lay the last straightaway of the lap. Though referred to as a straight, it was in fact an intersection formed by the confluence of two straight paths. The factory stood at the far end of the straight where Adams was located. At this moment, the crowd in front of the factory witnessed Adams's car emerge first from the last turn, eliciting excited cheers. Most of these jubilant spectators had placed their bets on Adams. Adams is in the lead. Finally, I bet right this time. I'll get my investment back. Some individuals leaped onto the guardrail, exuberantly waving their arms. Adams, go faster. Shake off that newcomer behind you. Among the crowd, Xiaoyi cast a glance at the flushed youth atop the guardrail, then turned his gaze, filled with complexity, towards the two speeding cars. However, his attention was predominantly fixated on the Lamborghini that was relentlessly pursuing from behind. Sighing, Xiaoyi shook his head in disappointment. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small truck leisurely approaching from the other straightaway at the intersection. In a moment of urgency, Xiaoyi shouted, "Hey, wait! Look over there, a truck is coming." Upon hearing this, others turned their heads in unison. Damn, how can there still be a vehicle passing at this time? Is any this delaying our race? A young man cursed. It's a small delivery truck, probably making nighttime deliveries. Damn it, hurry up and get past. What a nuisance, blocking Adams's path. I want to see him pay for this. Yet, the hopes of the crowd were destined to be dashed. The truck approached from an alternate route, its path obscured by a blind spot. By the time it came into view, it was perilously close to the intersection's center. Such proximity rendered even a Ferrari, with speeds 2 or 3 times that of the truck, incapable of passing it in time. It was over. Exclamations of frustration erupted as the truck, under the fiery glares of onlookers, boldly entered the intersection ahead of the Ferrari. The truck's driver, a middle-aged man with a stubbled, sallow complexion, noticed the approaching Ferrari and a smirk crept across his face. "Oh, what if it's a sports car? It still has to yield before my old clunker," he scoffed. "Traffic rules dictate first come, first served, young man." With that, he deliberately slowed down, crawling at a snail's pace across the intersection. That moment, the Ferrari reached the intersection as well. Adams glared at the long, odorous truck, cursing under his breath as he slammed the steering wheel in frustration, unwillingly coming to a halt at the intersection. "Damn it," he muttered, for the first time feeling a flicker of anger cross his typically cold visage. The truck spanned several meters in length. Though it was not particularly tall, it nonetheless formed an impenetrable barrier across the intersection. Coupled with the driver's snail-like pace, it was clear that Adams would be unable to pass any time soon. However, he consoled himself, knowing that the young driver would also have to stop. Once that happened, he would exploit the advantage of his vehicle to create distance later on. Su Ran's car was merely a few dozen meters from Adams. At such a close range, with Su Ran's speed reaching hundreds of kilometers per hour, he would cover the distance in less than a second. Yet, just before Adams came to a stop, within the Lamborghini, Su Ran's gaze sharpened at the sight of the long, foul-smelling truck, a wild glint flashing across his composed face. "Emotion, brace yourself." Emotion also spotted the truck ahead, but upon hearing Su Ran's hoarse voice, his heart raced with an unsettling premonition. "You need to brake? There's a truck coming," he shouted urgently. Yet, Su Ran appeared oblivious to Emotion's warning, instead flooring the accelerator. As the speed intensified, Emotion's heart leapt into his throat, his grip on the armrest trembling uncontrollably. "Su Ran, have you lost your mind? Stop the car, stop it!" Emotion screamed frantically, even considering reaching out to forcibly halt the vehicle, but he refrained, knowing that intervening would only incite chaos. At such high velocity, a crash was inevitable. Yet, Su Ran's reckless charge toward the truck seemed no less than a death wish. Damn it, stop the car! Emotion yelled, his voice quaking with desperation. Su Ran remained unfazed, ignoring Emotion's pleas. The next moment, when they were merely a few dozen meters from the truck, Su Ran sprang into action. With deft coordination, he swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel and slammed his foot down on the brake. Simultaneously, his arm muscles surged with power, forcibly steering the car sideways. At an astonishingly high velocity, the Lamborghini surged forth like a frenzied steel beast, careening sideways towards the truck. No! Emotion screamed in terror as he beheld the truck drawing ever closer. Chapter 47. Emergency Brake Drift, Ascendance, 2, the intersection. Following Su Ran's reckless maneuvers, it was not only Emotion who was gripped by sheer panic. The middle-aged driver was equally terrified. He could only watch as a dark shadow recklessly charged towards his truck. At such a close range, he could even hear the tires emitting a furious, reluctant roar as they scraped against the ground. The piercing sound of a tire blowout penetrated the middle-aged driver's ears like a death knell. Damn it! The driver trembled in fright, instinctively letting out a harrowing cry. He desperately attempted to steer the truck away, but under the duress of panic, his body quivered uncontrollably, as if he had been rendered powerless by an invisible force. Despite several attempts, he could not press the accelerator. This reaction is a normal physiological response when one is subjected to intense external stimuli. Either adrenaline surges forth, igniting a state of exhilarating excitement akin to having consumed a potent stimulant, or one becomes utterly feeble as if possessed, finding it arduous to even shift one's body. Clearly, the driver belonged to the latter category. It's over. In that final moment, not only the middle-aged driver but also Emotion involuntarily uttered a trembling whisper. In the next instant, Emotion suddenly realized that his perspective had flipped dramatically. What lay before him was nothing but the ground. As the world spun uncontrollably, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. In the blink of an eye, the roof of the truck loomed directly before him, less than a meter away. He had no doubt that if he were to open the window and reach out, he could touch the truck. What the hell? Am I airborne? Emotion's taut nerves finally registered that he was in a state of near weightlessness, a sensation induced by the vehicle having taken flight. Good grief. Under the immense force of inertia, Emotion's head was violently tossed aside, his face pressed against the glass beside him, the seatbelt failing to restrain him, reflecting an expression of sheer terror. In the next heartbeat, another 180-degree spin ensued. Emotion felt the car jolt heavily before the weight of gravity returned to him. Before he could catch his breath, the vehicle surged forward once more, its rear end swaying as it accelerated rapidly ahead. Inside the truck, the middle-aged driver slumped in his seat, his palms and back drenched in sweat, his lips painfully moving. I'm not dead, not dead. With a sudden jolt, the middle-aged driver snapped back to reality, urgently pressing down on the gas pedal. His waxen face quaked like a sieve. He had to leave. He had to escape. He didn't want to linger here for even a second longer. These speedsters were all lunatics. Meanwhile, Adams, upon witnessing the truck moving away, appeared momentarily dazed, failing to start his vehicle immediately. At that moment, the icy demeanor he once possessed had vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer horror as if he had seen a ghost. What just transpired? How did he accomplish that? Aside from Adams, the crowd in front of the factory appeared as if their jaws had dislocated, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Before their eyes, they beheld a shadowy figure, a black silhouette soaring skyward from behind the truck, resembling a colossal eagle in the night. Even amidst the darkness, that moment seemed to be illuminated, resplendent beyond compare. Could it be that the vehicle could actually fly? A young man murmured in disbelief, yet he soon realized the eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. No one responded to his exclamation. All eyes were wide open, incredulously fixated on the Lamborghini that approached with an elegant stride. Good heavens, what on earth just transpired? Finally, another voice broke the silence, though it sounded devoid of life, utterly hollow. The vehicle has taken flight. Damn it, it's soaring above the ground. I can't be mistaken. It truly is flying sideways. This is impossible. How could it ascend without a ramp? Some still struggled to accept this reality that had already unfolded. Could it be that the speed bump was to blame? A young man pointed to the gently arched strip at the intersection. Is that even feasible? Some expressed their skepticism. The youth sighed. I, too, find it hard to believe. Yet this is the undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, gazes laden with complexity as they stared at the Lamborghini. At this moment, within the confines of the Lamborghini, Xian's chest rose and fell in a tumultuous rhythm, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking through his shirt from behind. If one were to observe his eyes, they would find his pupils reduced to mere pinpricks, his gaze resembling a stagnant pool, devoid of vitality. No one occupied his seat. Apart from him, no one comprehended the profound impact this experience had on his psyche. He was the primary victim. Madman. It's truly insane. Xian mumbled absently until he neared the factory and caught sight of the throngs of people, at which point he emerged from the shadow of death. This was still the realm of the living, not hell. Without warning, Xian seized Su Ran's arm, disregarding the potential distraction to his driving, and bellowed, "Su Ran, why did you do that? Why didn't you stop? Tell me, why? We were mere moments from death. We were dead. Just a hair's breadth away. Do you even comprehend what you did? Do you realize how perilous this is? For heaven's sake, speak up. Why have you gone mute?" Su Ran brushed aside his hand, remaining silent, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With a slight flick of his wrist, he offered a cigarette to Xian. The brand was Yunyan, costing 10 yuan a pack. Yet it was the very cigarette Su Ran had smoked the longest in his past life. "Here, have a smoke," Su Ran said coolly, though his gaze remained fixed ahead. Xian took a few deep breaths, his earlier agitation beginning to subside as he recognized his earlier outburst. With a wry smile, he accepted the cigarette, leaning wearily against his seat. As he attempted to light it, his fingers trembled, repeatedly failing to ignite the flame. Cursing softly, Xian hurled the lighter aside in frustration. At that moment, a hand as steady as steel reached out, revealing a lit lighter nestled in its palm. "Thank you," Xian expressed his gratitude. Igniting his cigarette, his voice tinged with a hint of weariness. "I apologize. I was a bit impulsive just now." Su Ran ultimately offered his apology to Xian, yet the smile adorning his face belied any semblance of sincerity in his contrition. "You were not merely impulsive. You were playing with fire, and you dragged me along for the ride." Yet, Xian only muttered these words in his heart, gritting his teeth in frustration. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "What was that back there? You practically sent the car flying, drifted with a hard brake," Su Ran explained, "but I utilized the speed bumps to launch the car with inertia." "Ha, you truly are capable of anything. If I handed you a ship, would you attempt to navigate it on land as well?" Xian's remark dripped with sarcasm. Su Ran smirked. "Well, who knows?" Xian fell into silence, his teeth clenching with irritation, but ultimately he surrendered with a resigned smile, conceding, "Fine. I won't argue with a lunatic like you. Moreover, I vow never to ride in a car driven by you again." As he spoke, Xian fixed Su Ran with an unwavering gaze, his eyes filled with resolute determination. Seeing his obstinate demeanor, Su Ran laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I don't have a car at the moment. So you wouldn't be able to ride in one anyway. Who would believe your words? Your car is probably already wrecked." Xian scoffed. Turning his head away, Su Ran merely chuckled and shook his head, choosing silence as he focused on driving. After a brief while, Su Ran completed the third lap, yet he noticed the absence of the Ferrari in his rearview mirror. Wasn't it just delayed by a truck? "There's no way I could have left it that far behind," Su Ran pondered, but upon returning to the factory, he discovered that the Ferrari was already parked there. This meant that the Ferrari had not even attempted the third lap. "This guy," Su Ran chuckled softly. Upon arriving at the factory, Su Ran's task watch illuminated. Task: break the underground racing record in Kyoto. Task reward: an additional month and a half of lifespan. Task status: completed. Chapter 48. And finally, I've managed to complete this damn task. Su Ran leaned back in his seat, exhaling a long breath of relief. In truth, there was an element of luck involved in accomplishing this task. Had it not been for that truck obstructing the way, or if Adams had performed exceptionally in the first race, he might not have managed to break the record at all. Oh, an extra month and a half of life, plus the month gained from karting. I've recouped quite a bit of my investment in intermediate driving skills. Su Ran felt a surge of joy, realizing that if things continued like this, he would soon recover a year's worth of lifespan. Unlike Su Ran, Xian was not as contemplative. The moment the car came to a halt, he practically leapt out, as if a monstrous terror lurked within the vehicle. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Xian inhaled the fresh air of the outside world, and upon the sudden stimulation to his stomach, he could not restrain himself from retching. A multitude of unsightly substances spewed forth onto the ground, irrevocably tarnishing his impeccable image, his white hair now a chaotic mess reminiscent of a bird's nest. However, not a single individual present uttered a word of mockery. Instead, they regarded Adam's feat with a mixture of sympathy and understanding. In their hearts, they mused. Surely, a ride in such a vehicle must be exhilarating. If it were us, we would likely fare even worse than Emotion, perhaps lying on the ground, too weak to move. Once Su Ran exited the vehicle, all eyes immediately shifted from Emotion to him, a surge of emotions erupting: confusion, disbelief, admiration, and more. Some even instinctively took a step back, gazing at Su Ran as one might at a monstrous apparition. Observing this, Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, soon enveloped by a sense of speechlessness. Suddenly, applause erupted from an unknown source, followed by a chorus of cheers from the youthful onlookers. "Oh, Master, your aerial maneuver was simply magnificent. Incredible, car god. Teach me to race. Take me as your apprentice, handsome. I'll be waiting for you tonight." A heavily made-up and alluring young woman cast him a flirtatious glance. Hearing this, Su Ran's lips twitched slightly. The boldness of the woman was truly remarkable. As his gaze shifted, he found Adams staring at him with an impassive expression. "You've won," Adams stated flatly that it was an unearned victory. "Without that truck, I might not have outrun you." Su Ran shrugged nonchalantly. "No, your driving skills are exceptional." Adams shook his head, adding, "In fact, you are far superior. I am no match for you." After uttering these words, Adams let out a slow sigh. The memory of the Lamborghini's soaring leap ignited a profound admiration within him. Regarding such divine skill, he could do naught but concede. With that thought, Adams prepared to depart. Yet Su Ran called out to halt him. "I honored my end of the bargain. I lost?" Adams merely replied with 3 words. Yet Su Ran understood that Adams considered himself defeated and felt he had no right to demand Su Ran fulfill his end of the agreement. Aware of Adams' succinct nature, Su Ran opted for brevity. "You previously assisted me in entering the factory. I owe you a favor. Helping you is merely a trifling task." Adams turned, gazing intently at Su Ran. Upon witnessing his sincere smile, he finally nodded, saying, "Thank you. I appreciate it." Recognizing that Americans are often straightforward in their speech, Su Ran smiled in return and then approached the young man in the black attire who had been overseeing the contest. "I have emerged victorious in this match, correct? May I receive my prize?" The young man's cheeks twitched slightly, but in the end, he relented, nodding with reluctance as he handed over a bank card to Su Ran. "The funds have been transferred. There are 1.6 million within, thank you. Should you host again, I shall return," Su Ran said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the young man clad in black changed his expression drastically and hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "Master, let it be from now on. Whenever you partake in a match, I shall absolutely refrain from betting. It's a guaranteed loss either way." Coughing awkwardly, Su Ran gestured dismissively. Deep down, he understood that even though the young man had given him over 1 million, he had still made a considerable profit in those 2 rounds. After all, the majority of individuals had misjudged their bets. Take Xiaoyi, for instance. This fellow had correctly wagered in both rounds, making him truly exceptional. Immediately, several of his companions encircled him. "Xiaoyi, I hear you've won again. You've covered this month's hotel expenditures, haven't you?" "No, let us include the dining expenses as well." And the bar bills too." Xiaoyi, observing the mischievous grins on their faces, offered a sheepish smile and ultimately nodded in resignation. Retrieving their funds, Su Ran and Adams departed in their vehicle, though Emotion, after having vomited, insisted on joining them. However, he swiftly darted into Adams' Ferrari, leaving his own car for Su Ran to drive. As he put it, he had no desire to ever ride in a vehicle driven by Su Ran again. Nor did he wish to share a car with him. Left with no choice, Su Ran drove off in the Lamborghini, and the 2 vehicles eventually halted in front of a villa behind the embassy. Upon disembarking, Adams suddenly remarked, "Ran, I finally understand why I felt I had seen you before. You've been to the embassy, haven't you?" Su Ran chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I have, and I even saw you there. But you vanished as soon as you got into your car." Emotion, noticing their apparent prior acquaintance, interjected, "Su Ran, what were you doing at the embassy?" "Applying for a visa." "Well, I have some matters to attend to in the United States." "Then why not ask Adams? This fellow would find it a breeze to assist you with half a visa." Emotion laughed as he glanced at Adams. "Oh? Is that so, Adams?" Adams, appearing somewhat expectant, gazed at Su Ran and said, "Regarding the visa issue, I'm not particularly keen on it. Although it would be a simple matter with just a phone call, I prefer to keep my distance from my father's associates." Nevertheless, since Su Ran sought his assistance and would later help him, Adams hesitated for a moment before finally conceding. "All right, I'll inquire for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's face lit up with joy. Although he was unaware of Adam's precise standing at the embassy, seeing Emotion, a privileged young man, hold him in such high regard assured him of Adam's significance. However, Emotion appeared somewhat surprised at Adam's willingness to assist Su Ran and jested. Adams, this is the first time I've seen you help someone. Quick, tell me, what benefit did Su Ran offer you? Nothing of significance, just something related to cars, Su Ran interjected before Adams could respond. Cars? Emotion expressed his confusion, coupled with a hint of displeasure. The mention of cars reminded him of the previous heart-stopping scenes, which had genuinely terrified him. Su Ran squinted slightly, gently tapping the hood of the Ferrari with both hands, declaring, I am going to assist him in modifying the car. Chapter 49. His name is Su Ran, a man of Huaxia. Modify the car? Emotion exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Adam's vehicle is already incredibly fast. Do you really intend to enhance it further? Are you planning to convert it into an aircraft? That's not the point. Su Ran shook his head, caressing the smooth metallic surface of the Ferrari. His car is indeed exceptional, yet it has yet to reach its full potential. The primary issue lies within the W16 engine. The W16 is heralded as the most formidable engine currently available. Not every vehicle can accommodate it. When Su Ran first witnessed Adam's car failing to distance itself significantly from Wang Long's Lamborghini, a suspicion began to stir within him. Either Adams was deliberately holding back, or the Ferrari's top speed was inherently limited. Su Ran's negotiations with Adams had provided him with the clearest answer. As for Adams' bewilderment regarding how Su Ran knew about his engine, Su Ran certainly had no intention of revealing that his extensive knowledge stemmed from mastering intermediate driving skills, combined with first-hand experience in Adam's car and various observations during races, which made it rather straightforward to ascertain the specifics of Adam's engine. Ultimately, the W16's overwhelming dominance was apparent to any discerning eye. Upon hearing Su Ran mention the W16 engine, Emotion, an enthusiast of racing, immediately perked up, clearly having heard of the W16's illustrious reputation. No wonder Adam's car is so swift. I thought a Ferrari couldn't possibly outpace my Lamborghini by such a margin. Emotion nodded, realization dawning upon him, only to promptly inquire. So, what issues do you see with the W16? Configuration issues. Su Ran tapped the car hood, elaborating, the reason the W16 isn't performing at its peak could be due to a mismatch in configuration. Impossible. Adams shook his head vigorously. Did I swear by my car? I've outfitted it with nearly the best components available worldwide. Ha! Su Ran chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation, simply stating, have you ever heard the saying? There is no best, only what is most suitable. Most suitable. Both Emotion and Adams echoed in confusion. Consider the car as a human-bodied IT, may possess the finest heart and have the best digestive and respiratory systems installed. However, if these systems instinctively reject the body, like replacing a kidney with someone else's, it certainly won't function as well as one's own. Thus, this rejection prevents the heart from operating at full capacity, and the entire body cannot perform at its peak. Su Ran squinted his eyes, speaking solemnly. Therefore, to replace these systems, you must seek the most compatible ones, those that closely match the blood type in essence, the configuration best suited for your car. Emotion nodded in a semblance of understanding, while Adams fell into contemplative silence before ultimately agreeing with Su Ran's assertion. So, how do we proceed with the modifications? Is your car model the Ferrari 599 GTO? Su Ran cast a glance at the Ferrari and continued, stating that its maximum speed reaches 335 miles per hour, and it takes over 3 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 miles per hour. Although you mentioned that you have replaced many top-tier configurations, significantly enhancing its performance, it still falls short of the limits set by a W16 engine. At this point, Su Ran stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before decisively concluding. Thus, you should modify your vehicle's transmission system to adopt the dual-clutch transmission of the Bugatti Veyron, and then head to Maserati. After an extensive discussion, Su Ran finally outlined to Adams which components should be replaced, all these tuning concepts being derived from his intermediate driving skills. Given the system's output, it was undoubtedly of premium quality, and Su Ran had never harbored any doubts about it. While listening, Adams took out his phone to jot down notes, nodding gravely only after Su Ran had finished speaking. Many of the parts Su Ran mentioned were considerably more expensive than those on his car, and he was uncertain whether they would indeed be beneficial once installed. However, recalling Su Ran's breathtaking leap, all his reservations were completely dispelled. To achieve such a standard of driving, it was likely that Su Ran possessed profound insights into car modifications. After their discussion, Adams invited Su Ran and Emotion upstairs. The villa here served as Adams' temporary residence in the capital of Huaxia. When men converse, drinks are typically involved, and without hesitation, Adams produced several bottles of red wine. Prompting the three to indulge in hearty drinking within the room, Ocean and Adams raised a toast to Suran, and rather than honoring him, it was more a tribute to his devilish driving skills. Both were racing enthusiasts and afforded Suran the respect he deserved as a seasoned driver. Suran, have you ever been part of a professional racing team? Emotion lazily leaned back on the sofa, taking a sip of red wine, inquiring. No, I come from the wild side. Suran shook his head, displaying an uninterested demeanor, seemingly reluctant to delve further into the topic. Ocean noticed Suran's expression, chuckled softly, and refrained from pressing the matter. Instead, Suran turned to Adams and expressed his gratitude, saying, Adams, the visa matter holds significant importance for me. Thank you for assisting me with this. No need for thanks. Adams replied with a slight smirk, a rare smile breaking through his typically icy facade. Isn't there a saying in Huaxia, to go to great lengths for a friend? Friend? Suran was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, declaring, Ha ha, I am honored to be Mr. Adams' friend. Not out of honor. Adams grinned, rather, it's because you possess the strength to be my friend. Adams' words carried a commanding aura, subtly hinting at a sense of superiority. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if such declarations were commonplace for him. Upon hearing this, Emotion merely offered a faint smile, then took another sip of red wine, fully aware of Adams' background and the source of his confidence. Although Suran's recognition by Adams surprised him, it still seemed quite reasonable. Suran was momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively attributed this to the American's habitual lack of modesty in conversation. With a faint smile, he raised his glass towards Adams and Emotion. Shortly thereafter, both Suran and Emotion bid their farewells. However, as Suran was about to leave, Adams detained him. But Su, you are heading to America, aren't you? He inquired. Although Suran was surprised, he nodded in affirmation. Which city will you be visiting? Adams pressed further. Suran replied candidly, Hawaii. With this revelation, Adams nodded expressionlessly. After Suran's departure, Adams made another phone call. Across the vast ocean, in America, a middle-aged man answered the phone. Hello? This is Adams. The man jolted, quickly responding, Ah, Mr. Adams, how may I assist you? I have a friend who requires a visa. Ensure that it is processed immediately and delivered to me. I see. Could you provide me with your friend's details? Adams paused for a moment before coldly stating, his name is Suran, a Huaxia national. Is that all? What about specific information, such as date of birth, occupation, and a photograph? Adams let out a cold smirk, divulging nothing further, merely reiterating, his name is Suran, a Huaxia national. Sensing the unfriendly tone in Adams' voice, the middle-aged man trembled slightly, hastily assuring, understood. I will process the visa right away and have it delivered to you. Very well, I await your update, came the response from the receiver, followed by a dial tone. Observing this, the middle-aged man forced a smile, pressing his forehead in frustration. After a moment, he picked up the phone and dialed another number. David, come to my office immediately. In the ensuing days, Adams procured all the parts Suran mentioned needed replacing. Fortunately, being in Kyoto, several merchants had branches that offered these specific components, allowing Adams to gather them with relative ease. Subsequently, Suran commenced the modifications, finding the task a breeze given his intermediate driving skills. Additionally, the basement of Adams' villa was equipped with a plethora of modification tools, facilitating Suran's work. By the third day, he had successfully replaced all the parts. That evening, a crimson Ferrari sped in from the suburbs, its deep engine roar resonating loudly in the stillness of the night. I in the driver's seat. Adams was wholly focused on the road ahead, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel without the slightest tremor. A rare smile graced his usually stoic face as he remarked, This car is quite impressive. After a brief pause, he nodded again, adding, I really like it. In the adjacent passenger seat, Suran reclined leisurely, his hands clasped behind his head. Upon hearing Adams' words, a hint of amusement flickered in his half-closed eyes. As long as you are satisfied, that's what matters. The parts were all purchased by you. I merely replaced a component, this. Adams pressed his lips together, still grappling with the humble disposition of the Chinese. Why downplay one's own achievements when they are clearly deserved? Suddenly, Adams raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something that, oh, by the way, your visa has arrived at the embassy. You can collect it yourself? Oh, so soon? Suran exclaimed in surprise. It had only been 3 days. He hadn't anticipated the visa would arrive so quickly. Hadn't the bespectacled foreigner mentioned it would take at least 5 days? Could it be that Adams had lent a hand? Regaining his composure, Suran smiled. Thank you, Adams. Just helping each other out, Adams replied, modestly offering a rare note of humility. Moments later, the car halted in front of the embassy. After exchanging farewells with Adams, Sue Ran entered alone. Unlike the last time when he had found the way on his own, this time he was met by a receptionist, the same middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses who had assisted Wei Shiran with his visa 3 days prior. "Mr. Sue Ran, you have finally arrived," the middle-aged man exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he approached. "Our previous conversation was too brief. You probably don't even know my name. Allow me to introduce myself, Grant." With that, the man extended his right hand. Sue Ran was taken aback by the sudden warmth of the man's demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he politely shook Grant's hand. "Mr. Grant, right? I am here to collect my visa." Well, let us discuss this inside," Grant replied, a sheepish smile crossing his face as he gestured for Sue Ran to enter. "Very well," Sue Ran nodded, trusting the invitation. Seeing Sue Ran's acceptance, Grant felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier that afternoon, he had received a phone call from his superior in the United States, instructing him to personally deliver the visa to Sue Ran and to treat him with the utmost respect, as if he were a distinguished guest. The reason for such deference was subtly hinted at. This young man was connected to higher-ups, and the relationship was significant. When Grant had heard this news, he had nearly faltered, almost toppling from his lavish office chair. "If you know someone important, why not say so earlier? Were you trying to toy with me?" He vividly recalled how he had treated Sue Ran that day, nearly dismissing him outright. Had he not received payment, he might not have even considered processing the visa. Now, his superior had informed him that this individual was connected to his own superior's superior, leaving Grant in a state of trepidation. Fortunately, he had taken Sue Ran's business seriously and promptly forwarded the necessary documents to the United States, just as those on the other side were puzzled about how to handle a visa application that consisted solely of a name and nationality. Immediately, the two parties reached a consensus, allowing Sue Ran's documents to be expedited to the front of the review queue, surpassing countless others. However, even with this advantage, the visa still took 3 days to arrive in Huaxia. At this moment, upon seeing Sue Ran, Grant felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Sue Ran might divulge this trivial matter to his superior in the United States, which would certainly lead to his downfall. Given the grave tone of his superior, he harbored no doubts about Sue Ran's influence in this matter. "Mr. Sue, here is your visa." Upon seeing Sue Ran take a seat, Grant hurriedly retrieved the visa from his desk. Even preparing a cup of coffee for him, Sue Ran accepted the visa, and after verifying that the photo and information were correct, he nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, thank you, Mr. Grant. You're most welcome. It is indeed our honor to serve you." "Mr. Sue," Grant replied, bowing slightly, his smile nearly blooming like a chrysanthemum. "What, Your Honor? When did I attain such stature?" Slightly taken aback, Sue Ran gestured. "Mr. Grant, why are you standing there? Please, take a seat." "Yes, of course," Grant quickly complied, though his face still wore a respectful smile. At that moment, Sue Ran's words were akin to a royal decree, leaving no room for dissent. Once seated, noticing Sue Ran's lack of response, Grant produced a bank card from his coat, presenting it to Sue Ran with both hands in a gesture of utmost respect. "Mr. Grant, what does this mean?" Sue Ran raised an eyebrow, perplexed as he gazed at Grant. Grant, sensing urgency, feared that Sue Ran might be displeased, and hurriedly clarified, "Mr. Sue, this is the bank card you inadvertently left with me the other day. I have brought it back for you." Sue Ran did not immediately accept it. Instead, he squinted, scrutinizing Grant. The peculiarity of the situation compelled him to ponder the underlying motives, as Grant's demeanor today contrasted sharply with that of their previous encounter. Initially puzzled by Grant's excessive deference, Sue Ran now began to discern an unusual undertone as Grant returned the bribery money from their last meeting. Why was this so? He certainly lacked the influence to warrant such treatment from Grant. And while Mo Xian might possess some clout, their acquaintance was insufficient to elicit such favor. Thus, among the remaining individuals, only Adams likely held the necessary power. With this realization, Sue Ran recalled Adams' offer to assist him, and a vague suspicion began to take shape in his mind. He had not anticipated that Adams could compel Grant to humble himself in such a manner. Adams, Sue Ran silently savored the name before turning to Grant with a slight smile. "Mr. Grant, I truly appreciate your help that I searched high and low for this card, only to discover it had been left with you." With that, Sue Ran reached out to retrieve the bank card. Having clarified the situation, it was not in Sue Ran's nature to leave money unclaimed. Upon encountering Sue Ran and handing over the money, Grant finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Even the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes seemed to diminish in an instant. "I am truly delighted to assist Mr. Sue." Grant discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat and forced a smile, saying, "Hee, I have acquired all my belongings, so I shall take my leave now." Sue Ran cast a deep glance at Grant before feigning departure. "Mr. Sue, allow me to see you off." Upon noticing Su Ran's exit, Grant hurriedly rose to follow him. Accompanied by Grant, Su Ran departed the embassy. On his way back to his temporary lodging, Su Ran made a stop at the bank. Upon seeing the amount on the card Grant had returned to him, a peculiar expression immediately surfaced on his face. To his astonishment, the card bore an amount of 200,000. Having given Grant 100,000, he was perplexed to find his own card now contained double that sum, which only deepened Su Ran's curiosity regarding Adams's true identity. Adams, who exactly are you? The following morning, Su Ran boarded a flight to Hawaii. Just as he found his seat, he unexpectedly discovered a young man had already settled beside him. The youth wore a baseball cap, obscuring his features. However, once Su Ran took his seat, the young man removed his hat, revealing a shock of vibrant red hair. Hello, Ran. Today there are 3 updates. I was too late yesterday when the votes reached 90, and I didn't pay attention. Chapter 51. Arrival in Hawaii. Red hair, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes. These striking features allowed Su Ran to instantly recognize the individual before him. Setting aside other considerations, that head of red hair alone was sufficient to reveal his identity. Adams, Su Ran exclaimed, his face alight with uncontainable surprise. What brings you here? Well, am I not also departing from Huaxia? Adams spread his arms wide, chuckling. That day when I heard you mention going to Hawaii, I suddenly felt compelled to see that place as well, and then as you can see, we ended up on the same flight. All right, your reasoning has successfully persuaded me. Su Ran squinted slightly as he settled into his seat. He believed half of Adams's words. Indeed, leaving Huaxia was true, but the likelihood of heading to Hawaii was dubious, especially with the impending typhoon threatening that region. Who would venture there without cause? Only someone burdened with a troublesome fate would do so. Given their current status as half-friends, the two naturally exchanged a few words during the flight, though their conversation was rather sparse. Rather than being reticent, it could be said that Adams was aloof, while Su Ran remained indifferent. Thus, after a few casual remarks, they fell into silence. Observing this, Su Ran chose to close his eyes and rest, while Adams gazed expressionlessly out at the sky, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Around 6 in the evening, the plane touched down at Honolulu International Airport in Hawaii. As an American, Adams naturally took on the role of host, guiding Su Ran out of the airport and into the Hilton International Hotel. In this international Grand Hotel, it was Su Ran's first visit as well. Faced with the exorbitant prices here, he couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue while an uncontrollable thought emerged. What if I owned such a hotel? Wouldn't that mean a fortune? However, as soon as this notion surfaced, Su Ran swiftly quashed it. After his rebirth, his pursuit of wealth was no longer as desperate as it had been in his past life. He understood that if he were to expend great effort in the quest for money, he could still thrive in Huaxia with the skills he had acquired. Nevertheless, Su Ran's ambitions soared beyond mere monetary gain. Having been reborn, if his sole aim was to chase after riches and beauty, such a spiritual existence would be exceedingly hollow and devoid of meaning. The appearance of the task watch illuminated a path for Su Ran, that of challenge. Whether it be a minor challenge or this extreme endeavor, they ignited a passion within him that he had never experienced in his previous life. That evening, as the Lamborghini soared, Su Ran refrained from revealing to Mo Xian that the adrenaline coursing through him surpassed even that of his companion. The sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death, transcending to the utmost, left Su Ran drenched in sweat, yet filled with an exhilarating sense of superiority over the world. Originally, the task watch existed for Su Ran's survival, yet he now viewed it not merely as a survival system but as a pursuit of his spiritual realm. This encapsulated Su Ran's current mindset. As Su Ran and Adams entered the Hilton Hotel, a middle-aged man, donning sunglasses and reclining on a beach chair by the hotel's pool, discreetly picked up his phone. The target had arrived at the Hilton. Wow, the environment and scenery here are truly splendid. Su Ran stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the exquisite view below. At the very bottom lay a vast swimming pool, and not far from where Su Ran stood was a stretch of golden beach. Although it was already evening, he could still vaguely see some bare legs sauntering along the shore. Hawaii is indeed a delightful place. If only it weren't for this damn typhoon. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Su Ran's musings. Upon opening the door, he found Adams standing outside, wearing a gentle smile. It had been quite some time since our last meal. Shall we go for dinner? Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but ever since they boarded the plane and left Huaxia, Su Ran felt that Adam's smile had increased significantly, his demeanor no longer as icy as before. Adam's suggestion resonated with Su Ran, who was beginning to feel a bit hungry, so he nodded in agreement. Sure, Dinner was enjoyed at a Western-style restaurant under Adam's guidance. After their meal, Adams proposed a visit to a bar, yet Sue Ran politely declined, prompting Adams to shrug and venture to the bar alone. Meanwhile, Sue Ran found himself in a store named Surfer, a shop specializing in water sports equipment. Upon entering the shop, Sue Ran disregarded the various swimsuits and goggles displayed at the counter and made his way directly to the area where surfboards were arranged. The shop owner was a middle-aged woman who appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking no older than 30. Perhaps it was the unique, temperate climate of Hawaii that had contributed to her youthful appearance. "May I assist you with anything?" the owner approached, offering Sue Ran a gentle smile in response to her warm greeting. Sue Ran returned the smile and said, "I would like to take a look at the surfboards. Do you have any recommendations?" "Certainly. We have 2 types of boards, soft boards and fiberglass boards." "Which material are you interested in?" she inquired. "Which one is preferable?" Sue Ran asked. "The soft board is ideal for beginners and is a bit more affordable. The fiberglass board, while more challenging to control, possesses superior qualities compared to the soft board." Upon hearing this, Sue Ran recalled that his surfing skills had been bestowed upon him by the system, undoubtedly making him an advanced practitioner. With newfound confidence, he declared, "Then I shall take a fiberglass board." "Very well. All the surfboards here are fiberglass." The owner gestured towards the array of colorful boards on the counter. "Feel free to choose one that appeals to you." Sue Ran nodded and pointed to a vibrant blue surfboard, saying, "I'll take this one." However, just as he finished speaking, a somewhat cocky voice interrupted. "I'm sorry, but that surfboard has already been purchased." A bronzed arm reached out, indicating the striking blue board. Sue Ran was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated a contest over such a trivial item. Turning around, he found a tall, blond Caucasian man wearing a playful smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. Beside him stood an alluring woman with sun-kissed skin, her arms crossed, observing the scene with a bemused expression. Sue Ran narrowed his eyes and, after a brief silence, softly addressed the owner, "Let him have that one. I'll take the red board instead." He had no desire to engage in a dispute over an inconsequential surfboard. The choice of color was of little concern to him. Being abroad, he deemed it unnecessary to quarrel over such a trivial matter. This time, the man did not contest Sue Ran's decision regarding the red surfboard, allowing him to make the purchase and depart with the board in hand. Yet, as Sue Ran exited, the man lingered, watching his retreating figure intently before slowly shifting his gaze away. "Bill, Asians truly are feeble. I suspect he was intimidated by you just now," the woman, Vanessa, remarked, casting an uninterested glance at Sue Ran's silhouette. Cradling the blue surfboard he had seized from Sue Ran, Bill replied nonchalantly, "Vanessa, this individual is not to be underestimated. Do not take him lightly." "Oh? How did you discern that?" Vanessa inquired, intrigued. "Is it merely because he chose to forego the opportunity to challenge you?" "Ha! That only suggests he possesses remarkable restraint." Bill chuckled lightly, then abruptly glanced at the pitch-black sky. "Vanessa, have you forgotten that sea swallow is on its way?" Vanessa's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that?" Bill chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed. It's rather curious to see someone purchasing a surfboard at this hour. Can you fathom who they might be?" "Perhaps they are kindred spirits with us," Vanessa, somewhat lacking in confidence, remarked. "What if they only intend to frolic along the shoreline?" Bill shook his head, stating, "That's beyond our knowledge. Nonetheless, I believe they must be quite an intriguing individual." "Intriguing or not, Bill, do refrain from overstepping boundaries. Let us not forget our purpose." Vanessa shot him a pointed glance. "Yes, I understand." With that, Bill flashed a charming smile at the proprietor before turning to leave the shop. Yet, as he turned, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in his eyes. Chapter 52. This is surfing. The following morning, Sue Ran rose early, greeted by the radiant sunlight and gentle breezes outside his window. A scene so delightful it almost elicited a sigh of contentment. However, he was acutely aware that beneath this idyllic facade lurked an impending tempest. The local authorities had confirmed the precise arrival of the sea swallows, anticipated in 6 days. According to forecasts, the impending typhoon would reach a staggering intensity of 12 on the scale, with the potential for seismic activity to trigger a tsunami. Sue Ran could only scoff at this prediction, for a tsunami was not merely a possibility, it was an inevitability. After all, where else could one ride waves soaring to 50 meters? Yet, such colossal waves would likely form far from the Hawaiian Islands, whose geographical position was insufficient to generate such towering tides. After tidying up, Sue Ran departed his room with a surfboard in tow, eager to test the waters and reacquaint himself with the thrill of surfing, while also validating whether he could indeed free dive in depths less than 200 meters. However, upon seeking out Adams, He was taken aback to discover another person in his room, a stunningly voluptuous woman. Good heavens, had this fellow spent the night indulging in revelries? Adams merely explained, I've been in Huaxia for too long. Su Ran smiled faintly, inwardly giving Adams the finger. Was it truly necessary to be so coy about his escapades? Allow me to introduce you. Her name is Joyce, Adams said, pulling the alluring woman forward. Joyce greeted Su Ran warmly. Hello, handsome. I've heard about you from Adams. You're quite the racing driver, aren't you? Surprised by their apparent rapport, Su Ran cast a curious glance at Adams, initially believing Joyce to be merely a fleeting dalliance. Yet, it was evident that their connection extended beyond a single night. Could it be a series of encounters? Su Ran mused mischievously while maintaining a friendly demeanor. Hi, it's a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Adams noticed the surfboard Su Ran was carrying and exclaimed, Are you planning to go surfing? Su Ran nodded, candidly responding, Yes, I've heard this place is a paradise for surfing enthusiasts. Now that I'm in Hawaii, I simply must give it a try. Adams' eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly indicating he had also been captivated. The racing scene revealed that this seemingly aloof individual harbored a restless spirit within. With a grin, Adams excitedly remarked, Then I shall join you. It has been ages since I last rode the waves. No problem, let's go together. You can lead the way, Adams exclaimed as he enveloped Joyce in an embrace, adding with a chuckle, Joyce is a local. She can guide me. Su Ran cast a faint, scrutinizing glance at Joyce, nodding in agreement. All right. Joyce felt as though Su Ran's slightly squinted eyes emitted a dazzling, blinding light, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Momentarily flustered, she quickly regained her composure and offered Su Ran a smile. A short while later, near a harbor, numerous speedboats of various sizes were docked, while people occasionally departed from the shore aboard their vessels. Are you all heading out for some surfing? A burly man with a bushy beard observed with surprise as he looked at Su Ran and the others. Indeed. I've heard the waves have been quite good these past few days, and we are eager to have some fun, Joyce replied cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Well, consider yourselves lucky. Today marks the last day the harbor will be open. You've timed your adventure perfectly. Tomorrow, you won't be able to set sail. The bearded man shrugged, a wry smile breaking through his thick beard. This damn typhoon is on its way, and I stand to lose a significant amount of money. What terrible luck! After venting his frustrations, the man kicked one of the nearby speedboats and declared, Off you go, lads. Have a splendid time. Joyce tossed her head back, her chestnut hair cascading around her as she exclaimed, Let us go. With that, she was the first to leap onto the speedboat. Su Ran and Adams exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling faintly before following suit. As Su Ran observed Joyce, her alluring figure standing confidently at the helm. An undeniable surge of desire ignited within him. It must be acknowledged that Joyce was strikingly beautiful, her features exquisitely defined. The slightly tanned, sun-kissed skin she possessed was far more enticing than the woman Su Ran had encountered in the shop the previous night. She resembled a sultry little wildcat, exuding raw vitality that compelled one to succumb to temptation. Nevertheless, the fervor in Su Ran's gaze dissipated swiftly. She was someone else's woman, and he had no interest in pursuing her. Suddenly, the speedboat jolted slightly, vroom vroom. Immediately, the engine roared to life, emitting a deep, resonant rumble as the speedboat surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind two long, white trails that gradually spread apart, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Before long, they had traversed a considerable distance, and Su Ran could no longer see the coastline of the Hawaiian Islands behind them. Su, your surfing skills won't be as impressive as your racing prowess. Will they? Adams leaned back against the side of the boat, grinning as he watched Su Ran change into his swimwear. Today, Adams appeared to be in good spirits, his face adorned with a gentle smile. I suppose it's decent enough, but it's been quite a while since I last surfed. I'll need to shake off the rust first, Su Ran casually replied while changing, fully aware that he had never surfed before. He merely spoke to allay Adams' suspicions. What if this individual encounters such formidable waves for the first time? How am I to explain it to him? Am I to assert that it is an innate talent? Adams nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, pointing towards the horizon. However, a typhoon is approaching, and the waves in the coming days will be significantly larger than usual, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters. Can you handle such waves? 7 to 8 meters? You underestimate me. I am someone who dares to ride 50-meter giants. Oh no, that transcends mere surfing. It becomes akin to surfing a tsunami. 7 to 8 meters? I have yet to encounter such heights, but I am willing to give it a try. Su Ran donned his swimsuit, stretching his body in preparation. Adams raised an eyebrow, allowing the sea breeze to tousle his hair. Oh, I eagerly await your performance. I hope you can replicate the miracle you achieved that fateful night." At that moment, Joyce turned back and called out loudly, "Handsome, congratulations! The waves you seek have arrived." Upon hearing this, Sue-Ran lifted his gaze, spotting a small cruise ship anchored on the water's surface. Beside it, waves surged continuously, their frothy crests visible even from a distance. The roaring waves lifted towering curtains of water, resembling a colossal azure mouth that crashed down upon the sea, sending sprays of water several meters high. Beneath the waves, Sue-Ran could vaguely discern silhouettes gliding gracefully on surfboards, their elegant forms weaving through the tumultuous waters. Leaving behind white streaks against the blue expanse. In an instant, the ocean roared, and the massive curtain rolled downward, engulfing the figures within its grasp. From the side, the surging tide formed an increasingly narrow blue corridor, where figures valiantly rode the cresting waves, striving to break free. In the final moment, as the wave collapsed, the figures emerged triumphantly. On the speedboat, Sue-Ran gazed at this spectacle, flames of fervor igniting in his eyes. This is what surfing is all about. This is what I call a recommendation. 120 votes, time for an update. However, I have decided to post tomorrow. 3 updates in a single day feels more comfortable. But should tomorrow bring an additional 30 votes? Just the thought is daunting. Chapter 53. Sue-Ran's first surfing experience. As the speedboat approached the small cruise ship, Sue-Ran realized that what he had witnessed earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg of this maritime extravaganza. Surrounding the vessel, dozens of speedboats resembling Sue-Ran's, filled with young men and women, bobbed eagerly upon the waves. These boats encircled the cruise ship, swaying with the tide. Their jubilant screams and cheers carried far and wide amidst the spray of the waves. The sea was alive with vibrant bodies frolicking in the surf. Some stood on surfboards riding the white crests, others floated on their backs, gazing at the sky, while some clung to ropes trailing behind the speedboats, allowing themselves to be towed playfully across the water. The men varied in attire, some clad in full swimsuits, while others sported only swim trunks, proudly displaying their muscular torsos. The girls are predominantly clad in bikinis, swaying their hips and unabashedly presenting the most alluring aspects of their bodies to the ravenous gazes of the men surrounding them. On the cruise ship, a magnificent vessel towering 3 stories high. The atmosphere is vibrant and bustling. On each level of the deck, a throng of individuals of diverse hues fills the corridors, all eagerly cheering for those swimming and surfing below. Occasionally, young men leap from the ship's 3rd deck, plunging into the azure depths of the sea. This is nothing short of a grand maritime festival. Upon Sue-Ran's arrival, he is greeted by this vivid spectacle: screams, waves, and beautiful women. The sight of countless fair legs swaying before him is almost dazzling. What do you think? Not too shabby, is it? Joyce turns to the two of them, a playful glint in her eyes. It is Sue-Ran's first encounter with such a scene, and out of curiosity, he cannot help but steal a few more glances until Joyce's voice brings him back to reality, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. Adams, on the other hand, possesses far more worldly experience than Sue-Ran, who is witnessing this for the first time in his life. While a flicker of excitement dances in his eyes, he exhibits little curiosity or surprise. "Joyce, is it always like this here?" Sue-Ran inquires, his eyes roaming over the lively surroundings. "Not quite. It usually only gets this lively during unusual spring or summer tides." Joyce shakes her head, explaining, "However, it's particularly bustling now because a typhoon is approaching, causing the waves to surge from the depths of the ocean, which is why these surfing enthusiasts have gathered here." As she speaks, a hint of resignation crosses Joyce's face. But alas, this may be the last day for it. Tomorrow the sea will be closed off, and we won't be able to venture out. It seems we are indeed fortunate to have arrived at such an opportune moment. Sue-Ran smiles. In truth, he is indifferent to the impending typhoon. He is resolved to brave it regardless. Adams concurs, laughing. "Indeed, it is a splendid time. The waves are substantial, perfectly satisfying the cravings of these surfing aficionados. By the way, Sue-Ran, weren't you eager to surf? Why not give it a try?" Sue-Ran clenches his fists, feeling a surge of determination, and nods. "All right, I'll give it a go. Just don't blame me if I fail to catch a wave." To be honest, he feels a twinge of nervousness since it is his first attempt, yet having encountered many situations, he is not easily flustered. Seeing Sue-Ran's eagerness, Joyce smiles faintly and, with a playful gesture, whistles. The sound catches the attention of an older gentleman on a jet ski, who turns to see Joyce waving at him, responding with a grin and a whistle of his own, before steering his jet ski alongside their boat. "Hey there, beautiful. Are you looking to surf?" The man leers, eyeing Joyce's voluptuous figure with a hint of mischief. At this moment, Joyce has already shed her outer garments, revealing a bikini top and bottom that accentuate her wild, alluring physique, drawing the attention of those around her. With a playful glance at the older gentleman, Joyce smiles and shakes her head. No, 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 it's my friend who wishes to surf. Upon finishing his words, the slender arms were gently raised, pointing towards Sue Ran. Upon hearing this, the uncle cast a somewhat surprised glance at the unremarkable young man. At first glance, he found the individual to be exceedingly ordinary, the only feature that caught his attention being the young man's slightly squinted, elongated eyes. Ultimately, the uncle waved his hand lightly and stated decisively, "Come on, young lad." He then handed a rope to Sue Ran, which had a handle at the end for easy grasping. Sue Ran nodded, turned around to pick up the surfboard, and tossed it onto the sea. With a nimble leap, he landed precisely on the surfboard floating on the water. Immediately, Sue Ran pushed himself up with both hands and stood firmly on the surfboard. Grasping the rope given by the uncle, Sue Ran raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Let us go." The uncle chuckled heartily and replied, "Ha ha, hold on tight." Sue Ran's brief display of skill had already caused him to retract his initial disdain. He had originally thought the young man was a novice, but now it seemed evident that this lad was likely an adept surfer. "Are you ready? Let us set off with that." The uncle revved the jet ski and surged towards the oncoming waves. Sue Ran, perched on the surfboard, crouched slightly, gripping the rope tightly as he was towed across the sea at great speed. The surfboard sliced through the water behind him, leaving a long, white trail that lingered for some time. As he felt the mixed sea breeze rushing towards him, Sue Ran excitedly licked the seawater splattering on his face. The bulging muscles in his arms testified to his exhilaration. Just like the last time he had employed his driving skills, upon stepping onto the surface, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the sea and the splashing waves. The surfboard beneath his feet swayed as if he had been riding for years, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. All these sensations melded together, compelling Sue Ran to unleash a primal roar towards the sky, a release of the hormones surging within him. At that moment, the jet ski was approaching a colossal wave, towering over 7 meters high, undoubtedly the best wave he had encountered thus far. The giant wave arched its body, bearing an intimidating presence, resembling a massive wall racing across the water, surging towards them with overwhelming force. In the next instant, the tide rolled, forming a gently curved azure wall of water on the surface. Sue Ran and the uncle's eyes lit up, both aware that this wave was about to reach its peak moment of power. It was then that Sue Ran would release his grip and plunge into the fray. Suddenly, Sue Ran noticed the uncle frantically waving his hand to the side, his lips moving rapidly as if he were shouting something fervently, but the surrounding noise was too great for Sue Ran to decipher. However, when he followed the uncle's gaze to the side, he understood the source of the uncle's excitement. Another jet ski was racing towards them, with a man on a surfboard trailing behind it. Today you went to driving school and didn't have time to update, so here as the supplement. Just to casually mention, I was scolded by the instructor." At that moment, Xiao Yu wanted to point at his nose and say, "I am a man who can drift. How could you make me reverse park?" Chapter 54. Wave snatching, wave snatching. The term sprang to Sue Ran's mind instantaneously. In the realm of surfing, there exists an unwritten rule. Only one individual is permitted to ride a wave at a time. Should an incident occur, the wave snatcher bears full responsibility for the consequences. To put it more simply, it is akin to waiting in line for a restroom, only to have someone abruptly cut in, leaving you unable to relieve yourself, yet there exists but a single stall. This sense of frustration is universally felt. As Sue Ran arrived first, the actions of the other party could only be deemed as wave snatching. The older gentleman was now visibly incensed. His role in piloting the jet ski and ferrying surfers to the waves was merely a duty, and today he had already assisted over a dozen individuals. This was the first instance of encountering someone audacious enough to snatch a wave. Though he himself would not be surfing, he still felt a profound displeasure, coupled with a sense of injustice for Sue Ran. For two individuals to attempt riding the same wave so recklessly could easily lead to calamity, and the other party's blatant disregard for safety clearly indicated a lack of respect for Sue Ran. Sue Ran turned his head slightly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the distant surfer. However, the individual was clad in goggles, obscuring his appearance. Yet, despite the lens's obstruction, the palpable air of provocation was unmistakable. Damn. Even with Sue Ran's typically placid demeanor, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Ever since acquiring his task watch, he had seldom regarded ordinary individuals with much esteem, let alone entertain any form of provocation. In that instant, Sue Ran resorted to an internationally recognized gesture of disdain. He raised his middle finger towards the challenger. How dare you provoke me? I shall see whether you possess the prowess to snatch this wave from my grasp." The bold display of his middle finger did not go unnoticed by the other party. However, the individual merely waved dismissively and proceeded straight towards the oncoming wave, clearly unperturbed by Su Ran's affront. Su Ran even caught a glimpse of the arrogant grin beneath the other's goggles. In response, Su Ran let out a cold snicker, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. "Well then, let us see whether today it will be your downfall or mine. I was just lamenting the lack of challenge posed by a modest wave of 7 to 8 meters, and now you have arrived. This is precisely the kind of surfing that invigorates the spirit." With this thought in mind, Su Ran ceased to regard the other party and instead focused his attention on the colossal wave approaching. He had arrived before the other, thus he would be the first to plunge into the surf. At that moment, the waves roared mightily, and it was evident that Su Ran and the older gentleman were not the only ones taking note of the unfolding situation. Adams and Joyce were among the first, apart from Su Ran's group, to observe the scene. Their gazes had been fixed upon Su Ran, and they could readily discern any developments in his vicinity. "Someone is snatching Su Ran's wave," Adams exclaimed, striking the railing with a fist, his expression darkening. Joyce furrowed his brow, his tone disapproving as he remarked, "That individual is utterly disregarding the rules. Does he not understand that only one person is allowed to ride a wave?" Adams scoffed, "Humph, this wave is simply too splendid. It is likely the best one of the day. Many have been drawn towards it, eager to ride this very wave. However, upon witnessing the situation, they refrained from pursuing, except for that reckless youth who desperately followed." Joyce sighed, asking, "Is your friend unwilling to yield? Continuing down this path could very well lead to an accident." Adams was suddenly taken aback by Joyce's words. Yield? This thought brought to mind that fateful night, when Su Ran confronted an obstructing truck. How he had refused to yield even then. He had brazenly maneuvered past the truck without a hint of concession. Now, a mere wave, and one expected Su Ran to relent? And an accident. This lad was unfazed by the destruction of car and life alike. Would he fear the wave? How naive. With this realization, Adams resolutely shook his head, a hint of pride flickering across his cold visage. No, Ran was not that type of person. He would not yield. Moreover, he would contend fiercely with that individual. Joyce gasped, "Oh my God, this is utterly insane." Apart from Adams and Joyce, those frolicking in the water and the passengers aboard the cruise ship had all taken note of the colossal wave and the two figures advancing toward it. "Look, two lads are chasing the wave. Who dares to charge into it?" Someone pointed out Su Ran on the sea's surface. From their elevated vantage point on the cruise ship, they could clearly observe the fierce struggle unfolding below. "Hey, move aside. That's not your wave," exclaimed one, captivated by the thrilling scene. "Wow, what an exhilarating sight." Another cried out, "Oh, they've gone for it." As the words left their lips, Su Ran swiftly relinquished the rope, gliding along the crest of the wave, trailing a white line as he plunged into its depths. "Oh no, look, another lad is chasing the wave." After Su Ran dove in, the other youth followed suit, igniting a surge of adrenaline among all spectators. "Oh my God, what am I witnessing? Wow, that lad really went in. Does anyone know if he harbors a grudge against the other? Why is he doing this? It's utterly insane. He could lose his life. Bro, pray for them." Amidst the crowd, a woman gazed with a complex expression at the figure closely trailing Su Ran. "Adams, aren't you worried about your friend?" On the speedboat, Joyce observed Adams' nonchalant demeanor, even sporting a hint of a mocking smile. "And perplexed?" she inquired. Adams tilted his head back, his deep-set eyes fixed on the towering wave, and replied with a faint smile, "Why worry about Ran? The one who should be concerned is that other lad. I hope he doesn't come to regret his rash actions." "Oh?" Joyce was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the source of Adams' confidence in Su Ran. A flicker of light danced in her eyes as she stifled her curiosity and smiled. "Then I wish your friend success." Adams' lips curved into a smile. "Trust me, he will undoubtedly succeed." At this moment, the towering wave, propelled by the tumultuous sea behind it, has reached a terrifying height. This massive wall of water, as formidable as a fortress, stands before the onlookers like a natural barrier. If one were to gaze down from above, they would observe that this wave stretches from east to west, measuring several hundred meters in length. However, now the western crest of the wave has begun to falter, and the colossal water wall appears to collapse as if it has lost its support. The thunderous roar of crashing waves relentlessly assaults the ears of everyone present. In that fleeting moment of collapse, the immense wave bends downward like thick paper. The wave crashes upon the surface of the sea, and within that instant, a cerulean passage emerges in the midst of the curving giant wave, only to be gradually constricted by the pressing tide until it ultimately merges with the ocean. The collapse of the western wave triggers a domino effect as the colossal waves bend sequentially from west to east, each creating passages that are swiftly engulfed by the sea. Meanwhile, at the far eastern end, Sue Ran and the man ride their surfboards, hunched over to maintain their balance, gliding across the blue water wall. Behind them, the enormous wave surges forward with overwhelming might, howling ferociously. Chapter 55. Rescuing O. That kid is utterly reckless. Buddy, what you're doing could cost others their lives. My goodness, I can hardly believe what my eyes are witnessing. At this moment, the trend of the collapsing wave is perilously close to the toot. Everyone watching this scene cannot help but break into a cold sweat for them. It is important to note that this wave towers over 7 meters high. Its tremendous force is capable of obliterating a small house in an instant. Oh, God, the wave is about to break. On the cruise ship, a burly black man pointed frantically at the tube behind him. His face flushed with excitement. This moment, Sue Ran has managed to enter the wave before the wave-chasing man, thus gaining a slight advantage in position. The man, having missed the optimal moment to enter the wave, struggles to keep up behind Sue Ran, but the tide has morphed into a monstrous blue creature that clings to him tenaciously. Moments later, the disparity in their surfing skills becomes evident as the gap between them gradually widens. Though the man is undoubtedly skilled, even deserving the title of surfing master, he remains incomparable to Sue Ran, who has mastered advanced techniques. Sue Ran glances back, noticing that the collapse of the wave is still a distance away, and he quietly exhales in relief. For his first surfing experience, he has boldly tackled a 7-meter wave that others might not dare to confront in a lifetime, which speaks volumes of his audacity. Additionally, the burly uncle who pulled him into this venture is a man of broad shoulders and a fearless spirit, daring to drag someone into such peril without a second thought. Had Sue Ran been a novice, he would have surely been submerged by now. Fortunately, Sue Ran had previously showcased a glimpse of his skill, leading the uncle to believe he was an adept surfer. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Sue Ran cast a fleeting glance at the man. Though he harbored little fondness for someone daring enough to seize his wave, he could hardly claim to bear a grudge. The allure of competitive sports lay precisely in such encounters. Were there no challengers, would he not find himself bored in solitude? Ha, young man, should you dare to snatch my wave, may fortune favor you. As Sue Ran observed the towering wave drawing ever closer to the man, a cold smile crept across his face. Simultaneously, the man noticed Sue Ran's gaze, yet he merely returned a faint smile in response to the mockery, his eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit of battle. A near-maniacal roar erupted from his lips. Come forth, for in this world, no challenge can vanquish me. At the very moment his voice resonated, the colossal wave crashed down on the cruise ship and the speedboat. Every spectator was transfixed by this breathtaking spectacle. Oh no, that young man is about to be engulfed. Damn it, I told you this wasn't his wave. Why insist on seizing it? Where are the rescuers? Hurry up and prepare. This young man is in for a terrible fate. Immediately, someone donned a swimsuit, equipped with goggles and an oxygen tank, and sped towards the monstrous wave on a jet ski. Among the crowd, a sun-kissed woman, witnessing the man on the brink of being swallowed by the wave, instinctively tightened her intertwined fingers, her knuckles paling. Bill, may God protect you. You cannot meet with misfortune, for you have many challenges yet to conquer. With a thunderous crash, the massive wave finally caught up with the man. Instantly, the towering wall of water, over 7 meters high, cascaded down, forming a deep azure passage, within which the man's figure was ensnared. Shit! The man cursed, his expression grim as he beheld the engulfing wave surrounding him. At this moment, the phrase "with heaven's path closed, and earth's door shut" aptly described his plight. In the blink of an eye, the azure passage grew increasingly constricted, and under the immense pressure encroaching from all sides, the surfboard beneath him began to tremble, teetering on the edge of losing control. Am I destined to fail today? Alas, I could not fulfill Professor Ozaki's wish, nor complete the spirit of water. How utterly frustrating! A reluctant smile of resignation slowly emerged on the man's face beneath his goggles. After years of traversing the globe, it seemed today he would finally meet his demise here. Vanessa, farewell, he murmured softly, a glimmer of moisture appearing at the corner of his eye, whether tears or seawater. He could not tell. In the next moment, the azure passage collapsed under the weight of the surging waves, and in despair, the man closed his eyes. No. On the cruise ship, Vanessa let out a heart-wrenching scream, one hand gripping the railing while the other reached helplessly forward, yearning to grasp something, but all she clutched was emptiness. The onlookers around her were equally moved, gazing in horror at the unfolding scene. Oh no, this is simply too terrifying. Quickly, call for rescuers to save him. Damn it, they can't get through. The rescuers on jet skis are unable to reach him. Someone pointed at the jet ski that had been washed back by the waves. Then just jump down and go for it. Impossible, they would meet their demise. The water pressure below is too intense for them to swim through. Are we really going to just watch him perish? There's no choice. He must pay the price for his reckless behavior. On the boat, everyone shook their heads and sighed as they observed the scene. The towering 7-meter-high waves, threatening to swallow anyone whole. Do not be deceived by the 7-meter height of the waves on the surface. Remember, these waves have been forcefully pushed up from the depths of the sea, where the pressure is significantly greater than that on the surface. Moreover, the countless undercurrents and turbulence are not places where mere mortals can survive. Once you enter, it's a matter of life and death. This is the harsh reality of extreme sports. Much like riding a motorcycle on a tightrope, a slight misstep could cost one their life. At that moment, Su-ran was able to seize the wave not because he was faster than anyone else, but because the others had faltered. They lacked the confidence to escape such a colossal wave. No, look at that guy. What does he intend to do? What is happening? The crowd gazed upward, witnessing the lead figure unexpectedly turning back toward the oncoming wave. Can someone explain why this individual is doing this? He could easily ride out of the wave and accomplish this seemingly impossible feat. Why is he retreating? Is he trying to save another person? Is he out of his mind? It's impossible to swim down there. Insane. Are both of these individuals mad? While the crowd gasped in shock, Vanessa looked on with a complex expression at the figure dwarfed by the towering waves. She recognized him, and she had even mocked him before. Yet, at this moment, it was this frail Asian man who stood up. Friend, help Bill. May God bless you. At that instant, Su-ran gazed at the oncoming wave, his expression tightening as he gritted his teeth and leaped directly into the sea. Under the force of gravity, Su-ran sank 1 or 2 meters, but before he could catch his breath, he was caught between two opposing undercurrents that collided with him. Instantly, the tremendous force of the impact caused Su-ran to grimace in pain, his mouth opening wide as seawater surged in, forcing him to surface for air. Just as he inhaled deeply, another wave crashed down upon his head. In the next moment, Su-ran was once again thrust into the depths of the ocean. Damn it, I don't want to be squeezed out by the sea. He cursed inwardly, yet he steeled himself and swam downward. This moment, the advantage of his advanced water skills became apparent. Previously taken by surprise, Su-ran now regained his composure, moving through the water with the grace of a mermaid, the surrounding currents becoming significantly less obstructive. Damn it, where has that kid been swept away to? Su-ran muttered, his eyes scanning the deep azure waters. Initially, he harbored no affection for the young man whatsoever. Yet when a vibrant life lay before him, Su-ran ultimately chose to extend his hand in salvation. The principal reason behind this decision was Su-ran's awareness of his advanced aquatic skills, coupled with his ability to dive into depths beneath 200 meters. This capability was sufficient to ensure his survival amidst the treacherous undercurrents. With a firm grasp on his chances of survival, Su-ran could then contemplate whether to save another. Otherwise, it would be futile to risk his own life for someone else. To save a life is to construct a pagoda of merit. Young man, consider yourself fortunate today to have encountered me. Otherwise, another would have turned a blind eye to your plight. Su-ran chuckled self-indulgently. Within his line of sight, a body with disheveled hair floated motionless in the water. At the mercy of the swirling currents, he swam nimbly towards it and grasped the man's arm. Out of curiosity, Su-ran removed the man's goggles. How could it be him? Golden hair, fair skin. This individual was none other than the foreigner who had purchased the surfboard from Su-ran that evening. Chapter 56. A unique greeting method. MD. How is it this insufferable brat? Last time, he snatched my surfboard, and now he dares to steal my wave. Su-ran pouted in displeasure, still nursing a grudge over the events of that night. Let it go. Let it go. Life is indeed precious, so I shall play the role of a good Samaritan. After mumbling to himself, Su-ran kicked his feet vigorously, maneuvering one arm around Bill's armpit while the other propelled them towards the surface of the sea. With a splash, Su-ran emerged above the water, shaking the droplets from his face as he inhaled the fresh air deeply. Once he regained his breath, he waved his arms enthusiastically towards the nearest yachts, shouting, "Help, over here, mates!" Upon hearing Su-ran's call, Several foreigners immediately took notice and sped over in their speedboat. This scene did not escape the attention of everyone aboard the cruise ship. Su Ran's half-submerged form and the man he was dragging along sparked astonishment among the onlookers. Oh my, he actually saved someone. Truly unbelievable. Oh God, I have witnessed a miracle. How on earth did he swim in there? With such towering waves and the terrifying pressure below, how did he manage that? Let us not forget, his performance while surfing was enough to prove he is a master of the sport. Someone with such skills must surely possess formidable diving abilities. Although that may be the case, I still find it hard to believe. Haha, my friend, this is now a matter of fact. Whether you believe it or not, it is undeniable. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, Su Ran and several burly men hoisted Bill aboard. After which Su Ran unceremoniously collapsed onto the deck of the speedboat, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. Well done, mate. A hefty African-American man gave Su Ran a thumbs up. Su Ran remained silent, laboriously managing to muster a smile in response to the man. Just then, another speedboat approached with a clatter, and Adams and Joyce leapt aboard. Su, are you all right? Adams hurriedly approached, crouching down to pat Su Ran's face. Su Ran slowly raised a middle finger toward the sky, saying, Adams, please remove your hand. Your slaps have caused me more trouble than I had. Adams chuckled coolly. As long as you're fine, haha. It seems fate has spared you, kid. Su Ran disdainfully curled his lip, muttering, Do you really wish for my demise, my friend? Haha, I'm merely astonished. How is it that your surfing skills are as impressive as your racing prowess? Su Ran's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you not aware that some individuals are born challengers? Like you, perhaps? Before Su Ran could respond, Adams himself broke into a grin. Meanwhile, the African-American man signaled an okay gesture to Su Ran, indicating that the lad was fine, which brought a subtle sense of relief to Su Ran. He had managed to survive. At this moment, after the most formidable wave had passed, the sea seemed to lose its vigor, with the subsequent swells reaching no more than 3 or 4 meters, none rivaling the colossal wave that had captured everyone's attention earlier. Following this, the number of spectators watching the surfing dwindled significantly, as if Su Ran's performance had siphoned away their enthusiasm. That evening, in a small cabin aboard the cruise ship, Bill grimaced in discomfort, rubbing his head, and slowly opened his eyes. I'm still alive, he murmured, noticing Vanessa perched at the head of the bed, her long eyelashes still bearing traces of tears. Seemingly sensing the movement on the bed, Vanessa drowsily opened her eyes. Bill, she exclaimed softly, her face instantly lighting up with a joyful smile. Are you feeling better now? Bill managed to force a pale smile, nodding as he replied. I feel all right now, but I remember I wasn't and it was that friend who saved you. Before Bill could finish, Vanessa interjected IS at him. Bill lowered his head, yet the image of the graceful figure beneath the monstrous wave flashed in his mind, their elegant movements etched deeply into his memory like a slideshow. I stole his surfboard that night, then took his wave, and yet he chose to save me. Bill sighed deeply. Indeed, Bill, you were rather excessive. Upon hearing this, Bill smiled awkwardly and then inquired, Where is he now? Take me to him. Vanessa gestured to the side and said, He is in the adjacent room. You should go and sincerely apologize to him. All right, Bill nodded, rising from the bed and making his way outside. Vanessa wished to accompany him, but he declined her offer. Beyond the door lay a semi-open corridor, offering a breathtaking view of the vast sea under the night sky. At that moment, the cruise ship had departed from its previous location, arriving at a new expanse of water, where the surface was calm and undisturbed, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Bill stepped outside. He spotted a man leaning against the railing, his gaze fixed motionlessly on the darkened sea ahead. The sea breeze tousled the man's hair, and a flicker of crimson light danced at his fingertips. Bill smiled knowingly, recognizing him. Thank you for saving me, my friend. Bill approached, mimicking Su Ran's stance, resting his arms on the railing. Noticing the cigarette but in the man's hand, Bill suddenly asked, Could you spare me a cigarette? Su Ran remained silent, taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly. In that moment, amidst the haze of smoke, Bill felt an inexplicable depth in the man before him. Just as he was lost in thought, an arm appeared in his line of sight, offering a box of cigarettes with the lid already open. As Bill lit a cigarette, Su Ran's indifferent voice drifted over. If you're wondering why I saved you, a person who has repeatedly stolen from me, then you need not ask. I can't be bothered to explain. Can't be bothered to explain. Bill was momentarily taken aback, an unusual feeling stirring within him. This was indeed a fascinating individual, just as he had surmised that night. All right, as you wish, Bill shrugged nonchalantly, then suddenly turned to Su Ran and asked, Are you curious why I stole your wave? Su Ran glanced at Bill, intrigued. Oh, what is the reason? I thought it was just your peculiar American greeting. No, no, no. Bill shook his head vigorously. First of all, I am not American. I am Russian. Secondly, to my knowledge, Americans typically do not greet in such a manner, so you could interpret this as a unique Russian way of greeting. Thirdly, I must complain, your cigarette is exceedingly difficult to smoke. And lastly, regarding the reason I stole your wave. At this point, Bill paused, fixing a keen stare on Su Ran. My friend, I must admit, your surfing skills far surpass mine, and you accomplished a challenge that my teacher and I have yet to fulfill. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. What challenge? The essence of water, Bill enunciated deliberately, die in an instant. Su Ran's expression turned to one of astonishment. The essence of water? Su Ran repeated, wide-eyed. Yes, Bill nodded, elaborating, you might not be aware, but this term was coined by my teacher. It refers to extreme surfing. Unaware? MD. I had no idea. My task is intrinsically linked to your insufferable instructor. How could I possibly be unaware? In my previous life, Su Ran first encountered the term water spirit in the tale of Extreme Thieves, where the protagonist audaciously seized another's wave. Kill my astonishment. In this world, Ozaki truly exists, and his student dares to encroach upon my wave. This compels Su Ran to lament the cruel hand of fate. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Su Ran finally regained his composure, casting a gaze of intricate emotions upon the man before him. He was aware that Ozaki's challenges comprised a total of 8, yet he had no knowledge of how many this individual had completed. At the very least, today's challenge regarding the water spirit had resulted in failure, so, are you implying that I have just completed the challenge your teacher spoke of? The water spirit? Su Ran uttered these words, yet inwardly, he cursed the task system. While others merely needed to ride waves of 7 or 8 meters, he was required to conquer 50. A blatant display of discrimination, utterly unjust. Bill nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you succeeded, yet I failed. Is that the reason you have contested my wave? Su Ran expressed his surprise, then continued. I believe if you had refrained from encroaching upon my wave and attempted another on your own, perhaps you would have succeeded. That is not realistic. Bill shook his head with a sigh. That wave was arguably the finest in recent memory. I have not encountered any wave exceeding 5 meters in height. Hence, I took the risk of seizing your wave. Furthermore, even should I attempt that wave alone, I doubt I could succeed. I lack your remarkable skill. Upon hearing this, Su Ran chuckled lightly. Why bother? Is it truly worth risking your life for an illusory challenge? This is not an illusion, Bill suddenly glared, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Sensing his tone was inappropriate, he lowered his gaze and sighed. This is my teacher's lifelong aspiration. Not only his, but also mine and that of my friends. We all believe that once we complete the teacher's challenge, our lives will attain a higher meaning. Su Ran narrowed his eyes. Even if it means losing your life? Bill lifted his gaze. And what of it? Very well. Su Ran regarded Bill with a wry smile, proposing, if you are so willing to risk your life, I have a suggestion for you. Speak. Are you aware of the recent Typhoon Haiyan? In a few days, when the storm arrives, you shall find waves of any height you desire. Today's 7-meter wave will appear as mere ripples in the face of the typhoon. However, when that time comes, I fear you may lack the courage. With his final words, Su Ran's eyes narrowed to mere slits. A typhoon? Bill gazed at Su Ran in disbelief, his complexion shifting from pale to ghostly white. That is not a challenge. That is a death sentence. Ha! Who claims it is not a challenge? Su Ran, at this point, could not help but recall the absurd task the system had assigned him. His resentment bubbling forth. Dio, you truly understand the essence of a challenge. A challenge is a defiance against nature, a tribute to the forces of the universe. It is humanity's struggle against the heavens. If you fear even this, how can you dare to aspire for transcendence? No, I have never feared a challenge, Bill exclaimed with enthusiasm. Su Ran responded with a faint smile. Ha, go ahead and mock the heavens. You have finally discovered the formidable wave you sought, yet you lack the courage to confront it. Who says I lack such bravery? Bill shouted defiantly. When the winds of the backstage arrive in a few days, I shall prove myself. Let us hope so, Su Ran remarked as he patted Bill's keyboard. Sometimes, a heart that yearns for challenge is far more valuable than possessing profound skills. However, as Su Ran uttered these words, he inwardly scorned himself. It seemed that he possessed only advanced techniques, devoid of a genuine spirit of challenge. Contemplating this, Su Ran suddenly envied Bill's pure soul, one that yearned for extremes. When would he himself possess a heart of a true champion? Rather than relying on a task watch, Bill nodded thoughtfully and said, My friend, your words resonate deeply within me. I shall overcome the fears within and challenge nature. Just remember not to lose your life in the process. Su Ran replied with a smile, so, may we introduce ourselves now? I am Bill, Bill chuckled, extending his hand, adding, I believe we shall become companions on this journey. Su Ran shook Bill's hand, grinning, Su Ran, a son of Huaxia. Bill was not taken aback. Ah, I know you are from Huaxia. He gestured to the Chinese characters on the cigarette, but... Yet, upon hearing Bill's words, Su Ran sighed in exasperation, brushing his forehead. He had always found it quite irksome that foreigners tended to address others by their given names only, neglecting their surnames. The same went for Adams and now Bill. Nevertheless, Su Ran was too lazy to rectify their custom. With so many foreigners, did he need to explain to each person he met? At that moment, Adams approached, initially feeling quite resistant to this newcomer who had stolen Su Ran's attention. However, upon observing Su Ran chuckling and conversing with him, he merely muttered a few words under his breath, refraining from any excessive actions, such as giving Bill a beating. Yet, there is something even more exhilarating than surfing. Would you care to join? Adams said as he walked over. What is it? Su Ran inquired, his mind playfully wandering to a series of romantic and delightful occurrences aboard the Titanic. Surely, this fellow isn't suggesting we engage in something scandalous. I am still a novice in life. Follow me, and you shall find out, Adams replied coolly, maintaining his succinct style. Seeing Adams' enigmatic demeanor, Su Ran felt an insatiable itch within him. Ultimately, unable to resist Adams' allure, he followed him eagerly. Bill, claiming to feel slightly unwell, remained in the room. After navigating through a series of winding corridors on the cruise ship, the two emerged into a bustling hall. Inside, there were at least 100 people densely packed together. On the vibrant red carpet, alluring bunny girls gracefully wandered about, carrying trays of drinks. Su Ran witnessed with his own eyes the insidious hands making brazen advances on the curves of the bunny girl's posterior. Yet, the bunny girl merely turned back with a smile that was both inviting and coy, as green bills were discreetly tucked into the deep crevice of her bosom, inevitably subjected to a bit of fondling. What captivated Su Ran's attention most were the various tables scattered throughout the hall, each surrounded by a throng of eager individuals. Before them, colorful chips formed towering piles. Su Ran gazed in astonishment at this spectacle and asked Adams, is what you referred to as thrilling simply gambling? Indeed. Would you care to indulge in a few rounds? Adams replied with an intense glimmer in his eyes. Su Ran remained silent, his fingers inadvertently brushing over the task watch. Having spent the entire weekend at driving school, he felt quite fatigued. Tonight, he would settle for a mere 2 updates, with the remainder to be compensated tomorrow. By the way, while many are familiar with Point Break, it originates from an older film titled The Fast and the Furious, which I highly recommend, as it features far more surfing scenes than Point Break. Chapter 58. King of Cheating. With a swift motion, a virtual light screen materialized above Su Ran's wrist. He opened the task marketplace and began to search for skills related to gambling. Previously, he had been captivated by the powerful figures he saw on television and in films, commanding the gambling tables with audacity and flair, particularly the charismatic presence of the legendary actor, who, with his ring, exuded an effortless bravado in the casino, leaving Su Ran in awe. Tonight, he had not anticipated that his first foray into gambling would occur aboard this very cruise ship. With a sense of eager anticipation, Su Ran's fingers glided slowly across the light screen. As long as the price for the gambling skills was not exorbitantly high, he would purchase them. Surely, the skills crafted by the system would enable him to dominate casinos worldwide. His finger came to a halt as several gambling skills appeared on the screen. Skill? King of Cheating. Upon activation, you will learn all known techniques of cheating as per the system's knowledge. Redemption price. 1 year of life. A simple and succinct description, yet it ignited a fervor within Su Ran. This was, indeed, a compilation of all cheating techniques, bundled and offered to him. Moreover, this was the first time he encountered a skill devoid of tier levels. The driving and aquatic skills he had previously acquired were all categorized into 4 distinct levels. Yet here he was, for the first time proactively seeking to learn a skill without a task. And it came with a singular level encompassing everything. And the price was remarkably modest. 1 year of life. He recalled spending 3 years of his life to learn advanced aquatic skills and felt that this price was exceedingly low. Why was it so affordable? Could it be a sinister ploy by the system? Su Ran mused to himself. That moment, a dialog box popped up on the screen. Since gambling is an activity fraught with significant uncertainty, the system assigns it a low classification and will not issue any tasks related to gambling. Su Ran was taken aback. Significant uncertainty? In the realm of gambling, one cannot consistently predict the next card or the forthcoming die. This unpredictability is referred to as uncertainty. So there are no tasks to undertake in gambling. Indeed. No wonder. Su Ran murmured to himself, pondering why there were no tasks activated here. It turns out the system does not encompass any related missions at all. Alas, how wonderful it would be if there were, for then one could earn money while simultaneously completing tasks. With this thought, Su Ran clicked to purchase. Please confirm whether you wish to expend 1 year of your lifespan to acquire the skill of the king of card tricks. Confirmed. In the next moment, a hazy luminescence wafted forth, merging into Su Ran's mind. Instantly, a plethora of knowledge and techniques flooded his consciousness, causing him to rub his temples in discomfort. Card manipulation techniques for poker, mahjong, and various methods of stealing and concealing cards flashed through his mind. After a considerable pause, Su Ran finally steadied his thoughts. However, once he digested these memories, a wave of frustration washed over him. Many of these techniques necessitated handling the cards himself, yet the dealer was the one shuffling and dealing, leaving him no opportunity to engage. This posed a minor dilemma, but I still possess other skills, he chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Adams observed Su Ran lost in thought, and after a moment of silly laughter, he inquired curiously, Ran, what's on your mind? Oh, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating how to win money. Su Ran replied with a smile. Ha. Are you truly a gambling expert? Adams exclaimed in astonishment. Su Ran's prowess in racing and surfing had already left him amazed. If Su Ran were also a gambling prodigy, Adams would be at a loss for words. What kind of experts exist in casinos? Su Ran squinted his eyes and replied, in a casino, there are only 2 types of individuals, losers and winners. Losers and winners? Adams raised an eyebrow, repeating the phrase before nodding. That's quite an intriguing perspective. Su Ran smiled. The most interesting part lies ahead. Don't you wish to gamble? Shall we play a few hands? Absolutely. With that, Adams and Su Ran made their way to a table surrounded by a throng of spectators, where they were about to engage in a game of blackjack. Blackjack, also known as 21, is a widely recognized gambling game across the globe. In this game, the dealer and players take turns drawing cards, with each player striving to bring their hand's south total points as close to 21 as possible, ultimately winning if their total exceeds that of their opponents. Should one surpass 21, it results in a bust, and they lose. In a standard deck of cards, numbered cards are valued at their face value, while face cards such as J, Q, and K are each worth 10 points. However, an ace may sometimes count as 11, depending on the player's discretion. If the initial 2 cards dealt include an ace and a face card, it directly amounts to 21, a combination referred to as blackjack, abbreviated as BJ. However, the most authentic BJ consists of a blackjack and a black ace, forming 2-1. At this moment, the game of blackjack at the table was nearing its conclusion, with the dealer holding 4 cards, 1 face down and 3 face up. The total visible points amount to 16. Yet, several players have already bust, leaving only 2 contenders in the arena, with their respective scores being 18 and 19. These figures are undeniably awkward. While one could argue they are reasonably favorable, the odds of victory appear relatively high. However, should they bravely choose to draw another card, the risk of busting looms ominously. Securing a card valued at 3 points or lower heavily relies on fortune. Presently, the dealer opts to draw another card, holding merely 16 points, thus reducing the likelihood of busting. Ultimately, fate proves to be on his side. As he draws a hard ace, in an instant, his total points rise to 17. Nevertheless, the dealer possesses a hidden card, and if that card exceeds 4 points, he will bust, granting victory to the players. Yet, the value of that hidden card remains a mystery. This uncertainty presents a significant psychological challenge for the 2 players. What if it is a 4 or a 3? In the end, the player with 19 points decides against drawing, opting instead to remain steadfast at 19. Conversely, the player with 18 points chooses to draw, reasoning that not drawing would equate to a loss, and it is better to take a chance with another card. If he draws a 2 or a 3, he could surpass his opponent. With fervent hope, he silently prays for a 2 or a 3. The player with 18 points draws a cross over his heart and reveals his card. As he lifts the corner of the card, his expression transforms from a smile to one of bitter disappointment. A 4. He has drawn a club 4. It must be said that his luck has turned for the worse. Had he drawn a smaller value, victory would have been nearly assured. However, the score of 22 has plunged him from the heights of heaven into the depths of hell. He has busted. This man was too greedy. Yet, had he refrained from drawing, he would have lost regardless. The onlookers shake their heads in dismay, but in the next moment, their attention shifts back to the dealer, eager to observe his next move. Will he draw another card? Or will he reveal his hidden card to conclude the game? Adams watches the hidden card intently, murmuring, I believe he will bust. What do you think? Ha, that hinges on the dealer's luck. Su Ran observes with a cool detachment, adding, however, I suspect his luck may be quite favorable. Have you not noticed his persistent smile? Adams glances sideways, noticing the dealer's fingers gently tapping the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 59. The card exchange. Some assert that the marketplace resembles a battlefield. Yet how can a casino not be considered a battleground as well? Moreover, this battleground is even more intense and exhilarating than that of commercial warfare. The sight of wads of cash laid before you holds far greater visual impact than mere figures on a bank statement. This phenomenon creates a visual effect. For instance, when using a card or mobile payment for an extended period, one may not perceive the rapidity of financial loss, whereas shopping with cash brings forth a stark awareness of money vanishing. Moreover, wise individuals have proclaimed that gambling consists of three realms. The first is the fearlessness of loss. The second is the indifference to losing. The third is the fear of not losing. Should you attain the third realm, congratulations, you have become a gambling virtuoso. The world is vast, and opportunities abound everywhere. At present, the dealer's realm remains unclear to Su Ran. However, one must acknowledge that individuals who ascend to the role of dealer are typically far from ordinary. Adams, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, does the dealer know he will win? Su Ran replied with a subtle smile, I cannot say for certain. Yet, it is often said that the goddess of victory favors those who exude confidence, is it not? Oh? Adams furrowed his brow and nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, the dealer, with a serene smile, revealed his hidden card under the fervent gaze of the onlookers, a black spade 3. With a total of 20 points, he narrowly surpassed the threshold of 19 points. Oh, what terrible luck, lamented the player with 19 points, clutching his head in dismay. It was astonishing that such a low probability would lead the dealer to triumph, and the frustration of being outdone by a mere point was akin to the discomfort of swallowing a fly. The surrounding spectators expressed their astonishment, feeling pity for the unfortunate player, while others reveled in the situation, remarking on the sheer misfortune of losing with a score of 19. Seeing the unfolding events, Adams tilted his head, exchanging a glance with Su Ran, signaling him to join in the game. Yet, Su Ran, unhurried and composed, shook his head gently and murmured, You go ahead and play. I shall observe one more round. As the next round commenced, Adams found a seat. This round, like the previous, utilized 4 decks of cards, but only 4 players were present. Each player was dealt 2 cards, one face-up and one face-down. The players had one hidden card as well, yet the 2 individuals from earlier had already revealed theirs. Currently, the face-up points of the 4 players were 4, 5, 8, and Jack. The dealer held a Jack, while Adams possessed an 8. Shall we begin? Do you wish to draw a card? The dealer inquired with a cheerful grin, addressing the first player, who had bust with 22 points in the previous round. Presently, this player had a face-up card of 4, but upon glancing at his hidden card, he discovered it was a full 10 points. Thus, his total reached 14, a rather low score, rendering the likelihood of busting with another draw quite minimal. Consequently, he opted to draw a card. Deal it, he exclaimed. Eyes wide with determination, I refuse to believe I will bust again. The dealer dealt him another card, and as it was revealed, a collective gasp echoed among the spectators. It was a king. F. The player hurled his cards in frustration, cursing vehemently, before pushing his bet forward with a scowl and storming off. The dealer then flipped over his hidden card, unveiling a conspicuously large red heart, 10 for all to see. The striking crimson hue appeared almost as vivid as blood to the onlookers. This unfortunate soul had bust on his very first draw. Oh, I can only say his luck is abysmal. With a base score of 14, I too would have drawn. Su Ran remarked, albeit with a hint of surprise, casting a deep glance at the dealer before falling silent. The second player similarly chose to draw, acquiring a 2. Then it was Adams' turn, who drew a 5. Finally, the dealer opted for another card, drawing a 4. At this juncture, the visible points on the table stood at 7, 13, and 14, with Adams holding 13 points and the dealer possessing 14 points. In the next round, another player chose to stand, much to the astonishment of everyone present. Despite having a visible total of only 7 points, he opted to forfeit, which could only imply that his hidden card was significantly high, so high that he dared not draw another. Adams was somewhat surprised as well, but he quickly redirected his focus to his own hand, contemplating whether to draw a card. His hidden card was worth 4 points, bringing his total to 17. However, the dealer's showing left him in a precarious position. With a visible 13 and an unknown hidden card, he could not ascertain the dealer's total. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to draw another card. Upon revealing it, a red 3 emerged. Seeing this number, even Adams, typically composed, could not suppress a smile. 20 points? He was essentially winning. Fortuitously, Adams revealed his hidden card. When the crowd beheld that his hidden card was a 4, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even the dealer cast a lingering glance at Adams. This was precisely the effect Adams sought, applying pressure to the dealer. Thus, even though his total was already substantial, as long as it remained below 20, the dealer would be compelled to draw again. And the only way to surpass 20 was to reach 21. A formidable feat indeed. 20 points, a commendable hand. The dealer remarked with a faint smile before unveiling his hidden card, revealing a black 3 to the audience. Do you think my next card will bust? The dealer appeared unfazed by the pressure of Adams' 20 points, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke. Adams replied slowly, I certainly hope you bust, though you may choose not to draw. Then as you wish. The dealer chuckled lightly and drew another card, revealing the heart 3. Oh my. How could it be this card? Someone exclaimed in shock. 19 points. Just shy of 20. What a pity. However, his 19 was sufficient to win against the other player, who had a maximum of only 17. This was true. The dealer, seemingly oblivious, fixed his gaze on Adams. Should I continue drawing? Adams nodded and replied coolly, if you wish to lose on both fronts, by all means, continue. The implication was unmistakable. Drawing again would surely lead to a bust. The dealer shrugged, very well, since you so desire my bust, I shall draw again. The next card was revealed to be a spade 2. 19 plus 2, 21. The dealer had triumphed across the board. Is this even possible? Another player exclaimed, dumbfounded. Adams, too, was left utterly speechless, staring incredulously at the black 2. Just moments ago, he had brimmed with confidence, only to be toppled in an instant. After a prolonged gaze at the dealer, Adams finally exhaled, resigned, you have won. However, I am curious. What gives you such confidence that you would draw a 2? The dealer shrugged as always, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps today is my lucky day. Meanwhile, Su-Ran observed the dealer thoughtfully before taking a seat in the position of the previous player who had busted my friend. I trust you one team mind my joining? Su-Ran politely inquired with the dealer, yet his actions had already provided the answer for him. Sure. The dealer nodded nonchalantly, gesturing for him to proceed. However, may I request a new set of cards? Upon uttering these words, the dealer's brow slightly furrowed. Only 2 updates today. The overdue one must be postponed until tomorrow. Xiao Yi cradled his head, pleading, don't hit me. Chapter 60. Su-Ran takes action. Typically, a set of cards consisting of 4 decks must be substantially utilized, at least 1/3 or even half, before it is discarded for a fresh set, to prevent players from memorizing the prior cards and deducing the subsequent ones. Yet, this particular set had only been used twice. Utilizing it for another 1 or 2 rounds would pose no issue. The dealer was taken aback by Su-Ran's unexpected request, but, after a brief moment of surprise, nodded in agreement. Could this individual be a skilled player? The dealer discreetly cast a glance at Su-Ran, his mind swirling with uncertainty. Before long, the 4 decks were laid out on the table. Presenting the cards was an alluring bunny girl. She leaned forward, allowing her bosom to rest against the table, enticing the surrounding men to indulge in the view, while her hands deftly shuffled the cards. Of the few who did not gaze at her ample chest, only 3 remained. One was Adams, who merely glanced before averting his gaze. Having encountered numerous spectacles, a mere bunny girl lacked the allure to capture his full attention. The other 2, Su-Ran and the dealer, seemed entirely oblivious to the seductive display, their focus solely fixated on the bunny girl's hands, or rather, the set of cards she held. Once the cards were shuffled, the 2 men raised their heads and their eyes met, each offering a slight nod, both catching a glimmer of amusement in the other's gaze. The game commenced. There were still only 4 individuals at the table. As per tradition, each player was dealt 2 cards, one face up and one face down. Su-Ran slowly unveiled his hidden card, a smile immediately gracing his countenance. My apologies, but I have blackjack, he said, flashing a bashful grin at the dealer, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. You seem to have quite the luck, my friend, the dealer remarked, casting a cursory glance at the cards before Su-Ran, quickly returning his gaze elsewhere. Soon after, the players completed their turns. Adams bust, while another player became stuck at 19. When the dealer revealed his hidden card, it was an ace, which combined with his face-up card of 9, formed a total of 20. The ace can be counted as 11. Achieving a score of 20 was a formidable feat, prompting the dealer to refrain from drawing any further cards, securing wins over 2 players while merely compensating Su-Ran. Su-Ran had wagered 100,000, and with blackjack's payout ratio of 2:1, he netted a profit of 200,000. However, as he surveyed his own blackjack, his smile quickly faded, replaced by a contemplative expression, as if pondering some deeper strategy. The next round began. Su Ran was dealt a total of 13, while the dealer's face-up card showed a 3. After completing their turns, Adams and the other player ended with scores of 18 and 16, respectively. It must be said that another player exhibited remarkable composure. Given a total of 16, many would opt to draw another card, yet he remained steadfast. When it was Su Ran's turn, he did not hastily call for a card, but rather nonchalantly glanced at Adams and another player's cards before making his decision. I choose to stand. Su Ran flashed an apologetic smile at the dealer and uttered a statement that left everyone present in shock. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Su Ran's hand, which totaled a mere 13. How could he not draw another card with such a low probability of busting? This is 13, not 18, my friend. You are not mistaken. It is indeed only 13. Oh, this person must possess extraordinary timidity. How could he not continue with such a hand? Is he merely here to donate his money to others? Perhaps the previous round's blackjack had instilled in him a false sense of confidence, leading him to believe that a total of 13 could secure victory. However, none of the spectators noticed the fleeting look of displeasure that flickered in the dealer's eyes. Reveal your whole card, Su Ran remarked with a smirk that bordered on enigmatic. The dealer cast a penetrating gaze at Su Ran before unveiling his hidden card, a 9 of clubs. The total now stood at 12. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing this total, looked on with schadenfreude directed at Su Ran. Although 12 is technically less than 13, the dealer still had the opportunity to draw another card, and a subsequent card could easily surpass 13. Oh, this lad is in for misfortune. I wager the dealer could draw a mere 3 or 4 and still outdo him. This fellow is far too timid, refusing to draw with a total of 13. This game is truly not suited for him. He ought to try his luck with dice, where a single guess suffices. The crowd scoffed at Su Ran, clearly bemused by his overly cautious stance regarding a total of 13. Even Adams looked at Su Ran with confusion, unable to fathom how someone so audacious in other respects could be so timid in gambling. Dio, you want to draw, mate? Su Ran fixed his gaze on the dealer, speaking with an unhurried demeanor. The calmness of his expression starkly contrasted with the barely perceptible beads of sweat forming on the dealer's brow. Mate, draw a card. As the dealer hesitated, the onlookers began to jeer. Ultimately, the dealer exchanged a glance with the bunny girl, signaling that it was time to draw a card. Upon revealing the card, a heart king emerged before the eyes of the crowd. 12 plus 10 equal 22. A bust. At that moment, the heart king, bearing a short sword and resembling the King Alexander, perfectly encapsulated the sentiments of all present. This was indeed an overwhelming pressure. No, how could this happen? The dealer is terribly unfortunate, drawing the highest card possible. Had he drawn a 9, he wouldn't have busted. Oh, heavens, this is truly an astonishing scene. Wait, have you considered that if that earlier fellow had chosen to draw, that heart king would have been his? Are you suggesting his 13 plus 10 would also have resulted in a bust? Yet he opted to stand. Thus, this proves that his timid decision saved his life. Wow, what incredible luck. It is no wonder that he achieved blackjack on his very first attempt. Hearing the astonished remarks from those around him, Su Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile. Just as you have said, perhaps I am indeed timid, or could it truly be that fortune favors me? With this thought, Su Ran gently rubbed his hands together, reminiscent of how Fagu tenderly caressed his jade ring, although Su Ran was not touching a jade ring, but rather his task watch. At that moment, the dealer let out a soft sigh, but quickly replaced it with a smile, saying, My friend, your decision has directly caused my hand to bust. I apologize. I am rather timid and would not draw another card even with the slightest chance of busting. Su Ran replied, resting his elbow on the table. Oh, is that truly the case? The dealer chuckled lightly. They say I am, therefore I am. Su Ran gestured towards the crowd behind him, narrowing his eyes. The dealer fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Ran, then conceded, Very well, I hope you remain just as timid in the next round. Su Ran spread his hands with a nonchalant smile. As the next round commenced, Su Ran received a hand that would greatly benefit his cautious nature. Totaling 19 points, a 10 and a 9. However, the dealer's up card was also a 10. Adams and another player opted to draw cards. Adams busted, while the other player stood at 15 points. When it was Su Ran's turn, he quietly observed the dealer and, in a voice only audible to the two present, inquired, Do you think I should stand? Of course, your total is already considerable. If it were up to me, I would stand. The dealer remarked, glancing at Su Ran's cards. Su Ran smiled and raised his hand, snapping his fingers at the bunny girl. Deal. This astonishing declaration was made with an unperturbed demeanor, causing the dealer's pupils to constrict slightly. Could this man be insane? He had just refused to draw with such a small total, and now he was requesting another card with a much larger total. Did he truly understand the rules of 21? Was he deliberately seeking to lose? Haha. The bunny girl blinked, her smile enchanting as she asked, Sir, are you certain you wish to hit? Yes, do so. Su-ran replied, his finger gliding across the table with a gentle nod. The bunny girl beamed and dealt him another card. The player's word is like a royal decree, and whatever peculiar request he made, she must fulfill. Just as Su-ran was about to reveal his card, the dealer interjected, Buddy, have you truly thought this through? Don't make a move you'll regret. It's all right. At worst, I'll just lose a bit of money, right? Su-ran responded with a faint smile, leisurely flipping over his card. The illumination struck the card's surface, causing the onlookers' hearts to flutter. Rather than the light itself, it was the sight of that black 2 that rendered them momentarily blind. It was a 2 of clubs. 19 plus 2, 21 points. My goodness, this is simply unbelievable. How could it possibly be a 2? Oh no. Either he has gone mad, or I have. The crowd was once again astounded by the irrationality of the card. Damn it, with a score of 13, you didn't T-draw a card, and I thought you were just timid. Now you reveal a card at 19, and it happens to be a 2. Brother, what exactly is going on in your mind? How can the outcome be so fortuitous? Su-ran placed the club 2 atop the cards he had previously, smiled at the dealer, and said, My apologies, this lovely lady has granted me such favor by bestowing upon me a 2. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, the dealer's expression darkened. The bunny girl, witnessing this, immediately displayed a hint of panic on her face. Good fortune is one thing, but why push it onto me? With an awkward smile, the bunny girl nervously replied, It is merely the gentleman's good luck. Before she could finish, the dealer interjected sternly, Enough, you need not explain. The bunny girl, hearing the dealer's words, turned pale, wanting to say something, yet upon seeing the dealer's unfriendly countenance, she swallowed her words. The dealer understood the situation well. He bore no grudge against the bunny girl, but the enigmatic demeanor of this individual left him in a rather sour mood. With a sigh, the dealer revealed the hidden card. A heart queen emerged before the onlookers. 10 plus 10, totaling 20 points, which meant that had Su-ran opted not to draw a card earlier, even with a score of 19, he would have lost. I stand pat. The dealer promptly chose to stand, for one who draws at 20 points must surely be mad. Could it be that this person has the ability to count cards? Yet, this was already the 3rd round of this deck. I myself find it difficult to keep track. Could he possibly remember? The dealer was engulfed in confusion, along with a hint of astonishment. Card counting is a skill in blackjack, alongside other techniques such as high-low counting, which involves observing the cards in play to calculate positive and negative points in order to deduce gains and losses. However, this method is prone to error and is not infallible. Yet, Su-ran's audacity in drawing a card with a score of 19 immediately dismissed this possibility for the dealer. It now appeared that this individual was undoubtedly a card-counting expert. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the dealer's forehead, for he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. In this round, Su-ran emerged victorious with an absolute advantage of 21 points. In the subsequent rounds, as the dealer had anticipated, this individual indeed proved to be a master. After 5 rounds, he won 4, with the lone defeat occurring when he held 15 points against the dealer's 13. Yet he chose to stand, and the card drawn was a heart 8. Had he drawn, he would have reached 21, while the dealer would have bust. Nevertheless, he understood that regardless of whether he drew or stood, he was destined to lose this round. Thus, his victory had been calculated by his opponent. The following rounds mirrored this pattern. Every victory he secured was a result of his opponent's inevitable bust. Yet, in comparison to the dealer's victories, his wins were far fewer. The towering pile of chips before his opponent stood as the most tangible evidence. The dealer's expression turned grim, and after another defeat, he fixed his gaze upon Su-ran and stated, My friend, it is prudent to know when to stop. It is essential to recognize that the security situation in Hawaii is rather precarious. The dealer's voice was barely a whisper, yet the underlying threat loomed large. Oh, Su-ran cast a fleeting glance at the nearly 5 million chips before him, paused in silence for a moment, and then smiled faintly, saying, Very well, I too sense that my streak of good fortune may be waning. Perhaps it is best not to continue. After all, this was someone else's territory, and Su-ran did not wish to overstep his bounds. Having won such a substantial sum, he felt quite satisfied. Haha, the king of gamblers' skill has indeed lived up to my expectations, Su Ran mused to himself. Just as the dealer suspected, Su Ran had indeed memorized many cards. Though only a portion of them, he could not possibly predict every single card. Moreover, various strategies for blackjack had greatly aided Su Ran, such as high-low card counting, probability-based card counting, and some peculiar counting methods devised by systems. These techniques were Su Ran's greatest reliance. Ignoring the bunny girl's displeased expression, Su Ran blew her a playful kiss before departing, transforming all chips into a mere string of numbers on his bank card. Adams, having lost more than he won, followed suit after Su Ran's departure. Realizing that he was ill-suited for the game of blackjack, I must admit, I underestimated you, Adams remarked, his expression as stoic as ever. Su Ran, fully aware of his implication, replied with a smile, there are many facets of my character that you have yet to discover. Adams's lips twitched in response. At that moment, Joyce, who had been absent until now, suddenly appeared in the hall and rushed towards the two. Adams. There you are, Joyce exclaimed, her hurried demeanor shifting to one of nonchalance upon reaching Adams. After speaking, Joyce linked her arm with his and flashed him a sweet smile, suggesting, let us explore elsewhere. Her arm exerted a gentle pull, almost as if attempting to drag Adams away. Adams, taken aback by Joyce's unexpected assertiveness, nonetheless nodded in agreement upon meeting her hopeful gaze, saying, very well. However, just as Adams finished his sentence, Joyce's pupils widened in alarm, her muscles tensing instantaneously. Adams, we must leave, quickly, she urged, gripping his hand and dashing towards a small door, leaving Su Ran behind. This girl is rather eager, isn't she? Su Ran muttered to himself, his expression peculiar. Yet, in the next instant, several burly men clad in black suddenly emerged in his line of sight. One of the imposing figures, a Caucasian man, drew a handgun from his coat and fired several shots in the direction Adams had departed. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire mingled with the shattering of glass reached Su Ran's ears. In the next moment, Su Ran's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 62. Crisis. With a resounding crash, a massive chandelier above the hall was shot down. The broken chandelier shattered upon impact, scattering glass everywhere. At that moment, even the slowest of individuals realized that the preceding sounds were gunshots. In an instant, screams erupted throughout the hall. In the dim light, the crowd erupted into chaos, surging towards the rather narrow entrance, voices raised in anger, fear, and piercing screams blending into a cacophony. The moment Su Ran heard the gunshots, he instinctively crouched down, rolling to the side and taking refuge behind a gambling table. Fortunately, as the assailants in black were not targeting him, he remained unharmed for the time being. However, several individuals rushing towards the exit were struck down by stray bullets from the dark-clad men. Not far from Su Ran, the previously lively bunny girl who had dealt him cards lay motionless on the ground, a vivid crimson stain stark against her pale skin. Damn. It's clear that foreign lands lack the peace of home. A mere disagreement here erupts into gunfire. Su Ran cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. Yet, as he observed the direction in which the assailants pursued, a wave of confusion washed over him. It appeared they were chasing after Adams, leading him to ponder whether Adams had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Moreover, Joyce's earlier anxious demeanor hinted at foreknowledge of an imminent threat to Adams. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. I still have over a decade to live. I can't afford to be gunned down today. Su Ran's mood soured considerably. The joy of winning over 5 million had been abruptly tainted by this unforeseen attack. Gradually, the clamor in the hall subsided. Leaning against the table leg, Su Ran cautiously peered through a gap, revealing a grim scene. A dozen bodies lay strewn across the floor, their blood pooling ominously. The gruesome sight made Su Ran's stomach churn, particularly the terror-stricken, pallid eyes of the deceased, nearly provoking his nausea. Previously, he had only witnessed death on screens, devoid of any profound impact. He had not anticipated the grotesque reality of mortality, especially the metallic scent of blood that permeated the air. A sensation television could scarcely convey. That intense, briny aroma could directly assault the most sensitive of nerves. Damn, this is utterly revolting. Battling his queasiness, Su Ran quietly surveyed the hall, realizing he was alone. The assailants had seemingly departed in pursuit of Adams. Disregarding the stench of blood, he took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and, using the tables as cover, cautiously made his way towards the entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, he finally exhaled in relief. However, just as his foot crossed the threshold, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from around the corner of the corridor. Startled, Su Ran quickly retracted, pressing his back against the wall beside the door, gasping for breath. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He dared not move, acutely aware that the newcomer was nearing the entrance. Any shift on his part would surely reveal his presence in the vast hall. What awaited him might not be a warm greeting but rather a lethal bullet. Su-Ran held his breath, his gaze darting towards the nearby exit. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. He could even hear the approaching individual's breath. In the next moment, a man of African descent, clad in black attire, materialized within Su-Ran's line of sight, wielding a compact submachine gun in his hand. What the hell? Is it really necessary to bring out a submachine gun? Su-Ran cursed maliciously in his heart. At that instant, the man, perhaps acting on instinct, abruptly pivoted to survey the room's blind spots. What met his gaze, however, was a face adorned with an awkward smile. "Hi there, buddy." Su-Ran raised his hand in greeting. "Your gun is quite impressive. Could you light my cigarette?" Hey, for heaven's sake, don't make any sudden moves." As Su-Ran spoke, the man instinctively raised the gun's muzzle, aiming it directly at Su-Ran. Su-Ran's scalp tingled with alarm, nearly causing his soul to depart in fright. In close quarters, he hastily stepped forward, seizing the barrel with both hands and yanking it to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle flared, and bullets poured forth recklessly, whizzing past Su-Ran and transforming the surrounding walls into a sieve. The man yanked forcefully, attempting to reclaim his weapon, but Su-Ran's grip was akin to that of an iron vice, rendering the effort futile. Su-Ran summoned every ounce of strength, unleashing a surge of power to force the barrel aside. Yet the heat radiating from the gun due to the discharged bullets made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, the man's strength was formidable, nearly matching Su-Ran's doubled effort, the difference being negligible. This slight disparity was further diminished by the heat and vibrations from the gun. "Damn it!" Su-Ran bellowed, lifting his foot to deliver a kick to the man's groin. The man swiftly twisted to evade the strike, but the control over the submachine gun weakened immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Ran yanked the weapon high into the air, sending it crashing onto a nearby gambling table. "Kid, you've really displeased me," the man spat, swinging his fist towards Su-Ran, his muscles bulging like small hills. Su-Ran had no doubt that a blow from him would leave him dizzy. "I've taken a barrage of your strikes without losing my temper, and you dare challenge me?" Su-Ran's eyes widened in fury as he quickly darted backward. The man, refusing to relent, unleashed a whipping kick aimed at Su-Ran's head. Su-Ran raised his arms to block the blow, but the force sent him stumbling back several paces. "Damn it, my street fighting skills can't compete with this guy." Su-Ran rubbed his bruised arm, which was now a mottled red. He realized that the man was undoubtedly a skilled fighter. Aside from a slight advantage in strength, his combat techniques were severely lacking. "Damn it, you've pushed me to this," Su-Ran muttered through gritted teeth, his fingers swiftly accessing his task smartwatch. "Humph, yellow-skinned pig, what can you do about it?" "You're simply too weak." With that, the man stepped forward, his arm drawn back, charging towards Su-Ran's head with astonishing speed, leaving Su-Ran no time to react. In that moment, Su-Ran had no intention of confronting him head-on. He lowered his head and executed an awkward roll to evade the punch, his clothes and trousers staining with the blood that had pooled on the ground. The dark-skinned man flashed a menacing smile, provocatively beckoning with his finger. "Yellow-skinned pig, today I shall grant you a most delightful demise." Su-Ran rose to his feet, lifting his somewhat youthful visage, the disheveled bangs on his forehead failing to conceal the mockery gleaming in his eyes. "Oh really? I swear, your end will not be a pleasant one." The virtual display on his watch vanished, and a dialog box flickered momentarily. "Purchase of advanced combat skills successful. Third update. Making up for last Sunday, friends. Shower me with recommendation votes. Su-Ran depends on you for survival." Chapter 64. Joyce? Basic shooting skill. Upon use, you will master the proficient handling of handguns, submachine guns, and other small-caliber firearms. Redemption price. Half a year of lifespan. Intermediate shooting skill. Upon use, you will gain proficiency in using rifles, heavy machine guns, and other large-caliber firearms, and will automatically learn the arc shooting skill for small firearms. Redemption price. 1.5 years of lifespan. Advanced shooting skill. Upon use, you will automatically acquire all the aforementioned skills and master the proficient use of quantum wave impact weapons, gamma laser firearms, and other highly destructive weaponry. Redemption price. 3 years of lifespan. Su-Ran's finger glided over the options for intermediate and advanced shooting skills, ultimately pausing at the intermediate shooting skill. The advanced shooting skill held little utility for him. Given the stringent regulations on firearms in Huaxia, acquiring weapons was already a challenge, let alone those quantum wave weapons, the existence of which in Huaxia remained uncertain. The basic skilled, while it would suffice for him, he still yearned for the intermediate skill. Sue Rand's gaze remained fixed, transfixed by the arc shooting skill at the end of the intermediate skill list. This was a remarkable ability, capable of bending bullets mid-flight. A fervent glimmer ignited in Sue Rand's eyes as he intensely focused on arc shooting, pondering whether it could truly allow him to strike targets from behind mountains, much like the assassins in Assassin's League. Without further hesitation, Sue Rand clicked to purchase. Please confirm the purchase of the intermediate shooting skill. Yes, purchase successful. After completing the transaction, Sue Rand drew his handgun, executing a flourish with a flair he deemed impressive. Satisfied with the feel of the weapon, nodding in approval, Sue Rand gripped the gun tightly, turned, and gradually vanished down the corridor. On the same floor, within a men's restroom, Adams and Joyce concealed themselves in a stall. At that moment, Adams's red hair appeared even more vivid, a thin line of crimson trailing down his forehead along the bridge of his nose, halting beside his lips. Adams, are you all right? Joyce gazed at the bright red on Adams's forehead, worry etched across her delicate features. Reaching out, Joyce intended to examine Adams's injury, but before her hand could touch his head, it was intercepted by another hand. I can help you check your injury, she urged. No need. It's just a minor scalp abrasion. Nothing serious. Adams released Joyce's hand and took several steps back, leaning against the wall. Joyce exhaled with relief, then poked her head out from the compartment, observing the situation outside while saying, Adams, we must find an opportunity to leave this place. Otherwise, Adams abruptly interjected. Otherwise what? Are they going to kill me? Joyce retorted. Aren't they here to kill you? Heh. Adams let out a soft laugh, but his expression swiftly turned icy. Joyce, at this point, you needn't feign innocence. Joyce's pupils slightly constricted, yet a hint of confusion remained on her face as she nervously inquired, What are you talking about? What am I pretending? Adams snorted coldly. How did you know someone was coming to kill me back in the hall? I don't know. Joyce forced a smile and murmured. Adams stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Joyce. Then why did you insist on taking me away from there? Didn't I tell you to take me to another place? Oh? A flicker of a smile appeared on Adam's face, albeit a chilling one. Do you know my true identity? Aren't you just a tourist visiting Hawaii? Joyce replied. Why did you seek me out that night at the bar instead of someone else? Was it not because of your charm? Joyce's face flushed. Heh. Adams took another step forward, lowering his head so that their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart, even feeling Joyce's warm breath. Joyce, I no longer wish to engage in this wordplay with you. Initially, I was uncertain of your identity, but what just transpired is enough for me to deduce who you are. Adams locked his eyes onto Joyce's, enunciating each word. You are the person that Hank sent? Aren't you? Upon hearing this, Joyce's expression suddenly became complex. She sighed and replied with a wry smile. Perhaps, but I bear you no ill will. You see, I am here to protect you. Heh, protect? Adams scoffed. Look at this. This is the so-called protection he offers me, trapping me in a restroom with a group of assassins. Mr. Hank has your best interests at heart. Joyce said helplessly. If you had left Huaxia, none of this would have happened. Leave Huaxia? Am I to remain in that godforsaken place for the rest of my life? I am Adams, not a puppet for Hank to manipulate as he pleases. Adams glared, his eyes veined with visible blood vessels. Joyce suddenly felt a pang of fear in response to Adams' demeanor, lowering her head as she spoke. You won't have to stay in Huaxia for long. Mr. Hank's election won't take much time. Once this matter is resolved, you will be truly free. To hell with freedom. With a fierce roar, Adams pressed his hands against the wall behind Joyce, gritting his teeth as he spoke to her. He shackled me with his own hands. And now he has the audacity to proclaim this as freedom. Do you truly think I would believe his words? And what of his damned election? If he succeeds, will his adversaries cease their harassment of our family? I am no longer a child, not the naive boy I was a decade ago. I understand that as long as he remains in that position, his enemies will never rest, and I shall find no peace. To hell with his elections. My mother's death was his doing, and now, I do not require his concern, nor do I need the pretense of sending you to protect me. I am Adams. Adams? I wouldn't flinch even if those assassins had a gun pressed to my forehead. If death comes, then let it be. It would allow him to devote all his energy to his wretched pursuits. In his eyes, ambition will always outweigh familial bonds. At this point, Adams finally paused, panting, yet his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Joyce, making her feel as though she were facing an enraged lion. After a moment, Adams, somewhat deflated, lowered his arms, his body retreating several steps as though losing its support. With a thud, his back collided forcefully against the wall, and a barely audible sigh escaped his lips. I'm sorry. Joyce, I was overly agitated just now. I should not have spoken to you in such a manner. Joyce, not an ordinary woman, quickly regained her composure and sighed. Ah, I cannot say much regarding your situation with Mr. Hank, but my mission today is to ensure your safe departure from here. I hope you will accept my protection. Noticing Adam's silence, Joyce raised her head, standing tall, and stated with solemnity, my true identity is Second Lieutenant of the U.S. Army Scout. My real name is Joris. Chapter 65. Desperate circumstances. Upon hearing Joyce's words, Adam's expression suddenly shifted to one of calm, reverting to the cold demeanor he once bore. He gazed quietly at Joyce. No. Now she should be Joris, and spoke in a tone devoid of discernible anger or sorrow. Joris, is that truly your name? Joris nodded, her sun-kissed complexion exhibiting a serious demeanor. Yes, Joris is my true name. I was originally a bodyguard at your father's side. He entrusted me with your protection. Mr. Hank advised me to conceal my identity as a bodyguard, but at this juncture, it matters not whether I reveal it or not. Joris cast a glance outside and sighed. Her primary duty was to safeguard Adams. Masquerading as his lover was merely a means to provide better protection. However, with the sudden arrival of assassins, she could no longer feign the role of a helpless woman. Habitually, as a scout, Joris would observe the people and terrain of every location she entered. Upon the vessel, she suddenly perceived a multitude of suspicious individuals, their gazes, intentional or not, fixed upon Adams, evoking an unusual sense of foreboding within her. Following a covert investigation, she deduced that these individuals were indeed targeting Adams. Resolute in her conviction, Joris prepared to escort Adams away before they could make their move. However, she was taken aback as the adversaries were swift in their pursuit. Yet, hiding away was not a viable solution, for it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Adams abruptly lifted his gaze and softly inquired, Joris, can you handle this group? Joris offered a wry smile. Alas, I cannot. Their numbers are overwhelming, and their firepower formidable. I possess but a single handgun. As she spoke, she produced a compact pistol from behind her. At her words, Adams's expression shifted to a faint smile, imbued with an air of nonchalance. Joris, they seek me. If they capture me, you shall be saved. Joris, sensing the resolve in Adams's voice, quickly interjected, No, you cannot go out there. They will kill you. Adams replied, No, they will not kill me. I am far more valuable alive than dead. My demeanor remains indifferent to the notion of being likened to a valuable commodity. If they truly wished me dead, I would have perished countless times aboard this ship. Joris's countenance dimmed. She understood Adams's implication all too well. If their intent was indeed to eliminate him, he would have been oblivious to how many attempts had already been made on his life. Furthermore, as he stated, his existence served a purpose far beyond that of his demise. A dead Adams would only evoke sorrow and perhaps incite anger, while a living Adams represented an intangible asset capable of yielding much in return. No, I cannot allow you to be captured by them. Joris resolutely shook her head, positioning herself protectively in front of Adams. She paused momentarily before asserting, This is my responsibility. Adams shook his head, his expression unyielding. But you must understand, responsibility is predicated upon one's capacity to fulfill it. Joris remained steadfast. No, some responsibilities must be upheld regardless of my capabilities. Why? Because I am a soldier. Joris fixed her gaze upon Adams, her beautiful eyes now reflecting a hint of stubbornness. Yet there was an unspoken thought that lingered in her heart. It was I who sought you out initially, yet I seldom share my bed with others, regardless of their stature. You are a soldier, and what of me? Adams retorted with a smile, yet his expression swiftly darkened. And I am merely a man. I shall never permit a woman to stand before me to shield me from bullets. Only in the bedroom shall I allow a woman to stand in my front. With that, Adams grasped Joris's arms, attempting to push her aside. But Joris, undeterred, stepped forward and opened the door to the compartment. Locking her gaze onto Adams's face, a smile broke forth as she declared, Adams, if the path ahead leads to hell, then I shall accompany you into its depths. Adams was taken aback, his expression shifting through various stages before ultimately settling into a resigned sigh. He discovered that today, the frequency of his own expressions shifting surpassed that of the past 2 decades. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly reverberated from the wooden restroom door. Adams and Joris exchanged a glance, nodding in unison before leaning back and cautiously tiptoeing towards the wall. The sound was familiar. Someone was attempting to open the door, yet Joris had already secured it, preventing anyone outside from entering for the time being. The restroom was spacious, boasting 8 individual stalls and 5 sinks, adorned with a large mirror above them. Clang, clang. The resounding noise suggested that the person outside was growing impatient. kicking the door with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots echoed. Under the immense impact of the bullets, the lock on the door was rendered utterly destroyed. Outside, a Caucasian man with a bloodied face fired several shots at the keyhole, then kicked the door with force, finally breaching it. "Heh heh, little lambs, there's nowhere for you to flee," the burly white man sneered, licking his lips with his tongue. Instead of rushing inside immediately, he replaced his magazine and then hunched down as he entered the restroom, brandishing his firearm, shouting as he pressed against the wall. To his astonishment, there was not a soul within that moment. The man's ears perked up. A faint sound reached him, above. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to roll on the ground rather than look up. Knowing that bullets awaited him, not mere droplets of water, during his roll, he clearly saw a woman grasping the drainage pipe with one hand while the other wielded a gun, firing at him relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. As he rolled, the man narrowly evaded several shots, but ultimately, a bullet struck his calf. Nevertheless, he managed to tumble out of the restroom. "Damn it, you little wench," he cursed vehemently, pulling out his walkie-talkie and bellowing. "I've located them in the southeast restroom. Hurry up with the backup. I've been shot." Received. Received. "Okay, hold on for a moment. We'll be there shortly." The fragmented voices crackled through, and he exhaled in relief, then gripped his gun tightly, fixating his gaze on the restroom. Inside, Adams pushed open the stall door and stepped out, looking at Joris and asking, "Did you not kill him?" Joris had just leaped down from above, glancing at the bloodstains on the floor. Sighing, "He was hit, but it's not fatal. Can we exit now?" Joris shook her head. "No, he's hiding in the shadows. If we go out, we'll be met with bullets." Upon hearing this, Adams nodded but said nothing at this juncture. He understood that being captured was merely a matter of time. Had they not sought refuge here, he would likely have already fallen into the hands of their adversaries. Joris's eyes also reflected despair. She realized that from the moment their foe first appeared on the ship, Adams had essentially sealed his fate. However, she had the opportunity to escape, yet by some twist of fate, whether due to the obligations of her bodyguard or other reasons, she chose to return to find Adams. Was it truly out of a sense of responsibility? Joyce murmured to herself. Bang. Suddenly, the gunshot rang out once more. Adams and Joyce exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. In the next moment, a familiar voice, tinged with excitement, reached Adams's ears. "TSK, took down another one, quite the haul. But after all this time, I still haven't seen Adams. I wonder if that kid managed to get away?" Chapter 66. Curved shooting. This voice was. Adams and Joyce stared at each other in astonishment. Joyce was the first to furrow her brow and inquire, "Adams, is that your friend?" Adams let out a wry smile, thinking, "It seems to be him." At that moment, it felt as though he had swallowed a bomb. The revelations brought forth by this racer he had met in Huaxia had astonished him time and again. Initially, he believed the individual was merely skilled behind the wheel. However, Su Ran's almost supernatural surfing abilities had completely reshaped his understanding. Later, he thought that the man was simply adept at racing and surfing, only to have his perceptions shattered yet again by Su Ran's profound gambling skills. Ultimately, this seemingly frail Huaxia man had surprised him once more, and it was during his most perilous moment. Could he possibly be a killer? A sudden thought flickered through Adams's mind, causing his face to twitch slightly. However, this time, Adams was mistaken. While Su Ran possessed the potential to be a killer, he had no intention of entering that line of work just yet. After a brief pause, Adams gestured to Joyce to remain silent, then approached the door and called out, "Ran, is that you out there?" Su Ran, having just finished rummaging through the corpse for ammunition and preparing to leave, was startled by the unexpected voice, nearly causing him to fire a bullet in surprise. Ran? This appellation seemed that aside from Adams, only Bill would address him in such a manner. Could it be Adams? Su Ran turned his head towards the restroom, frowning as he called out, "Adams? It's me, Ran." A voice filled with delight responded, and soon Adams slowly emerged from the restroom doorway. "Buddy, put down your gun. I'd rather not be threatened by that thing." Adams raised his hands, his expression one of exasperation as he looked at Su Ran, or rather, at the handgun in his grasp. Upon confirming that it was indeed Adams, Su Ran lowered his weapon, along with his wariness. In the past few minutes, he had traversed several corridors, encountering only a few killers. He had not come across any other tourists. Even if he had, they would have already succumbed to the ground, becoming mere corpses. Yet, when faced with those killers, they posed no threat to Su Ran whatsoever. With his intermediate shooting skills, they all transformed into mere wraiths under his aim. Su Ran's speed in drawing and firing his gun was astonishingly swift, surpassing that of these assassins by several magnitudes. It seemed as though he required no aim. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could strike the center of the forehead with pinpoint accuracy, truly a case of hitting the mark without fail. "Adams, are you all right?" Su Ran inquired as he approached. Adams smiled faintly and replied, "I'm fine." Su Ran nodded with a grin, but noticing the absence of Joyce, he asked, "Where's Joyce? Wasn't she escaping with you?" "I'm right here." Jolie C. emerged from the restroom, greeting Su Ran. "However, I no longer go by Joyce. I now call myself Jolie C." Su Ran cast a quizzical glance at the two, then with a smirk, remarked, "Jolie C., has your identity been uncovered by Adams?" "Indeed." Jolie C. nodded lightly, but suddenly realizing something, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "How did you know Joyce wasn't my real identity?" Jolie C. was taken aback, for she sensed from Su Ran's tone that he had seemingly known of her disguise all along. Yet, she had believed her ruse to be flawless. How could he have seen through it? Even Adams had only recently come to this realization. When had doubts begun to form in his mind? "How did I know?" Su Ran mused aloud, then with an enigmatic smile added, "Your accent. I heard Adams mention that you are a local, right? I wandered around the Hilton International Hotel and spoke with genuine locals, including that bearded uncle at the harbor this morning. Your accent differs from theirs. Ahem. Don't look at me like that. What if I'm not American? Can I not discern the differences in your accents? Therefore, I merely knew you were deceiving Adams. But as for your true identity, I remain in the dark. However, when I observed you and Adams exchanging glances on the speedboat, I chose not to comment. Yet, should you have engaged in any untoward actions, I would not hesitate to send you on your way with the bullets in my possession." Su Ran twirled his handgun with a slight smile. "But fortunately, it appears you are here to assist Adams." Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, Jolie C. felt utterly speechless. It turned out that her exposure was due to her accent. Moreover, how could a Huaxia individual discern the differences in American accents? With such skill, you could surely pass an English proficiency exam at level 100. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ran had specifically acquired an English specialization, speaking with a fluency that would undoubtedly surpass that of 99 of Americans. Nodding, Jolie C. managed a wry smile and said, "Yes, I am a bodyguard sent by Adams' father." Su Ran clicked his tongue, grinning mischievously. "Adams, you lucky fellow, you've managed to bring your father's bodyguard to your bed." At these words, Jolie C.'s cheeks flushed crimson, while Adams slightly twitched his face, seemingly processing Su Ran's teasing remark. Suddenly, Su Ran furrowed his brow as a faint sound reached his ears. Footsteps. Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and gestured towards the restroom, indicating for them to enter. Xiao Lizi also sensed an unusual tension in the air. Upon seeing Su Ran's movement, she hurriedly pulled Adams into the restroom. Leaning against the wall adjacent to the restroom door, Su Ran quietly analyzed the situation. The restroom was situated in the very center of a straight corridor, with a short passageway at its entrance forming a T-shape with the long corridor outside. The restroom resting at the end of the T.at that terminus. The left side was designated for men and the right for women. This was the restroom's location. At that moment, Su Ran's senses alerted him to the presence of individuals approaching from both ends of the corridor, effectively encircling his position. Just then, Xiao Lizi approached, standing beside Su Ran, playfully waving her handgun, signaling her readiness for a confrontation. Su Ran made no attempt to dissuade her. After all, being a bodyguard sent by Adam's father, she likely possessed some skill. As the footsteps grew increasingly audible, Su Ran gestured for them to slowly retreat into the restroom. Remaining in the corridor would expose them to a barrage of gunfire. "There are 5 of them," Xiao Lizi whispered to Su Ran, 2 on the left, 3 on the right. Su Ran nodded and leaned closer to the door, catching sight of 5 burly men of varying complexions, armed with handguns and submachine guns, converging in the corridor where the restroom was located. If they managed to surround the restroom, Su Ran and his companions would truly have nowhere to escape. Previously, Su Ran had dealt with isolated assassins, but now faced with 5 adversaries, he was uncertain of his ability to handle the situation. Retracting his body, Su Ran instinctively squinted, pondering how to confront these foes. After a moment, he stood up and waved at Xiao Lizi, motioning for her to step back. What is he planning? Although Xiao Lizi felt perplexed, she obediently retreated a few steps, granting Su Ran ample space. Su Ran positioned himself at the restroom entrance, hidden from the view of those outside, then suddenly raised his right arm gripping the handgun. During this motion, Xiao Lizi observed Su Ran's arm tremble violently before his wrist twisted at an awkward angle. And then, a gunshot rang out. Simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Xiao Lizi was instantly struck with horror. an uncontrollable thought surging within her. Was that a curved shot? Seeking recommendation votes, my friends? Chapter 67. Elimination. How could this be possible? Xiao Lizi covered her mouth with her hand, staring in disbelief at Su Ran, who held the handgun in an unconventional grip. Curved shooting was a technique that existed only in theory, as she had heard from her drill instructor in the military. He had outright dismissed the notion, claiming such skills were confined to the realm of science fiction, and that no one in the real world had mastered such an exaggerated technique. Some had countered her instructor, arguing that both table tennis and soccer could achieve curved trajectories, so why not bullets? The instructor scoffed. Can the density of table tennis and soccer balls compare to that of a bullet? Can their instantaneous explosive speed rival that of a bullet? To understand, one must realize that the typical muzzle velocity of a bullet exceeds the speed of sound. Who possesses the reflexes to impart a lateral force upon a bullet in that fleeting moment? Furthermore, the ability of a ping-pong ball and a football to follow a curved trajectory is influenced by the application of spin. This implies that one would also need to exert a centripetal force on the bullet to render curved motion feasible, yet even then, it remains merely a possibility, not a certainty. Therefore, as for curved shooting, it is a notion best abandoned, and any attempts to practice such a technique would be a mere waste of ammunition. The instructor's words echo vividly in Kyle Isai's mind. She still recalls the mocking expression etched upon his face. Subsequently, Kyle Isai, along with some companions, attempted it, but without a shadow of a doubt, they failed miserably, nearly injuring others in the process. Yet now, Kyle Isai yearns to return and confront that instructor, not alone, but accompanied by Su Ran, to demonstrate that in this world, nothing is entirely impossible. With a single, successful strike, Su Ran immediately retracted his body, for in his line of sight, those individuals had retreated, pushed back by the fall of their comrade, standing in a place now obscured from Su Ran's view. Was that curved shooting just now? Kyle Isai inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Ran's hands, unable to fathom how such slender fingers could execute such a stunning maneuver. Su Ran chuckled lightly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it was curved shooting. Since we cannot engage them in a direct fire contest, we must resort to some clever tactics. Clever tactics? Kyle Isai paused, feeling utterly speechless. If curved shooting is merely a trivial skill, then what does that render our American arsenal? What now? Will you continue with the curved shooting? She pressed. Su Ran shook his head, furrowing his brow. No. I need to see their positions to accurately calculate the angle for curved shooting. They are currently pressed against the wall over here, and I cannot see their location. What then? Shall we ensnare them like fish in a barrel? Kyle Isai's urgency grew. With no chance of winning a direct confrontation and curved shooting proving futile, remaining hidden would inevitably lead to their capture. In contrast, Adams leaned casually against the innermost wall of the restroom, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Though the outcome of this conflict eluded him, he had come to terms with his own mortality, rendering him the most composed individual present aside from Su Ran. Su Ran crouched low, squinting slightly, his fingers gliding gently over his pistol, savoring the chill of the metal frame. He lifted his gaze, scanning the restroom for any potential resources to exploit. When his eyes fell upon the sink, his fingers, which had been wiping down the firearm, abruptly halted. Outside, for burly men clad in black edged along the wall near the restroom where Su Ran was hidden, moving cautiously. The sudden gunshot had startled them immensely. Each bore a large question mark overhead, puzzled as to where the bullet had originated. What just happened? How did the wild boar get hit? Inquired a hawkish-nosed middle-aged man, referring to the deceased by their nickname. Unclear. It must have ricocheted off the wall, another replied. The man with the hooked nose furrowed his brow, his countenance instantly darkening. All right, everyone, be cautious. It seems the enemy was merely fortunate earlier. A wild boar was accidentally killed. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a gray-black, cube-shaped object flew out from the restroom. The hooked-nosed man halted in his tracks, his heart racing in alarm. Instinctively, he raised his hand and fired a shot at the object. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, and as the group focused their eyes, they beheld several pieces of glimmering white lying on the ground. Glass? They recognized the substance. The gray-black surface was presumably the reverse side of the glass, which explained why it had gone unnoticed at first. Waving his hand, the hooked-nosed man signaled for them to proceed. But inadvertently, he caught sight of the glass on the ground again, and at that moment, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from its reflection. A sensation akin to being targeted by a hunter. Huh! It is merely a piece of glass, not a bullet. Am I being overly suspicious? The man's brow knitted into a furrow as he muttered to himself. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted once more. A warm, moist sensation abruptly appeared on his face. The hook-nosed man instinctively reached up to touch his cheek, only to find it drenched in crimson. Whirling around, he saw one of his comrades swaying unsteadily, on the verge of collapsing. Looking up, he noticed the man's pupils had dilated. Yet, deep within their depths lingered a glimmer of fear. The fear of death. On the temple beside his eye, a blood-red wound bore witness to the horrors faced in his final moments. "Damn it!" the hooked-nosed man cursed, his gaze turning icy as he dragged the corpse in front of him and urgently gestured to the others behind. "Fall back! Retreat!" However, the instant his words fell, gunfire rang out again. A bullet soaring forth, striking true at the head of the man beside him. Crack, blood splattered, and the man's body slumped, slowly collapsing. What in the world is this bullet? A homing bullet. How can it penetrate walls to hit us? The hooked-nosed man was filled with terror, discarding the corpse in his grasp as he crouched low and rolled forward. The gunfire continued, as if choreographed. The bullet did not pursue him as he tumbled, but instead struck his last remaining companion. Another fatal shot. What on earth is happening? The hooked-nosed man lunged forward, rolling several times on the ground. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, as memories from his time as a mercenary in Africa surged into his mind. He recalled an elderly hunter telling him that in his youth, he had learned a technique to make bullets curve, allowing him to hit game concealed behind trees. At this moment, they seemed to be the very prey hiding away. But now he was the sole survivor. Damn it, it's a curved shot. Who in this place possesses such a skill? Moreover, Adams is supposed to have such formidable protectors by his side. Why does the mission state he escaped alone? Hasn't that put us all in jeopardy? The man with the aquiline nose was in a state of utter turmoil. At this moment, all he yearned for was to escape this place, to flee from this hell, to break free from the clutches of that demon. Yet, bang! The gunfire rang out once more. For those interested in witnessing curved shooting, I recommend watching the film Assassin's Alliance, also known as Wanted. It is quite remarkable. I believe the final scene is even more extravagant than my writing. Goodness, that was a full 360 degrees. Chapter 68. Can I trust you? There is a legend that, in the moments before death, one sees the most unforgettable and cherished memories from their life, particularly the deepest and softest moments in their heart. At this instant, the aquiline-nosed man's retina seemed to project a slideshow of his past. The grassy plains of Africa, the yellow sands of the Middle East, the icy landscapes of Russia, the whistling of bullets, the splatter of blood, the flames of war were all around him. Yet the final scene froze on the moment a girl shielded him from a bullet. The aquiline-nosed man smiled. In the last moments of his life, he clutched his chest and struggled to turn away. A bullet had shattered his heart. Through the hazy vision, he finally discerned who had fired the shot, a man with elongated eyes. With a resounding bang, the aquiline-nosed man collapsed to the ground, silenced forever. Perilous, hearing the commotion, emerged as well, but the sight that met her eyes, a chaotic array of lifeless bodies, struck her with immense visual impact. She understood that, aside from the last one, all these individuals had been slain by the extraordinary curved shooting skills of the young man before her. These foes, oblivious to who had pulled the trigger, had met their dear God in ignorance. Curved shooting, masterful surfing techniques, and Adams had claimed he was also a racing expert. What manner of man was this? Perilous gazed at the impassive Suran, a burgeoning sense of admiration blossoming within her for this seemingly youthful figure. Within this admiration lay a thread of gratitude and reverence. The reverence stemmed from his prowess in curved shooting, while the gratitude arose from his timely assistance. Perilous recognized that had she and Adams not encountered Suran earlier, they would have surely fallen into the hands of these assassins. Suran lowered his gaze to activate his task watch. If memory served him correctly, counting the first assassin who had met his demise, he had just slain 10 individuals. Killing task. Eliminate 10 beings with combat power exceeding 30. Task reward. 5 months of lifespan. Current kill count. 10. Task status. Completed. Suran squinted, reflecting. The rewards for killing truly come swiftly. A single task grants 5 months of life, and with each of the 10 individuals providing an additional 3 days, I've gained a substantial half-year of lifespan from this endeavor. Indeed, just as in ancient times, warfare is the quickest route to wealth. At present, my lifespan is approximately 8 years remaining. I must strive to earn more. At that moment, a dialog box popped up in the virtual light screen. Killing task 2. Eliminate 100 beings with combat power exceeding 30. Task reward. 1 year of life. Current kill count, 0. Su Ran was slightly taken aback, not expecting that this killing task would indeed have a continuation. Point 100. Where am I supposed to find so many to kill? And they must possess a combat strength exceeding 30? Alas, it is currently impossible to accomplish. Turning off the task watch, Su Ran gestured to Chow Lizzie and Adams, and the three of them stealthily departed from the corridor. As they left, Adams discreetly pocketed a handgun, prompting Su Ran to cast a more scrutinizing glance at him. Indeed, this fellow must be no easy target if so many were pursuing him. On the second level of the cruise ship, the trio made their way to the exit without encountering another assassin. Finally, upon reaching the top deck, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chow Lizzie patted the tumultuous sea before him, speaking with lingering trepidation. These mercenaries must have all perished on the second level. We are safe now. Yes, safe indeed, Su Ran replied, securing his handgun with a smile and nodding. So much had transpired that evening, particularly the considerable amount of life he had expended to acquire skills, which left him feeling quite pained. Merely the combat skill alone had cost him 5 years of his life. However, he had come to grasp the system's pricing mechanism. The more physical actions a skill required, the steeper the price. For instance, combat and aquatic skills were significantly more expensive than others Su Ran had purchased. In contrast, driving and shooting skills were relatively inexpensive, as they required minimal physical exertion. One merely needed to maneuver their limbs while seated, while the other only required finger movements. Gambling skills, too, were not particularly costly. Having spent such a substantial amount of life, Su Ran couldn't deny feeling a pang of regret. Nevertheless, having triggered a killing task, he felt that his life had not been wasted. After all, he still had over 8 years left to earn it back. Compared to the ephemeral nature of expended life, Su Ran felt enriched by the knowledge and experiences he had gained, having encountered many things previously unknown to him. This, he believed, was the true essence of life itself. What is the purpose of living again if not for the exhilaration and enjoyment it brings to one's spirit? A person must engage in endeavors that will evoke excitement in their memories when they grow old, not seeking glory or greatness, but rather striving for eternal remembrance. At this moment, on the top deck, the survivors had congregated, each bearing a trace of terror from their narrow escape. They were oblivious to the assassin's motives or whom they intended to kill. All they knew was to flee, to run as far away as possible. Yet, with the ship being of limited size, most found themselves converging on the deck, while some remained hidden in their rooms. Adams, why are they pursuing you? Su Ran inquired, leaning against the railing of the deck, unable to suppress his curiosity about the expressionless man beside him. Adams took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black sea, and with a voice tinged with bitterness, he slowly replied, "Because of my father." Su Ran raised an eyebrow. "Your father?" "Yes, my father," Adams sighed, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. He was currently embroiled in a fierce competition for a significant position in America, facing an adversary with considerable connections and some underhanded affiliations. For the time being, they could not find a way to trouble my father, so they turned their attention to me. Su Ran nodded impassively, yet a tempest of thoughts surged within him. He had suspected that Adams had a noteworthy background, but he had not anticipated that it was linked to influential figures in America. Moreover, from Adams's tone, it was evident that his father's status was not insignificant. The specifics of his position remained unspoken, and Su Ran refrained from further inquiries. Some matters are best left unexamined. Then why don't you stay by your father's side? That way, you wouldn't have to be hunted by these individuals, Su Ran questioned, perplexed. However, upon hearing this, Adams suddenly froze, his expression momentarily vacant, completely unaware that the cigarette in his hand had burned down to the filter. Observing this, Su Ran felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing he had inadvertently broached a topic that was perhaps better left unspoken. After a prolonged silence, it was only when he felt a slight burn from the cigarette that Adams regained his composure. Tossing aside the cigarette butt, Adams did not answer Su Ran's question but instead fixed a penetrating gaze on him, smiling faintly. "Ran, can I trust you?" Adams reiterated. "Can I truly trust you?" Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, detecting a trace of loneliness in Adams's voice. Yet, he chose to remain silent, simply smiling at Adams. Sometimes, silence is indeed golden. Adams, being inherently taciturn, was accustomed to responding with expressions rather than words. He understood Su Ran's smile. "You rascal!" Adams chuckled softly, then continued. "I harbor a deep resentment for my father, for he has left me with nothing. No familial bonds, no friendships, only a series of numbers on a bank card. However, perhaps now, Ran, you have earned my trust." Upon uttering these words, Adams's expression turned complex. From the moment he met Su Ran until now, this young man had continually astonished him, from the initial airborne escapade to the previous arc shot. Indeed, Su Ran had even saved his life. It is said that the most profound friendships among men are forged in battle or in brothels. Clearly, Su Ran's actions had struck a chord with Adams. This was a life-saving grace. Such trust, forged in the crucible of bullets and blood, surpasses any mere acquaintance. I would like to recommend a song, Hua Chunyu's adaptation of My Skateboard Shoes, which I listened to while typing. 0.0, Chapter 69. A provocation not to be underrated. Su Ran smiled faintly, gazing at the boundless ocean. Adams, your words sadden me. I had thought that during our time in Huaxia, we had established a profound friendship. Adams was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, indeed, my dear friend, our friendship was solidified in Huaxia. This reminiscence prompted Adams to recall his spontaneous decision to accompany Su Ran to Hawaii during their time in Huaxia. At that moment, he yearned solely to escape the watchful gaze of his father. As for where he would go, he was utterly perplexed. The unexpected arrival of Su Ran providentially provided him with a promising direction. However, it was precisely this direction that allowed him to delve deeper into the essence of Su Ran as a person. Had he not boarded the same flight as Su Ran that day, perhaps their paths would never have intertwined again in this lifetime. The sea breeze caressed them, and Su Ran tilted his head slightly, softly inquiring, so, do you despise your father? Is that the reason you wish to distance yourself from him? Adams nodded, then shook his head. It is not merely that. I also detest living under my father's wing. I am Adams, and I yearn for freedom. If I could, I would prefer a more ordinary birth, so that I could evade the scrutiny of others and live unshackled by my father's shadow, freely embracing life in this world. Yet now, it seems I cannot. Su Ran nodded in understanding. Interestingly, the two of them were quite similar, albeit their pursuits diverged. Adams sought freedom, while Su Ran aspired to lead a life more vibrant and meaningful, or perhaps to pursue a more colorful existence, be it through survival or challenge. Both pursuits, at their core, were spiritual quests. It might bemuse outsiders that these two young individuals were unconcerned with material aspirations, instead seeking fulfillment of the spirit. However, compared to Adams, Su Ran was somewhat fortunate. He still had familial ties. While Adams did not. So, was it you who fled to Huaxia? Su Ran gazed at Adams and sighed. It was the result of a negotiation between my father and me. I wanted to leave America, and he assured my safety. Thus I arrived in Huaxia. Upon finishing, Adams smirked and remarked, Ran, I must say, your Huaxia is indeed safer than other countries. At least there, no one dares to brazenly traffic firearms. This was a truthful observation, for firearm regulations in Huaxia were indeed stringent. Su Ran nodded in agreement and jested. Thus, because Huaxia is so tightly regulated, its people live rather constrained lives, lacking the openness found in America. At least women like Yoris are a rarity in Huaxia. Su Ran blinked and cast a glance at Yoris, who was admiring the sea view from a distance. Upon noticing Su Ran's gaze, Yoris smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Adams's lips twitched slightly, seemingly puzzled by Su Ran's sudden shift in topic. At that moment, a distant roaring sound approached. Adams fixed his gaze upon the inky night sky and remarked, Ran, I believe it is time for me to leave. Su Ran looked up, and in his line of sight, a helicopter appeared above the cruise ship. They truly arrived swiftly. Will we have the chance to meet again? Su Ran mused softly. Adams smiled faintly. Of course, my friend. We shall certainly meet again, and I believe it will not be long. Oh? Su Ran squinted slightly, somewhat unsure of Adams's meaning, yet he responded with a smile. I eagerly await the arrival of that day. Just then, the helicopter hovered directly above the cruise ship, gradually descending. A man clad in a suit descended, seemingly recognized by Kaialisai, who took the initiative to approach him. Subsequently, Kaialisai exchanged a few words with the man before gesturing to Adams to join them. Farewell, Su Ran murmured softly, observing Adams' somewhat solitary figure. After the helicopter departed, it wasn't long before several small speedboats followed suit. Upon seeing the uniformed individuals armed with weapons aboard, Su Ran comprehended their purpose. No matter where one is, the police always arrive last to clean up. Su Ran cast a glance at the throngs of people who were excessively animated at the sight of the arriving authorities. Before vanishing from the deck, the following midday, Su Ran awoke in his room at the Hilton Hotel. Last night, after the police had arrived, they returned the cruise ship and took statements from everyone on board. When it came to Su Ran, he naturally spun a web of lies with his eyes wide open, echoing whatever others had said. As for the handgun, he had disposed of it beforehand. It would have posed a problem had the police discovered it, and it could not be brought back to Huaxia. rendering it useless. After providing his statement, Su Ran returned to the Hilton Hotel and collapsed into a deep slumber, for he was undeniably exhausted. Meanwhile, as Su Ran slept soundly, a group of individuals gathered around a rectangular table in the Hawaii Police Department, their collective gaze fixed intently on the large screen before them. The screen displayed footage from the casino hall aboard the cruise ship. From the moment the assassin appeared to Su Ran, ultimately slamming the black assassin to the ground, the footage abruptly froze. "Have you investigated this yellow-skinned individual?" inquired a middle-aged police officer, drumming his fingers on the table as he addressed the assembly. "Sir, I recall this person. I recorded his statement," responded a brown-haired Caucasian with caution, glancing nervously at the middle-aged officer. "Is there an issue with this individual?" The middle-aged officer furrowed his brow. "Did he mention anything regarding these matters during your statement?" "No," replied the brown-haired man, continuing, "However, he should be unrelated to these mercenaries. I have investigated them, and they are all listed on the United Nations wanted list, whereas this individual has no records and is visiting America for the first time. Oh, one more thing, he is from Huaxia." "Huaxia?" murmured the middle-aged officer, his lips moving slightly. He then shifted to another surveillance feed, which depicted Su Ran wielding a handgun to eliminate the assassins, each shot delivering a fatal blow. These recordings were all from before his encounter with Adams. He was a novice in this regard, never expecting that his every action would be meticulously captured by the cruise ship's surveillance cameras. However, the footage conspicuously omitted the skirmish outside the restroom. This was not due to a malfunction in the cameras, but rather because no surveillance had been installed in that area. Yet, even in the absence of that particular segment, the footage captured was sufficient to darken the middle-aged officer's expression progressively. He took a deep breath, his expression stern as he declared, "Regardless of any connection this individual may have with those mercenaries, it is imperative that we apprehend him immediately. The repercussions of allowing such a dangerously unpredictable person to wreak havoc in Hawaii would be nothing short of catastrophic." The blonde-haired Caucasian also wore a grave expression, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that the jovial young man who had maintained a smile in his presence was, in fact, a cold-blooded and perilous individual. Had it not been for the surveillance footage, he might have let him slip through the cracks. This footage was retrieved by the police only after the incident, as the crowd had been in a state of uproar, preventing them from securing it in a timely manner. This oversight allowed Su Ran to evade capture. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could have returned to the hotel unscathed. "Sir, let us dispatch a team to apprehend him at once." The blonde-haired man stood up, eager to take action. The middle-aged officer was about to nod in agreement when suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. Answering the call, he held the receiver but could not articulate a single word. However, his expression gradually morphed into one of dismay, ultimately settling into a resigned grimace. He gestured for the blonde-haired man to sit down and sighed, stating, "Let us consider this matter concluded. We need not concern ourselves with that individual from Huaxia." The blonde-haired man sprang to his feet once more, eager to voice his objections, but was cut off by the officer. "There is no need for further discussion. Directives have been issued from above. If it is not our concern, we shall not meddle. Furthermore, we cannot afford to provoke that individual from Huaxia." Oh, the wretched driving school. Returning a bit late. Chapter 70. The typhoon approaches. In the afternoon, Su Ran sat in a CAF in Hawaii, occupying a seat by the window. Before him rested a cup of milk tea, rather than coffee. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting a gentle yet non-dazzling light upon Su Ran's face. Habitually, he narrowed his eyes, gazing out at the clear sky, murmuring to himself, "Beneath this splendid sky, how many storms lie in wait?" A few minutes later, having drained his milk tea, a burly Caucasian man clad in a t-shirt entered the CAF, his muscular arms prominently displayed. The man scanned the room before making his way directly to the small table where Su Ran Saturday apologies for the wait. Su Ran gestured invitingly, then smiled. "Bill, let me guess the reason for your tardiness. Is it because Vanessa was clinging to you, preventing your departure?" Bill offered an awkward smile, an unnatural flush crossing his chiseled features. "I came without her knowledge. She is still unaware of my decision." "Have you truly resolved to go surfing in 5 days? Be mindful that venturing out to sea during that time can be perilous. You need not undertake the challenge of water spirit at this juncture," Su Ran remarked, draining the last sip of his milk tea as he fixed his gaze on Bill. Bill appeared somewhat exasperated. "But it was you who initially proposed this idea. Now you urge me to abandon it. I simply cannot fathom your intentions," he chuckled lightly, merely stating the objective dangers of the typhoon. "Ultimately, the final decision rests in your hands," Su Ran remarked nonchalantly. However, to Su Ran's surprise, Bill nodded resolutely without a hint of hesitation. No, this is my decision. This is my closest encounter with nature, and I refuse to relinquish it. Sue-Ran nodded, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. He smiled and replied, very well, if that is the case. I shall accompany you on this journey. What? Bill stared wide-eyed, barely able to believe his ears. You mean you are going too? Why? Sue-Ran slowly responded. I have my own aspirations. You are set on completing the water spirits. Are you not? I too have a task to fulfill. My task involves the water spirits as well, but my version of the water spirits is infinitely more complex than yours. Sue-Ran sighed inwardly. Upon hearing this, Bill, though still somewhat perplexed, eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall meet then. With that, Bill clasped his strong, powerful arm. Sue-Ran extended his hand to shake Bill's, smiling, we won't be absent from each other. In the ensuing days, while the typhoon had yet to arrive, Sue-Ran reveled in the beauty of Hawaii, exploring its wonders. However, perhaps due to the impending storm, the tourist numbers were dismally low, with the majority of beachgoers being locals. During this time, Bill and Vanessa had reached out to Sue-Ran, and whenever Sue-Ran locked eyes with Bill, they would share a knowing smile, leaving Vanessa perplexed, almost suspecting a burgeoning camaraderie between the two men. The realm of men is often a mystery to women. During this period, Sue-Ran's parents and Chun Shu also called him. Chun Shu and the others naturally boasted about their blissful lives in Sanya, regaling tales of leggy beauties in bikinis gracing the streets, claiming that basking in the sun on the beach felt akin to entering a realm ruled by women. Sue-Ran found these tales utterly exasperating, especially as a bikini-clad beauty sauntered past him while he was on the phone, amplifying his incredulity. His parents inquired about his experiences in Kyoto, curious if Kyoto University was truly as remarkable as the legends suggested. Sue-Ran, of course, spun a tale so extravagant that it could have been mistaken for fiction, knowing fully well that his family had never visited and would thus take his word for it. Yet, the phone call he had long anticipated never came. Sue-Ran mused that perhaps the girl was simply shy and that he should take the initiative. With a heart full of trepidation, he dialed her number. If anyone had measured Sue-Ran's pulse at that moment, they would have found it racing faster than when he had taken a life aboard that ship. However, in the end, all he received was the incessant busy signal from his phone. Indeed, long-distance relationships are notoriously unreliable. Damn it, I must return and take matters into my own hands. Sue-Ran, with a countenance marked by sorrow and indignation, switched off his phone. He was perplexed as to why Liu had not answered his calls. As a novice in matters of the heart, with no experience in genuine romantic relationships, Sue-Ran attributed this to the issue of distance. I am in America, she is in Udo. The distance is considerable, and perhaps the signal is poor. Sue-Ran consoled himself with these thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific, within the confines of a quaint pink room, Liu sat despondently on her bed, clutching a plush bear larger than herself. Her lips were pursed in such a way that one could easily imagine them capable of holding a bottle of oil. That wretched Sue-Ran. How dare he not call me after all this time, claiming he likes me? He must be off gallivanting somewhere. Liu fumed, tugging at the bear's ears as though she were pulling Sue-Ran's own. What Liu was unaware of was that Sue-Ran was indeed engaged in frivolity, albeit with foreign companions. If Sue-Ran were to hear this, he would surely protest loudly. I have tried to call you. It's just that our phones are utterly incompatible, and I can't get through. Liu, seemingly dissatisfied with this lack of release for her frustration, delivered a few more punches to the bear's head. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she declared, Humph, you foul Sue-Ran. If you don't call me soon, I will. Yet, as she reached the end of her threat, her voice faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. In the end, all that escaped her lips was a long, drawn-out sigh. Sue-Ran, what are you truly thinking? At that moment, Udo basked in bright sunlight, while far away in Hawaii, the night was already illuminated. Sue-Ran lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his chest, akin to an electric shock. This discomfort was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had come. Why do I suddenly feel a bit unwell? Sue-Ran murmured, his face a mask of confusion. That morning, Sue-Ran was roused by the sound of a thunderclap. He opened the window to find the sky draped in a heavy gray shroud. Ominous and devoid of sunlight, boom! A bolt of lightning struck. The rain poured down in torrents. The Hilton Hotel towered high, and from Sue-Ran's room, he could see the ocean stretching into the distance. At that moment, the sea, nourished by the storm, appeared to awaken like a giant from slumber. Driven by the hurricane, the ocean roared and churned, as if proclaiming its dominion over more than 70% of the Earth's surface since time immemorial. Sue-Ran gazed intently, and a whisper escaped his lips. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Let the votes come in even more fiercely. Chapter 71. Charging towards the sea, the Typhoon Haiyan has made landfall in Hawaii. This typhoon has reached a strength of level 12. Residents are advised to take protective measures and avoid venturing outdoors. Hawaii has completely sealed off its coastlines, prohibiting any maritime activities. Today, heavy rainfall is expected. With a 12-hour accumulation exceeding 100 millimeters, the Typhoon Haiyan has triggered an unprecedented tsunami, with waves reaching heights exceeding 50 meters. Su Ran glanced at the news broadcast on his phone, his gaze lingering on the final headline for an extended moment before he switched off the device and vanished into the room. More than an hour later, two figures stood silently on a desolate beach. At that moment, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, as if it were a sieve, with large raindrops cascading onto the two men. Their heads and the surfboards beneath their feet. One of them, a blonde Caucasian, stood without an umbrella or raincoat, allowing the rain to wash over him. His golden hair lay damp and tangled like a mop atop his head. The other figure donned a large raincoat, the oversized black hood obscuring his face from view. Bill wiped his face haphazardly, then deftly flipped his surfboard, a brilliant blue one, into his hands. He gently slapped the board and exclaimed to the man beside him, "Ran, these waves are magnificent, they beckon me to ride." Su Ran slightly lifted the edge of his hood, revealing a pair of narrow, keen eyes that scrutinized the surfboard in Bill's grasp. He remarked, teasingly, "Bill, if I recall correctly, that board was snatched from my hands, wasn't it?" With a sheepish grin, Bill raked his damp hair and chuckled. "Consider it a unique way of greeting among us Russians," Su Ran smirked, choosing not to engage further with Bill's antics. Sometimes, the minds of these warriors from the north could be rather perplexing. Raising his gaze, Su Ran stared out at the tumultuous sea, a flicker of solemnity crossing his narrowed eyes. The ocean roared with ferocious winds and torrential rains. The rain, propelled by the typhoon, fell at a steep angle, striking the emerald waters with the force of bullets. Unlike the typical azure sea, the current verdant hue of the water exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to a colossal boulder resting upon one's chest, rendering one breathless, even suffocating. This darkly tinted green was the most despairing of colors. The winds howled mercilessly, and waves surged forth from beneath the surface, propelled by the typhoon's immense force, as if a tranquil pond had been violently disturbed. The roaring tides, towering over 10 meters high, loomed ominously, descending with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! It erupted like a bomb in the water, sending forth a cascade of white spray. This was merely the scene near the shore, where the waves reached a height of around 10 meters. However, farther at the typhoon's fringes, the waves were even more terrifying. This was not mere surf. It was a tsunami. Su Ran remained silent, fixated on the tumultuous waters, while Bill, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, eager to plunge into the chaos. "Ran, let us hit the waves," Bill exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm at the towering surges. "Hit the waves? Could you not phrase it more delicately? You do realize that this term carries significant connotations in Huaxia." Su Ran's lips twitched in exasperation as he replied, "Bill, you can surf here. The waves have already met your aquatic demands." Bill nodded in acknowledgement, then curiously inquired, "And what about you? Are you not coming with me?" Su Ran asked, his expression impassive as he shook his head and replied in a hushed tone, "I intend to venture to the edge of the typhoon. It is at the very periphery of the storm where the winds are most ferocious. Ironically, the eye of the typhoon, the calm center, experiences little wind, and the sea surface there is often quieter than usual." "What?" Bill exclaimed sharply. "Are you insane? Are you seeking death in that place?" "I am not mad, nor am I courting death. Just as you pursue the essence of water's vitality, I too have my aspirations. Do you comprehend?" Su Ran cast a deep glance at Bill before diverting his gaze to the profound sea. "But you need not go to the typhoon. You are jesting with your life," Bill protested. Su Ran chuckled softly, finding amusement in the irony that he once pointed at Bill's head aboard the ship, and now it was Bill pointing at his own. "I never jest with my life. Bill, please do not attempt to dissuade me any further," Su Ran asserted with conviction. He was not deceiving Bill. Possessing advanced surface skills, he was unlikely to drown in the sea. Seeing that he could not sway Su Ran, Bill sighed. "Then how do you plan to get there?" "The winds and waves are immense." A smirk played at the corners of Su Ran's mouth as he turned towards a pile of jagged rocks. Behind a massive boulder, Bill finally comprehended Su Ran's intention. "There is a speedboat. This vessel was procured by Su Ran over the past few days, specifically to deal with situations like today. but you cannot navigate through. The waves are too high. You will be engulfed. Bill shook his head in disbelief. Su Ran smiled slightly. Not necessarily. My intermediate driving skills allow me to handle any vessel under 10,000 tons. Maneuvering through the storm in a speedboat is hardly a challenge. With that, he pushed the speedboat into the water and leaped onto it with a surfboard in hand. To his surprise, Bill jumped aboard as well. I am coming with you. This was the first, and indeed the last, thing Bill said upon jumping on board. Su Ran squinted his eyes, but chose not to respond, focusing instead on starting the engine. After traveling approximately 100 meters, Su Ran halted the speedboat and spoke without looking back. Get off, Bill. The waves here are sufficient for you to ride. Bill shook his head. What I meant was to accompany you to the center of the typhoon. Not just here. Su Ran turned his head, disregarding Bill's explanation, and stated directly, will you jump in yourself, or would you prefer I push you? Choose one. Upon hearing Su Ran's ultimatum, Bill glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Su Ran, in terms of surfing, I indeed cannot match you. However, should you wish to overpower me and push me in, I advise against it. Otherwise, I have no qualms about our final destination being right here. Su Ran smiled subtly, raising an eyebrow. Oh? You genuinely believe I cannot best you? Bill furrowed his brows defiantly. You can certainly try. Very well, this is a request you have made of your own accord. With that, Su Ran cracked his knuckles and approached Bill with a mocking grin. As Bill observed Su Ran's demeanor, he provocatively curled his finger, truly insufferable. Su Ran let out a silent sigh. Moments later, on the surface of the sea, a blond Caucasian man lay prone on a surfboard, one of his eyes marred by a bruise, remarkably reminiscent of the ocean's hue. A feeble murmur escaped his lips. Damn. This guy looks scrawny, yet he's a formidable fighter. I barely lasted 3 moves before he tossed me aside. Damn it. Raising his head, Bill gazed at the sea not far off, where a speedboat bobbed precariously, akin to a leaf on the verge of falling. You better come back alive. Just returned from driving school, utterly exhausted. I haven't even had dinner yet and can't write any further. I will make up for what I owe tomorrow, and I hope the readers will forgive me. Chapter 72. No return. Beneath the oppressive gray sky, the darkened sea bore witness to a speedboat swaying unsteadily. Each time the vessel surged forward several meters, a wave would unexpectedly crash upon it, forcing the boat to retreat. Were it not for Su Ran's adept handling, this flimsy craft would have been swallowed by the tempest long ago. Yet, no matter how skilled Su Ran was, he remained powerless against the overwhelming forces of nature. Human strength is no match for the heavens. With a crash, another wave descended like a fly swatter, and Su Ran hastily swung the steering wheel in an attempt to evade it. But ultimately, the wave grazed the side, drenching him from head to toe. Damn it. I might as well be sacrificing half my life just to navigate this boat. If I encounter a tsunami, I might as well be launched into the sky. Su Ran wiped the water from his face, his expression quite grim. Skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, he narrowly evaded yet another wave, and the speedboat pressed onward into the deeper ocean. Hours slipped by, and Su Ran found himself disoriented in this vast expanse of water. If he were to turn back now, he would scarcely know where the Hawaiian coast lay, yet he had no choice but to press on. For retreat was no longer an option to that moment. A dark swell surged forth from the sea, erupting from the depths like a volcanic explosion. A colossal wave reared up, carrying with it an apocalyptic force as it charged forward. Boom! Ultimately, Su Ran's speedboat could not withstand the onslaught, being engulfed by the monstrous wave without a trace in the split second before the boat was struck. Su Ran seized the surfboard and leaped off the vessel. Splash! The sound of him hitting the water echoed. Clinging to the surfboard, he struggled to maintain his position. Once the wave passed, Su Ran finally allowed himself a moment of respite. That wave must have been at least 40 meters high. Su Ran mused internally, a flicker of hope igniting within his eyes. Having survived a 40-meter giant wave, surely a 50-meter wave could not be far behind. A sound, even more profound and resonant than before, reached Su Ran's ears. He lifted his gaze and beheld the tumultuous sea, its surface heaving as a more ferocious wave began to brew in the distance. Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet a flicker of relief graced his countenance. He laughed. I have found you. Clambering onto his surfboard, Su Ran swayed his body gently before achieving balance, his head tilting slightly as he observed the colossal wave, poised to erupt behind him. A voice imbued with fierce determination escaped his lips. Spirits of the water, arise! With a roar, the tide surged forth, and upon the surface of the ocean, a nearly imperceptible figure glided effortlessly. At this moment, in Hawaii, Vanessa stirred from her dreams. Rousing slowly from slumber, rubbing her slightly throbbing head, she descended from her bed, revealing her wild, perfectly sculpted physique in the spacious room. Where has Bill wandered off to? Vanessa pondered, blinking her sleep-laden eyes in confusion. The previous night, she and Bill had retired by 11, yet for some inexplicable reason, fatigue had overtaken her, preventing her from seeking further companionship. Now, gazing at the empty room, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Her expression shifted abruptly, and Vanessa hastily donned a garment, moving swiftly about the room, her anxious eyes scanning every corner. Ultimately, she despondently sank onto the sofa, emitting a sigh. Damn it, the surfboard is missing. Could it be that Bill intends to pursue the spirits of the water today? With this thought, Vanessa's brow furrowed. After dressing, she threw on a raincoat and dashed outside. Just then, a middle-aged woman happened to pass by, and upon seeing Vanessa in her hurried state, she quickly interjected. Miss Vanessa, it would be wise not to venture out just now. The storm outside is fierce enough to hurl you against the walls. Moreover, regarding your rent at that moment, Vanessa had no inclination to heed the woman's ramblings. With a swift motion, she raised her arm, brusquely pushing her aside. Move aside. The woman stumbled to the ground, her wrinkled face contorting in displeasure. She opened her mouth to scold, only to clamp it shut upon noticing the dagger hanging from Vanessa's waist. Shit, I curse that a typhoon sweeps your bra away, the woman muttered inwardly. Soon, Vanessa arrived at the beach, but a long barricade had been erected, obstructing her passage. She scoured other potential launching points into the sea, yet Bill's silhouette remained elusive. Just then, Vanessa halted abruptly, as a memory surfaced from her recent excursion to a desolate rocky beach. She recalled Sue Ran laughingly jesting that this location would be neglected by all, a prime spot for venturing out when a typhoon approached. At the time, she had assumed Sue Ran was merely joking. In hindsight, Bill had nodded in agreement. They must have conspired about this beforehand. The realization struck her like lightning, and she exclaimed in astonishment. With renewed urgency, Vanessa swiftly altered her course, heading towards that forsaken beach. As she arrived at the scene, she beheld a bare-chested man lying motionless on the beach, staring up at the sky. Vanessa, having spent many years with Bill, immediately recognized him and cried out, "Bill!" Rushing to his side, she knelt down and gently slapped his face. Noticing his utter lack of response, she placed her hand before his nose. At that moment, a hand suddenly shot out at an angle, seizing her wrist. Vanessa trembled involuntarily and halted her actions. Bill slowly opened his eyes, mustering a smile as he struggled to speak. Vanessa, I did it. I have completed the essence of water. A sudden wave of emotion surged through Vanessa, causing her nose to tingle and tears to flow uncontrollably. Bill, well done. I am so proud of you, she exclaimed. But I may not be able to return, Bill sighed. What is wrong? He propped himself up. Gazing out at the sea, he has gone into the depths of the ocean in search of his dreams. At this revelation, Vanessa's eyes widened in astonishment. In the afternoon, the typhoon not only showed no signs of abating, but seemed to intensify with each passing moment. The howling winds were fierce enough to flatten Hawaii. Across the islands, trees were uprooted in large swathes, and electrical poles and billboards succumbed to the storm's wrath. All the houses secured their windows and doors tightly, yet shards of glass still rained down from above, shattering into countless fragments before being whisked away by the tempest. At this juncture, everyone huddled in their rooms, gripped by fear. All communication lines had been severed, and people received no news, only silently praying for the calamity to pass swiftly. Outside, many were closely monitoring the storm, with reports on the typhoon continually streaming, particularly in the United States, which had fixated its attention on Hawaii. Meanwhile, by the harbor, a pair of emaciated hands suddenly emerged from the depths. Chapter 73. Departure. What? A native of Hawaii, typically occupied himself with renting out speedboats at the harbor. He sported a bushy beard, earning him the local nickname of Uncle Beard. Recently, however, his spirits had plummeted due to the significant losses inflicted by the typhoon. Furthermore, 2 nights prior, he discovered that one of his boats had inexplicably gone missing, filling him with outrage. If I find out who stole my boat, I will make them pay dearly. At that moment, what was curled up in his house, reclining on a lounge chair, his gaze fixed on the television, which displayed nothing but static, he reached for his phone, only to be dismayed to find no signal, let alone the possibility of accessing the internet. Damn Suyin, it's preventing me from even watching television. And who gave it such a dreadful name? Doesn't anyone recall how Gorky once bestowed a grand definition upon the seabird? Its name should never be associated with a typhoon. what rubbed his disheveled hair, even more unruly than his beard, and gazed forlornly out at the tempestuous sky. Alas, when will this torment come to an end? Oh, may God grant that this wretched typhoon ceases swiftly. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. What, perplexed, stared at the closed door, unable to fathom why the bell would chime at such an hour. His residence, a quaint little villa, lay not far from the harbor where he worked. Such abodes are commonplace throughout the Hawaiian Islands. Though many would typically visit him, at this moment, what deemed it improbable that anyone would come calling. Could it be that the typhoon has somehow activated the doorbell? What mumbled to himself, yet remained languidly reclined in his chair, showing no inclination to rise. Ding, ding, ding. Once again, the doorbell rang, finally prompting What to realize that this disturbance was not merely the result of the storm. Someone was indeed at the door. Who could it possibly be? With that thought, he slowly shifted his body toward the little door. Upon opening it, he found a young man, drenched to the skin, leaning against the doorframe. At first glance, What noted that the young man's complexion was even paler than the static snow on his television screen. May I ask you? What began? But before he could finish, the young man weakly uttered his name and then collapsed onto the ground. Oh my God, he can't be dead, can he? What exclaimed, hurriedly kicking the man on the ground, and then placing his hand on the young man's neck. Discovering a pulse, he quickly dragged him inside. Meanwhile, just out of What's sight, a virtual light screen gradually faded above the young man's wrist. Outside, the typhoon continued its rampage, and the torrential rain unabatedly poured down. A week later, the typhoon finally began to recede from the American coastline, leaving the beautiful and bountiful Hawaiian Islands behind. In those days, Typhoon Haiyan wreaked countless damages upon Hawaii, with losses across various industries aggregating to hundreds of millions of dollars. However, in comparison to these staggering financial losses, What was far more concerned about the damage to his harbor and the inexplicably missing vessel, matters he was at a loss to explain to his employer. Oh, damn it, the typhoon has finally departed. At this moment, What stood outside his little villa, facing the ocean, arms outstretched, his face aglow with the joy of having survived the ordeal, creaked. The villa doors swung open, and a somewhat pale young man emerged. Upon seeing him, What smiled and greeted him. Come, let us embrace the sea together and celebrate this beautiful moment. The young man was Sue Rand on that fateful day. Although he had successfully emerged from the monstrous 50-meter wave, he was subsequently thrust to the ocean floor by the following swell. Had it not been for his advanced surface skills, he might have succumbed to the depths of that sea, never to return. Nevertheless, he had been relentlessly tossed about by the tumultuous waves, submerged in the ocean and at the mercy of the undercurrents, like a mere plaything. Emerging from the depths, he was once again thrust into the sea by the relentless waves. This back-and-forth ordeal left Sue Rand in a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, he surrendered to the currents, allowing the ocean to dictate his movements, focusing solely on maintaining his breath. Yet, the vast sea did not lead him to despair. In the end, he was propelled to the shore, landing in the very harbor where he had first set sail with Adams and the others. He vividly recalled the bearded man who had rented them the boat, and the memory of that evening when he had inadvertently taken one of the bearded man's vessels lingered in his mind. In recent days, he had endured a barrage of complaints from What regarding that incident. But Sue Rand merely smiled and played the role of a timid turtle. After all, he was still under someone else's roof, and had What discovered that he was the thief of his boat, he would surely have been cast into the sea. Mr. What, indeed. Today is a day worthy of celebration, Sue Rand mused, offering a faint smile as he gazed up at the long mist sunlight. What, stroking his thick beard, observed Sue Rand's significantly improved condition and suddenly inquired, Rand, you seem to be recovering well. Do you have any plans? Are you preparing to leave? During their time together, What had learned that this young man was from Huaxia, a tourist visiting Hawaii. For his unexpected appearance at What's doorstep, Sue Rand had concocted a casual excuse to deflect questions. His exact words had been, I am a photographer, intending to capture scenes during the typhoon. However, I was struck by a utility pole, subsequently lost my way, and fortuitously stumbled upon your home. Mr. What, after hearing this, cast Sue Rand a skeptical glance, but chose not to press further, especially since Sue Rand had promised him a handsome reward once the storm passed. The mere mention of a reward instantly transformed What's expression into one of delight. Little did he know that the compensation Sue Rand had in mind was merely to reimburse him for the boat that had succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Yes, Mr. What, I believe it is indeed time for me to take my leave, Sue Rand declared, handing him a bank card. Consider this as payment for your kindness during my stay. Without hesitation, What accepted the card. Americans typically do not engage in excessive sentimentality in such matters. Having rendered service, receiving recompense is only natural. This contrasts sharply with Huaxia's cultural norms, where individuals often express polite refusals while secretly desiring acceptance, hoping for a few more moments of insistence before reluctantly acquiescing. Such is the nature of cultural disparity. In the afternoon, Su Ran departed, while What ventured to the bank with the card. To his astonishment, he discovered that it contained a staggering $50,000, a revelation that brought immense joy to the bearded man. Standing outside the bank, What murmured to himself, "Is it true that photographers earn such riches these days? I might just quit my job and become one myself." 3 days later, flights gradually resumed, compelling Su Ran to extend his stay in Hawaii by an additional 3 days. On the 4th day, the flights of Guangwang Huaxia officially commenced. That day, outside Honolulu International Airport, a man and a woman leisurely made their way into the terminal, dragging their suitcases. The man, tall and robust, sported a mane of golden hair, while the woman exuded grace and sensuality. After the pair entered the boarding gate, a young man in the waiting area set down his newspaper and gazed at their departing silhouettes, murmuring, "Bill, Vanessa, may our paths cross again." With that, he rose, adjusted his collar, and gradually departed as well. A new week beckons. I seek your kind recommendation votes. Free mobile novel, Chapter 74, A Twist of Fate Challenge Task. Please complete the extreme challenge Creatures of the Water. Surfing. Task reward. An extension of 3 months to your lifespan. Task requirements. Complete this challenge during the onslaught of Typhoon Haiyan, with waves no less than 50 meters. Failure penalty. Deduction of 1 year from your lifespan. Task status. Completed. On the airplane, Su Ran languidly reclined in his seat, his gaze fixed upon the virtual holographic screen hovering above his wrist. Among the options marked as completed tasks, a new entry had appeared. At last, after venturing abroad, he had fulfilled this challenging task. Su Ran felt a surge of excitement, but his expression soon soured. It seemed he had incurred a loss. When he departed, he had over 15 years of life remaining. Yet upon his return, only about 8 years lingered. Had he known, he would have preferred to forfeit a year of his life rather than wade through this murky water abroad. However, he consoled himself with the thought that at least the new skills he had acquired were not in vain. A smile crept onto Su Ran's face, particularly as he recalled winning over $500,000 in gambling. His joy deepened. If God were to offer a choice, allowing one to exchange their lifespan for a considerable sum of money, one wonders how many would opt for the monetary reward. While life can be traded for riches, wealth cannot reclaim lost time. Upon his return, he resolved to advise his father against continuing the small convenience store. And, moreover, it was time for his mother to relish life as well. At a T over 40, she deserved a well-earned respite. Gazing out at the azure sky, a charming smile slowly graced Su Ran's lips. He had purchased a ticket to Kyoto, opting not to return directly to Yudu. He recalled that, at this time, Elder Yang had likely returned to Kyoto, and it was both courteous and sensible to pay a visit. However, as Su Ran exited the airport, he noticed a slender figure of a woman dragging her suitcase into a car. Before he could discern her features clearly, the vehicle sped away. That silhouette. No, it shouldn't be her. She ought to be in Yudu. Su Ran shook his head, amused by his own paranoia, perhaps a result of having missed her after nearly a month apart. By the time he arrived at the airport, it was already afternoon. He called to confirm Elder Yang's address and then hailed a taxi to his destination. Upon arriving at Elder Yang's residence, he approached with a beaming smile, taking Su Ran's luggage into his care before ushering him to the sofa. Engaging in warm conversation. This amiable demeanor prompted Elder Yang's wife, a kindly old lady, to tease him incessantly, remarking that he had never shown such affection to his own graduate students. Elder Yang huffed in mock indignation, declaring, "If those rascals possessed even half of Xiao Ran's talent, I would be thoroughly content." The old lady shook her head in exasperation, while Su Ran offered a bashful smile, reflecting on how graciously Elder Yang treated him. He resolved to excel at Kyoto University, determined not to let the elder down. After chatting for half the evening, Elder Yang insisted Su Ran stay the night, explaining that apart from a few students, it had been ages since they had hosted a guest. Su Ran was the first visitor of the summer. Unable to refuse, Su Ran stayed, yet curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "Professor Yang, you must have children. Don't they come to visit you often?" Elder Yang sighed with a wry smile, waving a hand dismissively. "I have but one son, and he works at the Research Institute, where his wife is also employed. Both are workaholics, hardly ever leaving the institute. They only return during the New Year festivities. Look at him, over 30 now, yet no children to speak of. I've told him countless times, but he simply won't listen. Su Ran was taken aback. He had only heard of such prestigious research institutes, but hadn't he realized that elder Young's son and daughter-in-law were part of that elite world. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ran found solace in the thought that it was only natural for someone as learned as elder Yang to raise such offspring. However, he suspected the elder had not anticipated that his son might be even more consumed by his work. Observing the resigned sigh of elder Yang, Su Ran was reminded of his own parents, perhaps also at home worrying about him. The heart of every parent is indeed a poignant matter. The following day, Su Ran bid farewell to elder Yang and boarded a flight back to Yudu. Upon landing, he immediately retrieved his phone and dialed the number that had occupied his thoughts. This time, the call connected. "Hello? Su Ran, is that you?" A melodious voice answered, reminiscent of the one he had heard 3 years ago when the girl introduced herself on stage during their first year of high school. "It's me, Xiaoyu. I'm currently in Yudu. Where are you? Shall I come find you?" Su Ran could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired. However, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. After a couple of seconds, Li Yu's voice, tinged with resignation, finally responded, "I'm not in Yudu right now. I just arrived in Kyoto yesterday." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's jaw dropped in astonishment. Kyoto? He had been in Kyoto just the day before. Could the person he had glimpsed at the airport truly have been Li Yu? With this thought, a sigh escaped him as he lamented the twist of fate that had separated them. One had traveled from Yudu to Kyoto, while the other had journeyed back. Their brief intersection was perhaps limited to that fleeting glance at the airport. Su Ran refrained from sharing with Li Yu that he had just returned from Kyoto. He jested, "It seems that meeting our beautiful Miss Li Yu is indeed quite a challenge." Li Yu softly huffed and retorted, "Humph, you silver-tongued charmer. I haven't even asked you why you haven't called me once in the past month." Su Ran chose not to explain, merely smiling as he said, "Yet my heart has been sending you signals all along, though it seems I have yet to receive a reply." Suddenly, the silence on the phone lingered, and after a moment, Li Yu's melancholic voice emerged, "Su Ran, please spare me your banter. This past month, I've received no news from you, and I feel utterly insecure. I wonder if my refusal of your pursuit has contributed to this. But now, I feel I must contemplate our relationship thoroughly." That Su Ran was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Yu's turmoil over the past month. He quickly clarified, "Xiaoyu, it's not like that. I was abroad during that time, and it's not solely due to that. Primarily, I feel I cannot fully comprehend you. The essence of you now feels so different from the classmate I knew in high school. You now appear like a shrouded enigma, elusive and beyond my grasp." Li Yu sighed deeply, her tone somewhat dejected. Su Ran found himself at a loss for words. It was undeniable that he had changed since high school. After all, he had traversed back from a future 10 years ahead. Moreover, he could hardly divulge the extraordinary nature of his time travel, nor could he explain the existence of the mission watch. Such revelations would surely elicit disbelief. With a sigh, Su Ran eventually murmured, "Xiaoyu, believe me, time will reveal everything. My feelings for you are genuine, and they are sentiments that transcend lifetimes," he thought to himself. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's spirit seemed to lift somewhat, yet she resolutely replied, "Very well, I shall grant you time." Su Ran was overjoyed. "Then tell me, when will you return to Chongqing, or shall I come to Kyoto to see you?" "I want to be returning for now." I've moved. I've relocated to Kyoto." Su Ran was astonished, and Li Yu continued, "My father was promoted to Kyoto City during our college entrance examinations, so we followed suit and moved our home here." Su Ran let out a wry smile, shaking his head in helplessness. He had not expected such a melodramatic turn of events to unfold in his life. They had yet to even begin their relationship, and now they were facing long-distance circumstances, truly unfortunate. Nevertheless, with only a month until the new school term began, he thought optimistically that they would soon reunite. After exchanging a few more words, Su Ran ended the call and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the northern city of Kyoto, a tall girl stood lost in thought, holding her phone. Having seen several companions express a desire to burst forth, Xiaoyu felt quite sorrowful. These days had been overwhelmingly busy, and updates were only possible at night. However, I will strive onward, even through sleepless nights. Free app, Chapter 75, Poor Reputation. "Xiaoyu, what are you up to?" A beautiful middle-aged woman entered Li Yu's room, smiling as she spoke. "Tonight, your father will take us to a soiree in Kyoto. Do remember to dress up nicely. Soon you will meet many young gentlemen of your age. These Kyoto scions are not to be compared with those from Yudu. If you can leave a good impression on them, your mother will no longer worry about your prospects for marriage." Li Yu's expression darkened slightly as she forced a smile and softly replied, "Understood. Mom, that's wonderful. do make sure to look your best. Once her mother left, the smile that Liu had just managed to muster quickly faded, her mind a tumult of thoughts revolving around a vague yet vivid figure. Alas, why do you leave my heart so tumultuous? A soft sigh echoed gently throughout the room. In the evening, Su Ran finally returned home to a county. Without Liu's presence in Yudu, he had no desire to linger, especially with Qin Shu and Deng Xiaochuan still vacationing in Sanya. Thus, without hesitation, Su Ran boarded the bus back to a county. Son, you're back? How is Kyoto? His mother, as ever, rushed out of the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. Seeing his mother in this state brought a faint warmth to Su Ran's heart, instantly dispelling the displeasure he felt due to Li Yu and it was all right. Much better than our county. Su Ran smiled, though inwardly he murmured. It was enjoyable, but your son nearly drowned in the sea, of course. After all, it is the capital of our Huaxia. His mother replied with a smile, but her expression darkened at the thought of Su Ran going there for his studies. However, it's just too far from home. When you attend Kyoto University, you may hardly return in a year. Upon hearing this, Su Ran felt a twinge of pain in his heart, for her tone bore a striking resemblance to the sorrowful lament of old Yang regarding his son the previous night. He hurriedly embraced his mother, softly assuring her, "Don't worry, I will surely visit you often. How about this, Mom? Let us move to Kyoto." Su Ran suddenly proposed. "Then we can see each other frequently." His mother pushed him away. Gently patting his forehead, I say, "Dear son, are you feeling all right? You want the whole family to relocate just because you're going to university? And about the housing in Kyoto, you know well that our savings wouldn't even cover a bathroom." Speaking of money, Su Ran slapped his forehead, realizing he had yet to explain the source of his funds to his parents. As a recent high school graduate who had only just turned 18, suddenly presenting such a large sum would surely frighten his mother. "I'll wait a while longer until I find a good reason to tell her." With that thought, Su Ran smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Heh, Mom, don't worry. Once your son makes a fortune, I won't just buy one bathroom, but I'll purchase every toilet in Kyoto for you." Impudent rascal, what do you need so many restrooms for? Are you merely occupying the latrine without any intention to relieve yourself? As evening descended, Su Ran found himself languishing in ennui after dining in Kyoto. Within a resplendent clubhouse, the hall was adorned with a sumptuous red carpet, teeming with impeccably dressed individuals traversing to and fro. Be it the seasoned middle-aged gentlemen, the youthful and vibrant young men, the elegantly alluring married women, or the radiant young maidens, each person presented themselves in a flawless manner, showcasing their most exquisite selves to others. Before long, the lights shifted from a stark white to a sultry warm yellow, while a languorous melody began to waft through the art in the center of the hall. A space was cleared, inviting couples to enter and glide across the dance floor. Nearby, a girl clad in a pale blue princess dress stood poised like a serene maiden, her long, shapely legs exuding a breathtaking allure beneath the golden glow. Beside her, a stunning woman in a red gown gracefully sipped from a glass of red wine. "Xiao Yu, have you set your sights on any young man?" Liu's mother inquired with a cheerful smile. "Mom, please don't keep bringing this up. I'm only 18, Liu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. 18 is hardly a tender age. I was already with your father at that age. That was in your time. This is a different era, Liu retorted, stamping her long legs, her face aglow. Are you so eager to marry off your daughter? Besides, I'm not without suitors. As she spoke, an image of a face adorned with a gentle smile surfaced in her mind. In his eyes, everything seemed so effortlessly serene. Furthermore, how could she possibly be unwanted? After all, there was still. Well, if someone invites you to dance and you find it agreeable, do not refuse. Li's mother winked, and with a smile. She sauntered away with her wine glass. Liu puffed up her cheeks in irritation, casting a glare at her mother before turning her gaze back to the couple swaying on the dance floor. A glimmer of hazy anticipation flickering in her eyes. In a corner, a group of young men lounged on a circular sofa, casually placing several glasses of red wine on the table before them. Xian Gu, what do you think of that girl? She appears even more innocent than the last one you pursued. Especially those long legs. This gaze. One youth lifted a glass from the table, swirling it gently as his gaze pierced through the crimson liquid, landing squarely on Liu, or rather, her legs. The man known as Xian Gu possessed a head of white hair, his chiseled features accentuated by a charming smile. Oh, Xian chuckled, unabashedly appraising Liu. Nodding in agreement, indeed, a rare gem, but I haven't seen her around Kyoto before, have I? She is from Yudu. Came the explanation. I heard her father has just been promoted from the police station in Yudu to become the chief of our Kyoto police force. Oh? Imo Xian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the nature of his reputation. Those present were well aware of what emotion meant by reputation. The previous director of the Kyoto Municipal Bureau had certainly not garnered their approval. Not very good, a young man spoke in a low voice, mentioning the director's previous involvement in several crackdowns on vice and organized crime in Yudo. Shin's frown deepened. Yet when his gaze fell upon the poised Liu standing amidst the crowd, a confident smile once again graced his face. His reputation may be lacking, but that was of little concern. After all, he had a daughter. Once they became family, would his reputation remain as it was? Upon finishing his thought, a few individuals around him exchanged subtle smiles, their eyes now gazing at Liu with an unabashed intensity, akin to how one might regard a pristine little lamb. Time always seems to pass swiftly. Logically speaking, students graduating from high school typically enjoy a vacation lasting nearly 3 months, a considerable duration. However, due to Su Ran's recent tumult, he found that his true respite amounted to merely 1 month. During this month, Su Ran refrained from gallivanting about to trigger various tasks. Instead, he chose to remain at home, spending quality time with his parents. In his heart, he understood that once he moved to Kyoto, opportunities for such gatherings would become scarce, and the responsibilities of his tasks might further complicate matters. Thus, he resolved to cherish this month by devotedly accompanying his parents. During leisurely hours, he would visit his father's small shop, lazily settling into a rocking chair while engaging in light-hearted conversations with the neighbors. Occasionally, he would assist his mother in preparing simple dishes, which astonished her, prompting exclamations of surprise at his newfound culinary skills. Su Ran merely smiled, choosing not to divulge that these were abilities he had honed over a decade of navigating life before his rebirth. Additionally, Su Ran took the opportunity to enroll in a driving school. Though he possessed remarkable driving skills, he lacked a formal license, rendering him unable to drive openly even if he had access to a vehicle. However, when he attended driving school, he certainly did not intend to adhere strictly to their prescribed methods. After all, he was someone who could master drifting. Why would he need to learn how to reverse park? He could effortlessly drift into a parking space and challenge anyone to doubt his claim. Su Ran had confidence in his abilities, yet the self-important instructors would undoubtedly scoff at him. You, a newcomer to our driving school, what are you pretending for? Even if you have a personal car and have practiced a bit, you still need to follow our procedures. Reversing into a parking space required him to adhere to the white line, and parallel parking demanded precision as well. Even for a hill start, he was expected to follow their method meticulously, engaging first gear and ensuring he hit the designated point before being deemed successful. Upon hearing these requirements, Su Ran bristled. Since acquiring intermediate driving skills, he had hardly engaged first gear, and the thought of driving at a pace slower than an elderly person's walk felt utterly intolerable. He could not contain his frustration and questioned, "Instructor, while I can certainly complete the tasks as you outlined, must I engage first gear? That seems excessively slow." "Hey there!" The coach, upon hearing the commotion, became irate and exclaimed, "All right then, as long as you can follow the steps and hit the marks accurately, I'll let you pass. Damn it, if you deviate even slightly, you'll have to pay the retest fee at the front desk." "Haha!" Su Ran couldn't help but let out a cold laugh internally, casting a fleeting glance at the coach before swiftly hopping into the car. The ruckus caused by Su Ran quickly attracted the attention of both coaches and fellow learners present for the exam, who flocked from all directions to witness the audacious display of this remarkably bold novice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ran's vehicle surged forward with a whoosh. The speed astonished the surrounding learners, leaving them in shock. Is he racing? Goodness, this is a test for the second driving skill. Can he really handle it at such a pace? The coaches were equally taken aback, one with a square face nudging Su Ran's instructor and exclaiming in horror, "Lao Lu, good grief, is that kid in fifth gear? Is this how you usually teach him? Don't be ridiculous." Lao Lu's expression darkened as he replied ominously, "I certainly didn't teach him to drive like that. I lack the confidence to hit the marks accurately in a car that's in fifth gear. Even if he has practiced outside, I can't believe this rookie without a license could manage to hit the marks perfectly." The square-faced coach chuckled mockingly, "Lao Lu, what if he actually can? Then I'd resign as a coach and let him take my place." Lao Lu retorted, "You've said it, and I'll remember it." The first task was parallel parking, which, while not particularly difficult, had one strict rule. One must hit the marks. After doing so, it was simply a matter of following the instructions to maneuver the car into position. At that moment, Su Ran's car sped toward the parking area. With a screeching sound, the tires ground against something, abruptly halting the vehicle as if it had been forcefully restrained. A throng of coaches and learners rushed over, eager to witness this miraculous moment. In an instant, curious, incredulous, and mocking gazes were directed toward the car's tires and the white line beneath them. They observed that the white line was perfectly aligned, neither too far nor too short, but precisely positioned in the center. "Well, would you look at that?" The learners gasped, staring at the composed young man in the driver's seat as if he were a rare creature. Lao Lu's face transformed dramatically, akin to a character in a Beijing opera, becoming a spectacle in itself. Just then, another coach approached, wearing a peculiar expression, and said to Lao Lu, "I'm not criticizing you, but we both lived long lives, and it's not easy to find a job like this. You can't just throw it away." That was truly adding fuel to the fire. Lao Lu's expression instantly darkened, yet he found it difficult to counter the remark, as it was his own earlier boastful claim. Thus, he could only cast a resentful glance at Su Ran. "You, my dear fellow, exhibit such remarkable driving prowess. How is it that you have yet to obtain a driver's license? Are you not leading me into a predicament?" Su Ran too felt the instructor's gaze, imbued with a depth akin to a serene spring, which sent shivers down his spine. He pondered, what could be amiss? Surely, I must have executed my maneuvers correctly. It seems inconceivable that I could have failed to position myself accurately, having meticulously calculated the distance for braking. With a nervous chuckle directed at the instructor, he maneuvered the vehicle into the parking space, still maintaining a speed in fifth gear. To the onlookers, this scene of parking resembled the three-dimensional animations they had viewed during their theoretical studies, almost indistinguishable, save for the fact that this was an enlarged, authentic version, accelerated fivefold. "Surely, the instructor is this skilled," one female student remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I feel as though I am piloting a toy car while he is driving a real automobile. Is this what they refer to as an experienced driver?" Thankfully, Su Ran was oblivious to the last remark. Otherwise, he might have eagerly engaged this individual in a profound discussion about life. It seems that the term experienced driver has yet to acquire its contemporary connotation in this era. In the subsequent tasks, Su Ran continued to maintain his ostentatious speed, completing each one with remarkable finesse, ensuring that every point was adhered to with precision, leaving no opportunity for the instructor to critique him. An amusing tableau unfurled in the examination area. A group of individuals sprinting behind a car, their eyes widened in anticipation. Whenever the vehicle came to a halt, they encircled it as if it were not merely a car, but a magnificent transformer. Ultimately, upon completing all tasks, Su Ran descended the vehicle amidst a chorus of awestruck glances. "Instructor, surely I have passed?" Lao Lu, momentarily taken aback, flared his nostrils and gruffly declared, "You need to leave at once. Report to another instructor for the third examination tomorrow." With that, the flesh on Lao Lu's face quivered as he turned away, a solitary tear cascading into his heart. "What manner of prodigy have I encountered? Ahem. I too am in the process of obtaining my driver's license. Ahem." Following his successful completion of the second examination, Su Ran's illustrious feat of navigating the highway in fifth gear swiftly became the talk of the driving school, with nearly every instructor made aware of the exceptionally skilled student who had arrived. Thus, when Su Ran reported for the third examination the following day, the instructor warmly grasped his hand and led him directly to the testing area, stating with a smile, "Su Ran, you may proceed with the examination at your own pace. Just adhere to the requirements, and you shall be fine." He then proceeded to explain the regulations of the third examination. With a twinkle in his eye, the instructor ambled away, reflecting on the ease of having such a student. Teaching him was hardly necessary. In the ensuing days, Su Ran smoothly navigated through all his subjects, ultimately obtaining the coveted driving license that allowed him to drive freely, or rather, to engage in the exhilarating act of speeding. With the acquisition of his driver's license, Su Ran felt a lightness of being. During the remaining days of the month, apart from spending time with his parents, he found himself meandering through the quaint streets of County A, or seated at some street corner, observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians and vehicles. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of disorientation washed over him, rendering everything around him somewhat surreal. He vividly recalled that 10 years hence, the modest buildings of County A, with their mere few stories, would transform into towering skyscrapers. The concrete roads would metamorphose into sleek asphalt, and even the dilapidated cinema would rise to prominence, boasting several branches. This transformation evoked a pang of nostalgia within him. Perhaps it was his brief stint as a wandering minstrel in a past life that imbued him with a modicum of artistic sensibility. Or perhaps it was merely the melancholic disposition shared by many a sensitive soul. These reflections starkly contrasted with the bizarre events that unfolded after he acquired his system. Singing may be an art form, yet when a bullet strikes a target in a precise arc, is the ensuing splash of blood not an art in its own right? Su Ran was not entirely certain, nor did he desire to delve into such complexities. He merely wished to harness the opportunities presented by his rebirth, striving to lead a life that was not only perfect but also vibrant and exhilarating. He was neither a complacent individual nor a hypocrite, nor one who settled for the status quo. He discovered that the hidden layers of the world, the experiences inaccessible to ordinary people, ignited a fervor within him. The diverse array of tasks presented to him offered a unique existence, allowing Su Ran to savor the joys of life. After all, is survival not a challenge in its own right? By the end of September, Su Ran boarded the long-distance bus to Yudu. Outside the bus station, his mother waved with her face concealed in her hands, while his father gave him a thumbs-up for encouragement. Inside the bus, Su Ran refrained from looking back. He did not witness his parents' gestures, yet he sensed the warmth of their affectionate signals behind him. "Goodbye, Mom and Dad," Su Ran whispered softly, then closed his eyes, leaning against his seat. Outside Yudu bus station, Yang Renji and Huang Mao stood smoking, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the bus. "Here he comes," Huang Mao exclaimed in delight. Yang Renji caught sight of the young face adorned with a gentle smile, discarded his cigarette butt, and rushed forward. "Ran go." Su Ran affectionately patted his shoulder and inquired, "Are you all set? When are we heading to Kyoto?" Upon hearing this, Yang Renji suddenly rubbed his nose, chuckling awkwardly. "Hold on, Rangu. My old man wants to meet you." "Oh? Why does your father suddenly wish to see me?" I'm not quite sure what's on his mind. Perhaps he has caught wind of the matters surrounding my college entrance examination." "So, you're saying you've sold me out to your father?" Su Ran squinted playfully. Yang Renji chuckled sheepishly. "I merely mentioned you to him. He probably just wants to express his gratitude." "Very well then." Su Ran nodded slightly. He was not particularly intimidated by Yang Renji's father, but rather taken aback. Moreover, he had heard from Yang Renji that his father had once mingled in the underworld of Yudu during his youth, and had done quite well for himself, which piqued Su Ran's curiosity and made him eager to witness it firsthand. It is worth noting that during those years of rectifying the underworld, the underground forces of Yudu had been largely eradicated, yet he managed to survive, which attests to the exceptional capabilities of Yang Renji's father. That evening, in a private room of the Jinyang Grand Hotel, Su Ran, Yang Renji, and a fair-skinned middle-aged man were seated around an octagonal table. This was Su Ran's second visit to this hotel, but like the first time, it seemed he would not need to reach into his own pockets this evening. The middle-aged man was Yang Renji's father, Yang Dayu, referred to affectionately as the old man. This was Su Ran's first encounter with Yang Renji's father, and that initial glance left him momentarily speechless. "Yang Renji, where is the old man you spoke of? The formidable underworld leader you described? Why does he resemble such a frail, bookish scholar?" Su Ran thought to himself, utterly convinced that a single punch from him could easily take down Yang Renji's father. However, Su Ran kept this thought to himself. After all, anyone who could thrive in the underbelly of Yudu undoubtedly possessed their own unique talents. Sometimes, in the world of shadows, a cunning mind far outweighs mere brute strength. And to Su Ran, Yang Renji's father appeared to embody the latter. Yang Dayu, upon seeing Su Ran, was equally astonished, not expecting that this seemingly ordinary young man was the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The only feature that caught his attention was perhaps Su Ran's elongated eyes, a detail that stood out to everyone meeting him for the first time. "Xiao Ran, may I call you that?" Yang Dayu smiled warmly, entirely devoid of any authoritative demeanor. "I must thank you for your assistance with Renji's college entrance examination." "Haha, Renji and I are good brothers. His affairs are my own. There is no need for uncle to express gratitude for such a small favor." Su Ran replied with a smile, albeit telling a little white lie, as he had only met Yang Renji during the examination. His sole impression of Yang Renji was of someone straightforward and loyal. Su Ran was eager to befriend such a person, but he also understood that individuals like this often attract friends easily yet can also be easily deceived. Unbeknownst to Yang Dayu, and without Yang Renji mentioning it, he subconsciously assumed that the two had known each other for quite some time. He gazed at Su Ran, a smile gradually spreading across his fair face, yet the flicker of intense emotion in his eyes suggested that he was not jesting. "Brothers? Xiao Ran, your assistance during the examination indicates a strong friendship between you two. But do you truly grasp the meaning of the word brother? It is not something to be used lightly." Yang Dayu fixed his unwavering gaze on Su Ran, uncertain why he had suddenly posed such a question. Perhaps it was a long-standing habit, or perhaps the two reminded him of himself and his own circle from many years ago. Yang Renji, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Old man, this isn't a gang meeting. Why are you being so serious?" he quickly interjected. "Old man, you..." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Dayu raised his hand to interrupt, yet his eyes remained fixed on Su Ran. Su Ran sighed, pulling his thoughts back from the memories of his past life. He looked up and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Brother, it is the one who avenged you while you lay injured in the hospital. Not the one who inquires about your pain. I admit, I may have been overly sentimental. I humbly request your votes." Important announcement from this site. The free Chapter 78, Liu's Pursuer. The next day, Su Ran and Yang Renji boarded a flight to Kyoto, departing from Yudu. Only Yang Renji saw them off, and though these young men claimed not to envy Yang Renji for attending Kyoto University, it would be a lie. After all, they had not encountered a presence like Su Ran's in the examination hall. Nevertheless, amidst their envy, Huang Mao and the others extended their heartfelt blessings to Yang Renji and Su Ran. "Brother Ji, Brother Ran, you must thrive at Kyoto University." Yang Renji turned back, waving and laughing. "That is assured. With me and Rangu here, Kyoto University is bound to fall, but you all better hold your ground in Yudu, or I shall return to clean up your mess." Laughter erupted among them as they exchanged glances at the airport entrance. Su Ran nodded lightly, smiling as he said, "Let us depart, Yudu. We shall return." Indeed, Yang Renji agreed with a smile, his gaze towards Su Ran increasingly sincere. If Yang Renji's attitude towards Su Ran had previously been merely friendly, after Su Ran's revelation the night before, their relationship had ascended to a new level. Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, Yang's father had gazed at Su Ran in surprise for quite some time, eventually nodding with a hint of admiration. Perhaps everyone has a different definition of brotherhood in their hearts, but Su Ran's straightforward and fervent declaration resonated with Yang Diyu. For a brother, one would fight fiercely in the afternoon. Standing before the grand, weathered gates of Kyoto University, the two gazed at the vibrant youth bustling around them, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Neither of them could be deemed exemplary. Yang Renji, influenced by his father's experiences, possessed a maturity beyond his years, while Su Ran's psychological age could not be accurately gauged by his appearance. Yang Renji felt a sense of wistfulness at the thought that one day, he would enter this century-old prestigious institution not as a mere visitor but as a student. Su Ran shared similar sentiments. "University, this is my first time here in 2 lifetimes. Rangu, I suddenly feel as though I have transformed from a rough individual into a cultured person. If I were to don glasses and recite poetry, wouldn't that be quite stylish?" Yang Renji clicked his tongue, feigning sophistication as he clasped his hands behind his back and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Su Ran smirked, reflecting, "A rogue is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is a rogue with culture. Alas, Rangu, you are breaking my heart. Get lost. With your burly frame, you think you're cultured. If you recite a poem, it would likely resemble a verbal brawl before a gang fight." After completing the enrollment procedures, the two individuals made their way towards the dormitory building, sharing the same room. Initially, Su Ran contemplated the idea of renting an apartment off-campus for convenience, but Yang Renji expressed a desire to fully immerse himself in the quintessential university experience. Su Ran reconsidered and, not wishing to decline, accepted the situation. After all, it was merely a place to stay, and he surmised that he would not spend much time in the dormitory anyway. The dormitory was a quadruple occupancy room, and upon their arrival, it remained unoccupied, with neither of the other two roommates present. Subsequently, Su Ran called Liu, suggesting they meet. After a moment's hesitation, Liu did not refuse, and they agreed to rendezvous at the Kyoto Film Academy. Observing Su Ran's intent to go on a date, Yang Renji nonchalantly decided to wander around the university instead, asserting that perhaps after his stroll, he might return with a newfound romantic interest. Su Ran chuckled dismissively, pondering that if Yang Renji employed his high school tactics for wooing girls, he could easily attract a crowd of admirers. At the Kyoto Film Academy, a girl clad in ultra-short shorts strolled at the entrance, her long, fair legs captivatingly striking. "Xiao Yu, it's almost 6 o'clock. May I treat you to dinner?" A handsome young man approached Liu, standing a meter away, and flashed a self-assured, gentle smile that "I'm sorry, but I have plans." Liu replied softly, furrowing her brow before adding, "Moreover, Xian, could you refrain from constantly coming to school to seek me out? Such behavior may lead others to misinterpret our relationship." Xian, unfazed, smiled even brighter. Secretly hoping for the very misunderstandings she feared, he stepped closer, gazing deeply into Liu's enchanting eyes, and tenderly declared, "Xiao Yu, you know my feelings for you. Stop." Liu interjected urgently, fearing he might utter something overly sentimental. Her feelings towards this dashing youth were neither affection nor aversion. She merely felt exasperated by his relentless pursuit. That evening at the party, as she settled into a spot, the white-haired Xian approached her with a smile and greeted her warmly. Liu, faced with such a welcoming demeanor, could only respond with a polite smile. However, she was taken aback when, after a brief conversation, Emotion invited her to dance. Despite her occasionally carefree demeanor, Liu was inherently reserved and declined his invitation with subtlety. She believed this would dissuade him, yet she underestimated Emotion's audacity in matters of the heart. Following that, he persistently expressed his admiration for her, causing Liu's cheeks to flush crimson, prompting her to hastily flee the party and the days that followed. She was astonished to find that Emotion had somehow learned of her enrollment at the Kyoto Film Academy, frequently seeking her out, sometimes bearing large bouquets of roses, leaving her both flustered and astonished. However, these days happen to coincide with the enrollment period, and she has yet to complete certain tasks, making it impossible for her to leave the school. Consequently, scenes akin to today's have already unfolded more than once. Emotion, please, don't behave like this. All right? Liu took a few steps back, turning her head aside to avoid Emotion's fervent gaze. Emotion remained undeterred, offering a slight smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Why, Xiaoyu, I genuinely have feelings for you. Are you truly denying me even a single chance to pursue you? Liu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to withstand the tenderness in Emotion's voice, which seemed as if it could melt hearts. She hastily waved her hand, saying, I don't mean it that way. Please don't overthink it. What do you mean then? Have you agreed to my pursuit? No. Liu resolutely shook her head, lightly biting her lip as she declared, I have already accepted someone else's pursuit. What? The moment Liu uttered those words, Emotion was left utterly astonished. The information provided indicated that Liu did not have a boyfriend. So what was this all about? Could it be? Emotion smirked knowingly, thinking to himself that Liu must be deliberately saying this to distance herself from him. That suitor is nothing but a figment of her imagination. Damn it. I've already spoken to those fellows in the Kyoto circle, and it's been established that Liu is my designated partner. How could anyone dare to encroach upon that? With this thought, Emotion straightened his posture, a confident smile reappearing on his face. Xiaoyu, I know you are just pretending. There's no way you could have accepted someone else's pursuit. You must be testing my resolve. Liu thought to herself that he had misunderstood yet again, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I truly have accepted someone else's pursuit. Then tell me, who is it? Emotion stepped closer, his gaze fixed intensely on Liu's delicate face. At that moment, a voice, lightly teasing, floated over from a distance. Her suitor is me. What? Does young Master Emo find that unacceptable? As soon as the words fell, both Liu and Emotion were momentarily stunned. However, Liu quickly regained her composure, an involuntary radiant smile gracing her face, a smile that took her by surprise. Why do I feel so elated upon his arrival? With this thought, Liu felt her cheeks flush, glancing at the newcomer before awkwardly lowering her head. Meanwhile, Emotion abruptly turned around, eager to discover who possessed the audacity to steal his woman in Kyoto. To his astonishment, he was met with a face he knew all too well, perhaps too familiar. It was the face that left the deepest impression on his heart. Damn, how could it be this guy? Su-ran? Emotion involuntarily raised his voice, calling out Su-ran's name in shocked Emotion. Long time no see. I trust you've been well. When shall I visit your territory again? How about we go for a drive once more? Su-ran looked at Emotion with a half-smile. The corners of his mouth, curling into a teasing arc, the mere mention of street racing, caused Emotion's handsome visage to instantly collapse. His brows knitting together like a resentful young bride, Adi felt as though a certain chemical reaction was stirring within his stomach, rendering him so uncomfortable that he wished to find a place to expel his discomfort. Indeed, Su-ran's racing was a sight to behold, particularly that exhilarating leap into the air, igniting a fervor in the onlookers. Yet, they failed to consider how distressing it was for Emotion, seated in the passenger seat. While they were ablaze with excitement, he was boiling with bile, nearly on the verge of projecting it onto the vehicle itself. Consequently, this incident left Emotion with a profound psychological scar, prompting him to vow that he would never again ride in a car driven by Su-ran. Come what may, however, fatefully, Su-ran broached the subject once more, inadvertently striking at Emotion's sensitive spot, causing turmoil in his stomach. Su-ran, let us refrain from discussing this, shall we? Emotion lamented, his pale face contorted in discomfort. Ha ha. Su-ran let out a rare laugh, teasingly remarking, look at you, in such a pitiful state, and yet you still aspire to win over Xiaoyu. Liu, observing the familiarity between the two, felt a surge of curiosity akin to a cat's clawing. Yet, upon witnessing Su-ran diverting the conversation back to herself, she immediately pouted her lips in discontent and shot him a disapproving glance. What? The suitor Xiaoyu mentioned is you? Emotion, not lacking in perception, discerned the unspoken connection between them and silently chastised his friend who had collected this information. Indeed, Su Ran effortlessly approached Liu, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and smilingly declared, "Apologies, but the term suitor no longer applies. I am now Liu's boyfriend, am I not? Shall you?" Liu's body quivered slightly, a blush suddenly gracing her cheeks. Although this was not their first intimate encounter, previous encounters had been mere accidents. Unlike today, which was deliberate, however, she did not shrug off Su Ran's hand resting on her shoulder. Instead, she leaned slightly towards him and smiled apologetically at Emotion. Su Ran is now my boyfriend. You are a good person, and there will surely be other girls who genuinely like you. Hee, handing out the good guy card. Are we? Su Ran squinted at Emotion, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing, making Emotion feel quite uneasy. Realizing that lingering here would only subject him to Su Ran's display of affection, he managed to smile, cast a lingering glance at Su Ran, and gracefully departed. Let go. Upon Emotion's exit, Liu glared at Su Ran with a mixture of indignation and playful reproach. Hee. Su Ran chuckled softly, gently lowering his hand from Liu's delicate shoulder. Do you know Emotion? Liu casually stepped back, tilting her graceful neck in curiosity. Emotion, being a scion of the capital, seemed unlikely to have crossed paths with Su Ran, which puzzled her. Indeed, Su Ran narrowed his eyes, nodding thoughtfully. We have shared some rather delightful experiences. Delightful experiences? What kind? Su Ran blinked, feigning mystery. Oh, nothing significant, just some trivial matters. Humph, if you won't share, then don't act all mysterious. Liu pouted and turned her head away. Su Ran shrugged. Noticing Liu's feigned anger and adorable demeanor, chuckled softly and said, All right, stop pouting. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Humph, after not calling me for such a long time. As punishment, I'll make you cry from eating tonight. Sure, even if you devour me, I wouldn't mind. TCH, who would want to eat you? You're both smelly and tough. Smelly is one thing, but I can accept tough. Liu shot Su Ran a glare and retorted, Pervert. With that, she strode ahead with her long legs. Su Ran awkwardly touched his nose, smiled faintly, and followed after her. Later, the two found a rather authentic hot pot restaurant for dinner. While Liu claimed she would make Su Ran cry from eating, in reality, she was considerate of his financial situation, knowing his family was not particularly affluent, which was why she chose hot pot. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Ran currently had plenty of money. He just couldn't openly explain where it came from to his parents. After a month apart, their first meeting was filled with lively chatter. From Liu's attitude towards him, Su Ran sensed she still harbored feelings for him, at least beyond mere friendship. Although they had yet to reach the standards of lovers, it certainly indicated there was potential, wasn't it? After dinner, Su Ran escorted Liu back to the film academy before wandering back to Kyoto University alone. Upon entering the dormitory, he saw Yang Renji and two other boys gathered around a table. Leaning in closer, he realized they were engrossed in a game of do di ju. Goodness, he had only been away for half a day, and these three had already become so familiar. Yang Renji, upon seeing Su Ran enter, continued playing cards while cheerfully introducing the other two to him. The tall, slender one with a somewhat pretty boy charm and a dash of handsomeness was named Shu Huai, while the shorter one with a darker complexion and black frame glasses was called Zhao Qinshu. Shu Huai hailed from Hujishing, while Zhao Qinshu was from northeast China. Su Ran greeted them, saying, Hi, I'm Su Ran, just like this guy. I also come from Yudu. Neither of the two were shy or reserved. After responding, they jovially invited Su Ran to join their game. Su Ran cast a peculiar glance at them, uncertainly asking, Are you sure you want to play do di ju with me? Shu Huai paused for a moment, then nodded. What's the matter? You don't know how to play. Zhao Qinshu chimed in. You can't be serious. We're all adults here, and you don't know how to play do di ju? Do you want us to teach you? Yang Renji remained silent, observing the exchange. He wasn't sure if Su Ran could play, but he knew that if Rangu decided to show his skills, he would excel at anything. Hearing this, Su Ran's expression grew even more peculiar. I don't know. It's not that I haven't learned any tricks. I'm quite adept at do di ju. How could anyone say I don't know how to play? With a smirk, he added, but your stakes seem a bit low. How about we raise the stakes? With that, Su Ran instinctively narrowed his eyes. Upon witnessing Su Ran's actions, Yang Renji's eyelids instinctively twitched several times. Goodness, Rangu squinting his eyes never bodes well. Shu Huai and Zhao Qinshu, blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions, readily acquiesced to Su Ran's proposal. Sensing impending trouble, Yang Renji hastily relinquished his seat to Su Ran. Rangu, please take my spot. Su Ran, unfazed, confidently settled down and deftly gathered the scattered playing cards from the table. With a few swift motions, He skillfully shuffled the cards, his hands moving like butterflies flitting among flowers, culminating in a flourish as he displayed an impressive card fan that extended over a meter long, only to snap it closed with a decisive flourish. The three spectators were left utterly astonished. "Hmph, employing the king of cheat arts against you all seems rather excessive," Su Ran announced, pressing the cards onto the table. He then turned to Shu Huai and Zhao Qinshu with a grin. Zhao Qinshu adjusted his glasses and proceeded to cut the deck. Then, "What the heck, Su Ran? You actually won." "Wait a minute, Su Ran. Why is your last card a 3? I thought it was a 2. If I had known, I would have gone all in," exclaimed Zhao Qinshu. "Seriously, from a 3 to a Q. Did you just discard 10 cards in one go?" I've lost again. Su Ran, you little cheat. Scoundrel, brute." Su Ran's eyelids twitched slightly in bemusement. "Is it really such a big deal to win a couple of $100 from you? Come on, is it really nothing to you? You pretended not to know how to play, yet you are clearly a master. Bullying us? No way, you have to treat us to dinner tomorrow." Su Ran rolled his eyes, exasperated yet amused. All right, I'll treat you to dinner. Is that satisfactory? Now that's more like it, little cheat." Su Ran. The next day at noon, in a restaurant outside Kyoto University, Su Ran once again did not disappoint Shu Huai and the other young lad, treating them to a meal. At the dining table, Zhao Qinshu casually inquired, "Aren't you all from the Chinese department?" "What a redundant question. We're all in the same dormitory. There's an 80 chance we belong to the same department," Shu Huai retorted, shoveling down his food as if it were the very money he lost the previous night. Zhao Qinshu, realizing something, nodded and asked, "Su Ran, Yang Ranji, were you two quite familiar with each other before?" "Indeed." Before Su Ran could respond, Yang Ranji interjected, "I owe my admission to Kyoto University to Ran Ge." He paused abruptly, choosing not to elaborate further. "That explains the strong bond between you two." Su Ran, unconvinced, merely offered a faint smile before picking up the wine glass on the table and taking a sip. At that moment, Shu Huai suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, I heard that the latest international exhibition is being held in our Kyoto, and many countries from around the world are participating. Why don't we go and have a look?" "Where is it?" Zhao Qinshu mumbled through a mouthful of food. The China International Trade Center," Shu Huai replied, then turned to Su Ran and Yang Ranji, inquiring, "So, what do you think? Shall we go?" Yang Ranji shrugged nonchalantly. He was bored anyway, so it didn't matter where they went. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ran nodded as well. Such a grand event, which occurs so rarely in China, was not something he wanted to miss. After all, it would be good to broaden his horizons. In the afternoon, the group strolled to the International Trade Center. This center comprises 5 buildings, including the China Trade Office Building, the China Trade Mall, and the China Trade Exhibition Hall, where Su Ran and his friends intended to go. "Wow, there are so many people," Zhao Qinshu remarked. "Indeed, quite a crowd, but there are also plenty of beautiful women," Shu Huai added. His eyes scanning the area like infrared beams, Su Ran and Yang Ranji exchanged glances, bemused by their 2 roommates. Su Ran had come to understand their personalities. Shu Huai was a bit of a flirt, yet he was undeniably handsome. Overall, he was quite a decent person. Zhao Qinshu, on the other hand, had a tendency to chatter excessively and exhibited a somewhat lewd demeanor, lacking the straightforwardness typical of someone from the Northeast, though he was still quite forthright. "Hey!" Shu Huai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his gaze fixed intently in one direction, his lips slightly parted, almost drooling. He waved his hand behind him and said, "Look over there." A stunning beauty. Zhao Qinshu craned his neck to see, and upon catching a glimpse, his body froze like a statue, his face reflecting an expression of infinite longing. Indeed quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Su Ran and Yang Ranji also turned their curious eyes in that direction, eager to discover what kind of woman could captivate these two so thoroughly. However, upon seeing her, their eyes widened in astonishment. Before them was a pair of exceptionally long, fair legs, and as they looked up, a familiar and enchanting face came into view. "See that sister-in-law?" Yang Ranji remarked awkwardly, glancing at the 2 besotted individuals ahead. Su Ran raised an eyebrow and nodded, saying, "Xiao Yu must be here with her classmates to attend the exhibition." As he spoke, Su Ran's gaze swept over the several girls beside Li Yu. They were also quite attractive, though none matched Li Yu's beauty, yet they exuded a youthful vitality. At that moment, Shu Huai turned back to the 2 and said, "They look like students too. Should we go over and greet them?" Su Ran tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied nonchalantly, "You can go, but I doubt you have much hope." Upon hearing this, Shu Huai pouted, thinking to himself that Su Ran wasn't even as handsome as he was. If he had no hope, then Su Ran was certainly even less likely to succeed. "How will you know if you don't give it a try?" Shu Hui, with an air of arrogance, nonchalantly cast a charming glance over his shoulder at Su Ran before hastily making his way towards Liu. Beauty. Even before his arrival, his voice eagerly soared ahead, and upon reaching Liu's side, he offered a gentle smile, inquiring, "Are you here to attend the exhibition as well?" Startled by Shu Hui's sudden appearance, Liu was momentarily taken aback, and after processing his question, she felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Wasn't that a redundant inquiry? What else could one possibly do in such a place if not to view the exhibition? Nodding in response, she tightened her grip around the arm of a girl beside her, maintaining a polite distance from Shu Hui as she replied with a smile, "Would you kindly step aside?" Unfazed, Shu Hui continued to beam. "I see you're a student as well. I'm quite familiar with this exhibition hall. I'd be delighted to escort you inside." "No need. We know our way," interjected a petite girl with an adorable appearance who stood beside Liu. With that, the group of young women linked arms and brushed past Shu Hui, treating him as though he were but a mere specter. However, as they departed, one girl of average looks did glance back, stealing an extra look at this dashing young man. "I did say there was no hope," Su Ran remarked with a chuckle as he and the others caught up. Refusing to concede defeat, Shu Hui retorted, "It's only natural for such a heavenly beauty to reject me the first time. How about you give it a try, Su Ran? Are you certain you want me to take a shot at it?" Su Ran replied, his expression peculiar, reminiscent of the time Shu Hui had invited him to play cards the previous night. A sudden chill ran down Shu Hui's spine as he sensed something ominous in Su Ran's demeanor, recalling the same strange expression when Su Ran had triumphed over them at cards. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and nodded, still skeptical of Su Ran's prowess in both gaming and courting. Observing this, Yang Renji's expression also turned strange as he hurriedly bit his lip to suppress laughter. With an enigmatic smile, Su Ran ambled forward, and in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Shu Hui and Zhao Qinshu. They beheld the long-legged goddess smiling brightly at Su Ran, her joy radiating in stark contrast to the insincere smile she had bestowed upon Shu Hui. Not only that, but the two engaged in animated conversation, as though they were kindred spirits meeting after years apart. "Wow, with those skills in wooing women, I might as well acknowledge Su Ran as my elder brother from now on," Zhao Qinshu marveled. "What on earth is going on? Does Su Ran possess some hidden charm that attracts women?" Shu Hui lamented, his heart shattering. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yang Renji placed a hand on both of their shoulders, uttering calmly, "That girl is Ran Ji's girlfriend. You two should abandon any misguided thoughts." At this revelation, the spark in Zhao Qinshu's eyes intensified, while Shu Hui's expression crumbled further, feeling utterly devastated. All this time, they are a couple. Subsequently, with Su Ran and Liu acting as intermediaries, the two groups of four naturally converged. It must be noted that Shu Hui's earlier attempts at conversation were not entirely in vain. At least, aside from Liu and the girl resembling a lowly, the remaining two held a favorable impression of Shu Hui. Shu Hai also chuckled and exchanged a few words with the two, yet his timid heart felt as if it had been forcibly squeezed by Shuran, causing him immense discomfort. Unbeknownst to Shuran, who remained oblivious to Shu Hai's inner turmoil, he was confronted with a far greater predicament. The moment he stepped through the entrance of the exhibition hall, a virtual light screen unexpectedly materialized. Compulsory mission: steal and acquire the cat's eye sapphire, Uranus. Featured in this exhibition, mission reward: 3 additional months of lifespan, failure penalty, 1 year deducted from lifespan. Note: any items obtained from this mission must be submitted to the mission system, which will provide you with additional rewards. 3 updates. A new mission has emerged. Are you all satisfied? The long-awaited chapter of the novel, Chapter 81. Infiltration. Liu noticed Shuran suddenly halting at the doorway and couldn't help but inquire, "Shuran, what's the matter?" The others turned back as well, gazing at Shuran in confusion, as his expression shifted abruptly from a cheerful demeanor to a somber one. "Is everything all right? Rango?" Yang Renji asked with concern. "Yes," Shuran nodded emphatically, then took a deep breath, forcing a smile, and said, "It's nothing, I just misread something. Let us go inside and take a look." Upon hearing this, Yang Renji and Liu shifted their gaze forward and proceeded. However, a few of Liu's classmates cast lingering glances at Shuran, seemingly puzzled as to how an ordinary-looking individual like him could be associated with Liu. Fortunately, once they entered the exhibition hall, the group's attention was captivated by the array of exquisite exhibits, leaving no one to notice Shuran's predicament. Shuran reopened his mission watch, reviewing the task once more. "Damn, they want me to steal something this time? I've just finished playing the role of a gambling god, and now I must become a master thief." Shuran's heart sank at the glaring word steal. Moreover, this cat's eye sapphire Uranus, just by its name, It was evident that it was a valuable item, surely well guarded. How am I supposed to steal that? Uranus, derived from Greek, translates to sky, and this gemstone is the most precious artifact at the exhibition, worth a fortune. Yet, Chiron's attention was ultimately drawn to the final sentence. Submitting the gemstone to the system would yield additional rewards. That was rather intriguing. Previous missions had never included such a stipulation. However, as Chiron contemplated this, he looked around at the tightly secured facilities and the uniformed security personnel, and his previously uplifted spirits sank once more. With such tight security, extracting the gemstone would not be a simple task. Sighing, Chiron switched off the mission watch, rubbed his temples, and caught up with the group ahead. Wow, that gemstone is truly stunning. The speaker was Li Yu's classmate, the lowly light girl, Lu Qi. That moment, she was linking her arm with Li Yu, while her other hand pointed excitedly at a blue gemstone the size of half a walnut in the display case, her eyes sparkling with the brilliance of stars. Indeed, it is most certainly the eye of Uranus, the deity of the heavens. Shu Huai stepped forward, gazing intently at the sapphire, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared on his typically carefree countenance. It is said that this gemstone is a manifestation of Uranus's eye, symbolizing the purity of the sky. A few years ago, I heard that it suddenly made an appearance at an auction in Europe, where it was sold for an astounding $80 million. I never anticipated encountering it today at the international exhibition. Well, you certainly seem well informed, Yongren remarked in surprise. Of course, after all, I am a distinguished student of Kyoto University, Shu Huai replied, an air of arrogance returning to his expression. Su Ran was left speechless. He lamented that this fellow was beyond redemption. Li Yu also gazed longingly at the sapphire. Such a dazzling and immensely valuable object was irresistible to the average young girl. Observing Li Yu's expression, Su Ran pondered that if the system did not require the gemstone, he could possibly steal it and gift it to her. However, since the system had already taken action, he felt it unwise to defy its will. Who could say what peculiar and morally questionable tasks it might assign him if he failed to comply? The very thought of being thrust into perilous situations by the system sent a shiver down Su Ran's spine, prompting him to quickly dismiss such notions. After admiring the sapphire, the group proceeded to view other exhibits, which were predominantly antiques and priceless artworks amassed by collectors. Following their exploration, they dined together before parting ways. Li Yu was accompanied by her classmates, and Su Ran did not impose himself to see her off. Instead, he bid farewell and, rather than joining Yongren and Shu Huai back to school, he concocted an excuse to discreetly return to the International Trade Center. As previously mentioned, the International Trade Center comprises 5 buildings, the tallest of which is the International Commerce Apartment, a temporary lodging for foreign guests. At this moment, in the evening, outside the International Apartment, a young man sporting a baseball cap and clad in a white t-shirt hummed an unfamiliar tune as he leisurely approached the entrance. Please present your identification. A uniformed security guard halted the young man, speaking in an exceedingly calm tone. Identification? I'm afraid I don't have any, but my uncle resides inside. I accompanied him in during the day. The young man responded, his voice tinged with surprise, seemingly puzzled as to why he could not enter now. However, as he spoke, he tilted his head upward while deliberately obscuring his eyes from the guard's view with the brim of his cap, revealing only his mouth. The guard appeared somewhat perplexed. Could this individual truly be a relative of a guest? Yet, he recalled no such person entering or exiting during the day. Furrowing his brow, the guard maintained his stance, coldly stating, I'm sorry, without identification, entry is strictly prohibited. But my uncle. Then please have your uncle come down. Only with his identification can you gain entry? Very well. The young man shrugged, seemingly resigned, before turning away to extract his phone, making a call as he faded from the security guard's sight. Once the youth had departed, the guard lowered his arm, maintaining a cold expression, yet a hint of bitterness in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Those in his line of work often find themselves at odds with others, particularly in situations like today. If that young man were indeed the nephew of someone influential within, his complaint would undoubtedly lead to repercussions for the guard. However, the nature of his job compelled him to act in such a manner, necessitating a delicate balance to fulfill his duties effectively. Yet, on this occasion, the guard's gamble paid off as the young man vanished from view. He ventured into a secluded alley far from the apartment. Removing his hat revealed a youthful visage, and his narrowed eyes glimmered with a cold light. The exhibition hall had already closed, access to the apartment was tightly regulated, and it posed quite a challenge. He needed to devise a means to infiltrate the premises. Su Ran set down his phone, noticing the home screen displayed prominently, lacking any trace of an outgoing call. Moments later, he emerged from the alley, his white t-shirt conspicuously replaced by a black hooded sweatshirt. Time continued to pass, and as night approached 10 o'clock, a young couple drew near to the Guimau apartment. "Please present your identification," the guard commanded coldly, blocking their path. "Darling, show him the identification." The young man, with one arm wrapped around the woman's waist, kept his other hand tucked in his pocket. The guard hesitated briefly. Taken aback by the young man's fluent English, he understood the words spoken, having some command of the language himself, as it was necessary for welcoming foreign guests. The woman appeared somewhat uncomfortable, yet after being drawn closer by the man, she swiftly produced their access pass. The guard glanced at it, nodded, and opened the door to allow them entry. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a cold smile curled at the corners of the man's lips. "Today is Singles' Day. Well, never mind, it's a rather melancholic day for Xiaoya." In room 15 of the Guimau apartment, the earlier couple stood together. "Now that you've brought me here, can you let go of me?" spoke the woman, her eyes reflecting not only fear but also a tinge of indignation. The man chuckled softly but showed no intention of releasing her. Halting their movement, he withdrew his other hand from his pocket and illuminated the room with the switch. A rugged face appeared in the light, characterized by stubble. If one disregarded his eyes, he had a somewhat coarse appearance, yet his narrow gaze undermined that impression. It was only then that he released his hold on the woman, simultaneously letting go of the fleeting glint of coldness from his hand. "I apologize. I merely intended to enter and seek someone, yet I lack a pass. Consequently, you brandished a knife to threaten me, demanding that I allow you entry. Is that correct?" The woman hastily stepped back, maintaining a distance from the man, before glaring at Su Ran with evident displeasure. The man shrugged, initially intending to articulate something to demonstrate that he was not a villain. However, his actions seemed to defy any benign description. He then nodded, spreading his hands to indicate he bore no weapons, and slowly stated, "I sincerely apologize for this, but I harbor no ill intentions towards you." After speaking, the man scrutinized the woman once more. The visibility outside had been poor, and Su Ran had not observed her clearly, only noting her commendable figure. Now, it was evident that not only was she physically attractive, but she was also remarkably beautiful, exuding a certain allure, particularly accentuated by her sultry crimson lips. If one were to liken her to a flower, she would be a rose. Exquisite, yet capable of inflicting pain if one were not cautious. To the man, her audacity to confront him, a perceived scoundrel, was either a display of sheer foolishness or an indication of her bold, fiery temperament. To put it bluntly, she possessed an air of delightful recklessness. The woman cast a frosty glance at the man, then pointed toward the door, declaring, "Sir, please leave now, if you would be so kind." The corners of the man's mouth twitched, internally bemused. "Am I the one threatening you? Or are you threatening me? How is it that the moment I lower my knife, you instantly transform into a queen?" He gazed deeply at the woman, an inscrutable expression flickering in his eyes until her countenance shifted, and she instinctively retreated, prompting him to avert his gaze and stride away without a backward glance. The woman exhaled in relief, her heart still racing, and patted her chest, then glared at the man as he departed. Unexpectedly, a teasing voice resonated from just beyond the closing door. "Miss, I must say, your physique is quite remarkable, especially your waist. It possesses a certain vigor. You." The woman was consumed by a mix of embarrassment and anger, but as she opened her mouth to respond, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Outside, at the moment the door closed, the man's previously playful expression turned somber as he gazed at the firmly shut iron door, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. After standing in silence for 3 seconds, he finally departed, turning the corner of the corridor. The human skin mask indeed proves to be effective. In the restroom, the man stroked his stubbled chin, a hint of a smile gracing his features. The man was Su Ran, and the human skin mask was something he had exchanged for in the task marketplace. Initially, Su Ran had contemplated acquiring a few futuristic gadgets for amusement, but was informed by the system that it would not sell any items that transcended the current era, meaning that technology beyond this time would not be available for purchase. This rendered Su Ran momentarily speechless, and upon laying eyes on those so-called modern weapons in the marketplace, he felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. The fact that a mere ordinary handgun could cost several months of one's lifespan was absurdly ludicrous. It would be far more prudent to spend a few dollars in the real world instead. Fortunately, the human skin mask was rather affordable, requiring just a month's worth of life, and it was reusable. Henceforth, whenever Su Ran found himself in need of engaging in such clandestine activities, he would possess a modest safeguard. After a brief moment, Su Ran made his way to the emergency staircase, descending step by step. Each time he passed a stairwell, he would linger in the shadows for several seconds until the camera located at the corner of the ceiling shifted its gaze. At that moment, he would leap, effortlessly vaulting over the railing to land on the lower flight of stairs. Thus, with a series of nimble hops, Su-ran arrived at the ground floor. However, rather than heading directly towards the main entrance, he donned the baseball cap he had previously worn, lowered his head slightly, and took a wide detour towards the rear of the first floor. Having observed the layout from outside, Su-ran knew there was a door connecting the apartment and the exhibition hall, serving as an exit for certain staff members. At this juncture, a security guard approached at a leisurely pace, with the main door firmly shut ahead of him. Suddenly, the guard picked up his walkie-talkie, muttered a few words, and then turned to press several buttons on the wall. With a whoosh, the door slowly swung open, and two uniformed individuals emerged. One of them clapped the guard on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "We're off, time to clock out. All security measures inside are in place, right? No worries, not even a mosquito could slip into the exhibition hall without being detected. Well then, let's be on our way." Once the guard confirmed this, he nodded with a smile, and the trio departed together. After they left, Su-ran materialized like a specter from the shadows around the corner, peering through the wall. He could almost see the glimmering sapphire within the exhibition hall. However, the door before him obstructed his path, and on the wall next to it was a miniature keypad. Huh? A password is required for entry, is it? Su-ran let out a cold chuckle, reaching out to gently peel back a corner of the keypad. A thin, translucent sheet of paper, as delicate as a cicada's wing, was removed, but several dark fingerprints on the paper rendered it no longer transparent. As he pulled the paper away, he noticed the fingerprints gradually fading away. Moreover, the shades of these fingerprints exhibited subtle variations. Without careful scrutiny, one might not discern the slight differences in color. The password must be 74328. Su-ran gazed at the sheet for a moment, and before the fingerprint colors vanished entirely, he vocalized the sequence of numbers. Once he deciphered the password, the fingerprints completely disappeared. With a faint smile, Su-ran grasped the sheet, wrapping it around his fingers before inputting the numbers on the keypad. With a low rumble, the door creaked open once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Su-ran's lips curled slightly into a smile as he stepped through the door. Simultaneously, the entrance began to close slowly behind him. Moments later, a shadow abruptly appeared outside the door, its cold gaze sweeping over the keyboard before swiftly pressing a series of numbers. Subsequently, the door creaked open once more. Upon entering, the shadow shut the door and gradually advanced inward. Behind the door lay an elongated corridor, leading to an exhibition hall after a turn and passing through a small gate. After closing the door, the shadow did not immediately proceed but instead rummaged through its backpack, retrieving an object resembling glasses, which it donned before cautiously advancing step by step. Through the shadow's perspective, one could discern numerous slender red lines crisscrossing the corridor, akin to fine wires. These red lines were densely packed, filling the corridor from one end to the other, arranged in a chaotic manner, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. The shadow halted, for these infrared lines left no room for maneuvering. Lowering its head, the shadow appeared to sigh, then cautiously shifted forward, only to retract its foot almost immediately. After several attempts back and forth, the shadow seemed to resolve itself, hunching over to navigate through the gaps in the red lines. However, at that moment, a faint voice interrupted its actions. "Friend, you cannot pass like this. Do you truly believe your body can fit through a 15 cm gap?" Startled, the shadow whipped around, searching for the source of the voice. Within its line of sight, a significant red human silhouette emerged from the corner. "Who?" the shadow rasped, while one hand stealthily reached towards its backpack. It had not anticipated the existence of another person in this corridor. The darkness upon entry had obscured its vision, and after donning the glasses, it had failed to glance towards the corner. Thus, the sudden appearance of a living being startled it considerably. Could it be a security guard? The shadow murmured inwardly, yet it did not align with its knowledge that the security personnel would depart by midnight. How could there be another person present? Taking a deep breath, the shadow withdrew a dagger from its backpack, concealing it behind its back as it approached the figure, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" As the words left its lips, in the darkness, Su-ran adjusted the brim of his hat, listening to the source of the voice, and addressed the shadow. "Who am I? Friend, if you ponder what you are here for, you will ascertain who I am." The shadow was taken aback, not expecting Su-ran to utter such a statement. Could it be that he dotted that moment? A blinding light suddenly pierced through the shadow's vision, the glaring beam striking its eyes through the glasses and compelling it to shut them in reflex. Damn it! In a moment of panic, The shadow swiftly removed his glasses and rolled to the side, attempting to evade the impending assault. However, upon completing his roll, the anticipated attack did not materialize at that instant. A beam of white light pierced through the darkness, illuminating his masked face. He soon realized that this radiant beam was nothing more than the glow of a flashlight. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, leaving only a narrow gap between his fingers to observe the figure emerging from the shadows. Upon noticing the individual wearing a baseball cap, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Yet, when he beheld the rugged visage beneath the cap, adorned with stubble, his bewilderment deepened. How could it possibly be this person? At that moment, as the shadow stood in stunned silence, Su Ran directed the beam of light onto the ground between them and remarked nonchalantly, "Friend, don't be alarmed. The ground is quite filthy, and you've been rolling around on it, damn it." The shadow inwardly cursed, then sprang up from his crouched position, charging at Su Ran with remarkable speed, a glint of cold steel flashing in his hand under the white light. "What the hell? Are we fighting already?" Su Ran muttered, yet his actions betrayed no discontent as he deftly sidestepped the shadow a strike. His right hand swiftly reached out, precisely seizing the shadow's wrist. Simultaneously, with a flick of his left hand, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and he yanked the shadow's wrist back, leaning in closer as his left hand traced a swift arc, landing against the shadow's waist. "Stay still, or the knife won't show mercy." Su Ran maintained a calm tone, yet his left hand holding the knife edged forward slightly, causing the shadow to tremble, his body freezing in place like a zombie. The blade had already sliced through his clothing, making contact with his skin, a chilling sensation that rendered him incapable of any sudden movements. "What do you want?" The shadow rasped, his voice laced with a hint of resignation. Su Ran remained silent, applying a slight pressure with his right hand, prompting the shadow to wince in pain, his wrist going numb as the dagger slipped from his grasp. As the knife clattered to the ground, the sound coincided with Su Ran's mocking tone that reached the shadow's ears. "Ha, I was just about to ask you the same. Say that right? Lovely lady, your waist still possesses quite the strength." At this, the shadow was once again taken aback, astonishment flooding her eyes. Without turning around, she replied, "How did you know it was me?" Indeed, this shadow was the very woman Su Ran had previously threatened. A slight smirk played on Su Ran's lips, though he refrained from immediately answering her query, for it was not an easy question to address. In truth, recognizing someone in the dark was quite a challenge, especially when they were donned in a tightly fitted mask. Nonetheless, this recollection reminded Su Ran of the moment outside the apartment when he sought an opportunity to enter, inadvertently scanning the information with his mission watch. A creature with a combat power of 38 had appeared, and that creature was this very woman. This elucidates the reason why Su Ran was specifically targeted by others, rather than any of the men around her. The circumstances at that moment bore an uncanny resemblance to the present, as Su Ran effortlessly subdued a woman possessing a combat strength of 38, employing the very same dagger pressed against the identical spot. Therefore, once the woman entered the passage, Su Ran was able to ascertain, through the number 38 displayed on his task watch, that the shadow belonged to her. He had not anticipated that such a strikingly beautiful woman would turn out to be an adept, which ignited a profound curiosity regarding her true identity within him. However, it now appeared that this enchanting beauty might be engaged in the same illicit activities as himself. "My dear lady, I must say, with a waist so alluring, I could identify you with but a touch." Upon regaining his composure, Su Ran smirked mischievously. "Rogue." The woman hissed through gritted teeth, yet she dared not move, for after their two encounters, she comprehended that this bearded man was beyond her capacity to resist. Just as she seethed inwardly, Su Ran suddenly inquired, "You're here to pilfer something as well, aren't you? Perhaps we could collaborate?" The woman was momentarily taken aback. She had envisioned various scenarios following her capture by this bearded man, yet she never anticipated that he would propose cooperation. She turned her head, eyeing the thick beard adorning Su Ran's face, and replied with astonishment, "What do you mean? I'm not here to steal anything." "Still in denial? With your clandestine attire, what else could you possibly be doing here?" Su Ran retorted. The woman shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes flickering with barely concealed fury. "I am here to retrieve something that rightfully belongs to me. This does not constitute theft. Something that rightfully belongs to you." Su Ran replied with a faint smile, only half believing her words, yet he was uninterested in further entangling himself in her claims. The matter at hand was of greater urgency. "I shall not concern myself with that. My question to you is, do you wish to collaborate?" "If not," he said, lightly brushing the blade against her waist, the implication of his threat unmistakable. The woman gave a wry smile and sighed. Do I truly have a choice? At her response, Su Ran nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had not intended to partner with her, but he was apprehensive about managing alone. Thus, he decided to join forces with this seemingly skilled female thief. After all, a man and woman working together might lighten the burden. The thought of harming such a delicate beauty stirred an unwillingness within him, despite the fact that her demise might extend his own life by a few days. Very well, let us consider ourselves collaborators now. Allow me to introduce myself, Su Xiaochuan. Su Ran lowered his dagger and stepped back, addressing the woman, who had turned away, with an unperturbed demeanor. Cold and aloof, the woman retorted icily, then scrutinized Su Ran's beard, remarking, You are quite the departure from what your name suggests. Su Ran rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, well, at least your name aligns with your demeanor, doesn't it? With a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, Su Ran turned his head to survey the desolate corridor, riddled with traps, and spoke in a low voice. For now, we should focus on finding a way to traverse this place. Otherwise, your hopes of reclaiming your belongings will be utterly dashed. You just hindered me. Do you possess any viable solutions? Long Yin tossed her short hair and leaned against the wall, her enchanting eyes fixed on Su Ran, who was crouching on the ground, scrutinizing the surroundings. There are indeed solutions, albeit they come with certain complexities. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the corridor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh? What solutions do you propose? Do you see that control switch on the wall? Su Ran raised his hand, directing a beam of white light toward it. There, embedded in the wall, was a square box containing a switch, albeit separated from the outside world by a pane of glass. Su Ran gestured towards the switch's location and continued. As long as we can deactivate that switch, we can proceed. A cold chuckle escaped Long Yan's lips as she regarded Su Ran with a look of incredulity. What are you laughing at? This is the only plan we have. Unless you can scale the ceiling like Spider-Man, the infrared beams will certainly detect you. Ha ha. Long Yin continued her scoffing, albeit elaborating further. Your plan is practically futile. That switch is across the entire corridor from us. Do you honestly believe we can reach it and turn it off? Moreover, the box is locked. What do you intend to use to unlock it? Unfazed, Su Ran merely smiled serenely. Thus, we must employ our intellect to find a way to disable it. And how do you propose we do that? Su Ran's eyes narrowed as he suddenly turned to fix Long Yin with a penetrating gaze. A flicker of unease crossed her face, her demeanor tense as she instinctively straightened her posture. What are you planning? As she spoke, Long Yin took a step back. Su Ran then asked, Your bag appears quite substantial. Do you possess any firearms or projectile weapons within, perhaps a gun? Long Yin hesitated, a blush creeping beneath her mask as she momentarily thought Su Ran might have had a change of heart and intended something more sinister. To her surprise, however, it was merely a matter of weaponry. Is there none? Su Ran frowned, realizing that if Long Yin did not have a firearm, he would have to resort to the task market, which was prohibitively expensive and not worth the trouble. There is a compact handgun, but is it of any use? Su Ran's expression brightened with relief. Having a firearm would indeed simplify matters. As he pondered this, he cast a sidelong glance at Long Yin, noting her impressive array of equipment. With that, Long Yin produced a palm-sized handgun from her bag and handed it to Su Ran as he approached. He accepted it, examining it closely before smiling appreciatively at her. Thank you. In truth, he had wagered whether she would suddenly turn the gun on him. Yet, it was a gamble he was confident in winning. At such close range, he had ample time and reflexes to evade a shot. Fortunately, this young woman did not disappoint him. Otherwise, Su Ran would not have minded extending his life for a few more days. What will you do with just one gun? Cold Yin was quite perplexed. Although the bullet could traverse the gaps, it seemed to serve little purpose. Could he truly hit that box? There was absolutely no angle for it. What do you think? Haven't you guessed anything? Aside from bullets, what else could possibly reach that switch? Su Ran spoke as he took a few steps with his pistol in hand, his gaze fixated on the box as if searching for an angle. Without hesitation, Cold Yin shook her head, declaring it impossible. Even if your bullet could penetrate those infrared beams, you still wouldn't be able to hit that switch. There was simply no angle. Su Ran raised a finger, waving it at Cold Yin with a smile, saying, What if there's no angle? Have you ever heard of scoring a goal from the baseline in soccer? Cold Yin curled her lip and scoffed. That's soccer, which can produce a curved trajectory. Can your bullet curve? At this point, Cold Yin suddenly fell silent, an astonishing thought striking her mind. Could this bearded man truly fire a curved bullet? Just as Cold Yin was lost in thought, Su Ran suddenly interjected. Who says bullets can't curve? No sooner had he spoken than Cold Yin watched in astonishment as the bearded man raised his hand. As his arm lifted, his wrist twisted in an uncanny manner. Bang! A muted sound shattered the stillness of the corridor, and the next moment, crack! A sharp shattering noise rang out, and as Cold Yin focused, she saw the glass of the distant box splinter into a web-like pattern, with splendid sparks erupting from within. All right, done. Su Ran retracted his gun, placing the muzzle to his lips in a gesture of blowing, his expression brimming with triumph. Cold Yin was now utterly dumbfounded, her eyes seemingly lingering on the moment Su Ran had raised his gun to shoot. Upon hearing his words, she hastily donned her glasses, only to discover that the dense red lines had vanished from her view. This? Cold Yin gasped, her expression akin to having seen a ghost, incredulously asking, "What on earth is happening? Can your bullet really curve?" Su Ran smiled faintly and tossed the pistol into the air, where it landed perfectly in Cold Yin's hands. Only then did his voice slowly resonate. "Miss, this is called curved shooting." Curved shooting? Cold Yin momentarily found herself at a loss, staring blankly at Su Ran, her eyes still captivatingly beautiful yet filled with bewilderment. What kind of shooting technique is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Su Ran chuckled lightly, opting not to elaborate further. Even if he explained the principle to her, she would be unable to execute it, much like mathematics. Understanding it in class doesn't guarantee one can complete the homework afterward. Curved shooting requires innate talent. It's perfectly normal that you haven't heard of it. Very few people in the world possess this skill. I doubt you will encounter anyone else who can perform curved shooting in your lifetime. As Su Ran spoke, he lifted the brim of his hat slightly to broaden his field of vision. Let us proceed. This is merely the first obstacle, he remarked. During my visit by day, I observed numerous security measures in the exhibition hall. With that, Su Ran took the lead, striding towards the opposite end of the corridor, casting a graceful silhouette for Long Yin. Hey, don't rush off. You still haven't clarified why your bullet curved, Long Yin exclaimed, lightly stamping her foot as she followed Su Ran. Ignoring her, Su Ran continued on his path toward a small door leading to the exhibition hall. As they reached the box, Long Yin deliberately glanced inside. There, amidst the shattered glass, a bullet lay perfectly embedded in the bottle cap-sized switch, striking precisely at its center. Hiss! Long Yin gasped, inhaling sharply beneath her mask. This was simply unbelievable. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed such a phenomenon possible. It is crucial to understand that hitting the box and striking the very center of the switch are two entirely different concepts, akin to scoring a perfect 10 versus a mere 1 in target shooting, especially considering this was a shot taken without any angle. Reflecting on this, Long Yin could not help but recall the formidable skills of this enigmatic man with a beard. Despite being a black belt in Taekwondo, she couldn't last 3 rounds against him. What manner of person was he? Judging by his appearance, he did not seem particularly youthful. Could he possibly be a retired soldier from a special forces unit? Her captivating eyes narrowed in intrigue as Long Yin found herself drawn to this bearded man who had bested her twice, letting out a soft huff of indignation before she hurried forward, vanishing into the inky darkness of the corridor. Upon entering the exhibition hall, the two did not rush forward immediately. Long Yin donned her glasses and surveyed the area before signaling Su Ran to follow her. Here, the infrared beams were present, albeit less densely packed than in the corridor. The infrared merely circled the exhibits, leaving the surrounding areas clear. By the way, what are you planning to take? Long Yin inquired, her back still turned. Take something? My dear, do you truly consider this place your backyard? Su Ran smirked, gesturing towards a display case at the center of the hall. Look, it's that sapphire. Uranus? Indeed, Su Ran nodded. Your taste is commendable. This is the most valuable item here. Su Ran smiled faintly, though internally he felt a profound sense of frustration. So what about you? What do you claim is yours? He jested. A painting, Long Yin replied coolly, her tone imbued with a hint of resentment. A painting? Yes, it has been passed down from my ancestors. It's said to date back to the Qing dynasty, a piece created by a contemporary master that one of my grandfather's forebears commissioned. Long Yin's gaze fixated on a display case in the corner, which housed a traditional ink painting. And White Su Ran began to ask but hesitated, sensing that inquiring into her family matters might be inappropriate, and fell silent. Long Yin was aware of Su Ran's unspoken doubts. She let out a bitter smile and sighed. You wish to inquire why this painting is here, do you not? Su Ran, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled sheepishly, touched his nose, and nodded in a somewhat unnatural manner. It is because of my father. At this point, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Long Yan's eyes. And my father is a gambler. deeply in debt from his vices. After squandering our family fortune, he set his sights on our ancestral painting. Ultimately, he sold this artwork at a pittance to a collector, which drove my grandfather to the brink of illness from despair. Therefore, you intend to reclaim it now. Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, such familial matters were troubling, yet he, as an outsider, lacked the right to interject. He also found himself in no position to criticize Lung Yan's intentions of retrieving the painting through dubious means, given that he was, in essence, a thief himself. Lung Yan nodded and continued, "Yes, I must bring back the painting. Only then can my grandfather's heartache begin to heal. Otherwise, if this continues." Her voice faltered slightly at the end, revealing her emotional turmoil. Su Ran sensed her distress, but as Lung Yan had pointed out, the older generation's traditional beliefs were deeply ingrained, and such emotional afflictions could only be mended with genuine care. Taking a deep breath, Lung Yan swiftly composed herself and turned to Su Ran, saying, "First, let us retrieve your Uranus, and then we shall go after my family's painting." Su Ran nodded in agreement, and the two approached the display case. Stopping 2 meters away, one more step forward would bring them into contact with the infrared sensors. "There are infrared beams ahead. Can you disable them?" he asked. "Yes, the old method works," Su Ran replied, though he noted they first needed to locate the control switch. "Shall we split up to search?" Lung Yan proposed. "Agreed. But you can see the infrared beams, correct?" she inquired, a hint of amusement in her tone as she shook her head, thinking to herself that this bearded man must surely have that capability. Otherwise, why would he have alerted her in the corridor? Su Ran nodded and, without any protective gear, ventured off in one direction. Although Lung Yan was curious about how he could perceive the infrared beams, she refrained from voicing her questions and proceeded towards the opposite side. While Su Ran himself couldn't see the infrared, his task watch could. Once he activated the virtual display, a natural camera appeared on screen, revealing everything ahead. The system would detect all, including infrared and ultraviolet rays, which could not escape its watchful gaze. Ultimately, it was Lung Yan who discovered a box nestled in a corner of the wall. However, this box was also secured with a lock. Undeterred, Su Ran raised his hand and fired a shot. The compact handgun had the advantage of being discreet, though the trade-off was diminished power. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to shatter the glass. With the switch turned off, the infrared beams in the entire hall dimmed significantly. Su Ran grinned, eager to approach the display case for another shot, but Lung Yan stopped him. "No. The glass display case is equipped with an alarm system. Do you wish for us to be caught?" Su Ran scratched his head in confusion. Then what should we do? He was utterly inexperienced in this regard, having never considered that the display case might have been tampered with. As Lung Yan beheld Su Ran's bewildered expression, a slight smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Humph, you are not as proficient as you think. Very well, step aside and watch me this time." With that, Lung Yan removed her backpack and extracted 2 suction cups. Connected by a long line, she affixed the 2 suction cups onto the glass showcase and pressed a button on one of them. Buzz! The line between the suction cups immediately tensed, and then Lung Yan produced a round suction cup, one that Su Ran recognized as specifically designed for glass, highly effective in its purpose. With a swift motion, a circular piece of glass was removed by Lung Yan, who then pointed at the circular opening and said to Su Ran, "Take it. There is no danger now." Su Ran gave Lung Yan a thumbs up, praising, "Awesome." Without delay, he retrieved the sapphire and placed it into his pocket. By the way, how did you manage this? Can this device truly evade danger?" Lung Yan blinked and chuckled, saying, "Humph, I won't tell you." Seeing some readers mention that the story might be abandoned sent a chill down my spine. Alas, I have been quite busy these days away for a trip, and I've nearly forgotten what my computer looks like. The previous chapter was even typed on my phone, but I'm back today. Normal updates should resume tomorrow, and to those who claim the story will be abandoned, step forward. I promise to craft a perfect antagonist for you, turning male characters into females and females into tough guys. Humph. Important notice, free access to this section. Chapter 86, Discovery. Su Ran rolled his eyes, looking at the smug Lung Yan and remarked, "Humph, so petty." "Am I petty?" Lung Yan retorted, her eyes widening. "You want to even share the technique of bending bullets with me. Why should I divulge this to you?" "Oh, this woman still remembers that. How petty." Su Ran muttered to himself, shrugging. "Fine then, I'll share the technique for arc shooting with you, but whether you can learn it is entirely your own concern." Lung Yan's eyes narrowed with a sly smile as she cheerfully replied, "Sure, no problem." Gazing at Lung Yan's cunning grin, Su Ran slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that revealing this technique might have been a grave error. However, the die was cast, and he proceeded to explain the essential techniques. Arc shooting requires a shift in body movement. By executing a slight rotation of the body, one can engage the arm. Furthermore, when raising the gun, both the forearm and wrist must exert strength. After a lengthy explanation, Su Ran paid no heed to whether Long Yin comprehended it. The difficulty of arc shooting is substantial, and it demands considerable strength from the arms. Excessive use can inflict irreversible damage to the wrist. This is a skill one must risk their life to master. Upon hearing this, Long Yin nodded, seemingly understanding, and then readily said, "Since you are so sincere, I shall also disclose the purpose of this device. The glass in these showcases is equipped with electrostatic alarm devices. If the glass is forcibly damaged, the alarm will trigger and suction cups can interfere with their operation, rendering the alarm ineffective." Su Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. So this simple suction cup has such a function. However, just as this thought crossed Su Ran's mind, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and an ominous notion arose in his consciousness. "Long Yin, how many interference devices did you bring?" Long Yin paused for a moment and then replied nonchalantly, "Of course, just one. Why would I bring more? Am I that idle?" Su Ran was momentarily speechless, then pointed at the suction cup still clinging to the glass and asked, "If we remove it now, will the alarm sound?" "Definitely. Without the interference device, and with the glass being damaged, the warning system will certainly activate immediately." Long Yin responded affirmatively. Su Ran slapped his forehead in frustration, thinking to himself that this girl had really gotten herself into trouble. Seeing Su Ran's exasperated expression, Long Yin seemed to awaken as if struck by lightning and stammered, "What about my dot painting?" "Ah, young lady, you finally realize." Su Ran sighed inwardly, forcing a bitter smile. "What else can we do? We can only leave it be. Without the warning device, if you try to take that painting, we will undoubtedly be discovered." At this point, Su Ran felt a twinge of guilt within. After all, it was this girl who had helped him obtain Uranus's treasure. Without her, he would have surely been caught. Yet now, having acquired the item, it was causing her to lose out. Long Yin fell silent, biting her lip, her eyes reflecting a constant struggle. If they did not take the painting, they could leave easily. But if they did, they would have to face the security personnel, risking imprisonment for the rest of their lives if things went awry. Eventually, Long Yin sighed, her eyes filled with resignation. "Forget it, let's just go. If we're discovered, neither of us will escape." "Well, fine." Su Ran forced a guilty smile, relieved that this girl had not lost her mind. After casting a glance at Su Ran, Long Yin silently slung her bag over her shoulder, her head bowed as she walked back the way they had come. "Grandpa, I have failed," Long Yin thought bitterly to herself. However, after taking a few steps, she noticed an absence of movement behind her. Turning her head, she saw the burly man watching her with a grin. "Hey, that corridor only allows entry, not exit. To leave, you have to open the door from the outside." Long Yin halted in her tracks, staring intently at Su Ran, before silently returning and asking softly, "So how do we leave?" Hearing the seemingly indifferent tone in Long Yan's voice, Su Ran sighed inwardly. She must be quite upset about not being able to secure the painting. Perhaps he would find a way to compensate her later. Gathering his thoughts, Su Ran scanned the entire hall before speaking slowly. "It's definitely not feasible to go through the apartment. We can only exit through this exhibition hall. Have you found a way out?" Long Yin inquired. Su Ran nodded. "During the day, I located a few theoretical exit points. Shall we go and take a look?" "All right," Long Yin responded with a single word, then quietly observed Su Ran. Long Yin? Cold? Was this demeanor her true nature? It was indeed fitting. Su Ran's gaze grew complex as he ultimately averted his eyes from hers, which were now starkly different from when she had been joking earlier. "Let us go." Su Ran turned his head and sighed. With an air of cold elegance, Su Ran selected a few locations, yet all of them were sealed off, rendering escape impossible. Ultimately, the two ascended to the second floor, standing before a vast floor-to-ceiling window. The exhibition hall comprised 2 levels, though the second floor was a circular corridor, allowing one to gaze down at the exhibits on the first floor. Despite being the second level, it was remarkably high, approximately 50 meters. Jumping from this window would likely result in certain death. At that moment, cold elegance approached the window. Her delicate face paled beneath the mask as she gazed at the distant ground below. "Are you suggesting we jump from here?" she asked incredulously, casting a bewildered glance at Su Ran. "Yes, we need to descend from here." Su Ran nodded, forcing a chuckle, "But it's not as exaggerated as you think. If we were to jump straight down, we would undoubtedly meet the Buddha." He recalled glancing at her bag earlier. "I remember you have a rope, right?" "Yes, but it's only 2 meters long." "What do you intend to do with it?" Cold elegance replied. Astonished. 2 meters is sufficient. Su Ran smiled slightly. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room, a security guard yawned, bleary-eyed as he glanced at the surveillance footage before him. muttering drowsily, seems like there's no issue. I'll just continue sleeping." With that, he lowered his head, settling into a comfortable position, ready to doze off. Suddenly, he jolted upright, his eyes wide with alarm as he deftly adjusted the monitors. Moments later, a magnified image appeared on the screen. On the display case, two circular suction cups rested, and adjacent to them, a conspicuous large hole marred the glass. Upon closer inspection, the sapphire within had vanished without a trace. "Damn it, Uranus has been stolen." A cold sweat trickled down the guard's forehead, and the remnants of sleep dissipated in an instant. Grabbing the intercom, he shouted urgently, "Uranus has been stolen. Hurry to the exhibition hall." After finishing, he slammed his palm onto a red button, and instantly, the exhibition hall was engulfed in crimson light, with alarms blaring forth. Just as Su Ran had managed to create a sizable hole in the glass for passage, the alarm blared to life. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Su Ran's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. "We must leave this place," he urged, shoving cold elegance forward in haste. Without hesitation, she advanced toward the opening, while Su Ran cast one last glance at her impassive demeanor, gritting his teeth with fierce determination flashing in his eyes before he dashed in the opposite direction. Cold elegance halted momentarily and called out, "What are you doing?" In response, all she received was Su Ran's insistence for her to flee and the sight of his solitary retreating figure. As Su Ran listened to the chillingly beautiful voice calling from behind, he let out a soft sigh, quickening his pace and vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Upon witnessing Su Ran depart without a backward glance, Lung Yan's heart began to harbor a vague suspicion. Yet, she pondered whether such a choice was truly worthwhile. What if a flicker of complexity appeared in her eyes, as she realized she was increasingly unable to decipher the motives of this bearded man? Approximately 6 minutes later, Su Ran emerged from the shadows like a wraith, clutching an object in his hand. When he noticed that Long Yin remained at the cave entrance, her gaze fixed on him. It was not gratitude that flashed in his eyes, but rather a hint of fury. "Why aren't you coming down?" Su Ran shouted at Long Yin, this being the first time he had raised his voice so forcefully at a woman. He was genuinely upset, frustrated that this foolish woman had not left earlier. Escaping alone would undoubtedly have been far easier than doing so with her in tow. Long Yin appeared oblivious to Su Ran's outburst, her attention captivated by the item in his grasp. Biting her lip, she inquired, "Is this the painting? And what of it?" Su Ran retorted, his tone still laced with anger. "Had I known, I would have gone down to retrieve it myself. Do you not realize that someone is already pursuing us?" With that, he tossed the painting to Long Yin. "Thank you," she replied softly, her eyes expressing an enigmatic flutter, the sound of her gratitude. Su Ran's tone finally softened. He listened intently for any sounds behind them, glanced once more at Long Yin as she stowed the painting into her bag, and then, gritting his teeth, declared decisively, "Let us go, quickly. I'll carry you down." Long Yin was momentarily taken aback, her movements faltering, but upon observing the urgency etched on Su Ran's face, she ultimately nodded, her gaze layered with complexity. With Long Yin on his back, Su Ran's hands rested upon her slender yet resilient thighs. However, at that moment, he paid little heed to the sensations coursing through his palms. Approaching the window, standing at the edge of a precipice over 50 meters high, even Su Ran, known for his audacity, felt a momentary dizziness. Casting a glance at Long Yin, he noticed that she had tightly shut her eyes, her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans resting against her eyelids. "Hold on tightly. I need to grip the rope. I can't support you otherwise," he warned, to which Long Yin slightly nodded. Taking a deep breath, Su Ran wrapped the rope around one hand several times before threading it through a nearby pipe. He similarly wound the other end around his other hand. This alloy pipe was Su Ran's sole means of escape, and the rope served as his tool. With a gentle sway, he pushed off with one leg, propelling himself away from the edge of the bed, and then forcefully pressed both feet against the exterior wall. Whoosh, with his body taut, Su Ran relaxed slightly, the rope quivering in his grip as he slid down along the pipe. Hiss! The friction between the rope and pipe generated an immense heat, which surged into Su Ran's palms. Moreover, the friction between his feet and the wall felt as though he were treading on hot iron. Goodness, that's scorching. Su Ran's heart was filled with silent lament, yet his hands gripped the rope with an iron resolve, fearing even the slightest relaxation. If he were to loosen his grip, it would cost 2 lives. 50 meters can be deemed neither long nor short. If one were to run, it would take less than 10 seconds to cover that distance, yet Su Ran, gliding through the air, was painfully delayed for nearly 20 seconds. During this time, He felt as though his wrists no longer belonged to him. Had it not been for his doubled strength, he might have met his end today. Darn it, why hadn't the system designed a flashy parachuting skill? I would willingly trade years off my life for it. As he descended to a mere 2 or 3 meters above the ground, a heavy weight lifted from Su-ran's heart, but it seemed that fate enjoyed playing cruel jokes on him. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the rope in his hands snapped. What bad luck! Su-ran yelled inwardly, immediately discarding the rope and reaching out to grasp the pipe, hoping to complete the final 2 or 3 meters of his descent. However, all he heard was the jarring sound of his nails scraping against the metal, and in an instant, his perspective shifted from facing the wall to staring directly at the sky now. Su-ran barely had time to exclaim before his body plummeted downward at an acceleration close to 10 times that of gravity. In a moment of desperation, he spun around and pulled the cool and elegant girl into his embrace, bracing his back for the impending impact with the ground. Damn it, even Xiao Yu never provided such thrilling benefits. It seems this little lady is getting the better deal. This was the sole thought racing through Su-ran's mind as he neared the ground. With a dull thud, Su-ran landed heavily. The violent jolt caused the girl to sway, her head jerking up before swiftly dropping down again, fortuitously landing atop Su-ran's head. In that instant, their eyes met. Su-ran's narrow gaze locked with the crescent-like large eyes of the girl. Their lips collided intimately, and Su-ran's breath brushed against her delicate face, warming her cheeks to a rosy hue. Startled, she quickly pushed against Su-ran's chest, using the force to lift her head. Then, as if something terrifying compelled her, she scrambled off him. Simultaneously, Su-ran, feeling the pain from the impact compounded by her shove, instinctively clutched his chest and began to cough. Damn it, do you think I didn't fall hard enough? And now you give me a shove. Are you all right? The girl crouched down, her eyes filled with concern. Gazing into her enticing eyes, Su-ran felt a rush of warmth flood his heart, and the vivid memory of their earlier encounter surged in his mind. Yet, why on earth did you have to wear a mask while kissing? Doesn't that leave me at a disadvantage? It's all right, it's all right. Su-ran shook his head, lying on the ground and looking up at her petite mouth. He said, I didn't quite experience anything just now. How about you take off your mask and we have another go? At his words, her face flushed crimson, almost to the point of darkness. She shot Su-ran a cold glance before rising and walking away, her bag slung over her shoulder. Alas, this is indeed my first kiss, and you have taken it while donning your mask. You depart without uttering a single word. With a sudden lunge, Su-ran sprang up from the ground and pursued Long Yin, shouting as he ran, What are you talking about? Do you wish for us to be captured? Long Yin, gritting her teeth in frustration, remarked that she had initially thought this bearded man, who recklessly risked himself to retrieve her belongings and even jumped from heights, might be a commendable fellow. However, it seemed he was, after all, unchanged at his core. A mere lecher. Su-ran nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, and hurriedly replied, Yes, yes, let us depart swiftly. Once we are safe, we can attend to the unfinished business from earlier. In a moment of exasperation, Long Yin lifted her leg and delivered a kick to Su-ran. He swiftly dodged, twisting his body, and cheerfully exclaimed, My dear sir, let us converse amiably, without resorting to kicks. Words will suffice. Whoosh! Another kick flew towards him. Really? My dear fellow, you have already taken my first kiss. I did not retaliate, yet you persist in kicking me? Whoosh! Another kick. That was genuinely my first kiss. The author presents to you a captivating free novel. Chapter 88. A major theft case last night. A significant theft occurred in our city, wherein the exhibition's prized possession, Uranus, was stolen, alongside a renowned painting from the Qing dynasty. This report comes from a Kyoto correspondent. According to the newly appointed Director Li, the thieves employed exceptionally ruthless methods and utilized some unknown technique to disable the infrared security measures. Analysis suggests there are 2 culprits involved, presumably one male and one female. Based on their physical characteristics in light of this theft, the exhibition has been suspended and relevant personnel are undergoing investigation. Within the exhibition hall, in the infrared corridor, a lengthy barrier cordoned off the area. Within it, a crowd milled about, though most were gathered around the damaged crate. On the crate, a small hole, no wider than a finger, remained, and the spiderweb-like cracks surrounding it narrated the ordeal it had endured. Among the throng, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a square face stood before the crate, his gaze fixed on the small hole for an extended period before sweeping his eyes across the corridor, his brows knitting in contemplation. Director Li, I apologize for troubling you to come personally. A middle-aged man in police uniform approached Director Li, offering an apologetic smile. Upon hearing this, Director Li snapped back to reality, regarding the man with a steady gaze, and replied, "Xiao Zhang, you need not apologize. I too began my career as a criminal investigator. Given the magnitude of this incident in Kyoto, despite my position as director, it is imperative that I come to assess the situation in person. Perhaps I may offer you some valuable insights. That would be splendid. With Director Li on the case, it shall surely be resolved swiftly." Xiao Zhang nodded with a smile, feeling quite at ease with the title bestowed upon him. Setting aside the fact that his superior had more credentials, he could not overlook the remarkable and momentous feats accomplished by Director Li in Yudu, which naturally invoked a sense of reverence within him. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words, Director Li did not display a self-satisfied grin. Instead, his brow furrowed even deeper as he spoke gravely. "This is not as simple as you suggest. This case is rather intricate, or rather, the thief in question is far from ordinary." Xiao Zhang expressed his confusion, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "First, please open this box," Director Li instructed. Xiao Zhang nodded, procuring a key from the security personnel to unlock the box. Once opened, the contents became vividly apparent to all present, particularly the bullet situated at the very center of the switch, which lay exposed for all to see. Donning gloves, Xiao Zhang extracted the bullet, examining it closely for a moment before stating, somewhat astonished, "This bullet's caliber is slightly smaller than that of an average handgun, indicating it is likely used by a type of compact pistol. A pocket pistol, if you will." Having completed his analysis, Xiao Zhang lifted his gaze to Director Li and asked, "Is there an issue with this bullet?" Director Li sighed. "The bullet itself poses no problem. It is merely unique. The issue lies with the individual wielding the pistol." Xiao Zhang gazed intently at Director Li, his expression still one of perplexity. Director Li continued, "Xiao Zhang, let me first ask you. The infrared sensors in this corridor should be thoroughly distributed, save for the entrance, correct?" Xiao Zhang nodded. "Then, have you clarified how they gained entry?" "They entered through the door of the Guimao apartment. The surveillance captured some footage," Xiao Zhang replied. Director Li smiled. "In that case, prior to the disruption of the infrared system, they certainly could not have passed through. Have you considered how this bullet made its way here? It must have been shot directly from within. The corridor is not lengthy, and the distance surely falls within the range of a pocket pistol." "Ha!" Director Li chuckled while shaking his head. "Xiao Zhang, take a closer look at the position of the bullet in the box and the layout of the corridor." Xiao Zhang nodded gently, following Director Li's instruction to inspect once more. Upon noticing the dark hole on the switch, a startling thought surged into his mind. "Director Li, this bullet was shot indirectly, and this box is embedded in the wall. It is impossible to achieve such an angle from the corridor." Director Li nodded. "You've made the connection? Thus, these thieves are quite extraordinary. I suspect someone lingered in the exhibition hall, remaining until nightfall to sabotage the device, allowing their accomplices to enter." Xiao Zhang countered, "But I inquired, and the staff all confirmed they locked down the exhibition hall only after ensuring no one was present." "Exactly," Director Li asserted. "This is the crux of the case. How did these thieves evade the staff's scrutiny?" Director Li, upon reaching this point, suddenly adopted a cold demeanor, or rather, it seemed that a certain staff member had colluded with the thief to mislead us with false information. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang felt a chill of sweat cascade down his brow, yet simultaneously, he was struck by a wave of exhilaration. It was astonishing how, from such a trivial detail, Director Li could deduce so much. This undoubtedly provided a direction for the investigation. "Director Li, I shall focus my inquiries on these staff members. If they truly have colluded with the thief, they are bound to establish contact with him again." Director Li nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, these individuals must be closely monitored, but you must also ensure that they do not become aware of your surveillance." "Understood." Xiao Zhang clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. If he were to resolve this case, it would indeed be a significant accomplishment. Meanwhile, outside Kyoto University, in a hotel, Su Ran reclined leisurely on the sofa, remote control in hand, incessantly fiddling with the television before him. After escaping the previous night, he had parted ways with Long Yin. Wearing a mask had rendered it impossible for him to linger with her for too long. Regardless, he had obtained what he sought, and their partnership had come to an end. "Phew, lucky I made a quick getaway. I was nearly caught." Su Ran reflected on the news reports detailing his and Long Yan's escapades, a look of relief gracing his face. Turning off the television, he activated his task watch, revealing a new entry on the virtual display. Compulsory task: steal and acquire the cat's eye sapphire, Uranus, from this exhibition. Task reward: an extension of life by 3 months. Failure penalty: deduction of 1 year from lifespan. Task status: completed. Task item: Uranus, submitted. Awarded an additional 3 months of life. Upon reading the final line, Su Ran retrieved a gemstone from his pocket. though it was not blue but rather transparent. The system indicated that it had been submitted, meaning it had extracted certain elements from the gemstone, causing it to lose its color and transform into its current form. Heh, this is quite advantageous. Now I can present this gem openly, and no one would believe it to be Uranus. Su Ran chuckled to himself as he tossed the gemstone in his hand. After a brief respite, he gathered his belongings and departed the hotel. Today marks the new student orientation. I hear old Yang will be delivering a speech. I mustn't be late. In the dormitory, Su Ran pushed open the door. Greeted by the peculiar and suggestive gazes of three individuals, Shu Huai was the first to speak. Su Ran, you rascal. Did you spend last night indulging with your girlfriend? You even skipped the class meeting. Su Ran chuckled wryly and shook his head. I was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. There was no time for frivolity, except perhaps for that fleeting kiss with Long Yin. I had matters to attend to last night. What exactly is this class meeting you speak of? Zhao Qinshu closed the laptop on the table and rose, explaining, it's merely a meet and greet among classmates. As Zhao Qinshu spoke, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. You missed out big time last night, my friend. There's a stunning beauty in our class, however. After uttering those words, Zhao Qinshu suddenly recalled Su Ran's goddess-like girlfriend and couldn't help but retract his smile. Darn it, that lad isn't missing out at all. His girlfriend is also a great beauty. At this moment, Su Ran found himself indifferent to the term beauty, having encountered enough of them himself. Besides Liu, he had met numerous captivating women, both domestically and internationally. Take, for example, the quirky girl from last night, or Eurus, the dual-role lover and bodyguard of Adams. Speaking of Adams, Su Ran found himself somewhat nostalgic for that fellow, wondering if he had quarreled with his father again in pursuit of his dream of freedom. And what about Bill and Vanessa? He pondered what extreme challenge those two were currently undertaking. Suddenly, his thoughts stretched and expanded, leaving Su Ran momentarily frozen in place, resembling a statue. Rangu? A gentle call from Yang Renji jolted Su Ran back to reality. Rangu, our Chinese department's freshman orientation is about to start in half an hour. We need to head out. All right, let us go. Su Ran nodded, then followed the three down the stairs. It goes without saying that Su Ran was unfamiliar with the route, but fortunately, these three had explored the campus the previous night. Otherwise, he would surely have gotten lost. Upon arriving at a multimedia classroom capable of accommodating hundreds, Su Ran finally laid eyes on his classmates for the next 4 years, including the beauty Zhao Qinshu had mentioned, Chang Xian. After exchanging casual greetings with the crowd, Su Ran chose a seat at random, while others regarded the only absent member from last night with curiosity, casting glances his way before quickly averting their gaze. The boys could not gaze too long at another male, and the girls merely found him rather ordinary. Their lingering glances were drawn to Su Ran's unique eyes. How peculiar, how can a boy possess such elongated eyes? What do you think? Not bad, right? Zhao Qinshu plopped down in front of Su Ran, his voice laced with mischief. Su Ran understood the implication behind his question, glanced at Chang Xian, and nodded indeed. She is quite beautiful. Su Ran spoke the truth. Chang Xian was indeed lovely, embodying a delicate beauty distinct from the cold allure of Liu. A quintessential gentlewoman, fit to be a virtuous wife. Zhao Qinshu smirked. That is a given. Chang Xian will surely be our class's flower. But you, my friend, already have Liu, so don't entertain any improper thoughts. Su Ran rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Did he really appear that desperate? Before long, the instructor arrived and, after a few brief remarks, lowered his voice, smiling slightly as he mysteriously announced, Students, it is my pleasure to invite our Chinese department chair, Professor Yang Guiwan, to share a few words with you. With that, an energetic elder in the front row stood up, flashing a warm smile at the students behind him before slowly making his way to the podium. Greetings, dear students, I am the head of the Chinese department. You may call me Young Lao, at my age. I am not much younger than your grandfathers, so addressing me in this manner will certainly not be a loss for you. As I mention this, I observed several smiles in the audience, suggesting that this old fellow is not as stern as typical instructors and possesses a sense of humor. I understand that many of you have grown weary of monotonous speeches filled with rigid formalities, and today, I shall not burden you with such tedious content. Our discipline is the Chinese department, the realm where language is utilized with utmost flexibility. Since you have chosen to join us, it is evident that you harbor a keen interest in the Chinese language of our illustrious Wuxia. Thus, let us converse in the language of our department. Theo, make this engaging. I shall present you with something uniquely characteristic of our Chinese culture. Couplets. I will provide the first line, and you shall respond with the second, allowing me to discern if this year's freshmen possess any literary talents. Upon this suggestion, aside from the two miscreants, Su Ran and Yang Renji, the other students began to stir with excitement. Even Zhao Qinshu and Xu Huai exhibited glimmers of interest in their eyes. A sight that did not escape Su Ran's notice. It seems the caliber of students at this prestigious institution is indeed remarkable. Very well, Yang Lao is ready to pose a challenge. Couplets are my forte, so please proceed. Seeing the enthusiasm radiating from the crowd, Yang Lao smiled and eloquently presented the first line. After 10 years of arduous study, enduring the heat of summer and the chill of winter, I have no regrets and no complaints. Ah, this is somewhat lengthy. Isn't it? A bit challenging. Hand me a pen. I shall attempt to write it down. Instantly, the audience erupted into a lively chatter. Observing the student's eagerness, Yang Lao refrained from calling for silence. After a few minutes, he raised his hand to signal for calm, inquiring if anyone had formulated a response. In a flash, a multitude of hands shot up. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase their talents, and they were eager to seize it. Even Xu Huai, seated before Su Ran, raised his hand. Let us invite this student to respond. Yang Lao gestured towards Xu Huai. Initially intending to call on Su Ran, he shifted his focus upon noticing Su's lack of a raised hand. Xu Huai smiled modestly, exuding an air of confidence as he stood, his demeanor suggesting both charm and intellect. The other students were impressed by Xu Huai's composed appearance, and several female students smiled in response. After a brief pause, Xu Huai proclaimed, "Once achieving success, one must recall the full-hearted efforts, embracing both joy and sorrow." As his words resonated, applause erupted from the audience, and even Yang Lao nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the merit of Xu Huai's response. Excellent! This couplet has been successfully matched, and its meaning holds considerable depth. Yang Lao continued, "Now, let us proceed to the next line. Boys, girls, impoverished scholars, life is an endless cycle." Upon hearing this, many students displayed relaxed smiles, finding this task significantly simpler than the previous one. At that moment, a myriad of robust and fair hands were raised. The sounds of the wind, the rain, and the voices of students reading filled the air. A male student stood up and declared, "All right." Old Yang nodded with a smile. "Is there anyone else?" A female student also rose to her feet. "Confucius, Laozi, Han Fizi, all are esteemed." "Very good." Old Yang chuckled. "Let me have a go." Zhao Qinshu stood up and proclaimed, "Brilliant individuals, exquisite beauties, lovers, all welcome the spring." Old Yang nodded in approval. "That works too." After saying this, Old Yang turned his gaze towards Su Ran, who had remained silent until now. "This student, would you care to respond?" Old Yang pointed at Su Ran. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, then stood up, wearing a peculiar expression. "Do you really want me to answer?" I see you seem to have something to say. Surely you possess some good ideas, which ought to be expressed." As he spoke, Old Yang lifted the teacup before him and savored a sip. Su Ran scratched his nose, mentally racking his brain, but it seemed that everything he knew had already been mentioned. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he squinted his eyes. In the next moment, a teasing voice gradually resonated in the classroom. "First love, passionate love, extramarital affairs, lingering attachments." Old Yang spat out his hot tea, while the students below were left dumbfounded. Exclamations of shock echoing throughout. "Brother, after all these years of dealing with couplets, I only bow to you." Outside the classroom, Zhao Qinshu patted Su Ran's shoulder, his face filled with admiration. "Su Ran, I must confess, I misjudged you. You are the true talent here." By this time, the orientation had concluded, and Su Ran walked out amidst the gazes of his peers, who regarded him as if he were a spectacle. "Sigh, I was warned beforehand, yet I still had to respond. The ink in my belly is indeed as dark as it gets," Su Ran muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching as he ignored Zhao Qinshu's praise. Stuffing his hands into his pockets and heading towards the dormitory. Behind him, Yang Renji chuckled, thinking to himself that this was merely the first glimpse of Ranji's charm. There would be plenty of opportunities to witness it in the future. Upon exiting the building, Su Ran took a turn and began to stroll through the campus alone. Humans possess an innate curiosity for the novel, and Su Ran was no exception. He had yet to fully explore this university. Following a bustling thoroughfare, Su Ran accompanied a group of burly men to a sports field at Kyoto University. In one corner of the field, a vast expanse of open ground was occupied by several basketball hoops. What on earth? How is he here too? Su Ran stared at a familiar figure on the basketball court, muttering to himself. Even if this fellow has changed colors, I can still recognize him. After all, he dared to pursue my future girlfriend right in front of me. Clang! In the arena, a dashing young man, illuminated by the sun, leaned forward and sprang into the air, his arm gracefully lifting as he flicked his wrist. releasing a perfect arc of the basketball that soared through the air. 3 points. Splendid. Well done, Brother Xian. Indeed, I would award you full marks for that three-pointer. Surrounding the young man, several teammates rushed over, extending their palms for a high five, their faces aglow with exhilaration. The young man smiled subtly, the corners of his mouth curling into a charming yet slightly mischievous arc. He glanced at the crowd gathered on the sidelines, and in an instant, the throng erupted like a string of firecrackers, buzzing with excitement. Particularly among the girls, cheeks flushed, they shyly eyed the young man who had become the center of attention, their admiration unmistakable. Wow, Senior Emo Xian is truly handsome, and he plays basketball so exceptionally well. Indeed, he is a prominent figure at Kyoto University. But does he have a girlfriend? I've heard he doesn't, but with his attributes and family background, there must be countless girls who adore him. So, do you like him, Senior? Humph, I admire him, but he wouldn't even recognize me. Meanwhile, Su Ran sauntered over leisurely, and coincidentally, this conversation drifted into his ears. Damn it. They say he doesn't have a girlfriend, yet I saw him with a beautiful girl at the factory the other day. Su Ran grimaced, feeling considerable disdain for Emo Xian's brazen behavior. Truth be told, Su Ran was merely irked by his attempt to court Liu. He chuckled to himself, thinking it might be time to find an opportunity to race a few more times at that wretched place of his. Meanwhile, Emo Xian was flaunting himself before the younger girls when, out of the blue, he spotted a figure in the crowd that sent a chill down his spine, causing his smile to falter. It cannot be that guy. He.S. a racer. How could he possibly be at school? Yes, I must have been mistaken. Emo Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and blinked vigorously a few times. Vanish, demon! Emo Xian silently shouted, then gradually raised his head, his sunny smile returning. However, good heavens, he.s. still here. Emo Xian stared in disbelief at the figure in the crowd, who even flashed him a subtle smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Sometimes, the world is indeed quite small. Emo Xian never anticipated that Su Ran, a skilled racer with uncanny abilities, would appear at school, and Su Ran never expected that this flamboyant individual would become his senior. At that moment, both harbored the identical thought. Damn it, how can someone like him attend Kyoto University? Should I address you as Brother Xian or Senior? At that moment, the two found themselves beneath the same hoop, with Su Ran leaning against a post, squinting as he posed the question to Emo Xian. Emo Xian grasped a bottle of mineral water and took several hearty gulps, then cast a sidelong glance at Su Ran, whose smile resembled that of a cunning fox, and wryly remarked, I say, brother, could you refrain from mocking me? At this point, Emo Xian chuckled again. Though I wouldn't dare to claim the title of Xian Gu, I would certainly appreciate it if you address me as Senior. Su Ran shot a disdainful look at Emo Xian. Senior? If I were to divulge how you appeared in the factory that day, I doubt you would have as many admirers among the younger girls. TSK, don't think that just because you've dyed your white hair black, I wouldn't recognize you. Emo Xian, stroking his black hair, laughed. Haha, I merely wanted to avoid creating a negative impression at school. I only dyed my hair white for a bit of fun during the summer. After all, I'm in my third year now, and I wouldn't want to leave any blemishes on my record before graduation. By the way, aren't you a professional racer? What brings you to school? Su Ran smiled lightly, gazing up at the sky. Racing is merely a personal passion of mine. I'm only 18, still a budding flower of our nation. How could I possibly compare to someone like you, a notorious youth? Naturally, I must pursue my studies. As he concluded, Su Ran let out a slight sigh. Enrolling in university was, to a large extent, to appease his parents, and partly to remedy his own regrets. Otherwise, given his currently complex circumstances, he might well be undertaking tasks in some corner of the world, be it domestically or abroad. Emo Xian was taken aback by Su Ran's words. Wait, brother, you're only 18? I find it hard to fathom how you honed such impressive racing skills. I recall that one cannot drive before reaching 18, right? Su Ran smiled mysteriously. Some secrets are best left undisclosed, but I will certainly pay a visit to your place when time permits. Without hesitation, Emo Xian shook his head in refusal. No way. With your skills surpassing even those of a professional racer, who could possibly outdrive you? Su Ran smiled ambiguously, neither accepting nor declining the invitation. Suddenly, Emo Xian seemed to recall something and exclaimed, by the way, is that Liu from the Kyoto Film Academy truly your girlfriend? Emo Xian remained somewhat hopeful, for Liu was indeed beautiful, and her father held a respectable position in Kyoto. Winning her affection would undoubtedly be a double boon. Not at the moment. Su Ran felt a wave of frustration, though he would never express such sentiments to Emo Xian. He certainly had to acknowledge it. After all, he had been with her since high school, hadn't he? Alas, why must good cabbages be taken by others? Emotion sighed dramatically, lamenting his misfortune. Su Ran coldly chuckled. Humph. I couldn't care less who you pursue, but you should give up on Liu. If I discover that you are trying to steal her away, I will ensure you have an unforgettable memory. At this, Su Ran revealed a chilling smile that sent shivers down Emotion's spine. Perhaps it's best to let that go. While I may be flirtatious, I am certainly not lewd. Such matters could never befall me, as it would tarnish my reputation. Emotion shook his head, a sudden wave of discomfort stirring in his stomach. Su Ran found Emotion's response quite satisfactory. At least this fellow still retained a semblance of integrity. Otherwise, Su Ran does not mind utilizing his current abilities to let him experience something even more terrifying than Hai Yen. Today's driving school simulation exam has consumed a considerable amount of time. I will only be able to complete one update today, as I have a commitment at 3 tomorrow. By the way, can you guess if I passed? Important notice from our site. The free Chapter 91. Picking up separately, a few days have passed since the beginning of the new semester, and yesterday, the military training for the freshmen officially commenced. Naturally, Su Ran's class, consisting of only a few dozen students with a significant female majority, was required to participate, as this military training carries academic credits. However, the reality of a male-female imbalance was striking. Su Ran had anticipated this, yet he was still taken aback to discover that among a class of 40 to 50 students, there were only 7 boys. This truly seemed to herald a 7-wolf scenario, and Su Ran's dormitory alone accounted for 4 of them, while the whereabouts of the other 3 remained a mystery. This situation, however, was precisely in line with the desires of the 2 mischievous individuals, Xu Huai and Zhao Chenxiu, who were convinced that with so many girls around, there was no way they wouldn't be able to charm at least one. Alas, Su Ran sighed internally, you are far too naive. As the saying goes, on Brokeback Mountain, the lilies bloom. Such matters should be left to unfold naturally. On the sports field, within one of the formations, Su Ran and a few dorm mates stood at attention, perfectly aligned. The others around them also maintained a rigid stance. At the front, a male instructor in military attire paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, casting his gaze over the crowd. However, Su Ran was not particularly intrigued by his blatant scrutiny, for he had encountered such lecherous stares many times before, particularly in bars, where men would eye the scantily clad women performing on stage. The instructor's gaze was indeed reminiscent of those lecherous glances. This guy, Su Ran mused silently, then fixated his gaze on the instructor, eager to see what this lascivious character would do next. The instructor's surname was Fong, and his given name was Ming, affectionately known as Instructor Fong. He relished this title and adored being addressed as such by these flower-like female students. He was not particularly old, merely in his mid-20s, and had accepted the task of training university students, harboring personal motives alongside the military's requirements. In addition to the instructor-student dynamic, he sought to cultivate deeper connections, for these delicate and beautiful university students were precisely the objects of his desire, pure, youthful, and vibrant. Unlike the military, where one could traverse for 3 days and nights without encountering a woman. If one did, it would likely be the cafeteria matron or a cleaning lady. Thus, university students were undeniably preferable. As Fong Ming completed another lap, his gaze swept across all the female students in the class, who were currently practicing military posture, affording him the opportunity to observe them unabashedly, or rather, to supervise. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the last row, where the 7 boys stood, as scarce as an oasis in a desert. Oh, your class has only 7 boys. Which department are you from? Fong Ming inquired, finding the situation somewhat amusing, as such a small number of boys could hardly form a soccer team. Reporting to the instructor, we are from the Chinese department, a girl in the front row responded. The Chinese department. Fong Ming chewed on the term with great effort, ultimately realizing that he could not comprehend this lofty and grandiose field of study. Nodding slightly, he approached the girl who had been speaking, gently patting her shoulder, and remarked with a smile, well done. Your military posture is quite commendable. The young girl remained silent, but a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes. Fong Ming did not regard them as earnest students, yet they treated him with the reverence typically reserved for a teacher. Naturally, they were delighted to receive praise from an instructor. He quietly tucked this scene away in his memory, a subtle smile passing through his gaze, unnoticed by others. However, what he failed to notice was that in the last row, a boy had also captured Fong Ming's expression in his mind. Su Ran furrowed his brows slightly, as he harbored a lingering suspicion that the instructor harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. Su Ran shook his head, quietly mocking himself for not having fully emerged from his overseas experiences, feeling as if he were encountering an enemy at every turn. On the second day and the third, everything continued normally. The instructor surnamed Fong was, like his peers, at least earnest in teaching everyone, which gradually alleviated Su Ran's doubts. Perhaps I really was overthinking it. Su Ran shook his head as he made his way toward the dormitory. At this moment, the day's training had concluded, and the crowd on the sports field was slowly dispersing. Not far behind Su Ran, 4 girls huddled together, chattering animatedly, one of whom was Cheng Xian, the designated class flower chosen by Zhao Qinshu. Sister Qianqian, I really don't want to go tonight, Cheng Xian said, linking arms with a tall girl beside her, lifting her face in a pout. Wang Qianqian, being the tallest and slightly older, was the leader of Cheng Xian's dormitory. Noticing Cheng Xian's distressed expression, Wang Qianqian teased, "Oh Xian, you won't attend such a splendid invitation from the instructor. Wouldn't it be delightful to let that lecherous instructor foot the bill?" If Su Ran had overheard this, he would surely have discarded his earlier thoughts, realizing that he had not been overly concerned after all. This instructor is indeed playing a double game, but I'm a bit scared, Cheng Xian murmured, gazing down at her petite feet. That's true. You really are too timid. Wang Qianqian frowned, but after a moment, her bright eyes sparkled as she cheerfully suggested, "How about this? The 3 of us will accompany you." And surely he wouldn't dare entertain any improper thoughts. We can't let this opportunity to take advantage of a fool slip away. Cheng Xian's face flushed crimson as she glanced at her 2 roommates, who appeared equally intrigued and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "All right then, Sister Qianqian." Wang Qianqian embraced Cheng Xian and planted a quick kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Hee, our little Xian is truly obedient." Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Ran and his companions swiftly stripped off their clothes and indulged in a refreshing shower. This military training is utterly unbearable, both hot and exhausting. If this continues, I shall be tanned beyond recognition. How will I ever charm the ladies then? Shu Huai grabbed a bottle, squeezing out some facial cleanser, and vigorously rubbed it on his face, in the adjacent cubicle. Zhao Qinshu chuckled softly, feeling a profound disdain for Shu Huai's actions. Shouldn't men embody a darker, more robust appearance like his own? A bronzed complexion epitomizes the essence of masculinity. Yang Renji disregarded the two and addressed Su Ran on the other side. "Rangu, how about I treat you to dinner later? I've yet to properly invite you since we've been in Yudu." "Sure," Su Ran replied casually. "I want to join too. We're all in the same dormitory." "Brother, you can't show favoritism," Shu Huai exclaimed. Zhao Qinshu firmly declared his stance. "I must go." Yang Renji snorted coldly and said, "No problem, as long as you help me with a small favor." "Absolutely, don't mention it. I'm good for 1 favor. Even 10 if needed," Shu Huai shouted. Yang Renji raised his voice. "Really?" Shu Huai replied solemnly. "Indeed. Well then, my soap has rolled over to your side. Could you kindly retrieve it for me?" Silence immediately enveloped Shu Huai's side. Sorry, my soap has also fallen over there. It appears that needs picking up too." "Oh dear, my shampoo has rolled over as well. Please grab that too," Shu Huai responded. Can I collect all 3 at once?" Su Ran, Zhao Qinshu, and Yang Renji chorused. "No way. Pick them up separately." Outside the school gate, Fong Ming, donned in trendy casual attire, awaited eagerly. The thought of dining with the most beautiful girl in his class filled him with an invigorating zeal. Akin to a roused bull, his aim was to leave a splendid impression tonight and, over the course of military training in the following half-month, nurture their budding relationship, hoping to win her heart by the end. Fong Ming had seen numerous online accounts of military instructors successfully wooing students. Perhaps he too could become one of those fortunate souls. The mere thought thrilled him. "All right, I'm almost at the school gate." Cheng Xian responded briefly before ending the call. Wang Qianqian leaned over with a smile. "Was that a call from Instructor Fong?" Cheng Xian nodded helplessly. "Yes, it was him. But Qianqian, is this really the right thing to do? What's wrong with it?" Doesn't he want to date you? How could he expect to share a meal without any cost? It's simply impossible. We must teach him a lesson." Wang Qianqian huffed, her nose wrinkled in irritation. "As for his intentions with the 4 of us around, there's no chance. He should take a good look at himself. He can't expect to be an old bull courting tender grass." Cheng Xian's face flushed slightly as she meekly called out, "Sister Qianqian." Wang Qianqian wrapped her arm around Cheng Xian's shoulders and gently ruffled her hair, exuding an air of regality. "Xiao Xian, your kindness is your greatest flaw. You simply do not know how to refuse others. That fellow is clearly not of good intent. He likely harbors a multitude of ulterior motives." "Oh, I understand," Cheng Xian replied softly, parting her lips. Just then, a voice tinged with surprise emanated from a diagonal rear. "Cheng Xian, Wang Qianqian." The group turned to see a tall, lean boy approaching, a gentle smile gracing his face. Shu Huai. Wang Qian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Her impression of this clean and handsome classmate was quite favorable, at least far better than that of the instructor. A glance further revealed a few others trailing behind Shu Huai, particularly when her eyes fell upon Su Ran, whose expression was one of tranquil amusement, eliciting an involuntary quirky smile from her. She recalled the day in class when Su Ran, with a similar serene smile, had delivered a punchline that had everyone in fits of laughter. "Oh, aren't you the four great talents of our class? What brings you out on this moonlit night to compose poetry?" Wang Qian crossed her arms defiantly, her formidable presence confronting Su Ran and his companions. The four great talents. Had it not been for Su Ran's witty couplet, they might have accepted it with ease, but now it took on an entirely different connotation, an increasing resemblance to the four rascals of the campus. Su Ran maintained his composure, displaying no hint of embarrassment, and chuckled casually, composing poetry under the moonlight, but alas, without a beauty to accompany us. "Perhaps, Miss Qian, you would honor us with your presence? How dare you mock me? Do you not know who Su Ran is and what his past entails?" Wang Qian narrowed her brows, initially intending to shoot Su Ran a fierce glare, but suddenly broke into a light laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing two glistening little tiger teeth. "Well then, since young Master Su has extended an invitation, how could this humble servant refuse?" Meanwhile, the others, including Chung Xian, looked on in bemusement at the two, thinking to themselves, "So you're saying you're fat? And you truly took offense?" Shu Huai and Zhao Qinshu wore expressions of unfamiliarity, as if asking, "Who are these two? Have they traversed from ancient times? Why do they speak with such elaborate language?" Su Ran's impression of Wang Qian was notably profound, even more so than that of Chung Xian. That day in the classroom, she had been the most joyful, and afterward, she had playfully mocked him. Lacking any semblance of a traditional lady's demeanor, in contrast, Chung Xian was gentle, lovely, and perceptive. Wang Qian was undoubtedly a fierce woman. "That sounds splendid." Su Ran nodded and turned to Yang Ranji, saying, "Ranji, would you mind if a few more join us?" "Not at all," Yang Ranji replied heartily. Observing this, Chung Xian felt a twinge of concern and tugged at Wang Qian's sleeve, whispering, "What about Instructor Fong?" "No worries, let us all go together." At this moment, Wang Qian resembled a mischievous little demon, her face adorned with a wicked grin. After all, having 3 additional people in our dormitory was hardly a burden. The more, the merrier. Consequently, this meant that the instructor would be even less inclined to indulge in mischief. "What do you mean by let's go together? What's the instructor's story?" Shu Huai inquired, puzzled. "The instructor wishes to treat our beloved Chung Xian to dinner, and then," Wang Qian said, winking at the others and making a suggestive expression that implied much more. "As the boys of our class, you surely cannot just stand by and watch as Chung Xian is whisked away by the instructor, can you?" Upon hearing this, the 4 talented young men could no longer remain seated. Yang Renji was somewhat calm, but Shu Huai and Zhao Qinshu wore expressions of utter disdain. Chung Xian was undoubtedly their designated class beauty. How could they allow an outsider to steal her away? Especially an elderly instructor. Shu Huai glared. "That is absolutely unacceptable." Zhao Qinshu waved his hand dramatically, his frown deepening. "We will resolutely oppose this. We adamantly disagree." Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Humph, this Fong Ming, he had thought he was rather innocent. Yet it seemed he harbored some ulterior motives. Su Ran had no desire to meddle in others' private affairs. If it were genuine love, he wouldn't interfere at all. However, he could easily see that Fong Ming was the type to toy with emotions. Chung Xian, being as pure as freshly fallen snow and adorably innocent, would undoubtedly suffer in his hands. As a classmate, it was his duty to lend a helping hand when necessary. "Then let us go together and make that fellow look foolish." Su Ran looked up, locking eyes with Wang Qian, and they both shared a knowing smile. Clearly understanding each other's intentions, in an instant, Su Ran and Wang Qian transformed into a protective pair, a surge of guardianship washing over them, with Chung Xian embodying the vulnerable little chick. The next moment, the 2 dormitories, comprising 8 individuals, marched forth with great vigor towards the school gate. Outside the school, when Fong Ming caught sight of the adorable Chung Xian, his heart raced with excitement. However, upon noticing the tall and graceful Wang Qian by her side, his heart fluttered once more. With the addition of 2 other lively girls, Fong Ming felt as though spring had finally arrived in his life. Yet why were those 4 mischievously grinning boys following closely behind? Surely, they weren't here to mooch off a meal too. That was simply unacceptable. In the blink of an eye, The four talented young men bypassed the girls and surged towards Fong Ming. "Hello, instructor." "Good day, Instructor Fong." "Thank you for your hard work, instructor." "Instructor Fong, you truly are a kind person, taking time out of your busy schedule to treat us poor students to a meal. We are immensely touched." The last remark came from Su Ran, his voice trembling with heartfelt sincerity, sending shivers down the spines of those around him. "Hey, buddy, you're laying it on a bit thick." Fong Ming was left dumbfounded. What happened to the romantic candlelit dinner? What happened to the intimate moment for two? Ching Xian, bringing along a few girls was one thing, but why did she have to drag these four burly men along as well? Suddenly, Fong Ming's entire body shuddered, and his hand instinctively reached for his pocket, only to realize that his wallet felt somewhat deflated. "You can't play like this." A wave of bitterness washed over Fong Ming's heart, yet he forced a smile to engage with the group of youngsters, concealing his discomfort as best as he could. "As the new week begins, I humbly request some recommendation votes." The novel is now available on the site of Jueishu Shunjing. No advertisements, no errors, swift updates, and membership syncs with your bookshelf. A must-have for bookworms. Follow the public WeChat account Zaixiangzi Shuo, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, to download. Chapter 93. I miss your dad too. In a hotel that was neither too large nor too small, Su Ran, along with 8 students and their instructor Fong Ming, sat in a private room. At that moment, Su Ran and Wang Qianqian, like two battling roosters, were engaged in a lively exchange over the menu. "Wang Qianqian, this oil-soaked shrimp looks delightful, and let us also have the Westlake vinegar fish and a portion of the crispy yellow chicken." Su Ran, "Let us add a fragrant crispy duck? And how about some sweet and sour mu shu? The small fatty beef looks appealing too. Let us order that as well." Wang Qianqian, "I've heard that military life is tough. Should we order some abalone for the instructor to replenish his strength?" "Well, let us get one then." Fong Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Please don't order that. In truth, I am not suffering at all. Moreover, how does my hardship correlate with ordering abalone? Can this truly replenish one's vitality?" Su Ran turned another page of the menu. "How about this one? Italian-style secret spiced boiled pork belly with fresh green peppers. The name is rather lengthy, but it should be good." Fong Ming's expression darkened once more, while the nearby Shu Huai and others stifled their laughter. This was nothing more than boiled pork slices, yet they insisted on bestowing it with such an ostentatious name. And it didn't stop there. These two seemed intent on continuing their ordering spree. The phrase about feeding the instructor was not merely a jest. Their antics not only deeply affected Fong Ming but also provoked Chang Xian. Suddenly, Chang Xian's empathetic heart could no longer bear it. "Sister Qianqian," Su Ran, "we've ordered so much already. We're almost unable to finish it all. Please stop ordering." Fong Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. This girl, Chang Xian, is truly thoughtful, already considering my well-being. However, Su Ran and Wang Qianqian exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads. Su Ran sighed, saying, "Our instructor has worked so hard for us, as students. We ought to express our gratitude by treating him to a splendid meal, ensuring he remains in good health in the days to come." Wang Qianqian nodded in agreement, casting Su Ran a flirtatious glance for his commendable sentiment. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Is this truly your form of gratitude? Have you lost your minds? I'm the one footing the bill." After all, however, Fong Ming could hardly endure the reckless behavior of the two any longer. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "We've ordered so much already. This should suffice, right? If it's not enough, we can always order more after we finish." Upon hearing their instructor speak, Su Ran and Wang Qianqian reluctantly set the menu down, realizing that in the face of dignity and money, their instructor deemed money to be of greater importance. Soon, dishes began to arrive one after another. However, apart from Qingxin, the others seemed to regard Fong Ming as if he were invisible, each engrossed in their own meals and conversations, only occasionally offering a cheerful compliment about the instructor, praising his teaching and character. Their underlying message, however, was clear. "This dish is quite good. Oh, this one is acceptable as well. The instructor is rather generous." Only Qingxin genuinely expressed concern for Fong Ming, though this was undoubtedly not out of love, but rather sympathy, as she was well aware of Su Ran and Wang Qianqian's intentions. During this time, a small dish of deep green powdery substance was served. It was Su Ran's first encounter with this item, and uncertain of its nature, he scooped a spoonful and placed it into his mouth. In an instant, an overwhelmingly intense and pungent flavor spread throughout Su Ran's mouth, assaulting his senses. The next moment, tears streamed down his face. "What on earth is this? It's so spicy." Beside him, Wang Qianqian could hardly contain her laughter at Su Ran's expression. This was mustard, after all. Who eats it by the spoonful? It could choke you to death. Meanwhile, Fong Ming, having never seen this green concoction, looked at Su Ran, who was in tears, with confusion, inquiring, Su Ran, what is the matter? How can food make you cry? Su Ran, weeping profusely, did not wipe his tears, allowing them to cascade down his cheeks as he choked out, I miss my dad. He has never tasted anything this delicious. Fangming nodded, somewhat understandingly, and reassured him, it's all right. Once you graduate and earn some money, you can bring your dad here for a meal. With that, Fangming took a generous scoop and tasted this tear-inducing delicacy for himself. Suddenly, his expression froze, and tears began to flow down his face, even more dramatically than Su Ran's. Su Ran ceased his sobbing and pretended to inquire, Instructor, why are you crying too? The instructor, with tears streaming down his face, choked out, I miss your dad as well. Then, he added silently in his heart, how could he have given birth to such a rascal as you? At Kyoto University, Wang Qianqian, clutching her stomach in laughter, exclaimed, Haha, Su Ran, I am truly impressed. The group had thoroughly teased Fangming and then made their way back to school. Fangming's twitching expression was truly priceless. He regretted not having secretly taken a photo to preserve the moment. Su Ran wore a grim expression, though his eyes remained slightly reddened. Observing the endlessly laughing Wang Qianqian, he smacked his forehead and said helplessly, Qianqian, can you please stop laughing? I nearly met my end at the dining table, and you are still able to chuckle? Wang Qianqian waved her hand and finally, supporting her waist, managed to cease her laughter. Su Ran, you're quite something. From now on, I'll look out for you in our class. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to come to me. At that moment, Wang Qianqian found Su Ran increasingly likable, as his mischievousness resonated well with her taste. Su Ran rolled his eyes, thinking, do I even need your protection? After exchanging a few more words, the two groups reluctantly parted ways, with Zhao Qinshu feeling a lingering attachment to Qingxin, while Qingxin's other roommate, who was reasonably attractive, felt a similar reluctance towards Xu Huai. Alas, the following day of military training, Fangming approached with a grim expression, resembling a cold-faced judge, which startled many of his classmates, prompting them to speculate whether the instructor had perhaps taken the wrong medication that day. Meanwhile, Su Ran and Wang Qianqian observed Fangming with blank expressions, yet inwardly they were reveling in delight, thinking, serves you right. The extravagant dinner from the previous night had cost Fangming several thousand yuan, causing his heart to bleed. The money was spent, yet he had not even touched a hair of the girl. How could that not frustrate him? After the formation was complete, Fangming looked at the stern-faced Su Ran and Wang Qianqian. Feeling an urge to scoff, putting on a serious demeanor, he declared, today we will practice military body exercises. You girls should refrain from wearing such morose expressions. Learning this could be beneficial for self-defense against wrongdoers in the future. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Su Ran's face. What use is military body exercise? Learning it would be in vain, as true military combat techniques could never be imparted to university students. This simplified version of military exercises could hardly be differentiated from gymnastics. This thought reminded Su Ran of a past life where a university student had fought against a thug, executing a full 16 sets of military body exercises, only to end up receiving 32 stab wounds and losing his life. Well, this is merely something to dabble in for fun, not for practical application. With my advanced combat skills, do I even need this? Fangming had been fixated on Su Ran and Wang Qianqian, and the moment he noticed the hint of disdain at the corner of Su Ran's mouth, his anger surged. Hemph, weren't you the one who teased me last night? Today, I shall return the favor with great fanfare. With this thought, Fangming concocted a scheme, a gleam of vindictive delight flickering in his eyes. Very well, let us commence our training in military body exercises. But I require a volunteer from among you to serve as a demonstration. With that, Fangming raised his hand and pointed directly at Su Ran, declaring, this gentleman here, you appear to possess a commendable physique, quite suitable for practicing military body exercises. Su Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that Fangming was indeed intent on targeting him. What do you mean by suitable for practicing military body exercises? Am I merely to serve as a punching bag? But do you truly believe I am the punching bag you envision? Who will be striking whom is still uncertain. Classmate, please step forward. Fangming called out again, fearing Su Ran had not heard him clearly. Humph, since you seek to be humiliated, I shall not hold back. Su Ran smiled calmly, leisurely adjusting his collar before sauntering forward from the line. I must be cautious not to wrinkle my clothing during the demonstration. Rango, are you all right? Yang Renji inquired quietly, a hint of concern in his voice. Su Ran turned his head to give him a reassuring look, then stood opposite Fangming, assuming a standard military posture. The girls in front had been unaware that the instructor had chosen this unfortunate soul for a demonstration. only to discover that it was this fellow, notorious for his mischievous ways. Wang Qianqian chuckled inwardly, a sly grin spreading across her face. Hee hee, so it's Su Ran. This is bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Chung Exine furrowed her brows, casting a worried glance at Fong Ming, whose expression was laden with ill intentions. Before shifting her gaze to Su Ran, who wore a mask of indifference and a hushed tone, she murmured, Sister Qianqian, Su Ran, he should be all right, right? Humph, that I cannot ascertain, Wang Qianqian retorted. You might as well pray that the wretched instructor takes it easy on him. Her eyes sparkled with the fervor of gossip, ignited by the mischief Su Ran had orchestrated against Officer Fong the previous night. Now, caught in the web of his own antics, he was being subjected to a blatant abuse of power. Chung Exine instinctively lowered her gaze to her feet, burdened by guilt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Su Ran wouldn't have clashed with Officer Fong. Come now, little Xin, fret not over trivial matters. The instructor will merely impose a minor hardship on Su Ran. He won't truly harm him. We have too many witnesses here. He wouldn't dare resort to any underhanded tactics. Oh. Chung Exine sealed her lips, releasing a deep nasal sound. Behind them, Xu Huai and Zhao Chenshu also felt a twinge of concern. They had personally witnessed the antics of Su Ran and Wang Qianqian the previous night. With Su Ran now facing expulsion from the team, it was evident that Fong Ming harbored no benevolent intentions. What a petty instructor! Is he really holding a grudge just because of a meal? Zhao Chenshu scoffed. Indeed. Xu Huai nodded in agreement. We should have made our pranks even more audacious last night. Let him bask in his own arrogance. Young Renji sighed, about to voice his thoughts, when he suddenly noticed Su Ran squinting slightly. A jolt of realization struck young Renji. He recognized that familiar expression all too well. Whenever something ominous was afoot, Su Ran bore that very countenance. Was it possible that Ran Gu had a clever strategy up his sleeve? Relieved by this thought, young Renji felt at ease, knowing he could simply enjoy the unfolding spectacle. All right, next, I will teach you some fundamental movements, including how to throw a punch and execute a kick. Fong Ming scanned the crowd before fixing his gaze on Su Ran. This student here will serve as my demonstration. When I launch an attack, simply rely on your instincts to evade. Noticing Su Ran furrow his brow, Fong Ming added, rest assured, I will regulate my strength and ensure you come to no harm. Regulate his strength? Not harm me. Su Ran rolled his eyes internally, dismissing the instructor's words. It was no matter. He would merely adjust his own strength later on. All right, Officer Fong, I'm ready. Bring it on, Su Ran declared, deliberately stepping back with his right leg and striking a classic provocative pose. Laughter erupted from the crowd, for if they weren't aware that the two were demonstrating military boxing, one might mistake it for a duel between an instructor and a student. Yet, the laughter rang in Fong Ming's ears like a discordant note, as if he were a villain challenging an unparalleled master. MD, at this moment, you still dare to provoke me. Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson. With that thought, Fong Ming stepped forward and delivered a hook punch aimed at Su Ran's chin. He intended to retract his strength just before striking Su Ran, allowing him to catch Su Ran off guard without inflicting harm. Humph, how could a student like you, who has grown up in a honey pot, possibly compete with us soldiers? Prepare to receive my blow. Fong Ming silently roared in his heart. Yet, just as his fist was about to land on Su Ran slightly tilted his head, narrowly evading the punch. In fact, Fong Ming felt his fist brush against Su Ran's hair. Fong Ming withdrew his fist, observing Su Ran's composed expression, puzzled about how this guy managed to dodge the blow. However, the astonished gazes of the surrounding students quickly dispelled his thoughts. Ahem. My classmate Su Ran and I just had a splendid demonstration. Fong Ming began by praising Su Ran, then proclaimed with righteous fervor. But remember, did you all take note of my earlier movement? That is the most fundamental punching technique in military boxing. In our days at the military academy, we practiced that one move thousands of times every day, honing it through relentless training to cultivate a sense of might. Therefore, students, do not underestimate this punch. It embodies the essence of military boxing. Countless techniques and movements have emerged from it, Fong Ming explained passionately, and gradually, the expressions of the students began to shift. Oh, so this punch is that impressive. After a pause, noticing the positive effect, Fong Ming continued. My classmate Su Ran's reaction was also quite swift. Although I exerted less than 2 layers of strength, it still demonstrates Su Ran's solid foundation and excellent coordination. Upon hearing this, the students' gazes toward Fong Ming became even more fervent. Wow, military boxing is truly remarkable. Su Ran rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking to himself that this guy was utterly shameless. Ahem. Next, I will demonstrate the leg technique, which is also foundational yet crucial in military boxing. After speaking, Fong Ming jogged forward and executed a whip kick towards Su Ran's thigh. Humph, there's no way you can dodge this one. Watching the speeding whip kick, Su Ran's eyes narrowed. The speed of the strike would surely leave his thigh swollen if he were hit. Damn it, if I don't show my prowess, do you really think I'm a sickly cat? Narrowing his eyes, Su Ran lifted his right leg and lightly kicked, landing a strike on Fong Ming's knee. Fong Ming winced in pain, his offensive momentum instantly faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran retaliated with a whip kick, sending Fong Ming crashing to the ground. That moment, Su Ran maintained his right leg in a lifted position, with his left leg standing firmly on the ground, resembling a golden rooster poised to take flight. Golden rooster stands alone. In stark contrast, Fong Ming lay on the ground in a disheveled state, highlighting the dramatic difference between the two. Hiss. Unbeknownst to the crowd, a sharp intake of breath was heard, and in an instant, all eyes were fixated on Su Ran, gazing at him as if he were a creature of the bizarre, while simultaneously casting bewildered glances at Fong Ming sprawled on the ground. Wasn't he that the most ferocious kicking technique in military martial arts? How could he have been felled so effortlessly? Su Ran gradually lowered his elevated leg, then regarded Fong Ming with a look of contrition, offering a nervous chuckle. Why apologies, instructor? It was merely a casual kick, and I didn't expect you to. Su Ran did not complete his thought, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Why was your military martial arts so feeble that even a casual kick from me could topple you? The expressions of the students grew increasingly peculiar. Wasn't he claimed that he had only utilized 30% of his strength? Wasn't he asserted that the most fundamental and formidable techniques were being demonstrated? How could he be knocked down by a mere student? As a soldier, isn't that a disgrace? Clearly, the majority of the students harbored such sentiments. Is this military martial arts truly effective? Some girls were whispering among themselves. Who knows, but while the utility of military martial arts remains uncertain, it is evident that our instructor is utterly inept. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dispatched to teach us students. A freckled girl covered her mouth and murmured. Wang Qianqian stared at Su Ran, dumbfounded. She had imagined countless scenarios of Su Ran being victimized by Fong Ming, but never once did she conceive of the possibility that Fong Ming could be brought down by Su Ran. It was akin to encountering a beggar on the street, only to discover that he was, in fact, the leader of a beggaress guild, a true master. Chung Xian gasped in astonishment, her face a picture of disbelief. Wow, Su Ran actually knocked down the instructor. Humph, this fellow must be a practitioner. That was indeed somewhat unexpected. After recovering from her shock, Wang Qianqian decisively categorized Su Ran as someone with martial training. For that steady gold rooster stance was not something an ordinary person could achieve, especially considering Su Ran had executed that maneuver while balancing on one foot, with the standing leg showing no signs of movement whatsoever. If Su Ran is so formidable, why doesn't he attend the sports academy? Wang Qianqian replied, exasperated. You ask me, who should I ask? Who knows what this guy is thinking? Moreover, it's not as if one can simply gain admission to the sports academy by being adept at fighting. Oh. Chung Xian nodded obediently. Not only in this instance, but throughout the ranks, the vast majority were engaged in hushed discussions. Although Fong Ming could not overhear their conversations, from their furtive gestures, it was evident that they were not speaking favorably. Silence! Fong Ming bellowed as he rose from the ground, his face dark with anger. His shout. All fell silent. These students dared not openly defy the instructor as Su Ran had. Once the murmurs ceased, Fong Ming turned his gaze toward Su Ran, his expression stern, and inquired, Have you trained before? If Fong Ming could not discern that Su Ran had received training after witnessing those few moves, then his years in the military would have been in vain. Su Ran touched his nose, feigning embarrassment as he said, I practiced for 2 months during the summer vacation. Damn, how could you be so deceptive? Upon hearing this, Fong Ming felt an overwhelming urge to pin this seemingly innocuous individual to the ground and deliver a few solid blows, just to see if he would dare to be so arrogant again. However, did he really think that 2 months of summer training could allow him to contend with someone who engaged in combat daily in the army? At this thought, a glint of ferocity flashed in Fong Ming's eyes. He was genuinely infuriated. Every encounter with this student had led to trouble, and after being tricked several times, he could no longer tolerate it. Since this classmate had practiced martial arts, he could now demonstrate military boxing to everyone. Did the students wish to see it? Fong Ming suddenly smiled, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Yes. Immediately, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. The people of Huaxia have an innate fondness for spectacles. And the students' curiosity was even more pronounced. They would undoubtedly agree to witness this real-life duel without hesitation. Those who did not join in the cheers were merely Su Ran's few roommates and Chung Xian. Wang Qianqian wished to join in the revelry, but upon seeing Chung Xian's worried expression directed at Su Ran, her heart softened, and she swallowed her words. Alas, Su Ran, may good fortune be upon you. Fang Ming cunningly capitalized on the enthusiasm of the crowd. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Su Ran desired. Humph, let the fight begin. Who is afraid of whom? Are you ready, classmate? Fang Ming did not inquire whether Su Ran agreed. He simply asked if he was prepared, and no problem, instructor, I will certainly cooperate with you. Su Ran replied with a smile, his tone eager. Very well, I am about to launch my attack. After saying this, Fang Ming stepped forward and threw a powerful punch. With all his strength behind it, he did not believe Su Ran could evade him. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Su Ran's clothing, his vision suddenly blurred, and in an instant, his fist lost its target die-in the next moment. A hand silently clasped around his wrist. Su Ran seized Fang Ming's hand, his index and middle fingers deftly locating a specific point on Fang Ming's wrist. Quickly pressing down. Hiss! In the next moment, Fang Ming felt a tingling in his wrist, and then he bizarrely discovered that he could no longer exert any strength. At that instant, Su Ran smoothly pulled his hand, pivoting his body to Fang Ming's side and gently pushing him from behind. A surge of force overwhelmed Fang Ming, causing him to lose control of his body and stumble forward uncontrollably. After a brief stumble, Fang Ming managed to steady himself, avoiding the humiliation of crashing to the ground. However, the surrounding students were unconvinced. They saw Fang Ming charging at Su Ran like a frenzied bull, only to be toyed with by Su Ran, who stood still, unfazed. The victor was abundantly clear. Hearing the laughter behind him, Fang Ming's face turned a deep shade of red and black, his gaze fixed on Su Ran. Ablaze with fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. That damned little brat. Fang Ming's heart erupted with a fierce roar of resentment. Upon witnessing Su Ran's unperturbed smile, his anger surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Once more, Fang Ming rushed forward, his fists flailing relentlessly towards Su Ran's vital points. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, yet his mind was clear. At this moment, Fang Ming resembled nothing more than a riled bull. Charging at anything in sight, Su Ran remained motionless, his arms moving with the sluggishness of an old donkey turning the millstone. Yet he effortlessly thwarted Fang Ming's onslaught. Observing the madness in Fang Ming's gaze, Su Ran scoffed internally, dismissing the thought of fighting. Instead, he decided to dispatch him directly. With a swift kick, he executed the same maneuver as before, sending Fang Ming hurtling backward in the same manner. Thud! This time, the audience distinctly heard the dull thud of Fang Ming hitting the ground. Su Ran regarded him coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at the fallen figure, embodying the disdainful expression of a master who had vanquished a challenger. However, why was it so eerily quiet around him? Turning back, Su Ran noticed his classmates, who appeared as though they had seen a ghost, some girls' mouths agape in astonishment. Moreover, students from other classes on the playground stared in dumbfounded disbelief, evidently having witnessed the spectacular duel between Su Ran and Fang Ming. Su Ran rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutinizing gazes. Perhaps he had overdone it a bit? Yet, he hadn't even unleashed his full strength. The commotion caused by Su Ran and Fang Ming had attracted not only students but also instructors from every class, all drawn to the scene. How did Fang Ming get knocked down by a mere student? Pondered a tall instructor, stroking his chin with amusement. Perhaps he drank some fake liquor last night and hasn't sobered up yet. Another instructor chimed in, jesting. What a sight! Silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a military cap approached, glaring at the two jesting instructors. Return to training your classes and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Yes, sir. The two instructors replied, casting a disgruntled glance at the stern-faced man. The dark-complexioned man approached Su Ran's class, eyeing Fang Ming, who stood beside him, his eyes a mix of ferocity and indignation. In a deep voice, he asked, Can anyone tell me why you engaged in a fight just now? Rather than addressing Su Ran or Fang Ming directly, he posed the question to the students in the class. The classmates exchanged glances. The situation was clear. Fang Ming had intended to use Su Ran as a demonstration for military boxing but ended up being bested himself. However, the commanding presence of the middle-aged man intimidated them into silence, leaving no one willing to explain. They all recognized this man, known as Su Feng, who was said to be the overall supervisor of the military training program. However, this individual perpetually wore a scowl, as though someone owed him a considerable sum of money. Even the usually formidable instructor, known for his stern demeanor in front of students, lowered his head and greeted him with surprising deference. If the instructor was intimidated, the students were even more so. Ultimately, under Su Feng's imposing gaze, it was Wang Qianqian, the bolder of the group, who stepped forward. Reporting to the instructor, just now, Instructor Feng asked us to practice military boxing and suggested finding someone to demonstrate. As she spoke, Wang Qianqian cast a glance at Su Ran, either intentionally or inadvertently. Su Feng followed her gaze, scrutinizing Su Ran intently before lowering his voice to urge, "Continue." Then, Instructor Feng proceeded to demonstrate military boxing on Su Ran, showcasing the moves for our benefit. However, as she reached a certain point in her account, Wang Qianqian fell silent, refraining from divulging the entirety of the truth. Yet, Su Feng was no fool. He was well aware of what had transpired and had witnessed the moment when Feng Ming had kicked Su Ran to the ground. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Before Su Feng spoke, no one dared utter a word, and even the students' breathing seemed to quiet considerably. After a prolonged silence, Su Feng finally turned to Feng Ming and said, "You will report to the small black room upon your return." This. Feng Ming's complexion drained of color, and the defiance in his eyes swiftly transformed into sheer terror. The small black room, in their regiment, was akin to a forbidden realm, a veritable graveyard of sorts. Feng Ming had heard tales of many soldiers emerging from there, stronger than ever, yet those who were weak seemed to lose their sanity entirely. And now, he was about to enter. Undoubtedly, his days of ease were at an end. After delivering his verdict, Su Feng paid no further mind to Feng Ming, who was too intimidated to protest. He turned to Su Ran, still maintaining his serious demeanor. "Su Ran, is it?" "Yes," Su Ran replied with a faint smile, unyieldingly courteous. "Have you practiced?" "Yes. Your skills are quite impressive. It's decent. What do you study?" "Taekwondo." Su Feng had noted that last kick from Su Ran bore resemblance to a Taekwondo technique. "No, my training is quite eclectic." Su Ran's lips curled slightly. With 10 different combat techniques, how could it not be diverse? Su Feng frowned slightly. "That's not ideal. One should focus on mastering a single discipline." "I understand, but I simply have a wide range of interests." Su Ran smiled lightly. "The products of the system are bound to be exquisite. Is my training not refined?" Su Feng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on that topic any further. Instead, he inquired, "You are indeed quite capable, even outmatching Feng Ming. Yet you should not have kicked your instructor down. It was merely a demonstration after all, and he is, after all, your instructor." Su Feng addressed the matter objectively, unaware of the underlying grievances between Feng Ming and Su Ran, nor the latter's subtle intentions. He had only heard of their military boxing demonstration and witnessed Feng Ming being bested. Feng Ming was, after all, one of his soldiers. His lack of skill resulting in defeat warranted a reprimand. Yet Su Ran, as the principal instigator, was not someone Su Feng intended to let off easily. Su Ran shook his head, a faint scoff escaping his lips. "It is often said that those in the military are all fiercely protective, akin to vigilant eagles." Today, he had indeed encountered one. Noticing Su Ran's silence, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Feng's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "Now, I shall impose some punishment upon you." Su Ran shook his head once more, his gaze fixed intently on Su Feng, his expression boldly declaring, "I refuse to comply." This was not a request, but a command, one that brooked no dissent. Su Feng flashed a grin, though it bore an unsettling chill. "During military training, I am the ultimate authority here," Su Ran retorted with a disdainful snort. "It is not you who holds the highest authority here." With that, Su Ran raised his hand, slowly curling his fingers into a fist before Su Feng's eyes. In an instant, the smile on Su Feng's face froze, a frigid aura suddenly enveloping the space between them. "Are you provoking me? If you believe so, then indeed I am." Su Feng continued, "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? I can offer you an opportunity. Run 100 laps around the field, and I may overlook your insolence." Su Ran grimaced. 100 laps? I'd rather choose to disrespect you." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's expression faltered for a moment before a shallow smile returned, albeit one that appeared particularly sinister against his dark complexion. "Very well, there were others in the army who dared to challenge my authority. Much like you. Do you know what became of them?" "I do not, nor do I wish to." "You do not?" Su Feng pointed at Su Ran's arm, his voice cold as icy. "In the end, they all left with dislocated arms. Not only that, after fixing their injuries, they were made to continue training without a moment's respite." "Dislocated, you say?" Su Ran touched his arm, narrowing his eyes. "It doesn't seem too serious. Besides, I have no intention of running those 100 laps. You, on the other hand, should be wary of protecting your own arms. Don't end up dislocating one due to your old age. At this juncture, Su Ran's eyes had narrowed to mere slits, an unmistakable hint of threat escaping his lips. Both Su Ran and Su Feng were acutely aware of each other's resolve. Meanwhile, Fang Ming stood to the side, utterly astonished into silence. This audacious fellow was daring enough to provoke even the notoriously stern Su Feng. He must be tired of living. Little did he realize that, unlike himself, Su Ran could easily handle 10 like him. As Su Ran and Su Feng engaged in their exchange, their voices were barely audible, leaving the rest of the class in ignorance. Aside from Fang Ming, no one else could discern the nature of their discourse. The classmates merely observed Su Feng's expressions shift from laughter to anger, utterly baffled by what words had incited such a reaction. What on earth would they do now? The chief instructor has arrived, and Su Ran. Chung Xian's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. This girl is far too empathetic. Heh, this guy deserves it. Having drawn so much attention, it seems karma has finally caught up with him. Wang Qianqian wore a smug expression, pleasantly surprised that the drama was unfolding one act after another. Sister Qianqian, why are you like this? All right, you just love to worry about others. Wang Qianqian chuckled. Do you perhaps have feelings for Su Ran? I've never seen you care so much about any other boy. Chung Xian's face flushed crimson, exclaiming in exasperation, Nonsense. Sister Qianqian, if you keep talking like that, I won't pay you any attention. All right, I won't say anything more, but although Su Ran is quite average in appearance, he does exude a sense of security. Have you considered that? Chung Xian stamped her foot. Sister Qianqian, fine. This time I truly won't say another word. The other classmates also looked on with mild curiosity at Su Ran and Su Feng, sensing a peculiar tension between the two. Could it be that something amusing was about to unfold? Yet, before they could speculate on the nature of their dispute, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Su Ran and Su Feng each took a few steps back, standing firm as if two Western cowboys preparing for a duel. In the next moment, Su Feng raised his hand and shifted his stance, facing Su Ran while assuming an initial posture. Wing Chun? Su Ran's eyebrows arched in surprise.